Hello, and welcome to day 2 here of the Copenhagen Major. It's gonna be a blast. Storylines are abound. One of them is the question of, is EU finally touchable? Watching Sam and Amina starting to shut them down. Welcome to day 2 of Swiss. I'm Leaf, and I'm hanging out here once again in the mix zone. You'll be seeing a lot of me, and that means, fortunately, a lot of the players. I'll be talking to them throughout the day as all of these stories unfold. Now, unfortunately, I am here by myself, and I don't like it. I'm kind of lonely. I'm gonna head over to some of the players and see what we can find out. What's going on before all of these matches go. Hey, Gemma, Coach of Power, what's going on, man? I'm very glad I get to talk to you right now because Gibbs said this is actually probably my last chance to do so.
You really said that?
He said that.
That's interesting. Well, look, I'll take it as a good sign, partly because if Gibbs there, strong NA bias, by the way, is preying on the downfall of OCE, then it's probably a good sign for us and, maybe a bit questionable for NA then.
All right, well, if you guys are back, we'll have to get some words from him. How about that? Okay. Let's take a walk down all the way to the other end here. Banana Head. What's going on, man? Hey, you've had a pretty good show so far. You set the record, or sorry, not set the record, that'd be really cool. You tied the record for most goals in a game at 5. My question was, wouldn't it have been better to spread that out across the other games?
Wouldn't it be better to not ask that question? Was that you that thought of that question?
I did, but I had approval from CJ, so.
So you thought of this question?
I'm sorry.
That's it, yeah, thank you.
I'm not really that tough.
To be fair, I definitely think, I kind of like peaked the first game, just like, I think they figured me out. And I was just like, I better just play the same. And then I just like sucked the rest of the series. But today's a different day, different morning, Friday, we're on.
I love it. I like to see it. The action will come very soon. Other end, let's hop on down there. Fiverr, what's going on, my man? Hey, you guys had a good record. You're looking like you're ready for some here. I'll throw you a softball, all right? How about that? 63-8. In qualifiers, pretty good. Did you develop any superstitions over that time to continue that record going?
I just say, I think he called me Fiverr.
Did I really? Fever.
I think we we played our own game. I think the way we play is like such a fast and kind of mechanical style that we just got comfortable, and it just wasn't comfortable for our oppositions. I don't think there were really any superstitions. We just wanted to play how we wanted, and it just worked. So.
And you're here now, and you can keep proving that.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Oh, hey, the big man, Torsas, right beside me. What's going on? Hey, I want to bring it serious real quick, all right? Because this is a serious moment. You guys, or you specifically, tweeted out the OC is looking the best it's ever been. Let's get real, because that was super on the point and very true.
Well, you've known me for a long time, Leif, and if there's one thing you can say about me, it's I'm very serious. So OC maybe has been looking the best it's ever been. On Reddit, on Twitter, everyone's saying at this region, look out. And I think we've proven that so far with our performance. We've been red hot, and today we're going to take it to BDS as well.
I like it. Very super serial, very super serious conversation here, and I'm waiting for the super serious gameplay coming your way. You ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready as well. So let's get the day started.
All right, folks, it's day 2 of the Copenhagen Major here in the world. It's going to be a great day. It's in Copenhagen. The Copenhagen Major is in Copenhagen. That's how this sentence was supposed to work, but my brain realized it halfway through that it wasn't working. Day 1 was incredible. I'm excited to see what day 2 brings. The Swiss, 2 rounds down, 3 to go. We'll get through all 3 of those, sending 8 teams home by the end of this broadcast. It's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be incredible for some teams. We saw some amazing stories begin yesterday. Do they continue here today? I'm excited to see how it goes.
Yesterday was great, but I thought like green room conversations were private, but Leaf just throwing me under the bus immediately. But yesterday was great because Europe, we all thought it was a large gap, or a lot of us did. Bates didn't. But that gap is gone. Yep. Sam and Mina showing up. Europe's only got 1-2-0 team, and it's the 4 seed. Anyone's major right now.
You know what's better than yesterday being great, Gibbs? It was absolutely amazing. That was absolutely a great time, you know what I'm saying?
Folks, if you're just now joining us, welcome into Rocket League. It's an excellent time to be joining the experience here. We are midway through our season here as we're at Major 1 in Copenhagen, March 28th through 31st. Today's the 29th, so you're catching us on day 2 of that event. We got another split of Rocket League coming up afterwards here, ending with the London Major, and then we'll have the World Championship to close out the season. This is what we got going on this week. We got a First Touch pre-show coming at you get you live on Sunday before the championship games get underway. We got a bracket play tomorrow, but we got to play through a Swiss to get to that bracket. We got 2 streams of broadcasts happening today, so make sure you've got both tabs pulled up here for twitch.tv/Rocket League, as well as RL Esports. You can catch both broadcasts also on the YouTube channel. Here are our challengers, the contenders of the Copenhagen Major. Gibbs, we got 16 teams alive right now. We will have 8 by the end of the day.
Yeah, day 1 had crazy upsets, but no one is through to the playoff bracket yet. You gotta win 3 or you gotta lose 3 to go home. We've seen it plenty of times before in Swiss. A team that begins 0-2, they make it out. And teams that begin 2-0, there are times when they drop out of Swiss. So you still have to play your A game throughout today.
We've got these teams playing in this Swiss bracket. We've got 2 rounds already completed, as said earlier, and now we are playing round 3 to start off today. The final 2 rounds, 4 and 5, will be completed. We will send 8 teams into those green boxes at the top, as well as 8 teams at the bottom to be eliminated, and the 8 teams in the top will fill out our bracket that will be played on Saturday and Sunday. Quarterfinals on Saturday, championships on Sunday. They're trying to get that title at the top here, CJ, but at the same time, they also want to secure those 32 season points as well as $75,000.
It is absolutely massive. You see it there. I mean, just the difference between making the quarterfinals, 12 points, 20 more if you can win the entire event. Obviously, the prize money's pretty nice as well, but 32 points. If you can win this major, Gibbs, well, you can book your ticket to the World Championships probably as well.
Yeah, pretty much. You could kind of take it easy throughout the next split, but 20-point difference, that is an entire qualifier going into that. So absolutely huge.
So we've talked to you about how the entire tournament works. We've talked to you about how this event works. Let's talk to you about what happened yesterday and get you set up for today. Incredible matches across the day, and I'm not exaggerating here. We had plenty of the day started off normal.
Yes.
We had a lot of the favorites winning here, but my goodness, Furia in particular started off with a match we expected them to win, and then ended the day with a match nobody except for, well, I guess Dazzrin and CJ and Leaf and a few other people.
Go ahead, CJ. You can take it.
Yeah, I got the pleasure of casting this series, and obviously they were the favorites, Furia, going into this Luminosity matchup, but it was the way that they did it, and from game 1 they absolutely dismantled this Luminosity lineup. The team plays, it wasn't just about the mechanics and the speed from Furia, they were the complete package, which is why I picked them against Vitality.
Yeah, we thought that their offensive pressure was going to do great things versus LG. We'll see if we can get demos going for LG. It did not happen. Magic Bear tried to press up a lot. It just did not work at all. Furia, complete offensive powerhouse throughout the series. We still had question marks, though, until this Vitality match.
Until they went up against the reigning world champions, and they played an absolute barn burner of a series. Me and CJ went back. We watched the tape earlier.
You had the Vitality goggles on, didn't you?
I was a little suspect about how Furia won. I was like, man, they felt like they played pretty good, but no, Furia, they kept up that offensive pressure. They might not have averaged as many shots as they do online, but the general pressure on the Vitality have, forcing out mistakes such as those from Vitality. That's all it takes to get a big W. They move on.
So Furia, one of the big surprises yesterday, but Gentlemaids, let's talk about this team. There's only one European team in the top 4 right now.
And they're the European 4 seeds. It's absolutely insane. This is why we're saying there's probably at least 8 teams that could win this major at this point, and that's because of Gentlemates. They opened up our day versus Rule 1, looked fantastic throughout. We thought that was a winnable match for them, but they still played controlled ball.
Well, I mean, we talk about in so many international events, the star players, the 1v3 moments, but I feel like the story of this land, at least the top 4 teams we have, it's about who's the best team. It's a 3-headed machine for all 4 teams, and I think Gentlemates, they epitomise that. All 3 players stepping up when they need to.
All 3 players stepping up indeed, and I don't think I can call them the Flow from Heaven squad anymore because they went up against BDS. You're not going to see the clips here. We just got the Rule 1 clips. I'm sorry, folks. Don't get too mad back at home. But they did play a great series against BDS, beat them for the first time since Open Qualifier number 1, which is basically about 2 months ago and some change. And so that shows how much that this Gentlemates team has improved. That shows how much they're ready to play on land, and that shows that they are a real contender here to win the Copenhagen Major.
They're sitting at 2-0 right now. If they win their match today, they will punch their ticket to the bracket tomorrow. You see them sitting up there in the 2-0 round up against Falcons. Falcons just beat Carmine, though, yesterday. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. Actually, you know what? If there's one match you at home need to go and watch, it's Carmine versus Falcons. Top of round 2 there. If you missed everything yesterday and you don't have time, just go watch this match. Nobody, the coin thought Falcons was going to win. They were the only entity that predicted Falcons to win.
And that was the 8th match, our final match yesterday. We were all tired, but we were in the green room screaming because this was an unbelievable match. The match of the entire tournament so far. Falcons are the real deal. Games 1 and 2, domination, but then K-Corp Corp woke up.
I mean, nobody predicting Falcons. It's not a, I guess, insult to them. It's just that we haven't seen K-Corp lose. So what's the point of, there's no reason to pick against them. But we did see Falcons start off that series. They came out swinging. We're hearing there's a bit of scrim drama against these two guys. And we saw the aggression from Falcons. But K-Corp did step up until that game 5.
And it's even that, not even that we didn't expect them to win. It's just that once Falcons, they came out swinging early. Like if it was a boxing match, they won the first 5 rounds without even a contest. But then K-Corp, they just started doing what they did, the comeback kids, the ice. They kept winning overtime after overtime. And you're like, oh, man, Falcons playing that great. It still won't be enough. But they ultimately ended up clutching up. You saw the passion coming out of TRK. And that's what matters. Falcons, they could be the favorite from here on out.
They could be. They are also sitting at 2-0. They're playing Gentlemates a little bit later on today. Carmine Corp, they got to settle for 1-1 at the start of day 2 here. So we'll see how they rebound as we get our games underway. But before we move on from yesterday, some excellent plays. Many plays. Top 5 plays of the day. Gibbs, get us started.
Let's do it. Let's start with number 5. Here we go. We're going to move into, I believe, Sphinx coming off. Going for the double tap, not going for the shot. Passes it down to his teammate, the content king himself, Kevin. Absolutely brilliant here from Sphinx. Again, most people are going to shoot that ball, but nice little pass down. And moving on to number 4, and here we go, Roas. This is one of my favorite plays I've ever seen. We always talk about K-Corp. They go for those aerial demos. Roas is like, I'm going to dodge this demo. Dodges it, clean catch on that wall, and the clear out.
And gets a 50 on the third man. That's a 1 for 3 trade, and that's what it's all about.
Absolutely insane.
Let's see what's going on right here. Big Chronic up high off the pass from Abjack. Gets a triple touch. 1, 2, 3. Eyes on me. Somebody. I mean, OC, they had a hand up there, but Hanley was on the backboard, but unfortunately, he didn't get the contact that he needed. Chronic, he started off slow yesterday, but he still had a good series. And then the Beast, man. If there's one player from G2 who was out there balling out, it was him. A little reset double over first killer right here, right now. They're going to need to see more of that, though, because G2, a lot of people had them beating Gen.G Mobile 1 racing. That didn't end up happening, but shots like that will always give G2 a chance.
There's a lot of question marks about who's a land player, who's not. There's no doubts about this man right here. It's the ball, corner sidewall read, double touch. If you don't mind, just a perfect read from the ball, and it's great to see Complexity performing early.
Oh, this was great shot. Overtime as well. Cross court. Raise Bull, a clutch player. We saw him all last year making great plays. And Complexity, yes, they might not be necessarily in that top 8 conversation, but they have upset potential from this squad. Raise Bull, absolutely fantastic. We know what he can do on land all last year. Complexity, do not count them out.
And they needed this goal from the Bull, and listen, he delivered, because Luminosity, they're playing a pretty solid game in this overtime in game number 3. But the Bull with the horn just took over the game when they needed him the most. That's why he's a superstar.
Incredible stuff today, and I'm excited to see which players pop off in today's matches. We should see some more excellent goals. Excited to see if Sphinx can keep up that pressure we saw from him. That felt like so long ago, that 5th goal we saw there, but it was incredible stuff. All right, so we're all talent up here. This is what we do. We talk about Rocket League. We tell you what we think, and sometimes we think crazy things. And we've got one of our talent is somewhere in this building with a microphone, and they've given us 3 hot takes, maybe cold takes, we'll see what they are, and we're going to see if we can figure out who they are based off of these hot takes. Take number 1. Let's see what we got here from this talent. T-Bates will be dressed K-Corp merch by Sunday.
Oh. That's a great take.
Listen, Kometo, listen, hit my line, you know where I'm at.
Wow, sellout. Yeah, one bad day from G2, and he's already
this is like a Dazzern or EU. It's one of the 2.
Okay.
At this point is where I'm leaning.
I like
that's a good, half the talent plus a Daz. Okay, let's take a look at hot take number 2 here. See if this narrows it down any further here. The coin will outpredict the desk today.
Listen, I like that.
If it's an outpredict T-Bates, okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Right? But the whole desk, that's a little rough. That's a little rough.
Yeah, he's looking good down the bottom of the prediction leaderboard. We'll take a look.
Does this change who we think it is?
It feels too generic.
Still could be Daz.
It could
just
still
off
be.
That first.
It could still be Daz or not. Both of them, I feel like. He sometimes is a hater of the desk. Let's see. What's take number 3 here? LG will make top 8. So Dazzern, how you doing, man? Where's Dazzern at?
Fantastic. Hey! You absolutely do it. Because you know why? Because when G2 leaves this tournament, that boy Bates is going to hop on the blue wall train. He's going to be dressed in more blue than I'm wearing right now. And as for the desk, listen, Gibbs, you're right. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the other 2.
I appreciate
and maybe
it.
even CJ himself. Because CJ, I already know you don't have enough Regent pride here, power here for the first match. So we're not even going to talk about you, of course not. And then for the last one, of course, I got to go with the culture. I got to go with LG. I think they got something coming there. I hope so.
He's going for culture.
Do something, help.
Daz, how are you predicting the coin to outpredict us when you're like, LG's making top 8 after what you saw yesterday? Come on.
Because
that predict
right now I'm
Bates.
tied for first place. I can do that.
Oh, okay,
Mr.
okay.
G2 was going to win. Don't remember. I remember all your picks win.
I
Don't
went
worry.
that- I went that game.
All right,
He's
and that
not down.
coin
Get
might
him off
be-
here no more.
that
Get
coin
him
might
off.
be on the
Get
on
him
the
off,
right.
Johan.
That's
We
all
don't
I'm
need him
saying.
no more. Get him.
Get him off. Get him
Toodaloo.
off.
Dazrin, love you to pieces. Have a good cast today, man.
Thank you.
What a man. What a talent. Some medium takes. Those are,
Yeah, me too. Like, he gave us a gimme.
I like
which
the
was nice
K.
without
The
Jim
K-Corp
Puppy.
merch is a great call.
That is-
you
that
jump
is
ship,
fair,
little
though.
flip-flop, snap, you just jump ship. You'll just hop off that G2 bandwagon pretty quick, won't
He
you?
wants the crowd to love him by the end of it, so yeah, he'll probably be in.
Let's stop talking about ourselves. Let's talk about the players and who did well yesterday. We saw the top 5 plays. There were some excellent moments in there, but across the course of both matches that each of these teams had to play, was there a standout player for each of you?
I already picked Zen. I like Zen. I really did like him. Yeah, let's get into the clips. Let's get into the clips right here. I picked Zen. I know they ended up going 1-1, but that's not the point. I do think that he was truly a catalyst for Vitality the whole entire day. Alpha and Rado didn't have their usual typical games where they really back him up. A lot of the scoring had to come from Zen, more so than it really ever has before. I've never felt watching Vitality, at least this edition of Vitality, where it's like if Zen doesn't do it, then they can't score. But that's how it kind of felt yesterday. So in that sense, I really do think Zen played really well. I still think he was one of the best players, if not the best player against Furia. That's why I picked him.
Zen definitely had a pop-off series there. He was living up to the hype that we've given him previously. Just we'll see if the rest of Vitality can rally around him here.
I'm just surprised, Bates. There was a 2-0 NA team, but he didn't pick one of those players. Maybe because it was Gen.G and not G2. If it was G2, he's definitely picking one of those. My pick, really quick.
It's from
Roas.
Gen.G? Oh.
No. It is not.
Okay, Roas makes sense.
We're going Roas because you have to look at the match of the day. Player of the day is going to be the best player out of that match of the day. Falcons versus K-Corp. Roas, 1 goal per game, led his team in demos as well, and saves as well per game. He was all over the field. We showed it in top plays. That save that might not even be credited as a save was just fantastic. Just making plays on both sides of the field.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about his defense, but it was his offense as well. Obviously, Khalils, we have to give a shout out to him leading in score per game. He's been phenomenal so far. I really think it's a well-oiled machine, Falcons. All 3 of them are just looking so strong right now, but Roas, as you said, stepping up in this massive series against, I guess, the #1 team in the world.
Yeah, you take out that #1 team, one of those players has to be player of the day.
All right, CJ, who you got?
Well, I'm going to go for my favorite region, South America, and I've got Lost because I just think Furia, they look phenomenal, and Lost, he led the tournament in goals per game. He was all about the offense. I thought Yam was really helping to set them up, but even defensively as well. I know we talk about saves per game, but just the way that Lost was able to control the ball when he's on and making crazy touches, he's just got that. You don't know what he's going to do on the ball, and I think it's so hard for the opposition to read.
And here's the thing with Lost. I thought he was a question mark to come into this land because at times he can try and do a little bit too much. He's not doing that. He's doing too much, but he's doing it well. He's scoring everything, #1 in goals per game. He looks fantastic. If he keeps it up, Furia could easily be major champions.
I love the Lost shout out here. I'm still wound up on the fact that Sam is your favorite region.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I
OCE.
wasn't.
Well,
I wasn't.
he's 4-0 against
He
them,
admitted
right?
it.
So-
He admitted it. That's why. We all know
South
he's
America.
a fraudulent OC
Hey,
supporter.
you guys are saying it, not me. I can't mention it.
He was just born there.
It's a backhanded compliment. He likes them because they're the only region he can beat, apparently. All right, let's talk about the teams though in general, how we're feeling about them. Yesterday, we took the time to power rank all the teams. All the casters did a power ranking of the 16 teams, and then we averaged them to give us a power rank as we showed you on the show yesterday. We'll show you. We re-power ranked them for today's show, and so now we can show you where they have moved and talk about how this list looks. We did have some pretty strong movers. I'll just give you a preview here. Falcons definitely going to be jumping up the board. They're jumping up to #2 here at 217.
So I think viewers are going to be confused, right?
Okay.
So K-Corp is 1-1, yet every single one of us still power ranked in #1. So we've been power ranking, and we're choosing our eventual champion. There's only a couple people don't have K-Corp winning it. They lost. None of us changed our champion. I'm pretty sure we all are still K-Corp is looking that
But
good.
I think with that, it's the way they lost. It's not as if they
Yes.
got swept and they improved as the game went on. It was only day 1 as well, so you can't really completely go against them after 1 day of gameplay.
You also, I've got to point out, we had yesterday kind of a 4-way tie with like 0.4 between 9th and 12th there. Luminosity, OG, Complex are all in that group now. Luminosity now cleanly 12th though.
Yes, and really quick, the one thing I want to mention is Falcons and Furia, they were big movers because they were big question marks coming into this land because we didn't get to see them against Europe or North America a lot, but they showed up yesterday, so they proved they were down in like the 8 through 6 range, but because of those big wins, we leapfrogged them up over pretty much everyone, now sitting at 2 and 3.
Okay, now Bates.
There's one team there, though.
How you feeling about Gen.G at 4 and G2 at 8?
That seems fair.
Well, everybody's just making up stuff because all of a sudden Gen.G gets one Game 5 victory over G2, and then they move up 4, and then G2 drops about 5 spots, and all of a sudden everybody's like, we're all confused. Even Vitality being really low. I think it's all just everybody's overreacting a little bit. Today one Swiss. We got a whole nother day to play. Let's see what happens.
There is no overreaction. Gen.G, I could not believe throughout the community, everyone did power rank in tiers because T-Bates wanted a G2 and S tier, so he had to do tiers and not power rankings.
He found a way.
He at least had Gen.G in that same tier, but literally everyone else, Gen.G was a lower tier. Did not understand it all. One, Gen.G beat them twice in a row in Qualifier 3.
Now 3.
Not only that, when you look at the 3 players, Gen.G has 3 LAN players. G2 has 1. They have Atomic. Beast Mode and Daniel are not LAN players. They are not good on LAN. They need to prove it before you are going to power rank them.
Why do you say that? That doesn't sound like
Johnny Boy's just walked past.
a real take, bro. How do you say Daniel and Beast Mode aren't LAN players when they've always at every single LAN averaged over 400 points individually each? Daniel, his first ever LAN, top 3. Second ever, lost to that Queso team. Second ever LAN, lost to Moist in Game 7. Third LAN, lost to B1.
Was that? By the way,
B1, like Beast Mode always been dominant in LAN as well. They have one bad series, people. One bad series.
No, Beast Mode and Daniel, they are merchants of the early part of these majors, and they pad their stats there. As soon as we get to a crowd, they falter. Do you want to know their record when they play in an arena crowd? Their combined record, Bates? Because you don't. It is 4 wins, 12 losses in front of the crowd. That is all in the 2022 calendar year. They have actually 2 extra wins, but they played versus one another, so I'm not going to count those, obviously.
Okay, yeah.
But their 4 wins versus the EU4 in Corp when it was Itachi, Nali, and Astral. Not a huge win. Versus Gen.G at the main event. Not that great. Versus Endpoint at the main event. Not that great, right? Not that great. And versus the club. They have literally beat no top team ever in front of the crowd. When Daniel and Beast Mode, they pop off, they paired their stats, they do what they need to do. They do that on Thursday, Friday.
Well, I'll say
when it gets to the weekend, they don't show up.
They haven't even done that yet because they didn't have the stats yesterday. But Beast Mode did.
I don't want to add fuel. We're talking about in front of a crowd, but Daniel currently, after day 1, the lowest rated player at the event. They won a series. There's teams that are 0-6 right now in games. They're 1-1, 5-6 in game win-loss. He's the 48th rated player after the first day.
I would love to keep talking about this. I know that the players would love us to stop talking about it. They will have time to prove themselves differently later on here, folks. Now we have been making we've been making a prediction battle. We've been referencing it multiple times on this desk, but the people in chat are going, "What's going on?" Here's how things are going currently right now in the prediction contest. You get a point. You get a point if you get it right. That's how it works. So the coin currently sitting in dead last, as it should be.
So far behind though that I can just look at on 10 points.
All right, I just want to say something. Let's just stop here. Let me just take over for a second. Listen, chat, you and me, we're teamed up for the rest of the way because I'm starting to hear something. Daniel started off slow. I'm starting off slow. Chat, you're starting off slow. And we're going to pick up the coin, too. So by the conclusion of this weekend, conclusion weekend, chat, we're all going to slowly make our way back up to the top. They have us in the first half. They have us on the first day, but it won't last that much longer. We're making a comeback now.
And one thing I want to point out, Hercules was the only one that was all Corp before, besides, of course, Gen.G with Daz and G2 with T-Bates. She did switch. She switched to the Falcons. Everyone else is still on Corp.
I will say as well, this is not in alphabetical order. This is in strength of prediction as well.
No.
Yeah, because Wavefunk's all the way down
there.
Either.
I don't someone's got to be down there. Okay, I picked W, and that's on me. So
I don't know. Chat though, you're slacking. Chat's at
Come
9.
on, chat. You got to pick it up here.
That's rough.
Chat, you're going to have some chances to get your predictions up as you take a look at the alternate stream. You're going to have to predict on both streams if you want to get your record up here. The alternate stream, twitch.tv/RL Esports, or you can just go to the Rocket League Esports YouTube channel. They got both streams going on there. They're going to kick things off with OG versus Vitality. That match is getting started here momentarily, so make sure you've got that pulled up. Here on the main stream, we're going to have Luminosity versus Limitless to close out round 3 here. Furia and Gen.G will also play right before that. But to start things for the day, Former world champs team BDS taking on the champions of OCE. We heard from the players a little bit earlier with Leaf. They are now moments away from getting on the pitch.
Yeah, wasn't too happy with that Leaf interview. Not sure where he got those questions from, but BDS, they had a bit of a topsy-turvy day number one. Obviously, dropping down to Gentlemates, who, for mine, didn't look that good after the first qualifier over in Europe, but got the win. BDS, they get a great chance to bounce back and get some momentum.
One thing you have to credit with BDS is a lot of people counted them out. They thought maybe you're 4th or 5th best at the beginning of this year. They came out, they were clear number 2 in Europe. Yesterday, they did not show that. It is a brand new day. We'll see if BDS can bounce back. Obviously, Monkey Moon, back-to-back grand finalist in the Spring Major and then at the World Championship, and obviously has a World Champion title for himself as well. So Monkey Moon, he's been here before. He knows how to win. Let's see if they can pick it up. But Exotic, one of those big players like Alvatira, completely exploded K-Corp. So Exotic moves over to BDS and continues to challenge that number 1 seed of Europe.
And Exotic was, in some people's minds, CJ, was it in your mind the best player on
player
BDS?
online, yeah.
Best player online at BDS. Yesterday against Gentlemates, he only averaged 267, only scored 2.25 goals per game. You expect him to be much more of a callous on offense, pushing the tempo, helping out Dryly, this young man in particular. Okay, he arguably is the best player at BDS at the moment.
I mean, we saw him pop off during the qualifiers online, and I questioned whether he can do it on LAN. Obviously, he's still so new to the scene, onto a top team, but he stepped up. The highest rated player there for BDS, and I'm not sure if that's I think we want Monkey Moon to be up there as a highest rated player, so he's performing.
All right, well, on the other side here, many have said it's the strongest team OCE has ever sent, and they're having a good time in here too, CJ.
Yeah, I think it's certainly the strongest OCE, I guess the strongest team OCE has sent in a long time. Torsos, the absolute veteran, and you got Banana Head. So basically it's power of last season, but you lose Amphis, you gain that man right there from Pioneers. Banana Head, they had the perfect 3 qualifiers back in OCE.
And OCE, high praise for that, because when you go perfect in OCE, it does not happen often. The only time it's happened prior to this was Season 5. Chiefs went perfect through the regular season and through their playoff run. But in RLCS history, that's the only other time. And Torsos, that was, 5 years ago, and he was on that team as well. So he's been around forever. This is his 12th LAN. He knows how to play in front of crowd. Well, so I shouldn't say crowds, because normally they don't make top 8. And that is their main goal, though, is to make top 8. It's been a while. There's been a dry spell, but if there is a team to do it, it would be Power.
Yeah, you'd be thinking around 5 minimum for them, a top 8. It's all about matchups, though, in the Swiss stage.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
Banana Head, that man is the only player on the team who has beaten BDS before. He has swept Monkey Moon back at the Spring Major. So he knows he can do it. He can get the job done, but they're massive underdogs here. They have to be.
Well, we'll see what the recipe for success is for Power. Like, as the chat gets their votes in, hashtag BDS, hashtag PWR, we can start to talk about how we feel like this match is going to go as well. I mean, what is the thing for the fans that have woken up early enough or late enough or whatever time it is for them?
It's pretty late.
Pretty late.
2 in the morning, maybe?
2 in the morning?
Okay.
So yeah, that's not perfect late. Is it too late or is it too early?
It's midnight. It's perfect. There'll be people up and about right now. So for those back at home, for the OCE fans,
what is the recipe for a victory here for Power?
I think they've just got to play their game. You cannot let BDS get involved. Drelly's got so much mech confidence. I think if they can pin them against the wall, you don't want to be losing to OCE. So game 1 is crucial.
All right. Well, folks, tell us who you think is going to win at home. We'll let you know who we think is going to win up here as well. Make our picks. CJ, I know you love every member of this Power team. So, what'll it be?
Yeah, I'm going BDS. I think that obviously my heart is with the Power Boys, but this is a massitive round. Are you that disappointed in me?
I'm very disappointed in you.
I'm winning this prediction contest.
I want you to lose it. That's why we're tied
for
for first. So
I think BDS should be too good.
Yeah, I'm going to go BDS as well. OC, their last 3 lands, they're 5-14 as a region. They're 5 wins, 3 versus SSA, 1 versus APAC, 1 versus OC. They haven't beat any of the top regions, so they're not going to do it here.
BDS.
BDS is looking strong. I also have BDS. The coin blue is BDS in this situation. Power is orange, and they go orange on this one. The coin says that OC's got another upset in their books here. Let's see how.
Coin.
Let's see. Someone's listen. If no one's got Power, the coin's got Power. So how's chat feeling about it? Are there many people awake? Not
35.
Quite.
Okay.
That's
pretty good.
This is good.
Yeah.
for a match that you think it's more one-sided than that?
It should be 80-20.
Yes, it is way more one-sided than that.
Well, the players have said there's enough shenanigans up here. They have said we are ready to play. So let's get the first match of the day kicked off. Former world champs going up against one of the most dominant teams the region has ever seen. It's BDS versus Power to kick off day number 2.
As strong as Oceania has been, as strong as Power has been this season, they run into a powerhouse in Team BDS. But it's a BDS squad, Johnny, that hasn't looked as strong as we might have anticipated based on their performance in the qualifiers.
Oh, yeah, not even close. You know, BDS looked vulnerable, and if Power's opening game against Gen.G yesterday's anything to go by, I would not be surprised if they win this one. You know, they really do have to just completely go all in aggressive. Banana Head has beaten Monkey Moon on land before. In fact, he swept him on land before. That was spring 2022. I'd love to see the Power Boys show up huge today and really throw another region into the mix. They're 1-1 already, but that's by beating their own region. So we need to see them do it against EU as well.
All eyes on Banana Head here for Power with his record-tying performance yesterday. See if anybody else can kind of help him out. It is Torsos into the mix early.
Ooh.
Fever right there on the doorstep, but the door shut by Exotic as well. Lateral pass out. Torsos has that one blocked away by Monkey Moon, and Exotic will clear.
Yeah, I like the early signs of aggression here coming out of Power, though. They are not holding back on these wall reads, these 50-50s. They're definitely going for this one. They've got to play for the win against BDS. BDS, if there is a weakness for them, is they're getting stuck in defense. And sometimes be awkward. Nice overhead clear there by Fever. Had to really stretch up for that one. Likewise did Monkey Moon, and now Torsos has a free shot. It's not going to go in, but into the middle now for Banana Head. He's actually tested the goalie well. These are good passing plays by Power. It's a bit BDS under pressure.
Not exactly what Team BDS would have expected coming out of the gates. I mean, it is kind of easy to just kind of meme on OCE like, all right, well, they never beat anybody. Well, they've at least put up a fight here in the first minute and a half, and they've got BDS on the back foot. Fever got a big chunk of Monkey Moon, and Banana Head could not get the shot to go. Just a little bit too slow to it. Torsos, though, did grab that midfield boost ahead of Exotic. That hinders his efforts, and Torsos, good win, but nobody else forward.
A nice beat by Jirali. That's going to put Banana Head under pressure. He's got to get up for this. He does. And it looks like he could read the late arrival of Jirali, so he took his time, got that ball safely into the corner. This is promising, though, for Power. They could definitely do it with a goal. But, oh, they're in trouble now. Astrali rattles across for Monkey Moon. Couldn't get there quickly enough to shoot it in. And the follow-up save does come through for Power. That was scary. Probably the scariest moment of the game so far. But they have held on 0-0.
Well, and you'd back Drala to score that as well. It's unfortunate for BDS that he came up just a little bit off. This Fever's got to bring that to the corner. He had Monkey Moon all over him. Got that past Drowley, though. And now Banana Head caught out, so Fever's got to bail him out, and he does.
This is where BDS do their best work, though, in that final third. They cut off interception, they cut off clears, they intercept passes, but now Power have broken free. Chance to the other end. They are trading blows with BDS, who have yet to really show their online form at this event. Yesterday, they lost to Gentlemates, a team that they have handled pretty easily online the last couple of meetings. BDS not looking like themselves. Power could capitalize.
Shots are 6 apiece, and to no surprise, Banana Head's got 5 of them for Power. But nothing has gone through just yet. Monkey Moon catching that instead of letting it go to the corner. He hits a demo for his effort.
Oh,
and then Banana Head almost caught Exotic, who makes an acrobatic reflex save. And now here comes Drowley.
Yeah, good catch there by Drowley as well. Exotic could not get that ball clear by himself. Did well enough to just keep it out the back of the net. And like you mentioned, Banana Head has been active. He's been aggressive. He has seen a lot of the chances. Fever's been holding it down in defense for Power as well. OCE showing up so far against the EU 2 seed. There's not many times in recent history you could say that. Power, the top team coming out of OCE. Maybe the strongest team we've seen coming out of OCE in the open era.
You go back to maybe before kind of everything shut down as Monkey Moon is blocked by Fever. Opportunity for Drowley. Second touch drops right onto Torsos. And then Fever has that away from Exotic. It was a ground zero team with the likes of Amphis that looked like they might have been poised to kind of take that next step for OCE, and it just never came to pass because they then didn't get to play internationally, and it felt like OCE took Major steps backwards. Now they are lunging at Team BDS. Banana Head was denied again. He's got 7 shots now, none of which that have gone through, but it's all that pressure. Torsos getting a second touch to try and set up a teammate. It's Fever who dumps it right back in. Team BDS might have to defend this entire last 30 seconds if Drolly can't do anything, and he can't.
Yeah, only Monkey Moon had boost for a second there. Exotic's backed off to grab 100 of his own. So impressed by the speed of this Power lineup. BDS have completely blitzed so many teams in Europe this split. But Power have matched the man some, but now here comes Drally. Exotic bumping Tarsos. Tarsos with a huge save in a 1v2, and the counterattack might be on for Power.
Oh, the closing seconds looking desperate for Power all of a sudden, but now we go to overtime. A scoreless regulation, though BDS, they had that numbers advantage at the end. You've got to convert those.
And now possession for Power from the half flip kickoff, but BDS are all over them. They're closed the gap. Fever continuing to play a phenomenal third man role in this game. The amount of times he's collected the ball and gotten it past multiple BDS players. Continue to do work for Power. Oh, there's the miss though. Oh, it's a disastrous whiff for Power after such a solid game. It ends in travesty as Tarsos didn't get the ceiling read, ran out of boost, and Exotic was there to score the open net. 1-0, and yeah, BDS get the job done in overtime.
It only happened to Power twice during the qualifying stage in Oceania, getting scored on in OT, but they concede here in the worst way. A whiff and the open net from Exotic, and it's Team BDS that survives a scare in game 1. But you look at the way that game ended, Johnny, and you're looking at, well, is that the way you really want to win your first game of the day?
I mean, the chances Power had, they were really good chances. I mean, Banana Head there faked Exotic off the plane, nearly got a shot off that would have caused Exotic some trouble. I think Banana Head maybe rushing a little bit with his shot. Some of the placement could have been better, and then it all ended with a bad read by Tarsos. Of course, he knew he had to get up quickly there, or it would have been, just completely beaten to the ball. But yeah, overall, I'm impressed by that showing from Power. BDS have cleaned up a lot of their mistakes from yesterday as well. No double commits today, at least none that were disastrous. So if Power can keep this level, I think they are definitely in with a shot at top 8, which is really what this team's going for. But they've got to, really just start slotting those opportunities. There were 7 shots, like I said, for Banana Head, and he didn't hit the top corner with any of them.
Right, and Drolly had some really good looks. You had BDS as a whole certainly had maybe the higher quality of chances that they just did not finish. And again, at this stage, doesn't matter who you're facing, you've got to be able to finish.
Yeah.
BDS finally did on one that was gifted to them. So it's a win, you can feel good about it, but maybe not as good as if you had maybe dropped 4 goals in regulation.
Yeah, now Power are right back to a tie, obviously. Fresh start. They need to be careful here not to let their foot off that accelerator at all. They need to keep going because it was the aggression, it was the fight for the midfield, it was the pace that they were able to keep up that I think gave them a good chance in the matchup. And now Monkey Moon breaks the deadlock early. BDS up by 1. Monkey Moon dusts Fever, nails the double, 1-0.
That's more like it. You get an opportunity above the net. I mean, Power wasn't really contesting many of those double tap efforts. It was more fortune that Drowley wasn't on target. Monkey Moon converts this time, and now Power's got to answer when they weren't able to score at all with the benefit of a short overtime. Torsos beaten there. Fever just rolled it up to Monkey Moon, and possession looking a little hairy here as Drowley's got an easy save. That lateral pass intercepted. Here comes BDS. Bang! Exotic, top left.
And it's just, again, too easy for BDS there. As Banana Head shoots straight at the goalie, Fever concedes possession, and poor Tarsos left alone at the back in a 1v2. And that shot was just too good. Top bins for Exotic. And that was just routine for BDS. Power need to make it more difficult than that.
And if more of those keep flowing in, all that optimism that Power and Oceania collectively had is going to go by the wayside. Drolly, floater, it's a little high, and Banana Head had to save it away. That one bar down and not cleaned up just yet. But Team BDS almost look like they're playing with their food at this point.
Yeah, it's just better for BDS than, you know, a bit of a messy performance yesterday against Gentlemates. I think they maybe took a bit of a warm-up day there by the looks of things, but now they look to be quite difficult to break down. Those opportunities which were popping up a lot for Power in Game 1 are now few and far between. As BDS start to just make that stand at the midfield. Here's Exotic, just blocked by Fever. He needs to be that third man for this Power squad. He needs to do so much in defense if we're going to let Banana Head run around rampant up front like he did in that first game.
And that is Banana Head's role too, but he's missed the save there. Falling into the net is Torsos to bail him out, but another one, Fever's got that one collected up by the backboard. I mean, Banana Head's got to be the guy who's running around getting demos, stealing boost in the BDS zone. Can't do that if he's stuck at the back end. Fever looking for Banana Head across the field. Was able to steal some, but again, nothing of any consequence. Drowley going low. Yeah, you talked about this kind of on the way here, Johnny, how, you know, yeah, BDS looked vulnerable coming into today, but they always have that ability to kind of flip the switch.
Yeah.
And a team like Power might have been a perfect opponent for them because there's a lot less pressure. They're not under as much duress, and they haven't been punished for their missed opportunities.
I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's the same as what happened in the first event, first open qualifier of the season in Europe. BDS were swept in Swiss by Gentlemates, and then they made all the way into the semi-final anyway, went Game 7 OKC. So, you know, one day to the next, BDS can really change their tune. And they're looking good in this play as well. It's Exotic and Monkey Moon against Banana Head, and that proves to be too much of a mismatch. Exotic pushes it right behind the bump, which connected on the goalie.
Yeah, poor Banana Head getting a dose of his own medicine. He really is the only defender there. Fever's not going to get there in time. He gets knocked into the goal. The ball follows. And a 3-0 lead now for Team BDS after struggling to light the lamp at all in regulation of Game 1. Torsos trying to get their first goal of the series. Not going to happen. And Drowley has it out for Team BDS, who look to be in complete control in Game 2.
And it's a good start for Europe on the A stream. It's also a good start for Europe on the B stream. Vitality taking Game 1 against OG by 5-1, and Game 2 is also going their way. I was about to tell you it's 2-1, but I just heard some French yelling, so I think it might actually be 3. Indeed it is, 3-1. It's very easy to tell when these guys score. They're not too far away from us.
Yeah, they are about, what, 10 feet away from us right now. It's crazy. Oh, Monkey Moon left it for Exotic, and Banana Head there with the save, and Power yet again forced into their own zone. They are just getting smothered by Team BDS. 13 shots for BDS, only 2 for Power, and another going in for Drowley. Give him his first goal of the series, and it is pouring.
I think that's the second time this game that Power have just slammed the ball into the sidewall when no one is ready to follow up, and I mean, that's what happens. It's not a bad pass if you've got a teammate behind you ready to move into the play, but when your last man's doing it, when you're, you know, disconnecting your players on the pitch, it's just not going to work. I mean, Game 1, they had their chances. They didn't take them. Game 2, they haven't really had any chances, and BDS are clinical with theirs. This is a scary sight, not just for Power, but for the rest of the tournament as well, because if BDS do show up, we all know they are a contender to win this whole thing.
Yeah, this is the kind of confidence-building series that a team like BDS is going to rely on, as Exotic brings that all the way back. It's just, they're almost dribbling circles around Team Power right now. Exotic can't line up the double with Fever in the way, and the only drama left here on Forbidden Temple is what will the final score be. Banana Head finally breaks the shutout. It won't be a perfect sweep, but it's of little consolation right now for the Australians.
Well, they got one, so that's something. And I'm curious to see if they actually go for some kind of kickoff goal here. They've had some sneaky strats. They could try and fake this and get a goal immediately. And they're not going to do that, so they might be saving those sneaky strats for next game. If they've decided that 3 goals in 18 seconds is probably going to be a bit too much to hope for. Yeah, they've got to clean it up in defense a little bit. The first game lost from a mistake, from an isolated last man running out of boost and missing a read off the ceiling. Second game lost by a whole host of mistakes as they conceded possession a bit too easily and really lost control of the game too early. BDS coasted to a 4-1 win.
5 unanswered goals in the series for Team BDS. Spearheaded, of course, by Exotic, who has been brilliant. He's got 3 of them. Power does add one in garbage time at the end, but BDS absolutely coasting through this first series of the day. 14 shots when all is said and done. Power got most of their shots, Johnny, in maybe the last minute and a half when the game just felt out of reach.
Yeah, it didn't really happen for them in this game. Monkeyman opened the scoring, beating Fever to the ball. Fever's been that consistent defender for Power so far this series, so I mean that's a pretty big win there for Monkeyman to get over the top of him cleanly. And from there on, it was pretty much all PDS as they started to get into that comfort zone. A couple of down the line passing goals. Obviously, this one's just more of a goal steal by Drally. I want to see Power being a little bit more careful committing to the BDS back corner. 'Cause if you are going to go into that back corner of BDS, you need to be very, very careful. So that's his 1,000. Well, he's been playing it quite a while here, Monkeyman. 1,012 career regular season game. He's just passed K-Dop, the consensus GOAT for a lot of fans, a lot of analysts. I would put myself in there as well, honestly. You can't deny Monkeyman's longevity. He has been at the top of Europe since the Open era began.
I mean, and a lot of these guys, you go back to the original BDS squad, I mean, they, both Extra and Monkey Moon at some point had kind of credited K-Dop as being part of their inspiration for pursuing all of this. And for Monkey Moon to surpass their GOAT is quite the accomplishment. Congratulations to him, and of course a 2-game lead, and maybe about to be 3, as they're off and running in game 3. Exotic kicks it off.
Oh, that's just a great play by Monkeyman to get the ball straight into an open net position for Exotic. Just lobbing it over the last defender. Power had their initial challenge demoed out the position, which makes it really difficult for the third man. You've got to decide, do you dive and hope to get a touch, or do you go back and now you're in a 1v2? It's Exotic again. He's going to go off the crossbar to Monkeyman, and it's 2-0. And it's just too simple for BDS, who are getting better and better with every passing game.
Just looks like a Harlem Globetrotters layup line. Nope, we'll throw it off the backboard. Defense can't do anything about it. And Monkey Moon, they just kind of decide at the last, all right, do you want it? Nah, you take it. 2-0.
And yeah, it's up to Power now to really try and get something out of this game. We always talk about how important the games are, the individual games in Swiss, but the more they press, the more they concede. Exotic makes it 3. This is starting to get ugly, as Power's Game 1 hopes are a distant memory at this point. BDS are looking pretty scary all of a sudden. This is more like the online BDS we expected to show up in Copenhagen.
That sound you hear is CJ in the green room covering his eyes with his hand, saying, if I don't see it, it's not happening. But it is indeed happening. Power might get one here. Exotic kept that one out too. Boy, if you're not going to score there, are you ever going to? That is an incredible save, and it just prolongs the frustration for Team Power.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, Exotic's done really well there to get a save, but man, you do want to see something for Power. You want to see some fight in them. You want to see any kind of close game. It's always a shame to see, a promising start completely fizzle. And they're going to get one though. Banana Head with a nice slot across the goal. That was perfectly placed to get away from the goalkeeper. Well done with a lob pass, in fact. That's a great shot by Banana Head, and a lot of time to work with. Do Power have it in them?
More of that, please, as Banana Head hits double-digit goals for the Swiss stage. Gonna need a lot more out of him, and frankly, he's gonna need some help. Exotic, indirect for himself. No, he let it go, and now Drally just throws one up high. Banana Head's got it away. But the more they keep Banana Head at the back, the more confident BDS can feel, because again, not much gets done on the offensive end without Banana Head's fingerprints all over it. That somehow skips through, and then Drally floats it home. Monkey Moon with the last touch. It was on its way in anyways, 4-1.
Well, everybody covered Monkey Moon on that play. Nobody played the ball, and Monkey Moon, with a bump on the last defender, actually ends up getting the goal anyway. BDS have not held back. I think after a slightly slower start in the early game, they just settled into this and realized, well, actually, I reckon we can just go all guns blazing and get a pretty good matchup for ourselves. Exotic demos 1, Drally slots it for 5, and look at the time left. This could be an absolute blowout.
Second time we've seen BDS with that numbers advantage, and Exotic leading the way for Drowley this time. When it rains, it pours. It is torrential at this point for Team Power. They just cannot get out from under this massive weight put on them by Team BDS.
Yeah, I think with that last play by Exotic tells you just how comfortable BDS are feeling at this moment. They're just waiting for this round to be over so they could find out who their 2-1 match is going to be against later on today.
You know, it's got to be frustrating for Power too. I mean, we just saw them try the same kind of play, get a guy running downfield, can't actually get the bump, so the shot is blocked. And when BDS tries it, it works to perfection.
Yeah.
It has to be incredibly infuriating having all of that go against you. It feels like the universe is against you at that point.
Yeah, the bad news for Power is that going 0-3 here would put them at a -2 win-loss. And that's where we're headed. Exotic makes it 6. BDS cannot be stopped. As yeah, Power almost, I think they're all smiling to themselves a little bit here as they've realized their own fate. With 2 minutes and 16 seconds left to go in the game, almost half the game to go, and this one is about as good as over as you're ever going to see. You know, if you're looking at those teams who are in the 0-2 right now, who could be coming up to play against Power? I mean, it could be LG, Elevate, Pioneers. I can't be Pioneers, actually. They've already played Pioneers.
Right.
Limitless. You know, I think they would fancy their chances in those matchups. But if you're going to get one of those, you need to be higher up in the seeding. So they're going to be relying on G2 to sweep Rule 1, essentially, later on today. If you're an OCE fan, you're going to want G2 to sweep Rule 1, because that would keep Rule 1 below Power in the overall standings. And it would give Power a slightly easier matchup in the 4th round of Swiss. Complexity as well, you could really use, if you are an OCE Rocket League fan. You want KC to sweep Complexity, you want G2 to sweep Rule 1. I think that gives Power a matchup like a Luminosity Gaming or an Elevate instead of another one of the big teams.
And then from there, if you can get to round 5, which, you know, some of these OCE players, they take that the way things have gone. You at least give yourself a shot, and anything can happen in round 5. Torsos may add one here. Nope, of course not. Monkey Moon in the way. The only question now is, can BDS get a 7th goal here? They got plenty of time to do so, and they've had plenty of opportunities. 8 shots to just the 5 from Team Power as we hit the final minute, which seems like little more than a formality. Team BDS absolutely brought it today when there were a lot of question marks about, all right, what are the vibes like now with this team when things didn't go quite to plan yesterday? They've answered a lot of those questions now. Exotic almost added another. Nobody there to follow it up as Banana Head made the save.
Yeah, it was a good save as well. Banana Head trying to keep this at 6. Working on those overall goal differential statistics, which is not a tiebreaker in the Swiss format, so don't worry about the 6-1 loss for Power, should it stay like this. And you know, while the 3rd game on the B stream looks to be a bit closer than this one, which is eventually 7-1 for BDS, it is much the same. Vitality 1-0 up in that 3rd game over OG, already 2-0 up in games. EU looking to go 6-0 at the start of day 2.
Meta question for you. Is that not the most tilting goal explosion to see on the other side?
It could be, although there's a few of them. You know, there's a few of them that are up there. I feel like for Power it might be at this point, the most tilting.
Yeah, they're sick of seeing balloons at this point. They will not see any more. 7-1, Brazil in the clincher for Team BDS. I spoke too soon. The BDS logo. 8-1. Team BDS are 2-1. As dominant as you could ask for.
Yeah, I think Exotic had a harder time hanging up his headset than he did winning that last game there. What a result for BDS to start day 2 with a real statement. I mean, as much as that damages Power's win-loss, that's going to really help BDS. They are right back to the top of, well, the top half rather. Not quite at the 2-0, not undefeated. Looking scary for whoever they have to play against next. Yeah, a bit sheepish there, Power. I don't think they could be too disappointed with a 3-0 loss. You know, I'm sure they wanted to play BDS closer than 8-1 in game 3. But they need to just focus on their deep run here. They need to go through all 5 rounds of Swiss if they're going to make top 8. Easier matchup next, guaranteed. And then round 5, who knows? At that point, you could be facing one of the teams starting off today undefeated, who's on a downward spiral, or you could be running into another team who's had a bit of an up and down journey through Swiss like yourselves. It's one series at a time for Power. I think, the next one, I think they're going to have a good chance. We have to wait and see what the matchup's going to be. And like I said earlier, if you are rooting for Power, if you want an easier matchup for them, you want KC and G2 to sweep their matchups later on today.
I love how we're almost forecasting Power to get into that 5th round, like it's a formality that they'll win their 4th round matchup. As we look back at the Mobile One High Performance replay from the series presented by Team BDS. It was an absolute masterclass. They had a numbers advantage. After game 1, they took it. Team BDS are 2-1, and Leaf is standing by with Coach Cassio.
That I am Stacks. Down here now with Cassio, whose team is 2-1. It's, not done for the Swiss stage yet, but at least being positive must feel good for the squad.
Yeah, definitely. We are really happy that we could get in 2-1 situation. So we are looking forward for whether we're going to play next to try and qualify.
Tell me about the vibes for the squad in general, because it's been a while since we've had a live event, right? There's been many months in between this and the last one. Has the squad adjusted and acclimated very well? Has it been an easy adjustment?
Yeah, I think we are still trying to acclimate a bit. It's the first major of Dread, so obviously there is things that just need experience for him to be able to be comfortable with everything. But except that, I think we take it like game per game, series per series, and then it gets better every time we play. So yeah, it's going good so far.
Is there any specific challenges for you as a coach that you've had to learn to overcome when dealing with a new player that hasn't dealt with LAN experience before? What's this process been like for you?
Sometimes it's a bit hard because we are all individuals and we react to stuff differently. For the stress management, obviously, from my experience, Drali and me, we didn't react kind of the same towards it. So you always need to adapt to each player about it. There is no a way to be with everyone. It doesn't work. So you gotta adjust. And yeah, so it's been a bit challenging to find the right words, the right way to work with everything. But we are trying all of our best to do it. So it's going good.
It is going good so far. So what you're doing, is it exciting or stressful to have to deal with those new challenges?
It's a bit stressful and exciting at the same time. It's stressful because sometimes you play not to lose more than to really dominate the team in front of you. Especially with minor regions, sometimes you feel that you can underestimate them a bit. And if you do that, then the series is gonna be much harder for you and the team. So you gotta respect everyone, to be honest.
I just want to ask you finally then about the European region in general. Everyone talked about how far ahead and dominating they're going to be, but we've seen a couple teams lose matches, specifically the big bads in Corp. Do you feel like EU maybe isn't as far ahead as everyone might have thought to the other regions, or do you still believe it?
I think Europe is still a bit far ahead. It's not too much, but I think we're still a bit better. But in LAN context, everyone can do crazy stuff. We've seen minor region being able to go in final, semi-final, beat some of the best teams in the world. So if you start thinking you're the top of the world, then and you're fine with that, then you're already going down. Right, so you gotta stay focused, and yeah, you gotta stay doing your hardest against everyone.
You can't get too overconfident, right?
Oh, exactly. If you do that, it's good to have confidence, but if you have too much, then you're just gonna get surprised some point and tilt. So.
Exactly. Hey, well, Cassio, thank you so much and congratulations on the win and good luck on the rest of your matches in Swiss. Speaking of, we got more. We're only hanging out here on day 2. So much more Rocket League coming your way. Up next, it's going to be G2 versus Rule 1.
Europe pulverizes their competition to start the day. BDS over Power, Vitality over OG on the alternate stream. Both of them in sweeps and not even close sweeps. These were very one-sided matches.
Yeah, keeping the schedule moving along, but it's the same story though. So yeah, I feel like game number one, they're right in it, and then that big mistake happens. Torsos doesn't make the touch, and then it's a complete whitewash.
It just tilts off, yeah. And it's one of those things where I hope on the desk when I'm bold and saying OC like they have no chance. I'm hoping I'm wrong. I think we all hope that we see OC back in the top 8, but right now it's a little bit tough. They did have a tough opponent though. You have to give credit BDS. They had to be angry from that 1-1 beginning. So we'll see what happens going forward, but this series just wasn't it.
It really wasn't it. BDS, they came out the ball out, and that is exactly what they did. Power CJ, OCE, but they might not still be there, but I'll give you this, though. We do have them. You and me both have them at least making it to round 5, the 2-2 setup, and if they get the right matchup, they could make a top 8.
We'll see if they can do it here, folks. That is 2 of our matches done for the day. We got a lot of Rocket League ahead of us, so make sure you stay in your seats here. But we can take another look at how things went down here. There was some flashes of brilliance for Power that just didn't quite hold up here.
I mean, that whiff right there really doesn't touch on how well I think Power played in those first 5 minutes. They were in regular time in game 1. Power and BDS were kind of going back and forth, and nobody really had a foothold in each other's half. But then that whiff then set up the game 2, and game 2 you just see it all start spiraling.
I mean, it's just been a problem with OCE. It feels like you're just waiting for the damn wall to break, and when it breaks, it's not the fact that they're getting swept, it's just the way they're losing as well. You look at this final game, conceding 6 goals. It's just not the way you want to go out.
And it's hard because you have to press when you're the underdog. You have to make that favorite feel a little bit uncomfortable, but what really happened was 2 would press, turn it to 2v1 spots. They would go for demos, clear out that last member on defense. Huh? Yep, and just padding stats here at the end. Monkey Moon scores a lot of those goals when they don't matter, but he enjoys it.
Well, Power will have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. Take some time to mentally reset. I mean, CJ, you've been in this spot before. Like when you have a match like this go down, you have to play again later on. As a professional player, how do you mentally reset?
Well, you have to. I mean, they could be playing 3 series today if it goes all the way to round 5. So it's a massive day. They're going to be disappointed with just the way they lost, not the fact that they did lose to BDS. But I mean, that's why you got coaches and a support network there on Team Power. So I'm sure they'll be able to bounce back. And Swiss, it's all about matchups. So we'll see how they go next time.
I do appreciate the minor insult that you go to him after a loss. Like, oh, yeah,
the amount of people that go, CJ, you lose a lot.
Yeah, you lose a lot.
CJ's the only person on this desk that's actually been a professional Rocket League player. How do you feel about this?
I still think I got a couple W's, but I wouldn't call myself a professional.
Not quite there, folks. We got a few more games to go today. Actually, this schedule is deceitful. It looks like there's only 3 more left to go. There's 5 more on our stream and 3 more after this broadcast on the alternate stream. Twitch.tv/RL Esports, or go to the Rocket League's YouTube channel. You can watch these matches going down. Carmine Corp versus Complexity coming up here. They'll be getting started in like 5 minutes or so on the alternate stream. You can catch that one over there. On our stream, though, we got 3 more matches before we are done with round 3 and set up for round 4. We will see Furia play Gen.G and Luminosity play Limitless for their tournament lives down there. But in a 1-on-1 matchup here, let's get back to the Army. G2 looking to continue on after yesterday. A heartbreaking loss to Gen.G. They're taking on Rule 1.
And Bates, you were angry about G2 yesterday with that Gen.G match, so I want you to just preach. You have the floor. Go for it.
Let's
go. Come on, hype them up. Let's go, G2. Come on.
The good thing about G2 Stride right now is that they're finally on the A stream. You finally get to see Daniel Beast Mode Atomic on Twitch.tv/Rocket League here at the Copenhagen Major. And listen, they started off really slow yesterday. I think the only person that really played up to par was Beast Mode. I'm looking at the captain here in my eyes, Atomic, the longest tenured player on this G2 Stride roster. You want him to really ball out. I call him the best midfielder in the game for a reason, because he makes all of his teammates, he elevates them on every aspect. Everything's so much easier. Everything's so much more simple when he has the ball. He didn't do that yesterday, though, and I need him to step up because Daniel started off real slow.
Yeah, it just felt like yesterday they were just letting the game unfold, letting it play out. They weren't going out to win. We saw it in the Pioneers series, and then in Gen.G as well. They just sat back.
But Beast Mode is one of those players. I said he's not a LAN player. I expect him to do great things this year. I do think that Beast Mode is a wonderful player. He really showed up at Gamers 8. That's not a 3v3 tournament, but still, he got some of that LAN clutchness under him. So Beast Mode, he carried yesterday. He's gonna need help today. Daniel, we talked about it earlier. CJ, really quick, just bring up the numbers.
Yep, he didn't score a single goal. 8 games, the lowest rated player at the event, and that has to be, for me, the story of day number 1. I had him number 2 for the whole tournament going in for a play. I thought G2 would really step up, top 4, top 2 in the tournament. He did not show up yesterday, Bates.
He didn't show up yesterday. He scored 0 goals in 2 series. You would never expect that for somebody who was tied 13th, I believe, in goals in NA across all time. So you expect him to perform right here, and I believe that he will.
On the other side of things, the second seed from the Middle East here, trying to make a statement, trying to show that this region is a 2-team region, and they got a good win yesterday over Elevate. They started off the day, though, against Gentlemates, who apparently are stronger than we think.
That is fair. That is fair. That first round match versus them looks a little bit better now on paper, but Elevate, a team from APAC, you expect Rule 1 to have a little bit more of a comfortable time, but Elevate, the momentum was going, and they were close to making that a 5-game match. So Rule 1, I still think there's a lot of question marks around this team, and today's the last day to answer them.
I mean, the positive they have, you look at Calvin and Ahmad, when Mina entered the scene, they beat G2 back in Sweden at the 4 major, RLCS 21-22. So they've got a little bit of that. There's a bit of history. I know it's some different players on both sides, but Ahmad, look, I know we're talking about now, we'll get to him in a moment, but he was the 5th highest rated player yesterday, so he was still stepping up and having his moments, but it did feel a lot of like the Ahmad Now Post show. We didn't quite see it from Khaled, but I mean, we'll bring up the Now Post stats in a second. That was insane.
I mean, CJ, you talk about it 2 years years ago. 2 years ago, they did win. You know who was on the call? Johnny. You know who's on the call right here? Johnny. Speaking of the young...
Do you want me to give you the stats for now, Pote? Let me tell you about his day
Talk
number
to
one.
me.
Number one in score per game. The number one rated player at the event. Number 3 in goals. Number 2 in assists. Number 2 in shots per game. And number 3 in goal participation. He has dominated day number one, albeit they're 1-1 in score.
Okay, you can be 1-1. When I wanted to pick out and highlight my player of the day yesterday, it was between Zen and Naupo. I went Zen just because I thought he played really, really well. But Naupo, in his first ever RLCS land, he has been performing, and you really do expect it. It's on Ahmed, it's on Khaled, the veterans, to help him out. Ahmed's been playing pretty solid, but Khaled, he's really got to pick up the pace. He can't just sit back there and camp in net.
These two teams, they have aspirations for a top 4 at the very least, or even winning this whole thing. So both of them have to bounce back after yesterday.
Who do you think is going to win, chat? Let us know. Hashtag G2, hashtag R1 here. And Gibbs, you know, you've been spitting a lot of G2 slander.
It's not slander when it's facts, but okay, go ahead.
Okay, can you at least acknowledge that, like, Beast Mode has turned a corner?
Yes, I agree. I think Beast Mode will be great. I'm saying World Championship Beast Mode, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. I think he will show up. Daniel was my MVP for North America. He hasn't shown it yet. I want them to show it. I do.
Do you think they show it here? Who you got?
I think they show it a little bit. They will win. They will win at the very least. I will pick them. I don't see Rule 1 being that competitive here because of that Elevate match. Has me questioning them. I'm not confident, though. G2.
G2 as well.
G2.
Yeah. Got lots of G2s. Just give me G2 on this one as well. G2 in blue for the coin. It's going to be Rule 1. Coin loves its underdogs today, so we'll see if they can go there. But so the recipe for victory here for Rule 1, is there what do they have to do to take down G2?
Rule 1, they're going to have to, like I said, really get Khaled involved in the offense. And if G2 plays like they did yesterday, where Daniel especially is playing really passive and they're not pre-jumping, they're not having fun with it, I think Rule 1 has a great chance in that. Naupo will force them to make mistakes because he's just that fast.
I mean, we were just saying Naupo was leading in all the stats, it seems like, up here. He's like the best player at the tournament, and yet we all predicted G2. I feel like if I'm a listener who's like sort of paying attention, I'm confused right now.
Well, we were talking about that it's a team game right now. All the 2-0 teams are 3-headed monsters. G2 did not show that, but we know they can. So I think most of us expect them to bounce back here.
Okay, well, we think G2 is going to win up here. You and chat mostly think G2 is going to win as well, but there's some Rule 1 support as well, and Rule 1 is excited to have a chance at the top dogs from North America. G2 on one side, Rule 1 on the other. Get up and get loud, folks. It's game day.
North America sits at 0-4 right now in the Swiss against Europe, Sam, and Mina. And now G2 takes on Rule 1. And Johnny, with all the attention on the top dogs like Beast Mode, like someone like Naupo, I think the key here is which sleeping giant is going to wake up between Daniel and Khaled.
Yeah, this could be the quality win for North America. It could be the quality win for G2. Now, outside of the team killed Gen.G over G2, their best win they've had is against Power. That was Gen.G as well yesterday. But now they're in with a chance to really get a quality win on the board. I think if G2 show up with the form that we saw yesterday, I think they struggle, but I don't think they will show up. I think they're going to improve. We've all seen what this team can do online. We just saw BDS regained between day 1 and 2, showing up like a different level of a team. I expect the same thing out of G2 here as well. I think they are going to win this series. I think they're going to look good doing it.
They get to redemption day for a lot of these teams, trying to show that day 1 was a little bit more of a fluke. Khaled's got this one swept out to the side. Atomic still right there. G2 trying to keep the pressure on as Daniel will slow it up. And he gave that one right to Ahmad. Now Naupo will give way to Khaled. Atomic is still there. G2 on the doorstep, but they can't break through the defensive Rule 1 just yet.
Yeah, G2 do have to be careful pressing forward. Rule 1, one of the most defensive teams in the tournament. Definitely a defensively sound team. That's a great fake by Beast Mode. Atomic shot it wide right, though, so it is going to naturally clear itself. Daniel getting active. This is what we want to see from him. And the irritable bump pass leads to Beast Mode, who sticks it top bins. That is more like it from G2. Daniel involved, and Beast Mode on the board.
Daniel with his 5th assist. Even though he's not scoring, he at least got one on the board for Beast Mode. Everything looked like slow motion there for Rule 1. It looked like they were just kind of biding their time, waiting for the shot, and then all of a sudden, the shot came in a lot hotter than they expected.
Yeah, Khaled's line of challenging was blocked by Daniel. He did a great job covering. Khaled's only line to go up and save that. The air dribble bump passes have definitely been popular. They've had big success, depending who's playing. Not so much success against Falcons, but you know, luckily for G2, Roas doesn't play for Rule 1, so I think they should be able to get the air dribble bump passes working. And here come Rule 1 with their first real look at the G2 goal, and it isn't the best look as G2 easily break free from defense.
Well, Khaled trying to get around Atomic. He's done so. There's the demo. Things open up maybe now for Rule 1. Khaled's got to scramble to that midfield boost. He's got it. And now he's going to have to use some of it as he waits on the ground. And Napo will take that instead. I would have wondered if maybe Khaled could have gone up the wall for that, but instead he plays a lot more passive, and it works out for Rule 1. Daniel, decent challenge to get that back over towards Atomic. And you just haven't felt like G2 have been threatened so far in the first half of Game 1.
Yeah, G2 haven't really been pressed, like you said. Rule 1 do play a lot of defense. Now here's a chance for them. As Ahmad and Naupo get going in a brief 2v1. Daniel's back to help out though. That will block Khaled's shot, and Naupo's follow-up also heavily blocked by G2, who are hitting the counter-attack now. Activity on the play there from Naupo. Could have gone for boost, but instead he just stayed active in the middle. He's really put himself in a tricky position there to help his teammates out.
Oh, Daniel. Oh, what a way to score his first. But it didn't happen there. Denied by Napo. Now beast mode. Challenged by Khaled. Daniel set it up for Atomic off the corner. Daniel at least keep it alive here. Atomic demo. Beast mode almost converts, but that's swept out as well. So while G2 keep the pressure on, all these scoring opportunities, they still only have one through. The problem for Rule 1 right now, they don't have a shot on goal. That might change here.
Yeah, they've not even one shot to 8 from G2. G2 did have a few arguments with the crossbar yesterday, so that might have bothered Atomic a little bit to hit the crossbar again. And then Beast Mode with a tough overhead read makes it good, but not the best clear actually. He's going to stay on the backboard, cover that to make sure Ahmad's double tap can't come through. And still no shot for G2, and what play on transition by G2. There's no shot for Rule 1, I meant to say. What a catch by Beast Mode, offload down the middle to Atomic. Khaled thought he was going to need to challenge Beast Mode there. Did not have any chance of getting back in time.
Here's left all alone in the midfield on an island. 1:15 to go. G2 slowly but surely pressing their advantage. Now Atomic stuffs that one right through Napo. And then he bumped him away, so now Daniel's shot on target, but Ahmad with the save. Now Beast Mode. He'll try his luck with Atomic waiting in support. Final minute now for G2. Up 2 now on Rule 1. Rule 1 still yet to have a shot through the first 4 minutes plus.
Yeah, and I think you do want to see a little bit more control out of Rule 1. They've really not given G2 a hard time at all in this match. I mean, G2 have kind of had the midfield for free. I don't really think Rule 1 have done enough to contest that. G2 haven't been pushing the pace too much, and they've still had a very, very easy win in the pressure department. So Rule 1, too defensive for my liking. Not enough control. They're going to need to step that up massively if they're going to have a chance in this matchup. G2 do look like an improved roster. They getting everybody into attack, which was not really happening yesterday. It's more an individual effort. Can Daniel get his first goal? Yes, he can! Daniel's on the board. It's 3-0 G2. And that is a massive, massive boon for his confidence.
Yeah, how about this? 1, 2, 3. Just, hey, you take it even if it's in garbage time. You see the ball go through the net. And then that can open things up. G2 absolutely superb in Game 1 as they shut down Rule 1. And maybe NA can actually get a win over a region that's not Oceania or SSA. There's still a lot of work to do with 1 game down.
Well, it's just about what a difference that they can make. And, Rule 1 have shown up and not really performed to the level that they want to be at. G2 looking comfortable, which is exactly what they need after a disappointing day 1, where they looked timid against Pioneers despite winning, and they looked pretty inconsistent against Gen.G as well. But that was a much, much cleaner performance. Daniel with the air double bump pass for Beast Mode. Beast Mode with a pass to Atomic on the counter attack. And then Daniel with the solo play to finish it off, getting his first goal. And what a goal it is. A nice triple tap to open his account in Copenhagen.
So for G2, Okay, great. You bounce back game 1. We look at Rule 1 on the other side, Johnny. I mean, you don't get any shots at all in that game, and no quality, nothing that even resembled an opportunity at getting a scoring chance. That's got to be demoralizing. Now it's on their coach and their roster to collectively in this next minute figure out how they're going to ramp up the pressure.
Yeah, and luckily they do have a lot of talent on the team. You've got Naupo on the far side of the shot there. He has been killing it in every series they've played when it comes to individual output. So really just trying to funnel as much of the possession to him as possible would be the plan, in my opinion. Just trying to get Naupo into the game. Half-flip kickoff for G2 will get them a nice back corner possession here. It's great to see every team starting to do this now. Be sure to try that one at home. And watch the ball go straight into your net as you fail your half-flip.
Hey, at least they're not constantly turning upfield and giving up freebies, as we're off and running on Forbidden Temple. Great to see the old map back, as Atomic will race back to his own corner and play this from his backboard. Needed one more touch, though, to kind of press the issue downfield. Rule 1 allowed to get a shot, and now a follow-up. Naupo tried to line up a double from the ground, and Beast Mode not having any of it.
Yeah, solid defense out Beast Mode. They are trying to keep Rule 1 as frustrated as possible, and that might be open. It is for Atomic. And once again, it's just too easy for G2, who opened the game in game 2 as well. Naupo trying to keep control of the back corner, but he lost it, and unfortunately for Rule 1, that has been a running theme in these games.
And it's not a team that particularly plays well from behind either in Rule 1. So being tested like this early by G2, I mean, at least they have a lot of time to work with. But the offensive prospects are not promising so far. Atomic, possession plays. He'll try and bring this through mid. Doesn't have anybody in support, so he's just trying to buy time and got the boost steal out of the corner. It does just feel like Rule 1 moving not quite in slow motion in the defensive end, but it looks like G2 are able to take almost whatever they want.
Yeah, I think it's been very comfortable for G2. They could definitely play faster than this, but they haven't really needed to. They've had quite a lot of time on the ball. You know, I'm surprised that we haven't seen more 50-50s from Rule 1. MENA, a region obviously quite known for the 50-50 game. Having to play on European servers with high ping does train you to be pretty good at winning 50-50s when you make it onto a LAN and you don't have that disadvantage. Yeah, we obviously want to see more out of the underdog teams in matchups like this. We want to see G2 be tested. They're not being tested right now. Beast Mode trying to clip on them. Denied by Ahmad.
Oh, they could be here. Here's O'Khalid going to work, going after Atomic at the air dribble bump, but Beast Mode there for the stop. Now Naupo, nothing there as it ricochets back to Ahmad. Trying to read Daniel, drop it down in front and nobody's home. So G2 has the easy clear. And again, it just proves that you don't have 3 strong attackers, and if you have the wrong person there to follow up, it's just not going to work out. Atomic now out of the corner. G2 trying to keep it running here. The goal, the lead, still just the 1 goal here, Johnny, at the halfway mark.
Yeah, similar to that first game where G2 get the opening goal and they're not really forcing the issue. They are quite happy to, you know, continue to wait for mistakes and wait for the clear-cut chances. It's a dangerous game to play, not trying to really pressure when you have an advantage in a series, and now they are conceding shots. That's Naupo rattling the crossbar. Ahmad looking to get involved as well, but Boost running out for Rule 1 here. They don't want to get caught in the counter-attack like they did as they were pushing for an equalizer in the first game.
Well, that's what we need to see out of Rule 1. More aggression, more second and third chance opportunities. As now Ahmad trying to kick that back out to O'Khalid. He's got Naupo in behind him. There he goes, sets it up in Beast Mode. Still stuffs it out. And G2 maintain their 1 goal lead, but for how much longer? Ahmad going in on Atomic. It's popped away, but only as far as O'Khalid. We're seeing a much more aggressive Rule 1. It hasn't yielded any fruit just yet. Ahmad, give way to Naupo, and Beast Mode will just calmly gather, but gave that one away, and Atomic just avoids Naupo. Again, the pressure's there now from Rule 1, but they can't get through.
Oh, that was a great save by Atomic. If he was demoed or bumped there, definite goal. It was on target, but he managed to avoid that bump, like you mentioned, and then the save afterwards was relatively routine. Still more life from Rule 1, a much more promising game from them, but they have to be so careful pressing forward, not to concede on the counter. like they did in the last game. They don't want to let this one get away from them. So for now, they are still in this competitively. What can Ahmad do off the sidewall? Backboard is his direction of choice, but Beast Mode is there to carry the ball to safety.
Oh, they've got to start running forward now, and they do. It's O'Khaled who ties the game with 47 to go, set up by that win by Napo.
Oh, Daniel just misread it. He thought the ball was bouncing up the wall. It hits the post flat, and the recovery did not come in time for G2's third. Rule 1, off the back of an extended pressure play, do get their first goal of the series. This is much better from them. They're really contesting the midfield now, and they might actually have another opportunity here. Beast Mode with a hard clear.
We're seeing plenty of heroics from Ahmad against G2, in fact. Does he have another one in him, perhaps, as Rule 1 try to battle back? Oh, no, he doesn't. He watches Atomic bounce one right behind.
Oh, what a cut by Beast Mode. And what a pass as well. Middle off the side wall. Everyone in the Rule 1 roster expected that to go closer to the goal area, and they were not ready to contest Atomic, who snipes it underneath the pre-jumping defenders. And G2 back in front with 29 seconds to go.
Got to be disheartening for Rule 1. They finally figured it out, but they still could take an L for their efforts. Here goes O'Khaled. Can he get another? He's got Ahmad underneath, and Beast Mode with the initial save. Takes it away from Ahmad as well. 14 seconds as time ticks away. Beast Mode, good 50 in the air, but a whiff out in front. And then everybody just leaves it for Daniel. What in the world happened there? Rule 1 let an opportunity go by, and G2 kill it.
Well, G2 2-0 up in the series here. A much more competitive game though out of Rule 1. They really put G2 on defense, and they had many opportunities which they would love to have back. But G2 are just trying to stay calm here. They're just trying to play off the mistakes, wait for their clear-cut chances, and then take the clean win. It's been a better performance from G2 today. Definitely a step in the right direction. But, you know, seeing them sit 1-0 on waiting for a mistake, it is a little bit worrying to me, because the other teams who put you on defense like this are going to score. You know, Rule 1 are having a little bit of an issue actually getting quality shots on target. I think that's not going to be a problem for other teams in this competition. It's slightly worrying direction for G2 to be playing in. I want to see that aggression. That was a great cut by Beast Mode in rotation. Completely caught Rule 1 off guard. Beast Mode in the middle, trying to bring G2 back to their tournament winning potential.
I mean, G2 places a lot of stock on its defense collectively, at least through the North American qualifiers. And what was it yesterday? I think they still only really gave up about a goal a game or so. It's just, the problem is, when you're not scoring many on your own, you're keeping that pressure on yourself, and they're not really able to pull away from Rule 1. Sure, they had a 3-0 in Game 1. They didn't let Rule 1 have any shots there, but once Rule 1 started getting opportunities, you started to see G2 look very uncomfortable in that second game. That could bode well for Rule 1, but they've got a long road ahead of them here in Game 3.
Yeah, this is a long way back for Rule 1, like you mentioned. And, you know, we spoke earlier on during the Power series that if you are a Power fan and you want Power to have an easier matchup, at least according to the Swiss seeding, then you want G2 to sweep, you want Carmine Corp to sweep. And right now, both those things are happening. Carmine Corp back from behind against Complexity in Game 1 to win it, and now running away with Game 2 as well. And much like Vitality in the earlier B-Stream round, we can hear pretty loudly every time Carmine Corp score.
Yeah, and they're not even the team that's closest to us. That's how amped up they are. O'Khaled will run under this, and Nalpo will try to run away from Atomic to grab the midfield boost. O'Khaled set up Nalpo, and he's not able to score past the defensive G2. Here goes Beast Mode now. Just serving one up, try to maybe get a boost steal out of the corner. O'Khaled beat him to it. Now here goes Nalpo, his shot blocked away high in the air. But again, Rule 1, after having no semblance of offense in Game 1, they get the 10 shots in Game 2, had it tied up for a little bit. And the momentum might actually be starting to tilt in their favor just a little bit.
And certainly end of last game, started this one. It's been mostly Rule 1 in offense, which is a rare thing for them, at least when they play against Falcons in their own region. They play pretty much permanent defense, as a lot of teams who play Falcons unfortunately have to do. I'm very curious to see G2's mentality here. Will they really go for the win here? Will they take risks Or are they going to wait for a misplay, which could very easily come from Rule 1? That was a great try by Beast Mode. Ceiling reset, double tap attempt. Defended well by Rule 1. The follow-up actually going behind Khaled. It's awkward for Rule 1 briefly. Now it looks like they have got away from danger.
Well, part of the strength of G2 as well is you can afford to sometimes sit back and wait for mistakes. You can create them. Oh, Atomic missed one top right. Speaking of mistakes, now Beast Mode put one high as well. It's cleared off to the right. Can Beast Mode get around on this? No, Khaled just goes right through him for the clear. G2 had an opportunity there, turned away. Beast Mode now going to work. Daniel's there as well, but so too is the defense of Ahmad.
Yeah, solid save there from Ahmad. Beast Mode again cutting these clears early. He's been breaking rotation in order to get interceptions. Atomic does it as well. They're now looking at Beast Mode ahead of the ball. This is the kind of aggression that we're wanting to see out of G2. But can they find the balance right? Can they actually hit the target? As I think they had a couple of chances there, which were off target for no reason. I mean, it's difficult to react to misses, but you've got to do that. You've got to be clinical when those mistakes do come through from Rule 1.
Well, Daniel picks up a pair of demos. That snuffs out the Rule 1 attack for the moment. As now Daniel throw it forward to give his teammates time to get boosted up. They needed it desperately, as Atomic and Daniel do, but then Atomic blown up, so it doesn't really matter. Beast Mode on target with the third touch, but still not in. And that pinball around. Rule 1, walk a high wire act to get out of danger.
How on earth did they save that point blank range shot? Absolutely slammed on target, and it's hit, I think, 2 Rule 1 defenders, and combined, they somehow kept it out. G2 are all over them, though. The pressure just keeps on coming. Beast Mode with a free shot. That one's saved as well.
Well, Napo had to get free from Daniel in the net, and then recovered in time to make the save. Beast Mode now try again. Atomic running forward, didn't get anybody. Beast Mode, drop it down, score for himself.
Shirley.
No, Daniel's there. And Khaled, brick ball. The post comes to the rescue as well. Rule 1 again get away. And now Ahmad one-on-one with Daniel, and Daniel with the stop.
Oh, thank goodness for G2 that Ahmad didn't have boost there. Daniel comes up huge in the 1v1 defensively. But Rule 1 getting away by the skin of their teeth in this game. They have somehow held this 0-0. G2 attacking them relentlessly for a couple of minutes, and now it's back to the midfield.
Final minute of a series, perhaps, that every game has taken on a very different form. Rule 1 will try to extend that series, but they need a goal somewhere. Malpo blocks Atomic. Khaled loses that 50 out to Beast Mode. There's the demo on the back side. And then Daniel put it wide, no second touch. Here goes Beast Mode, his shot, saved away from Ahmad from the ceiling of the goal. And again, G2 turned aside, at least temporarily. Yeah. Nalpo will bring it out of the corner again. Now Daniel finally cleared out, at least past midfield. No, not even then.
Yeah, Beast Mode really turning early every single time here. They know they've got a boost advantage. They're trying to get this in regulation before Rule 1 can get back to a kickoff. Not looking like it's going to happen, though. Naipo with a pinch clear. That one actually might be on target.
No way!
Oh, my goodness! Naipo nearly steals it. That was on target, but the ground comes to G2's rescue.
And Daniel was not going to catch up to that. Oh, a divine intervention for G2. But will it run out? Naipo for the win. No, met by Atomic.
It's back into the middle, though, Naipo. Trying to keep the attack alive. Here's Ahmad. He's got some space. To the ceiling he goes. Over the top of one, but Atomic got high on the backboard to get the ball clear for G2. The backboard again covered, this time by Daniel, and he finds Beast Mode on the wing.
Disheartening yet again for Rule 1, having that opportunity die at the goal line. As Ahmad and Khaled went to the air, it's Ahmad that calls him off, so Khaled still had plenty in the tank. He can get down quickly. He's going to need to, and still kind of just hanging around in midfield, letting his teammates get back.
Oh,
as Napo and Ahmad almost ran into each other, and well, they'll get good fortune as this one's cleared all the way downfield, and a bit of a reset for both teams.
That's a great cut again by Beast Mode, spotting the pass before it comes towards him. Beast Mode has been key with the interceptions for G2. That's really stifled a lot of counterattacks before they can get started, stopped a lot of Rule 1 offense before it can get too dangerous. G2 will feel like they should have already had this one in the bag, and a sweep would be the perfect start to their day. It's getting a bit tricky now as Rule 1 escaped that constant pressure that G2 had on them. It's a good touch by Khaled in defense as well. Just wasted a bit of time, finds Naipo. Now the counter-attack for Rule 1. Khaled shot off the post. That was almost through.
And at least read better this time by the G2 defense. A little bit wider than the post. As now Nalpo right at Daniel. Daniel, who got his first goal kind of in garbage time of game one. Now Nalpo with the save there on Beast Mode's effort. G2 not able to generate second or third chance opportunities. Nalpo trying to put on a show. Daniel the initial save. Khaled now drop down for Ahmad. Denied this time.
And G2 again, keen eyes spotting these infield passes, making sure that they've got someone ready to close it down. Rule 1 looking to get on the board here. Every game matters in Swiss. But G2 have had the vast majority of the shots and the vast majority of the clear-cut chances in this game, 16-9. So this would definitely be a bit of a steal for Rule 1. Here comes Daniel though, G2 looking to sweep it. Atomic's getting involved. Awkward shot on target that Ahmad does well with.
Oh, Nalpo go to work, looking for the winner, but again met by Beast Mode as Daniel sweeps it off the backboard. Hey, look, if you can't win the challenge with the ball, do the next best thing. Get the attacker.
Pass.
Oh, great play by Khaled as he ate a demo for his efforts. Nalpo from the wing, and he just couldn't connect with Ahmad.
Yeah, it looks like Nalpo knew he needed to hit that pass hard or it was going to be intercepted again. That's what G2 have been doing. Khaled with a reset near ceiling height, just 3 boosts to his name, decides to go for the fake and it gets read by G2.
I like that start from the defensive end though. It looked like he was in a lot of trouble, almost baited Beast Mode in. Now Ahmad met by Daniel, deep in Rule 1 territory. Atomic, serve it up for Beast Mode. No, Khaled with the save, and Ahmad sweeps that out of harm's way. G2 still holding possession or trying, but that demo by Khaled may change things in a big, big way. Nalpo needs one more touch, but he's going to fall by the wayside. So now Ahmad to the corner. Atomic can't really shake him as this goes dangerously in front. Nalpo with the demo. Things opening up now for Rule 1, but they still can't get the critical shot on target.
And G2 are reading every single mind game from Rule 1 in these exchanges. I think Rule 1 are going to need to just try and get a clean outplay. G2 are not going to give it to them easily.
Oh, another good setup by Nalpo, but still met by the G2 defense. Now Khaled, familiar position at the back, trying to trigger the counterattack. It is Nalpo. He got through, but he's going to need help as Daniel's got that high above the backboard, and he'll take it over Ahmad. Atomic to end this series, denied by Khaled.
What a save by Khaled, really up against it there. Had to worry about lots of different options for G2. He just waited patiently and managed to save it off the inside of the post towards Nalpo, who's waiting in the middle to help him out, like always rotating back with activity. Nalpo on the transition, Daniel with the backboard coverage, G2 covering backboard, covering infield passes and solo plays so well in this game.
Powerful clear, but nobody else there to receive it, so Daniel will collect in the corner. Plenty of boost on the side of Rule 1. They all got boosted up there. Nalpo rode forward. Ahmad was trying to pester G2 on their offensive end. And now it's Khaled for the win, this time denied by Atomic. Then what, Khaled's had a few good looks at the G2 net. And again, we kind of talked about the sleepers here between these two teams, Daniel and Khaled, as Khaled will sweep this one away. They both got a goal to their credit. But who is going to break through here in this lengthy overtime in Game 3? Could it be Ahmad? Yet again against G2. Towards Khaled and swept away.
Yeah, they're afraid to pass that infield too close to defenders, Rule 1. G2 threatening that counter-attack every single time, and now Beast Mode with a solo play off the ceiling, challenged early, down to Atomic. He's looking to bring Daniel into the play, but Daniel shoots this straight at Nalpo, who had no boost there, hardly any momentum. Quality of the shot not there for G2.
Yeah, Nalpo just sitting there in the net. He thought about coming out, realized he had to back in, and it works out well enough for Rule 1. They stay alive here in Game 3. Daniel trying to bring this out. Atomic against Ahmad. Daniel trying to get in his way. Drop down, and he could not convert. Daniel couldn't follow it either. So yet again, Rule 1 let off the hook, and they'll go right back to work.
G2 have 21 shots and no goals. 15 saves for Rule 1. Some of them have been spectacular. Some of them have left me questioning if G2 need a map to remember where the goal is. But for the most part, G2 have really stepped it up since yesterday. And if they can just get across the finish line here, 3-0 on their first series of the day. Their confidence will be through the roof for the rest of Swiss.
But after this long overtime, if Rule 1 are able to extend the series, start worrying a little bit about G2. That one ricochets right to Ahmad. Will throw it downfield. Nalpo was there, but so too is Beast Mode. Atomic met by Ahmad. Beast Mode shot is saved away by Nalpo. Good boost steal, though, by Atomic. That could be costly for Rule 1, but that big clear will relieve a ton of pressure.
7 minutes overtime. We're into a top 10 longest overtime on an RLCS LAN. And counting, but Ahmad's awkward. He does well to recover. That was nearly a disaster for Rule 1, but instead it turns around and now it's going G2. G2's defensive way. Huge clear by Beast Mode. Atomic can't get on the end of it. After snail's pace for a brief moment, we go end to end with power clears.
I don't know, one constant I've found, once D-Rex starts telling us how long these overtimes are historically, they're not long for this world.
It's Rule 1 again. What is it with this team and
right?
Long overtimes? Totally new roster, still stuck in an incredibly long overtime where they're in the process of being swept.
North America's first win against Mina here in the Swiss stage. Gonna come at a high price if they're to close it out here. Beast Mode, bank it out. It's not gonna go to a teammate. Nalpo's there instead. So now Daniel played indirect for himself, left it instead for Beast Mode. Serve it up at the backboard, nobody jumping, but the shot's still high and wide. Not very handsome at all. And Rule 1 can break out again. They have a numbers advantage. Nalpo from the wing. Can he keep it in? No, Ahmad just there a little too late.
Well, huge chance there for Rule 1. G2 scrambling back effectively. We've crossed 8 minutes into OT. And if we can make 9 minutes and 4 seconds, it'll be the 4th longest overtime in RLCS LAN history. We're actually well on the way there. Both teams looking solid in the midfield. Here's Ahmad. Can he win it? No. Beast Mode again reads the fake and does some more as well. Great work by him. Helping G2 out of defense again.
Quality opportunities. There have been plenty on either side as this test of endurance continues. Ahmad lost that one. So Khaled all alone at the back. No problem. He's getting real used to it at this point. As he'll get beat 1, but not 2. Now Daniel, surely
yes,
he does! Daniel scores just under 9 minutes of overtime, and G2 sweep Rule 1, but boy, it did not come easy.
Oh my goodness, they had so many chances. Daniel's probably on his 3rd bottle of water now. He needs to get rehydrated after that monster OT. I think he probably drank about half his body weight in water there. That was the number 5 longest overtime in RLCS LAN history. Rule 1 are going to be devastated. They couldn't get a game here. Game 1, they had 0 shots to their name. Game 2, they actually had more shots than G2. But when it came down to the 3rd game, I think they really got a little bit lucky and a few brilliancies really to stay alive in that one for as long as they did. But G2 did not bring their most accurate shooting to the table today. They're going to need to really start to work on those trading packs before they get into their next series of the day. But they're back 2-1, 3-0 as well as they try to salvage yesterday's performance.
And so after all that, yeah, G2 goes to 2-1, Rule 1. 1 foot out the door here in the 1-2 bracket. As things are getting interesting elsewhere as well. You may even kind of hear the noise as Complexity continue to battle back against K-Corp right next to where these teams were playing. But going back to Rule 1 here, and we see Khaled just maybe trying to process how that series went. This longtime duo of Khaled and Ahmad, they're far from done, especially as they kind of picked up momentum through that series. But maybe the worst thing working against them, Johnny, is now they've got to sit and wait for round 4.
Yeah, they got to wait and find out who their next matchup's going to be. They will be favorites in their next matchup, most likely.
Oh, yes.
Although, it could be tricky. They don't have the best win-loss record, so if they're extremely unlucky, they could be against a Complexity there. I think with Complexity performing well enough against KC, we're probably not going to have that. I mean, just passing by there, a shot by Atomic, which is off. Beast Mode's follow-up shot also off. I mean, G2 could have definitely scored earlier here. I guess they just wanted the long OT, which they did end up winning.
They did, yeah, right, yeah, that
Somebody
9-minute overtime. And it's not much of a highlight reel for G2. They didn't score many goals, but Atomic had 3 of them. G2 are victorious, and Leaf is standing by with Massimo.
Massimo man here, Atomic, they got the dub at the end of the day. Took a little bit longer maybe than you thought it might have. That overtime, walk me through what changed to cause such a long overtime there?
I think we just started getting a bit more panic thinking the series was over, but our shooting was a bit bad, and then that made like some of our chances not get converted, but like still was good, had some pressure, so yeah.
Yeah. How do you finally like lock in? Because it's so easy to then start overthinking, wait, we're shooting bad, oh wait, we're playing differently. How do you lock back in? Like who says that? Is it just a thing that happens naturally?
I think it's, we notice like the comms maybe get a bit faster or like a bit more panicked, and then it's just about somebody saying like, relax or like take a sec and tell each other when we have space and time so we can actually, control the ball and like stall for each other so we're not just constantly banging the ball. So, yeah.
So you don't have like a dedicated person that does that, it's just kind of whoever thinks of it first?
Yeah, I don't think there's a specific person like out of the 3 of us. I mean, Sathu obviously will try to say it, but in an intense OT, like he doesn't try to say too much because,
Fair.
But yeah.
I'd stay out of comms too as much as possible at that point. Hey, I want you to take a look at the monitor in front of us here real quick, because I just want to show the moment that brought us into that overtime, because I feel like this is a moment we all kind of go through. There it is. Where the ball is flying towards your own net and it almost goes in.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been like the craziest bench in RLCS history, honestly. So we were definitely, our jaws dropped for a sec, but we were just happy to be in OT, to be honest.
Now, I was going to ask you about that, though. Do you prefer being in OT, or would you rather just started afresh in the game? Like, is there any part of you that's like, I wish that went in so we didn't have the stressful overtime?
Nah, I mean, I'll take the stressful overtime over like losing a game without like really having a say in it on 0 seconds, so yeah.
No, that's fair enough. Now, talk to me about your opponents, because I think there is a clear gap just watching all the games between like a Falcons and a Rule 1. And we see it in some other regions too, but specifically to have one team so far ahead, what do you think might cause that gap in a region like that?
I mean, I'm not certain, but like, I think they have 3 really, really good players, and players who play a lot and are grinding, and that when that happens, obviously you're gonna have like a really, really good team. And I think Rule 1 are also really good. It's just right now Falcons are a bit better. So.
Yeah, you didn't have to have an answer. I was just curious. Maybe you did. Maybe you had some thoughts on it. Now, speaking to your play, one more question here before I let you go. Is Gen.G, you guys had their number at the beginning of this season, and then as we end near towards the major, it seems to have flipped a little bit, and that carried on to yesterday as well. Was that just a yesterday, first day of LAN thing? Do you feel like you've got it figured out, or does it Gen.G maybe have your number now?
I'd say it's like, well, yesterday's series, I mean, if anybody who watched, I could see it's like the margins were obviously very, very tight, and it's like there were like so many shots we probably could have scored, same as today. But yeah, we don't see it as that, like, oh, we own these guys, or we've been like really beating these guys. It's more like we see the series and it's like, okay, did we feel like we were like just dominated the whole series by pressure? If not, then what can we change? Or if yes, then what can we change? And I think yesterday, like, there were a few things we were doing that like was letting the game be way more even, and both teams have pressure. And yeah, I think it's just about like cleaning that up, and it's not like Gen.G specific. It's like against any really good team we play here, we're gonna have to be like disciplined, and yeah.
So for G2 fans, you feel better for today then?
Yeah, I think they probably enjoyed it more, but that OT wasn't the best for them. But yeah, I hope we can make them proud and go 3-1.
Hey, keep getting dubs and you'll do that. All right, thank you, Massimo. We got more coming up, and speaking of Gen.G, they're going to be on the docket next. We have our second day of Swiss as we continue through. They're facing off against Furia, who are seemingly the new big bads.
nail-biting action. It seemed like Carmine Corp, surely they'll score this time off the bar. Maybe this time off the bar. But Vatira closing the deal and closing the gap. We are all tied up 2-2 with just 2 minutes left to play in Game 5.
This is ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. Rise, though, oh, off the bar again. How many times are they going to hit the bar? Adam's going to hit the net. K-Corp take the lead. Back-to-back goals.
They come roaring back, and what a test of will this has been for Carmine Corp. They gave up a goal 2 seconds in off kickoff.
Complexity had to not lose their composure here. Carmine Corp have been ramping and ramping and ramping, and now it's starting to become a slippery slope.
The ball is in Complexity's court. Carmine Corp have answered after the hot start that Complexity had. Will we see another one? Raised Bull gets a touch, but you see the back pass now for Vatira, who has the boost, trying to slow things down into a 50, but it's a good poke by CRR.
Right touch there. Dorito, a little bit of free space. That one goes off the post. A scramble here on the side of Carmine Corp. Oh, but Raised Bull will be able to play it across. Complexity trying to keep this one in. CRR has to turn. It actually pre-jumps here, trying to slow down Rise. It's a free ball for Raised Bull. Raised Bull, though, no boost and lets that one get away from him. He's going to try to chase this one down. Dorito, crazy pre-jump on the touch from Vati. Now flick over. Can Raised Bull win the 50? He does not get it to where Dorito can really make a good challenge. And now CRR has to play this back. Where's the ball going to go? He got the guess right. Big time save.
CRR's defense continues to perform. And now on the other end, Raised Bull, no boost. Couldn't get the flick. And Vatira will march this ball downfield, and that pitch is going to send it in, and you can see Dorito's unhappy reaction. That has to be devastating.
Look at that. Vatira, though, he played the 50 perfectly. He tried to angle it exactly towards the net. He knew the challenge was coming.
And we pointed that out in the very beginning, how good Vatira's 50 game was. And it continues to have that trend play out here in the most important game of this tournament here for Carmine Corp.
Wait, they might not be done just yet here, James. Light pass to Dorito. Oh, blocked away by Vatira. Carefully crafted play from Complexity, but now 30 seconds remaining. It doesn't look like they've had the time here. CRR, light touch, Raised Bull, trying to make the most, but he's only got 17 boosts. Leaves that one light. Another clear as Carmine Corp, the blue wall starting to get reinforced. 15 seconds. Complexity have to get things going. Rise takes this one, and he's going to run out the clock. You can see it. Addo gets that one past one. There will be no reverse sweep. Carmine Corp will take this series in 5.
Carmine Corp, they showed what they were made of in this series. They go up 2-0. Things seem to be going according to plan. No need to panic. The next 2 games, Complexity comes roaring back. They force a Game 5 after Carmine.
Both Carmine Corp and G2 bounce back from their round 2 losses, but both victories may be leaving some questions still. They had to work for it in both situations. G2 having to go to nearly 9 minutes of overtime before Daniel scored that goal there. Carmine Corp had to stave off a reverse sweep from Complexity. Many people were rooting for their demise there, but Carmine Corp said, nope, not gonna happen here. We continue as round 3 rolls on. I'm Wavebug, I got Gibbs and Bates as always. Jen, how you doing? Lemon Kiwi on the desk.
My first time here on the desk. I'm so excited. And wow, B-Stream is having some bangers. That game 5 with K-Corp.
That was insane.
Imagine K-Corp would have lost when we power ranked them 2 days in a row. #1, every single person. So K-Corp, they survived. That's the beauty of Swiss, though. There's going to be some chaos. Complexity was one of those underdog teams from the bottom 8 that has a chance against top 8. I thought the other one probably would have been Rule 1. But it just felt like throughout this whole match, Rule 1 was like, we just have to play defense. And G2's like, we're trying to play offense. At least Beast Mode was trying to play offense. But it was just like, we saw that game 3. It was 14 minutes overtime. It really was like G2 pressure, pressure, pressure. Yeah. When that final shot was about to happen, it just didn't happen. Some of that was Rule 1's great defense. Some of that was G2 kind of floundering. But G2 at the end of the day, Bates, got the job done with a 3-0.
You've seen your G2 a few times now.
I have.
How are you rating them?
I mean, it's still a question. I still don't think they're playing as good as they do online. I do like how Daniel did finally score. He scored twice, one right there in game number 1, and also to close it out in game number 3 to seal the deal in that like 8-minute overtime. But G2 at the moment, pure offense clearly from Beast Mode and Atomic. You want Dan to step in.
And I got to watch G2 yesterday on the alternate stream against Gen.G. That rematch was cool, but I feel like I didn't see G2 or Gen.G at their peak, and that went to 5, and now I'm going to see that offense come to life out of G2, because that series at Casa was so low scoring.
G2 in this game alone, Gibbs, how many shots you think they had?
20.
27.
All right, there you go.
They had 27 shots. But I just want to point out, we got now right here, almost just.
Oh, is that halfway in? I can't tell.
And then after that 9 minutes, almost overtime, Daniel does the business, puts them away, and Rule 1, they got to figure it out. G2 at the moment, they move on to 2-1, but still questions to be answered. We still want to see the pre-jump from.
It's really funny to me that the highlight package goes from the 0-second almost goal straight to 8 minutes and 55. Like, we're just like, the overtime was kind of messy. There wasn't a lot of highlights in there. There wasn't a lot of like, oh my goodness, what an amazing save that kept the overtime going. It was just, eventually the game had to end.
But quality teams, even when they're not looking at their best, they find a way to win. Not only did they win G2, they won 3-0. Huge for game differential for Swiss to get better matchups. So yes, I'm still not a huge fan of G2 right now, but they're in a great spot to make top 8 and make a run. I've been a huge fan at times, okay? At times, just not
over
not
the 8 years.
Only when he's here.
How long was
there? Was probably like
they
20
were in the
calendar
RLCS
days
World Grand
in my
Finals,
8
and you know who you
years.
picked? BDS. I remember that, Gibbs.
He did.
Yeah, and was I right?
He was right.
Gibbs, okay.
Let's move on, folks. Let's take a look at the broadcast schedules that we've got on the 2 different streams we have featuring gameplay today. On the alternate stream, twitch.tv/RL Esports, or the B stream on the YouTube channel. You can check out these 2 matches right now. They're gearing up for Falcons versus Gentlemate, 2 of the surprises of the 2-0 round. One of those teams going to punch their ticket to the qualifiers right now, and then they'll have Elevate versus the Quick Trip Pioneers after that. On our stream, though, 2 more matches before we close out round 3 and get set up for round 4, because that round 4 coming up right after this round 3. Don't go anywhere. We've got Luminosity versus Limitless playing for their tournament lives to close out the round. But before we get there, Furia taking on Gen.G. More surprises, wonderful excitement games yesterday to set up this match.
Furia, South America's #1 seed. They are all about pressure. When they were in SAM for offensive positioning on the field, they were ranked #2, #3, and #4. They love their offense.
Furia are a powerhouse, and they can even trip up giants like Vitality. I think they were really good at accelerating the ball with some extra touches and punishing defenses that weren't playing back enough, and they still make deadly plays with low boost. Lost, I think, has been a superstar this event.
So Lost is my wild card. I was a little bit concerned with Furia. I think I power ranked him 8. I was completely wrong so far. Lost was my one question mark, where sometimes he tries to do a little bit too much. It gets a bit messy, and I worried when they played the really good teams, like the Europeans, that might be a problem. So far, it hasn't. Lost has been lights out throughout this entire tournament. If Fury is going to win this entire major, he has to continue that. And so far, it's looking great.
It's looking great from him, and also you got Yan, the man in the middle. And usually, we've gotten accustomed to watching Fury. Yan's always been the superstar on the squad, but now he's got two great players who are almost just as good as him, if not as good, and that really does make him that much easier to work on the field.
And I think after what we saw from Furia yesterday, even people are predicting that they could go further. They could maybe even make a grand final appearance. And I think Fury could have had an even cleaner series in quicker fashion yesterday if it wasn't for maybe some defensive miscommunications in Game 4, or on occasion maybe playing their third man too far forward. But Furia looked really clean in day one.
Gibbs, tell me about Jorvinho. I know that's
Jorvinho, the Sam MVP, coming over from Crew. As soon as they picked him up, Furia, I'm like, all right, they're back at the top of Sam. They moved back down. They are not in North America no longer. They moved down there, but once they picked him up, you're just making your super team like we've seen to take down teams like Vitality, and he got the job done yesterday.
Well, Furia is looking strong right now, maybe stronger than ever. More people across the globe rating them well, but Gen.G, they've been at the top of North America for a year now, and yet now are they the number one team in North America?
That's what I wanted to talk about.
Yeah,
and I wish Jazz was here, but at least Gibbs is separating Bates and I.
Let's have a conversation.
Gen.G have beaten G2 now 3 times in a row. And now, yeah, I know yesterday went to 5, but they're starting to cement themselves, in my opinion, as the number 1 in NA. They played extremely close, but they had a very defensive style, not as fast and aggressive as a team like Furia. They had to find different ways of breaking their opponent down, whether it was kickoffs, demos, boost starving, air dribbling. It was all up to First Killer, I think, to make some solo plays and for them to come together. But I didn't see Gen.G at their peak yesterday, but a win's a win.
A win is a win. Chronic said himself right after the fist bumps with G2, he's like, I didn't play well. And he said it like within earshot of G2. I'm not sure if that was BM or not, but these guys have not shown their full capabilities yet, but they did get the win. They're in the 2-0 round. I think they are underdogs at this point. I do think they are NA's number 1 right now, but NA as a whole is not looking good so far throughout this major.
Listen, G2 did pick up the pace today, and they were playing really slow yesterday. So how much was that bad, G2? But it also could have been just how Gen.G made them play, made them slow down, made them not play offense. So I understand that the GG M1 versus G2 gameplay, it wasn't the best, but that could have been because Gen.G Mobile 1 Racing was really playing that good.
And it's a brand new day, you know? We always say that in Rocket League. Teams can wake up just playing a completely different level of play. We'll see if Gen.G's got it here, because they're going to need it.
It says something a lot that you were talking about Lost as a wild card for you, and CJ on the pre-show gives him player of the day yesterday.
Exactly, yeah.
Saying like, wow,
he has that potential. Yeah, he can definitely be the best player in the world at times. He's going to have to keep that up.
Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag FUR or GGM1, depending on which direction you're going.
Furia beating LG yesterday also tells me that Furia are ready to, I think, take on any style, and they know how to beat North America. Yes, it's maybe the bottom end of North America, but they match up well against them. I think the way that maybe Gen.G could win is that if you can get Furia on the defense, that's where they look the most uncomfortable.
I like that you're saying Gen.G could win. Like this is a close match right now.
I'm hinting. I'm dropping some hints.
Okay, well, it's time for predictions here. Let me Kiwi, who you got?
I went with Furia.
Okay.
I know. I should be going with Gen.G, and I always predicted them when it came to the matchups against G2, but Gen.G just looked slow yesterday, and Furia brought the fire.
Let me tell you about First Killer. He's going to lose. Furia's looking too good. They're looking too good. I'm going
That's
Furia.
Incredible.
I am down on NA right now. I'm going Furia.
I cannot believe you're going against First Killer there.
Yeah, he is. But listen, I'm going to roll with First Killer. Gen.G, if they can slow down G2, that means they can slow down Furia. Give me Gen.G Mobile 1 Racing.
I believe I took Furia on this one as well. The coin here is blue for Furia, orange for Gen.G. And they've got Gen.G again going for kind of the underdog pick here, according to the desk.
Where we at, chat?
Where are we at, chat? Yeah, how's chat feeling about it? Chat's been doing pretty well so far today. We're split. This is the most split we've been up here.
Chat, we need 6 more %. Chat, you and me are supposed to be together today, and you're clearly going against me. Come on, chat. That's up the percentage.
This is kind of this is like a parasocial relationship with you and chat here. You're like, they're going to follow me here. They're not. The chat is not moving at all. The players are ready to go, folks. So let's get the next round underway. One of these teams punching their ticket straight to the qualifiers right here in round 3. Will it be Furia? Will it be Gen.G? Let's find out the best way we know how.
We all forgot who they were, but now Furia have re-established themselves as a true threat to winning these events. But Gen.G Stumpy would like to re-establish the hierarchy.
I mean, they made sure that at the end of North America, G2 did not get that perfect sweep. And right now, we're seeing Furia on a little bit of a tear through the European teams. Can Gen.G be that team to shut them down and make sure that they don't continue that run of dominance? And Shogun, in the predictions, we've gone against each other here. You're a Furia boy. I'm on Gen.G side.
Listen, I'm having a great time. This has been my best predictions run so far in
That's
quite
not
some
that big
time.
of a claim.
No, it's definitely not. What's more terrifying is I think I've got as many predictions right as I did for the entirety of last split. But we will be able to get ourselves through and get started. It's Gen.G looking to keep everything going their way as we now come off the backboard. Yan not able to try and turn that ball in. Lost already off the backboard yet again. Gen.G struggling to get themselves out of position. And there is every possibility that we can come out of this Swiss stage with seeds 1 and 2, not being EU, not being NA, South America and MENA.
Yeah, winner in this series is going to be going through in that 3-0 spot. A statement from either of these teams. For Furia, it would be a show that, yes, Sam is going to be on top of Gen.G taking goal number 1. It will be a sign that they are not a one-team region. There is a second team that's come to play, and Chronic opening up the scoring.
Yeah, Drafinio was kind of left out in no man's land. Wanted to keep it away from the oncoming challenge, but unfortunately that direction also contained more blue players that were not in position to help him. Gen.G 1, starting off well. Trying to prove that the talk about G2 was maybe a little bit misplaced, how they were the team that was going to carry NA for the time being. They needed a little help. There's been some bump attempts, and that means Drafinio can come through.
Had an error on the first side, but second time round, he can clean up from where Lost started. Doesn't get that second one. Manages to tap it straight down. Helped on by Jack, but it was going in regardless. And that's what you get when you're Furia. Previously, yes, you're going to have defensive issues where you are on full bore attack. You are going to be gunning down your opponent in every opportunity.
Oh, that's a mistake.
With big errors like that, you cannot be doing it, especially Drafinio. He's been up and down so far. We're only a minute and a half in.
Off the backboard, this match has been all about pace. No true flair just yet. Wanting to establish that they are the quicker of the two teams. Now the back pass, and Jack, wow, there is no shot he's missing.
What a link up. Started with Jack in the midfield. Drafinio again with a loose touch, gets removed from the pitch. Chronic sends it back to the Englishman. Bottom corner's going to be his. Gen.G, a little old lead.
And so far, the quicker of the two. If you can remove that from Furia's playbook, that is going to go a very long way as, well, we're going to see that player back very, very shortly. First killer, beat to the ball. Huge opportunity now. Yan, infield. Lost takes control of the ball, gets it in! So calm when they knew they needed to take the time.
Complete poise. Yan, central and Lost. Chips it up immediately to the skies. Apparently Jack is utterly grounded. Both him and Chronic tried to come into that top corner, but Lost is far too speedy for them. Already 4 goals in 2 minutes. Neither of these teams are baiting.
This is a match to get the game going your way. Start off with everyone else starting to react to you, but this now has been the midfield! Drafinio cuts inwards and slices the defense apart!
What a play from Yan. Backboard, goes to Predator Missile, taps it back somewhat accidentally, but who is there to pick it up? It's going to be Drafinio yet again.
Defense has not had a chance to make saves. Both of these teams are committing to that midfield because the third man on these teams doesn't want to be left stranded. Now at the backboard, yet again, for apparently Jack. Backboard, bumps, saved!
Double shots coming through, but Drafinio removes first killer from the pitch. Now Lost is down the other side. First killer respawns, leaves it for Jack. Yan now sending it long, high, midfield. It's only him, no one's up. It's an old Yan story. Lost is going to be there to come in for the second chapter, but Chronic can clear it away. A reset from Drafinio and a save sidewards, but continued pressure on Gen.G, and it is looking sketch.
Boost total is so low. Apparently Jack's the only one that's got anything. He's back up to 100, but he needs to be the player, and he's the player getting bumped, harassed. He's got control of the ball, and he's done well enough when his team needed it.
It's messy offense so far, but Furia are bamboozling every single Gen.G
player. First has been
player.
on 0 for 20 seconds.
It's his chance to get the ball at least. A corner boost does spawn. He leaves ball, goes boost. It's a good plan because Chronic was going to be able to pick it up. But Trifino sends him away. First gonna catch it, sends it down actually. Lost didn't commit on that. It's a little bit awkward for Gen.G in the defense, but now they push out offensively.
Good block. Who's going to be first to it? Chronic looking for the back pass. First killer to apparently Jack! All three involved! And that was outstanding!
A triple threat from the North American second team. Their second goal was a passing play, and they've just made it one step above. Outstanding moves from them. 3-all. Minute 45 remaining. And a nice kickoff strat here. Leaves it to Jan in the backfield. But in the mid, no one's going to be getting there until Lost does, as Chronic does not want to commit too early to it. Sends it long. Midfield again to Lost, to Trifino on target. Only a crossbar, eking that ball away, but everyone diving to it on Gen.G's side leaves this defense again bamboozled.
These passing plays from both squads have been phenomenal. Here we go, the solo plays. We've not had many of them. Trying to just utilize the numbers advantage whenever they can get it. Trifino past the top of one. Gets the challenge against Chronic. Now tries to go infield, left instead for Lost. Gotta have eyes in the back of your heads for this sort of series. You think the player running onto it is taking the shot. Nope, he's got somebody in the blind spot, ready for it. Now Lost, gonna look for a parity check. He got him! And Chronic, what a game read to make sure he was there.
Well, Chronic saw the devastation and Lost was raining on the defense of Gen.G. It's been a minute without a goal, about as long as it has been in any part of this game so far. Final 40. Lost in that back corner, challenges versus Chronic. Chronic comes out the winner there. Ceiling touch doesn't quite come in, unfortunately for him. Final 30. The pressure for Furia has been immense, and as Gen.G work their way out, they then find each other with the ball.
Lost, going to take over, looking for somebody. Jan now controls. Where's the support? It was on its way.
Chances now as Gen.G want to clear it away. Only 50 boosts, and again being challenged. Trifino on that chance, cleared into the corner. Abjack into the blue half.
Abjack's going to try and get one. Look for a second. A first killer off the crossbar. So close, but we might need overtime.
Plagued again and again today with these crossbars. Slightly wide hits. And the curse has hit Gen.G. A chance at the death of game one. No fancy kickoff strats this time as first killer has boost, has ball, goes to the ceiling, and Lost is going to shut him down.
Looking for the infield pass. Furia starting to spot it more. Gen.G have done the same with their own defense.
Fake.
Now they've got Lost, who gets the save.
Gorgeous fake, though, coming through for first killer. First, again, catching, because it's going to want to make sure that he does not fall prey to thinking about that relative miss that he had earlier on onto that crossbar.
Third man is such a dangerous spot. Do not get demoed, do not get hit, and do not dive in for a ball that you cannot win. We now see the ball pop off. Lost, drops it for the pre-jump. Couldn't get there in time still.
First killer had more than enough speed, and Abjack shut down by Trifino in a one-on-one situation as well. Lost right-hand side again, caught by Abjack, who has the speed, has the opportunity, and he has the fourth goal for Gen.G.
And that is just game one. Stumpy, I think we're in for quite the ride here.
Good Lord.
Right, that was good.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're well.
Yeah.
That was nice, fun game number one. Gen.G completely calm after that game too, and I feel like when you look at how these two teams manage to compose themselves after each game, during the games, they go crazy. If you listen to the comms videos from Gen.G especially, they go bonkers during games, and then they're calm. They chill out, they recompose themselves. With Furia, they seem to be cut from the same cloth.
Well, needed overtime, required 7 goals to do it, but it is Furia. Behind by 1. Gen.G able to get this going. And what I find very impressive about that is sort of the analysis and the reads that I think I had in the first 2 minutes became irrelevant by the time we got to overtime. Both these teams were adapting to each other very quickly.
Yeah. But the passing plays from Gen.G, especially for me, we had a double passing play between Abjack and Chronic. Then it ended up then being a 3-man passing play throughout the entire team. They were everywhere. That game was a little bit scrappy at times, but the form that both teams are on, they both deserve to go through 3-0, but they literally can't.
It is brave Rocket League from both teams, and something that we've seen more and more. We go back to that Falcons versus KC overtime yesterday. Teams no longer want to wait around for things to happen. That doesn't work at this level anymore. Maybe in the old days, you could maybe still a 5th place with a play style like that, but you have to go looking for it. You have to make those statements. Statement 1 went to Gen.G. Where does Statement 2 go?
I mean, no one's ever won on defense, and both these teams are fully offensively minded. Furia especially, that's how they've done so well in SAM at the moment. That's not a defensive region, that is sheer offense time and time again. But Furia are very much the kings of that. Gen.G dealing with it phenomenally well. Abjack trying to go for a sidewall redirect. This time Chronic now down for the reset. Does get cut out by Jaffinho. Central pass, Jack, first killer. Tab just wide.
So here goes Lost, the only player with really any boost on his team. What can he do with it? Well, it needed apparently Jack to stay strong. Almost got wiped out for his efforts.
I mean, we just saw Lost spend about 50 boost and he made Abjack sweat. And then he comes straight back round and he makes Abjack and Gen.G cry.
I mean, this is still off that previous Lost play. The rest of the team did so well just to keep that pressure on, allow him to rotate back in and get the opening goal. Unfortunately, Stumpy, that previous game seems to show me one goal might not be enough.
Yeah, probably not. Looking at about 7 or 8 per game, if everything goes to plan. But 40 seconds in, Furia with that lead as they established in the previous game as well. First killer, midfield, bounced up very high. Abjack has to receive it. Won't be going for the second. Instead, Jan tries to go for the catch. Jaffinho is going to be tapping it on. And Lost has been everywhere on this pitch, offensively and defensively. You see him there chasing a couple of demos too.
For many, yesterday's MVP.
I mean, their win was against Vitality.
Yes. It has been a really, really good 24 hours so far for both of these squads. That boost missed, however, for Lost. Not going to be something he's too happy with. Jan takes over. Kind of history from Jan when it comes to these live events. That's first killer. Narrative voice getting demoed. And is anyone going to get back? Yes, Lost just stretches to make the save.
But apparently Jack asking questions of the defense, making sure, keeping them honest. Jan with a reset, just above the target, but first killer shuts it down before Jaffinho can squeak it in below the crossbar. Jaffinho on target, completely open. And the swarm of Furia is overwhelming Gen.G.
And Jaffinho is only in that position because he decided to launch. Wanted to put something forwards. And that was what he was rewarded with, that second goal. I think many yesterday, Jaffinho making fans of Furia. What a phenomenal interview he had. I'm sure he would love to give us a second one. I'm sure we'd love to hear a second one. But it's not up to us. It is up to the players. And it might very well be up to how Gen.G responds to this situation.
Gen.G's comeback ability, however, is second to none.
Ridiculous.
The way that they can just put games that they've previously played completely behind them and then play a different play style blows my mind every single time. The Furia are going to make sure they don't even have time to think, time to adapt. Lost removes Chronic, gives them 3 seconds to think. Will it be enough?
You're going to see Furia slowing it up. They know they've got the lead. Now they can rely on the individual plays. So they've outpaced them, they've outstyled them, and they are currently on their way to winning this second game.
Jaffinho that time going low. Chronic assuming it might go high, might be slam top bins.
Yep.
Instead plays it differently, goes for a different tactic. Goes bottom corner, a little bit of a trickler, and it catches him completely off guard. The third for Furia in just as many styles.
Well, it's now up to Gen.G to really force the pace. Furia have made it pretty aware now. They will happily slow things up. Already see Chronic now going. Looking backboard, what can he set up for his team? Well, he did get a bump, but first killer's gonna have to do very well to create something from this angle. And unfortunately for him, it wasn't gonna happen.
Opportunity for Lost again. Can't get too much further than just past the halfway line until Jaffinho smashes his face into it and makes sure that point is sent home. And the worst thing Furia can do right now is give Gen.G space. Gen.G are going to be trying to earn that space from them and rip it from their hands. Midfield sees Chronic and Jaffinho go to battle. Apparently Jack completely missing the ball and now Lost right-hand side, finding Jaffinho again, who is backwards and without any boost.
Oh, that's going to work.
From it, and with Jan going up for one and the second, Chronic, he had to gamble on it.
Well, you might as well, because now you've got all of this pressure. Something that Gen.G really need at the moment. Struggled to come by. Who's going to turn for the challenge? Well, it's very difficult to read where Lost was going to take that ball, but another miss. More time off the clock. This was one each. You wouldn't be worried too much about those plays. But instead, that is 10 seconds extra that took to get the ball to the blue side of the field. My goodness, I struggled with that.
You struggle with your words as much as Gen.G have struggled with trying to make any offense in this game. But with 80 seconds left, those struggles need to stop soon. Chronic on the right-hand side with apparently Jack, but shut down again by Jaffinho. Abjack taking some of his anger out on a player from Furia there. And since we've spoken, Shogun, it's been about 2 minutes since any goal, and we've had 1 or 2 shots from Gen.G coming through. The offense from Furia doesn't stop whether they're winning or whether they are behind. That's the way that they know how to play.
It's just much more calculated offense. Previously, we've seen Furia happily sending 2 players forwards on a maybe opportunity. Now just taking their time, making sure things are a little bit more precise. Do see Chronic got the reset, and that was a challenge that could have gone anywhere, especially with First Killer diving on in. Pinch attempt, and well, that should be saved. That is a horrible thing to see if you're a Gen.G fan, and it might start to look even worse.
A horrible thing to start with, and even worse to end it as well. Jorfinho, as ever, no respect. He sees First Killer wanting to tap it down the pitch, does not care about it, comes in, dunks on Jack again, gets 2 out of 3. Chronic's going to be next, and that is a 4-0 at minimum for Furia in game number 2.
Yeah.
And a response that they'll be very happy with.
Jan's going to just try and add some style points. All the players on the field will know that this one is over. Time to stop talking. So those of you used to maybe joining us on the Saturday and Sunday events, decided to join us for the entirety of this, there are no timeouts in the best of 5s. You are playing back-to-back. And it's all about making those adjustments as quickly as you possibly can. I already know Gen.G can do that. The question will be, will they be able to do that? Because Furia are on a roll at the moment. And on a roll that we have not seen since Dallas last year. Well, 2 years ago, actually.
2 years ago, mate. It's been forever.
Well, it doesn't feel like Jan really took his foot off the gas in that time, did he?
Not at all, mate. And with gas prices at the moment, thank gosh he's winning stuff. With Furia, they are sheer aggression. They are unbridled anger, I feel. I saw Jorby tweet the other day saying, you can run, you can hide, but the Panthers just going to keep on running. And we are seeing them run through the Swiss on track for a 3-0 record. I don't know if we've seen a team outside of EU or NA go 3-0. I've just seen you close your eyes to maybe try and think.
I am trying to think, but we have not run the Swiss that often.
Exactly.
So it would just be towards Sweden, towards Rotterdam. Those are the 2 examples we've got, and I do not think
I feel like maybe we had a
either.
Falcons potentially at one point.
That you're thinking probably London last time around, and that was going to be double a limb.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. I was also where BDS somehow went. I still have no idea. BDS went out there immediately and then went on to be world champions. Still one of the biggest anomalies of all time. As Lost celebrates his 90th birthday. Well, nice birthday treat would be getting out of here a bit early.
We love a birthday buff. In chat, of course, happy birthdays to Lost. Let's make sure that we're giving him the best birthday he can get, because he is currently trying his best to put the cherry on the cake of the Swiss.
Be very impressed, by the way, chat, if you can all coordinate to get something that resembles a happy birthday going on with the song. My hopes are not high, but hey, we can give it a go. So we do get ourselves into game 3. Now 2-0 rounds. Could be a long day for whoever loses this. We have seen teams reverse swept out of the Swiss. With the form that both these squads are on, you would assume that they are safe bets to make it. But a safer bet is just to win here and be done with it and go and celebrate Lost birthday if you are on Furia. You see Lost getting a little bit of a touch. Jorfinho takes control. Gen.G are having to launch defense maybe a little bit earlier than they are potentially comfortable with, because they know if they don't, that demo is coming forwards.
40 seconds in, no instance so far. Apparently Jack going for a save, wanting to become offensive from that point, and First Killer diving in, and we're seeing the amount of times that Gen.G want to clear this ball away, and yet Furia, they keep on coming, and it's Jan yet again.
They're all off the goal line. First Killer, he dived, he hoped, he prayed, and it was nowhere near. Furia keeping up the momentum, have now scored the last 5.
5 in a row since Gen.G won that first game as well, with a slobber knocker of 7. Lost hands the ball over to Jorfinho. Another double tap, another bit of gold. But shuffled away from Gen.G. Not enough, however. Backboard needs to be cleared away by First Killer. Abjad low on boost, and again thwarted by another player from Furia coming through. And the boost difference is Shogun. And near enough every juncture, it is so in favor of Furia right now, and Gen.G are barely working their way out of their own half.
Gen.G's defense, when they've got all 3 back, has been almost impossible to get rid of. The only time they've been caught is the open play, when they are finally getting a little bit of room to escape. unfortunately, that's not really the sort of compliment any pro player wants, is you're defending very well with all three back. That means you're not really scoring anything anytime soon. It's up to Gen.G to try and change that. Who's going to dive forward here? Whole bunch of blue cars. That is going to be taken over by Chronic. Moving on in now, first killer. What magic can he put together? Needs some help. Look how early Drafinio is up. And that was a dangerous turn in. Chronic's done well to keep that under control. Huge numbers advantage. Lost straight at him.
Abjack trying to take that snapshot, trying to catch Lost off his line, but Lost is waiting there clinically. Back corner again for Gen.G. Opportunity for a reset from first killer, but nothing. Chronic then lets that ball go, catches back up to it. Sees a man central, but as do Furia. The ball straight towards Gen.G's net. First killer can track back on the foot race, ends up winning it. Lost in that back corner, challenges with Chronic. But you see, I think on every single chance, until opportunities like this end up arising, it's just Furia. They send one, and then the second man is so close behind that you can't clear the ball too far away.
You can already see Jan was waiting for that shadowing until he knew that he had a teammate in a good spot to get the save. Believe you me, Jan was not going up to win that ball. He was there just to get it going early. So apparently Jack now has a little bit of time. Oh, and that is a good first touch.
Lovely.
Second is the reset. No one there to support.
A single man on the floor there maybe would have given Gen.G a convincing shot on target. Fortunately for Jack, all his hard work was for naught. Minute 50 remaining now. Drafinio removes Jack and Chronic can dive. Secures a save. A central pass. Jan just has to recover it. It was too far away for him to make anything from it. Jan can't get the touch. Lost again. This three-headed Hydra spitting acid at every single opportunity. Gen.G so far unable to make any convincing shots on net.
We go back to that first game and how Gen.G was scoring. So many of those were infield passes, the three-way passing play. I am struggling to think of a moment where Gen.G had a chance to get all three players on the opposing side of the field.
They'd love an opportunity for it. They want more passing plays.
They're going for demos. That's at least a good start.
Yeah, they're trying to shut them down in that way. But so far we're seeing Furia with 3 demos, 4 demos make it. 2 on the side of Gen.G. Chronic, 30 boost in the midfield, flicks it over 1, but Drafinio waiting, takes it high, challenged by first killer. And then Chronic, after picking up a boost, goes into that back corner, gets that 50. Chance for Jack, it's a shot, it's top corner. But Jan away again.
Just wanted to keep it behind the goalkeeper. Now first killer, drops it to the side. This is the plays they had earlier. Popped up, I think the defender would have had it anyway. So maybe good just to try and put them off their game. But again, Furia have escaped.
They are trying everything, Gen.G, and it doesn't work. The Panther is just gonna keep on coming. Furia the second. And it's Jan at Drafinio, masterclass down the right wing. Abjack, no chance.
Gen.G thought that they had a wounded animal, and instead Furia bared their teeth. 2-0, 42nd, and a chance that first killer has to make something of. But how early is that challenge? Chronic now with a couple of attempts at bumps. Lost just going to control it. Don't expect any support. Everyone else is holding defense.
Messy in these corners every now and then, but that's suiting Furia just fine. It ticks time off the clock. It's no problem whatsoever. First killer with a 50. Chronic with mid boost. Knows that Jan is nearby, so didn't want to take a touch. The seconds tick down. There is not enough time. A pre-jump, but still an interception. Furia 2-1 up in the series. A chance. Everything on the line for them to go 3-0 in the Swiss. The first time for any team from South America.
Double qualification points. And unless we get something here, 10 minutes without conceding a goal. Gen.G need answers, and they need them fast.
And bear in mind, in the Swiss, there's no opportunity for these timeouts. There's a time for big brains to start some big yapping.
Time for some big talk. And that is not the sort of image that indicates it. On the other side, Furia, they've got plenty to say. They are playing the sort of Rocket League that made everyone believe that that was a team that could become world champions. The org has been here before. The players have been at this level, but maybe outside of one particular chap that we know, the world hasn't quite believed like this.
Gen.G, though, their opportunity is still very much in their hands. Bear in mind, they lose here. Either of these teams lose here.
they just go then into that 2-1 side of the bracket. That's where a Swiss is relatively forgiving. They've set themselves up for success early. The only way that they can lose is by getting reverse swept out of the Swiss. But that's still a long way off. Gen.G still very much in this game. It's just Furia are controlling the pace. And Shogun, you said something a little bit earlier on. At the start, somewhere near the 10 minutes of scoring that we've seen for Furia, they are controlling the pace currently right now. Gen.G need to wrestle that away from them and try to just get rid of the sheer amount of boost control that Furia have.
9-3, or 9-4, I should say, in goals. But Gen.G have got to get this going, and they've got to get the first one here, if anything. Do not let Furia control the pace like they can when they're a goal up. Furia can play the pace game. They can play the game where they just frustrate you. This is not the old stereotype of South America. This is a team that can play in every way imaginable.
It's intelligent but unhinged Rocket League.
Yep.
I
know you're thinking, but what are you thinking?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, Jan's there!
Jan!
Jan scores! Well, we know what he was thinking, and he's thinking, I've got you there, my friend! 1-0!
You beast! First killer, he had more than enough boost. Had to cover the angles, but Jan catching it from further down pitch, slamming it home. Within 30 seconds, it is a South American victory.
So Gen.G now have to fight back. Already launching, first killer. He's tried to do that sweep across a few times. He's not found anybody. Now they need a player up, but apparently Jack's gonna play the defensive role. Needs to now move forward. Ball pops up. Drafinio goes, wins, beats first killer to it. And look at this, it is just missiles being launched every single time. You will not get a clean touch.
Gen.G playing a little bit scared at the moment, when realistically, I think they need to be playing on the aggressive side like Furia. Fight fire with fire, go crazy. And there's nobody more fired up than first killer.
He will try everything. That demo helps, the miss afterwards doesn't. First killer buys some time, gets dunked off the backboard. Apparently Jack would like to have given that to first killer, but with 12 boost, there's no magic in the tank. Now goes Chronic, looks for the ceiling, even the ceiling is covered. If it's that difficult to get control of the orange side of the field ceiling, how difficult is it gonna be to score in the blue goal? Gonna find out, there are passing options.
He's up.
But it's Drafinio on target, misses it, and Jack needs help, he hasn't got it!
Jack tracks back, but not back quick enough, and Drafinio asked so many questions that he could not answer. And Lost up trying to dunk Jack, sees he doesn't get the touch, and so re-angles in the air, gets a relative tap in, but the mechanics to be there on time and on target are otherworldly.
We go straight back to that interception. That was sheer disrespect. That was before he played the ball.
Yeah.
He knew where that was going. That's a problem when the defense knows what you're doing before the offense does. That's a great chance. And even that's not going to go in. Jan, huge flick, chased up by Lost. Have to do a player count at the moment. You would assume there's 4 blue cards on the field. There is not. There's only the 3 of Furia.
First towards that right-hand side, but Jan's going to be there first. A messy touch then allows Jack into the skies. It's a bounce, gives time, and not enough boost, but Drafinio has got it in spades.
And that is a sentence that has been said quite often in this. Gen.G are in a good position and don't have the boost to do anything with it. That has not fallen to the right player at the right time. Aloft is in so much trouble because Chronic is barreling in.
And that's what you need, Gen.G. You need the fire, you need the demos, and you need the ambition to take down Furia. Halfway through the game, half of the goals cut down. Gen.G end their streak of being scored upon. 12.5 minutes and they recover 1.
The drought is over. Now will they find the harvest? Up they go. Chronic can't get to it. And last goal is the first time that Gen.G have found the bump that they've been looking for. The playstyle and the strategy has been the same. Just finally got it to work. There's the infield. The infield, however, worked brilliant in game 1, has not worked once since.
Lost was there to intercept again. Drafinio getting an awkward touch. Chronic challenges against him. Now Jan barring down on first killer. Chance for Drafinio, but first killer's going to win out on that one. Dead on the halfway line. Chance again. Lost clears it away. Midfield, Drafinho's in the way. Anytime it gets any amount of air, that ball is slammed down by Furia.
This is the first chance, first killer. Can he show off the mechanics? Not quite. It's the first time he's really had a chance to try and flex his muscles. Now apparently Jack looking for the backboard. This is in a good spot here, but Gen.G do not have the numbers.
But a quick turnaround could see Gen.G back on that scoring streak. Abjack central, is Chronic there? He is. The snapshot, Yan doesn't respect it. Drawn level.
They've pre-jumped, it works. They pre-jumped, it works. Yan pre-jumps, it doesn't work. Gen.G 2, Furia 2. We might have some life in this series yet.
And tell you what, snapshots were not working earlier on, and Chronic will be very happy that it has on that chance. Great shot from him. 70 seconds, Chronic again going far down the pitch. Furia, as they've let 2 goals go, we've seen how they can go. Will it be similar to game number 1?
Off the backboard, Lost gonna try and get the block. It's down, Yan gonna try and chase. In comes first killer, off the blind spot, and Drafinho was not caught out.
Great catch from Yan. Can't get it above Chronic, however. First killer back into the corner. Opportunities for both teams really starting to come out now, but Yan with a miss. Lost has to take it back, picks up 100 boost in the corner. Now Drafinho up high. Will Yan go for it? He gets given so much space to go for it.
Apparently Jack was prioritizing that middle boost because that's what it's been like for Gen.G. They've got to try and control that. Low challenge, first killer, back over to Chronic!
The passing blades are back yet again! And Gen.G reaped that harvest.
Turns the defense into a pretzel. All over the place. But Gen.G, out of nowhere, they're back in it. They're back in the lead. 26 seconds to send us to Champions Field.
Still 20 seconds, Shogun. And Furia, we've seen these late goals that they can muster up. First killer, right-hand side, a redirect. Just keep that ball away from Furia. Yan keeps first killer away from the pitch entirely. Lost central to Drafinho. Lost is still an option. Goes up high, Lost receives. First killer backboard, intelligent play from him as Jack stays grounded. Now any amount of floor touch, Gen.G are going to be hoping for. A backflip, Lost lets it go. Game 5 for a Furia that certainly must have felt that they were ready to go 3-0.
The harvest has come, and they've decided it's time to feast. We're feasting as viewers. Champions Field, here we come again.
What a turnaround for Gen.G too. You're 2-0 down. You've got like 2 minutes or so left. You get 1. And then the composure from these from Gen.G especially. Abjack sees the ball first towards him, and he knows, Chronic central. I don't need to worry about this too much. The start from Furia was great, but the ending from Gen.G even greater.
I mean, that is where many would have thought this was done. You're down, you're conceding goals that you would never expect to, and suddenly, Operation Find Chronic went into effect, and Chronic found a win for his team.
The reset start for Chronic 2 actually fakes it low, and then the 50 over towards first killer it was,
So
not
good.
Abjack. I didn't realize just how much of that play developed all from Chronic. Gets the reset, fakes it, goes low, and then gets the 50. Rewarded with a goal out the end of it. And again, we mentioned the composure from these teams. You would not know this is about to be a game 5 to go 3-0 in the Swiss, secure a quarterfinal spot, a top 8 in the world. Yet here we are.
History on the line. Can Furia get rid of Gen.G? Or are Gen.G the true juggernauts of North America? Let's find out.
Connor's going to be receiving that ball from yet another lovely 50. Abjack central, no one's going to be there to receive it off his touch. I think full aggression is going to continue to be the theme of this game. Why would they slow down now? And Abjack is going to be erupting the arena in flames.
Both these teams in prime position to make it. But this is about a statement. This is about making it that you are the team to be in that playoff round. And that was so difficult to read. But everybody, that wasn't lost. Huge mistake. And Gen.G are down by 1.
What a touch from Yan as well to send it all the way into the orange half. For a relatively safe position. Gets that second one as Chronic just leaves it completely. Lost can then smash it home. An early lead for Furia is far from a win, and off the kickoff scrap, you love to see it from NA.
I feel like I've seen that one before. But First Killer will be the recipient. One each. We keep going on this. Now what have they got in the bag for the next one? Nice little layoff to the side. Lost takes the shot. He's got Jack jumping. Jack misses. Lost to score!
Straight in yet again. Lost was the MVP earlier on in this game, and he's going to be keeping that mantle. Abject, a complete miss on the backboard. The composure from game number 4 seemingly out the window entirely.
Unfortunately for Gen.G, the goals they are conceding are diabolical. Need to fix this. This is not how you would like to see a Game 5 go. Drafinio, start with control, lays it off to First Killer, who almost got that down to Jack. Now is the track back, and they won't get to it!
It was genius from First Killer. Fake up high, go low. Abjact's waiting, but Chronic pushes too far up, and Jan reads it entirely. The faith that Jan has in the Furia defense to get the ball straight back out to him on the counter-attack. It's what we all wish our teammates in Ranked has, but bear in mind, 4 goals in 1 minute so far.
Plenty of time to work with. And we've already seen Gen.G do this before. Clearly a team with resounding mental, but they are really in a tough spot. But what's different to any other time in this series? Jan will wait across field. Is even needed? Not quite. But Furia will happily play the solo plays and make Gen.G challenge them. First Killer goes early.
Drafinio's the first man to that ball, however. On the left-hand side, Chronic will pick it up, but a relative nothing touch. Abject has to do something with it. Nothing, unfortunately, will be apparating. Chronic now with space and time, flicks it nice and early, gets rid of the ball, but straight back towards Furia. Above target, Furia has no intention of following it. Instead, it's all a setup for Lost.
Again, Gen.G can't get back in time. They have been caught over and over in this exact same situation. And it has cost them oh so very dearly.
A hat-trick for Lost in game number 5, Champs Field. It's going to be another shot on target, saved away by First Killer on that chance. 3 goals to bring back for Gen.G. The mountain grows every time.
Chronic gonna take over. He's got First Killer to aim for, but Lost will happily go and meet him. Can Gen.G make us believers again? Or is this just one deficit too far for them? Abject with First Killer in support, but Furia just read that line every single time. You're there, your teammate's there, I will be in the middle of it.
Just interceptions. It must be so frustrating. Chronic again tries to find First Killer. I read that one. First Killer was up for it, but Drafinio in the center again. Halfway through the game, Abject there first, on target! 2 goals separating, and Gen.G stay alive.
And they changed up the formula. Let's go for pace this time. They're reading us. Let's get the challenge, send the ball wherever, and we will get there first. This is still doable with half the game left to go.
6 goals in 2.5 minutes. We're back to those game 1 antics. It's Chronic to have a shot blocked out with the demos in the back line against Furia. It completely nullifies their crazy rotations.
Yeah, boost is coming at a premium for both squads. Those middle boosts especially, everyone wants to try and play them. We're seeing teams leave the balls, that's on target! Lost keeps it out, Jan goes up, and Chronic has dove on in. Gen.G have been caught in these positions before, but this time they've got the numbers.
2 minutes. 2 minutes and chances again, ticking down for Furia. A reset, Jan! It's excellent! The gap yet again widened to 3.
Just the moment Furia are on the counter, they swarm. 3 goals up, a minute 50. And Gen.G every single time that there is a crumb of hope for them, it just gets stolen.
Furia are stealing everything in this series. Again, the kickoff, Jan had a great chance, but a block in the midfield. It's going to be keeping Gen.G to only, quote, that 3. First Killer can move it past, but not further past Jan. Abject clearly going for those demos.
Off the backboard. Lost, looking to try and put this one away. 90 seconds on the clock. First Killer gets it past the first player. Chronic's going to try and chase. Lost was happy to let him do so. Cross the face of the midfield, and that was actually the one they could have attacked.
That's a good chance for them, but you're never going to guess that Furia are going to miss a read considering how well they've done this series so far. Abject challenging. Only 70 seconds. 2 players on Gen.G committing to that ball. Sent long, Drafinho can't get anything from it. Chronic up for that double, but Jan, it's a second man to it.
You're going to need the outplay. There is no world where Furia are not going to leave somebody back in this position. And they're going to need them 2 times on top of that. That's on target and off the bombs. Jan puts it without a shadow of a doubt.
4 goals. And Gen.G not looking like they're going to be scoring 1. There's still a minute left, but Gen.G, my word, lads, you need to get 1 every 10 seconds or so. Furia, what a statement land this is looking like, Show.
And it might get added to later on. This could be the big reset when it comes to how we rank International Rocket League. We've seen glimpses. We've seen hope. They're going to try and add to it. Oh my goodness, and that's still somehow kept out. Brilliant defense from Gen.G, but it's also the last thing that they need.
25, Gen.G chasing, Furia holding them at arm's length. 2 or 3 arm's lengths at this point. Jan sends it long, Drafinho's going to be up for it, actually fakes away, doesn't need to take that particularly massive risk. And as the final 10 ticks down, this is a Furia squad that have come to play. They went through Vitality. Europe has been defeated. They are going through North America. Gen.G is down. Furia, South America, welcome to Copenhagen. Welcome to the quarterfinals.
The kings of South America demanded tribute. They are moving on. They are now in the top 2 seeds. And he might be the only one asleep at the moment because everyone else better wake up and pay attention to this team.
I'd like to put forward to you, Shogun, a slightly unfortunate stat. First Killer has never finished a series on LAN without scoring a goal. Do you know how many goals he got in that series?
I like to feel like you're queuing this up for something, or this is going to be the biggest rug pull.
0. The first series that First Killer has ever played on LAN where he does not score a goal has just happened in front of your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. And a statement LAN for South America. Bear in mind, the first time we have seen South America go 3-0 in any Swiss event internationally.
I've got another really interesting stat for you here, Stumpy.
Go on, mate.
Which team did you predict?
Hey, all right, all right.
Oh, everything's coming up Millhouse.
I went with T-Bates. I thought maybe he'd be right on this chance.
Wait, was it Bates or it was Coin?
Coin.
Is Bates even now with Coin?
Oh my word. Right, chat. Come on, right, we're all friends here. If T-Bates ever is drawing with the coin, you've got to never let him live that down.
We don't quite know how the coin was doing over on the B stream, to be fair. We do know how this team's doing. It is phenomenal.
Yeah.
They are now going to go away, celebrate a birthday, come back tomorrow.
Happy birthday, Lost. Make sure you're all typing that in chat.
And we will see them in the top 8. Against who? We don't know. We imagine Gen.G will still make it at that level, still able to get to game 5, but it is going to be a longer road than they would have wanted.
What an addition Drafinho's been to this Furia squad too. We talk about super teams in EU and NA. Bear in mind, the South American super team has just taken down one of the super teams in NA.
Well, you can see how it went down in game number 5. Expect to see an awful lot of Furia goals. Gen.G just did not have the answer to them. And Furia moving on.
We've got an interview coming up now. Bear in mind, chat, make sure that you say happy birthday to the man that's just about to be on your screens with Leaf.
Happy birthday. I'm not going to sing the whole song. It's what a wonderful way to celebrate your birthday on the getting into the playoffs is massive. How excited are you that on your birthday you qualify on through?
Quão animado você tá de comemorar isso no seu aniversário?
Pô, é algo único, né? Você passar por um playoff, pra mim, o mês mais difícil que o Rocket League já teve. No dia do seu aniversário é algo especial. Acho que é quase impossível de repetir. Tô muito confiante que vou ganhar esse mês.
He said that it's very special for him because it's the most difficult major for him that so far.
Right.
So get 3-0 on his birthday is like a major accomplishment for him too.
It's massive for anybody, especially on your birthday. What has made it so difficult, I guess, if you want to explain that to me?
Por que é tão difícil esse major?
Eu acho que é porque todas as regiões, Europa, MENA, SAN, NA, montaram um super time. Então, tipo, todos os times de todas as regiões têm um super time e tá muito difícil de ganhar.
Every region, North America, Europe, and everything like that, made like a super team, like a selection of big players and everything like that. So it's difficult because the top players of the world are here.
That is absolutely true. This is why we do this, the best of the best showing up. Tell me now, though, you've taken down some of the top teams in some of the best regions between Vitality and now Gen.G. Can you tell me maybe which one was harder? Maybe tell me which one's better?
Mais difícil, Vitality ou Gen.G?
Vitality.
Vitality was harder.
That's fair. Okay, I just had to lay it out there. Talk to me about this game specifically. It felt like you guys had a lot of free space on the backboard sometimes. Is that something you recognized and took advantage of, or was it natural?
Ele viu que você tinha muito espaço no meio para trás do mapa. Isso foi uma coisa que vocês deixaram? Isso foi uma vantagem para vocês? Como é que vocês lidaram com isso?
Eu acho que foi mais na hora da pressão mesmo, a gente acaba não reparando muito onde tá. Mas é algo mesmo que a gente tenta manter a defesa e o ataque equilibrado. Então sempre tem um mais atrás e dois atacando. Então a gente joga assim.
We almost of the time had to balance between the attack and the defense. We had this very established between the team, so we took this as an advantage to put two on the front and one at the back, so we can leave space for the team to make an error.
I just want to know now for the rest of the day, you're qualified through it, you're done, it's your birthday. What does the rest of the day spell out? Are you relaxing or back to the grind?
Seu aniversário, você vai relaxar, você vai jogar, você vai pro zoológico, você vai fazer o quê?
Grind.
I know, I got that one. Hey, well, let's get them back to the grind. They got a lot more work to do, and so do a lot of the other teams. The major is nowhere near done yet. We carry on. Luminosity versus Limitless is next. NA's fourth, playing against SSA's one and only. It's Rocket League. It's exciting.
How much did you want Jack to be in here instead of you?
I think he truly deserves to be here.
Yeah.
I thought I didn't really deserve it at all, so yeah.
Nah, you don't have that, dude. One? Yeah? Yeah, go on. Nice shot.
I'll take, bro.
Nice!
Bro, we're taking open net. Alright, we're taking it.
Getting pre-jumps.
No, you pre-jump.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna...
Whoa, 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 whoa! Where are the comms at, bro?
Jack is he's definitely full rat enterprise gameplay here.
Wow. What a bum. Completely zoning him out.
He just boxed him out of the play beast mode on the respawn, dodged the demo.
Wait. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's relax. Wait, hang on.
At the boost? Alright, it should be a goal if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, if you're not mistaken, you're faking.
Oh, okay, wait, look, nice. Hold on.
Okay, I'm not.
Where's my going?
Dude, someone took my controller from me or something, dude. Nice. Good kickoff. Get bumped.
Good bump.
I'm faking the open net, just to fake you out.
Nah, fuck you, bro.
Dude. What the? He's up again.
Dude, these demos.
My bad, man. My bad. Next time.
Let's see this, bro. Let's see the max.
Okay, I just hard flag reset. Can I get a replay? Can I get a replay on my screen?
That's a great recovery by Jack here. Really fast recovery to get back into the match sheet. Look at that, and he is in time.
Wow.
Just as expected.
I didn't think he would get up after that.
Oh, what about?
Overtime?
Oh, wait, I'm getting confused. No, wait, no, it's my own net. No. Dude, I want to do so bad. What's going on? All right, let me finish it here.
Yeah?
Yeah, let me...
Oh, no.
Oh,
it did.
Come on. Beast mode, look, I know you're new to this 1v1 game, but sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some, and it's just how the game mode goes, man. But
yeah.
Rocket League fans believe the hype. South America punches their way into the top 8 without dropping a match. Furia puts Gen.G away. Happy birthday to Lost. What a present to give yourself here.
What a difference a year makes too. You know, Furia was in North America last year, couldn't get the job done, only made 1 major, and they came in last. And now, back to Sam, picking up Big Drew. And they look unbelievable.
They picked up Big Drew and Drafino yesterday during the interviews. He was like, well, we're still in NA. We be competing against G2 and Gen.G. Well, Gen.G beat G2, and then the Furia just beat Gen.G. So by the transfer of the property, I think they'd be the best team in NA accordingly.
I feel like Jen, I feel like they just didn't have any good teams to practice against in NA, so they had to go back to South America to actually practice.
You gotta look at teammates in the eye when you say that one. But our green room got real loud. Every time Daz opened his mouth, Gen.G or Furia started scoring. Daz had to leave the room, and he had the peanut gallery. Yeah, but our green room was going crazy about this match. It was hilarious.
It was just wild because so it was back and forth. We saw Furia, they take games 2 and 3. Chronic, he came alive in game 4, and I think that's been that missing piece. Qualifier 3 with Gen.G, it was all Chronic. So if he gets going, maybe something will happen with them. And it did in game 4. But I told you, Wave, at the beginning of game 5, I'm like, this might be a Brazil for Furia, because if the offense does click, they can put up crooked numbers on the scoreboard, and we see it here. Game 5, Furia shows up and just dominates.
They dominated indeed, and Gen.G, I think you said it was back and forth. It was in terms of the series, obviously going to game 5, but there was about a 12.5-minute span there where Gen.G Mobile 1 could not score, and then DeMar in the green room, he was really concerned because he just had no faith in them.
And we said that the weakness out of Furia would be, can you get them uncomfortable on defense? Well, when they didn't really have to play defense, that was the issue. And Furia were relentless on that front. I mean, you guys brought it up, and you just can't let Yan hit double taps off your backboard.
And that's been the question where, like, you know, Furia's defense isn't that great because they never play it. Well, guess what? They're never going to play it, it seems like, because they are so good on offense. They don't have to play defense. They just keep going.
Johnny, at one point in the green room, to Lemon's point, he was like, what does the blue half even look like? I don't
Someone describe it.
It was funny. They did all that. Was some excellent gameplay there. Meanwhile, on the alternate stream, more incredible stories. The story of Gentlemates continues as they take down Falcons. Who's the best team in Europe? At this point, it's the Gentlemates of Alpine.
And if you did any pick'ems or anything like that, if you would have said the Gentlemates would be a 3-0 team, you would have got laughed at. They were the EU 4 seed clearly as well, like after the online portion. And guess what? That's why it's a different day. That's why 3 weeks of practice can do wonders. And Gentlemates, 3-0, the #1 seed in the bracket.
They beat Rule 1, BDS, and Falcons to get here. Falcons that had just beaten Carmine Corp.
Listen, they got a good resume, and I kept calling them Flow from Heaven, but they're clearly playing the best team synergized Rocket League so far. They're not doing anything special as like individuals, but right now they've been balling out.
Team play. Yeah. Elevate going to be playing against Quick Trip Pioneers over on the alternate stream for their tournament life. Meanwhile, here on the main stream, we've got one more to go in round 3 before we have to re-rack for round 4 here. Luminosity. Many people with lots of expectations for this team. They now have to fight against Limitless here, Bates, also for their tournament life.
Limitless, listen, we're going to talk about them in a second, because I do got a lot to say. Shout out Graybeard, but Luminosity, I picked them twice. They kind of messed up my predictions a little bit, but they got a great culture over there. They also got a great team because Cheese was balling out all NA online. Gibbs, what was the score? What was the goals per game, #1?
Yeah, it was like #1, 1.05 or something like that.
Yeah, 1.05, but he wasn't that great on offense yesterday.
But here's what I keep hearing. They have great culture. You only say that when you don't have great talent.
No,
you have
no,
to make
no,
up a
no,
different
no,
word.
no, no,
You make up a
no,
different
no,
word.
no.
So I know
Okay.
they have talent. I want to see it on the field. I want to see it in international play. I believe they can. Cheese absolutely can. We've seen it with Reynolds before. He is a LAN winner. It's in his blood.
Well, maybe Luminosity are just allergic to Sam, because then they face Furia and Complexity, and it's a different story.
It's true.
So Sam are kind of crazy this event. So
apparently.
So maybe Luminosity got a chance. Also, you know, Cheese looked nervous. I think this is Cheese's big debut. He is the MVP. He is the guy to watch. If he can't make magic happen, I worry about Luminosity, but it's a brand new day, and they look like they're smiling.
Luminosity getting strangled by Furia looks less and less bad as this tournament goes on.
That's fair. It was a bad day 1. Now they're in the O2 round. They are huge favorites here. absolutely huge favorites. They got to ride that momentum through this entire day.
Well, now, for the first time on the mainstream, let's welcome Limitless here, the representatives from Sub-Saharan Africa. And there's many people who are only familiar with this region when they see them show up at Worlds. This is a big deal for them, though, T-Bates. This is the first time they're here at an inter-season major.
It's a massive deal for them because not only when you're just at Worlds, you don't necessarily get the time to prep, the time to really scrim against teams and consistently get better. That's one major RLCS land as in the World Championship per year. Now they're guaranteed to get 3.
Yeah.
And given that gives them a really good chance to get better. The expectation for SSA at the moment is not for them to come in and win. It's for them to continue to improve, continue to share their storyline, and just grow SSA as a region. And I know this team could do that.
I don't know if this is a hot take, but this is not impossible for Limitless. You're facing a weaker looking LG just based on what we saw yesterday. Limitless went close to OG, which you could maybe compare OG to Luminosity. So Limitless, I think they could look good here. It'll be up to Sweaty, his debut for this team, how he fits in. Snowy's mechanics, does he have time and space to pull those off? I think Limitless have a chance.
They certainly do, and I have one thing here. This is not something I feel like we've ever been able to say about a Sub-Saharan African team, but they have collectively more LAN experience across, like, spread out across the 3 players than Luminosity does. Luminosity with a rookie in Cheese, every member of Limitless has played in a Rocket League
Yes,
before.
Sweaty was with Valiant at the World Championship last year, so now he's coming back on a new team, and they also consolidated talent. So SSA should be getting better. When they played OG, that game 1, long overtime, barely lost it after 3 minutes. Many of us will say OG should have been the number 3 NA team, Luminosity number 4. So they're creeping ever so much closer to getting that first game win. You get that first game win, you get momentum. You never know because pressure is on Luminosity. If they lose game 1, like after going 0-2 through Swiss, teams implode at majors. It happens. It's possible.
Listen, but Luminosity, they all tweeted out, it's a new day. Reddles tweeted out 1 game at a time, and you would expect them to play differently than OG. OG, I think, once again, some teams are maybe just a little bit easier to play against when you have a team that's a little bit not as good as in a Limitless compared to OG, but Luminosity, when they're demoing you, that's really going to make you speed up. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Limitless adjusts to that OG pressure.
And Reddle's saying 1 game at a time. You know, I was saying Limitless maybe actually has more LAN experience than Luminosity. The one thing that kind of completely skews that stat is Reddles. He has played this game for so many years at this point across so many different continents and competitions here. So this is going to be the player I'm looking at to carry his team forward. And the fact that he's paying attention to just this match alone, not thinking about the whole tournament, huge deal.
Yeah, he needs to support the team in and off the field. He's that veteran player, as you said. You got 2 young guns coming in under his wing, and with the nerves, I think they're shooken off on day 1. You got your matches warmed up. Yes, there was maybe an hour or 2 between the 2 matches that they did play, but now I think they look like the vibes are back on. Reddles, he's the one who brings them together. You could see he's the vocal player when the cams come on, so I think Cheese should just try his best.
Well, folks, who do you think is going to win? Again, get those hashtags in the chat. We'll make our predictions up here as well. Bates.
You want me to go first?
Bates, the prediction contest has been it's getting wider. It's gotten wider after Gen.G.
Well, that's just because, you know, I just pick all the underdogs. You know, I like that. I like to spice up a little bit. Everybody else just like to pick the favorites.
You do,
But right here, I'm not going to pick the underdog. I'm going to go with Luminosity. Okay. They owe me a couple of wrong predictions.
I'm pretty sure your picks you thought were favorites before they lost. Now you're calling them underdogs. So I like your style, but I'm also going Luminosity. I would love to go with SSA and get their first major win, but can't do it.
I also went with Luminosity, but I will say I don't think it's going to be a sweep. I think people think this is more one-sided than it'll be. It all depends on how Luminosity reset. That's been the theme of this desk. But Limitless have a chance, like I've said before. I think they can take a game.
They do. There is definitely a narrative where this happens, and Sub-Saharan Africa is still looking for their first international win against somebody other than themselves.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can get it here, folks. I also have Luminosity on this one. Blue is for Luminosity on the coin. And it comes up Limitless.
Has it been orange every single time?
Yeah.
It's been orange a lot.
Let me flip next time.
No, it
went blue that time.
Coin, no, come on, coin. Coins catch up the Bates right here. Let's go.
See, Limitless take game 1.
Oh, yeah, maybe. I'm saying, hey, listen, Coin's a believer. Coin's a believer on this one. So how's chat feeling about it, though? I want to know how chat's feeling on this one. And is there a, like, as it is going to be Luminosity again, as expected here. Luminosity have been winning lots of fan votes. What does Limitless have to do?
Don't ask me.
2die4 has to have a match of his life. It has to be game 1. They have to take game 1. I feel like you have
Really?
to
It's
get
over after game 1?
Luminosity nervous. You just have to keep that downhill trend for them going. I feel like with 2die4, he was the MVP last year. He's that major talent on that squad. If he pops off, it's possible.
Well, we know LG's playstyle is a lot about being physical, and they weren't able to pull that off yesterday against some of the teams. So Limitless can just be aware of that. They won't be totally run over.
I mean, yes, taking away the physical play style of Luminosity has been a key to victory for many teams at this event and in North America so far. So, can Limitless do it? Both these teams, they want to continue on here at Copenhagen, but only one will get that opportunity. Luminosity versus Limitless for their tournament lives.
Welcome SSA to the mainstream. Limitless are here to play their hearts out against a Luminosity that never expected they'd find themselves on tournament points so early on.
Absolutely not, as Limitless, for the first time, SSA have been at one of these major events. And that was either the weirdest kickoff ever or Johnny Boy's kickoff strat. Okay, it still might be a weird kickoff strat.
It still might be.
Who knows? Maybe the admin's bamboozled.
See what happens.
Oh.
Now we're going to be making sure that everyone's happy, everyone's chill. You know how it goes. It's not going to be simple here, ladies and gentlemen. But Luminosity versus Limitless. I feel like if you started talking to us about this a week ago, we'd say, all right, realistically, 3-0 Luminosity. As far as I'm concerned, Shogun, it is not necessarily locked into that point.
It's one of those things of I'm so interested how this first game goes because Luminosity have had a very, very rough tournament.
Yes.
But I feel like we do this every single time where a team's having a rough tournament and they have their match, usually against APAC is this position.
Yeah.
And then they just kind of go ahead and win it, usually pretty comfortably. APAC are playing at the moment. They're over on the bistro. So if you are wondering, like, oh, can I watch some Rocket League at the moment? Yeah, you can. Absolutely. Go to twitch.tv/RL Esports and you should be able to have something
welcome you back
there.
soon.
Yeah, we'll let you know. Trust me. You'll hear me shouting.
Yeah, yeah, don't worry about it. But realistically, Luminosity, they have underperformed.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they're 0-2. They've lost games that they really shouldn't have done. Cheese has not lived up to what he was doing back when they were playing in the open qualifiers. Magic Bear, no offense to the lad, he's barely been here.
Yeah.
Rattles has been fine. Like, I'm not going to have a go at any of them, but Rattles has been okay. And meanwhile, on Limitless, yes, they are going to be bottom rung. They are learning at these events, international experience, but we have been so impressed with them, especially their tenacity.
Well, we go all the way back to the talent power rankings that we had before we went into this. Yes, this is where we thought Limitless would be, it's where we thought Pioneers would be, and where we thought Elevate would be. But we all had Limitless Luminosity about 12th.
Yeah, around 12th with OG. So I think Furia was around that spot
Yeah,
too.
so I think Furia were in our top 8 overall. I'm just saying that was not on me. Was that on you, Stubby?
Mate, I filled that in about 5 days ago.
Yeah,
I have no idea what I did.
If you want to know how the prediction contest is going, by the way, it's pretty much we look at it and then we scramble to get in what we think as quickly as possible.
Gibbs shouts at us in the green room and says, guys, fill it in now. As soon as you walk in, he'll shout at you to get it done.
Yeah. So we'll be able to get this going nice and simple. Yeah, this first match is so very important just for trying to get yourself underway, for Luminosity to prove that, all right, everyone's kind of overblowing the situation that they are in at the moment. And heck, I mean, yes, yesterday was bad, but if you're looking at the rest of the event, you are not eliminated yesterday. You could get eliminated today if you have a good day. Well, you're all on wins. You're just winning the rest of your way through. If Luminosity do see themselves into Game 5, then they could be very happy. The same could be said for Limitless, as we are going to be able to get ourselves back into the series, Stumpy.
Yes. So,
take 2. We're going to pretend this never happened.
Okay, right. Can you be the producer real quick?
Okay. We are ready in 5, 4, 4.5.
You've timed this, right?
Yeah, Johan's time is way
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go! Casters live.
Limitless, welcome to the mainstream. They are the kings of SSA, currently sitting in the 0-2 spot, but Luminosity, Shogun, we did not expect to see them here.
Johan has never been more secure in his job. I do not know the timing of that, despite the fact that we have had it now for 2 seasons. As we get ourselves underway. Limitless and Luminosity know the task in front of them. They have got to win this, and then 2 series afterwards. The good news would be, whoever they play will probably be coming off a loss. Right now, these 2 teams, though, are the ones that need to try and prove that they deserve to stay in the Copenhagen Major.
30 seconds in, and the pressure so far, realistically, on the side of Limitless, and that's how they need to approach this series. Make sure they don't just sit back, wait for an error, because Luminosity, they've got an error in them, but if they're not challenged, it's probably not going to be coming through. And we saw yesterday, Cheese was saying, that's not how we're meant to be performing here, guys. We are not going to be going down 0-3.
We do see to die for, not able to recover on that backboard. It's Magic Bear just daring anybody to come and challenge him. Tydefor happy to take up the gauntlet. Now we go midfield. Magic Bear can't afford to make a mistake like that. And Snowy's got the first.
An early lead. Only a minute in, Snowy beats out 1 and the second. Magic Bear, a complete whiff. And a 1v3 in favor of Limitless. SSA open the scoring on the A stream, and it's so good to see them at a major.
Magic Bear, he could have got it. I know he was out of boost when he went for the save, but he actually narrowly missed a 12 boost on his way to try and path. That would have been enough just to get something on the ball. Limitless have got the first goal. Now it's going to be the second for Luminosity.
Magic Bear makes up for his previous mistake, and it's Rettles going central with the pass. Outspeeds 1, Magic Bear waiting. It's a routine goal, but they all count as 1. And Luminosity, they bring it back. Not too much to worry about.
For Limitless, it's all about avoiding what I feel was a very frequent mistake on their part, which was they were positioning on all challenges like they were guaranteed to win it.
Yeah.
They've got to get used to, no, we've got to cover both options here, because they have not been in a position where they are losing challenges all that often.
I mean, bear in mind, whenever we see a shock result come out of APAC or SSA, or a region that you think, okay, they shouldn't be realistically beating NA, EU, another region, it's because the, quote, bigger region underestimates them. They're still Pro Rocket League players. They are still in the 0.001% of players that are taking up this game. Respect should 100% be given. And Limitless are absolutely proving why, but Magic Bear is up for 1. The second, relatively open, but Sweaty keeps his composure, taps it out wide.
Yeah, Sweaty was kind of positioning himself and hoping that that was going to be directly at him. This occasion it was. The Luminosity are starting to get their claws into this game. Limitless have got to keep players moving. They are slowing down on the backline a little bit too much. Luminosity play a physical game. They will see that and think, that is what I want. I'm going to go and demo your goalkeeper. They've got to keep themselves in motion.
There's a whiff from Rettles, but Limitless haven't been able to capitalize on that whatsoever. Sweaty up for 1 with a reset, but doesn't really go anywhere. No plan for it after. Cheese from the backboard, midfield, lets that ball go. Rettles then gets a little bit in the way. Sweaty takes full advantage, goes up high, but Magic Bear does read it, shepherds it around the back of his own goal. But a no-fear approach from Limitless is keeping them attacking on the blue half.
Oh, that's a big demo as well. Magic Bear over to Rettles. He's only got 1 player left to beat, and instead, it was the crossbar that was too much. Magic Bear's just going to try and kill some time for Rettles to come in. Take 2 went so much better.
And what a fake coming out from Luminosity as well. Both commit to it. Magic Bear gets called off it. Rettles sends it low. A choreographed dance for the North American team that will feel insulted that they're sitting in the 0-2 round.
Insulted that even a decent chunk of the chat thought that they might end up losing this. They would have wanted that to be closer to 80% their way. It was not. So Rettles goes towards the backboard. To die for. So Sweaty. Sweaty wanted midfield, and Snowy's very close. And that demo means that that ball needed to be won by the midfield challenge. Otherwise, that was going to be yet another goal.
To die for, challenging with Magic Bear, but the Bear makes himself big enough. Sweaty up in the corner, but great pre-jump from Rettles, and that seems to be the call to order for in the last 6 months of Rocket League. Pre-jump your opponents as much as possible. And so far, Limitless are falling prey to it. Minute 15, still with that Luminosity lead. Cheese dances around 1, 2, nearly the third. Magic Bear's going to be there, but a weak shot. Now to die for on the counter. Boost, round 1. Not a great chance. A demo opened at the back, but Magic Bear again saving the bacon of Luminosity.
Infield pass to try and put it away, but that's a great interception. So now, with less than a minute left. In goes Snowy. That ball should still be comfortable for Rettles. Needs a teammate, and Sweaty's just about got to it. 40 seconds. Limitless have to reset themselves and go again.
Rettles, one reset. Could have got that one on target. I love the idea, but a post bounce makes it awkward for the Limitless defense and the Luminosity offense at the same time. Final 30, Snowy on the left side. Sees one central, can get it there, but to die for. He sits behind, hoping it will pop out more laterally.
Yes, maybe the thing that I least like about Limitless at the moment is they play behind each other when that ball is going to pop into the midfield. You can't chase it that way. You need the ball to come towards you. You need to play a little bit wider. Can they find one more opportunity? Or is Magic Bear just going to see this one down? Well, that bounce means that this can be played.
Seti keeps it up, tries to find to die for. Unfortunately for them, ball touches ground. Luminosity, they take game number 1. And despite losing that first goal, it still ends up being a close one. Only a 2-1 in favor of Luminosity, who do look more composed than yesterday.
I'd say composed is a very good way to describe this at the moment, because Luminosity's defense, it seems like their strategy right now is just to let Limitless do what they want to do. There has not actually been that many attempts at challenging. If Limitless have got the ball, they're not trying to meet them at the source of the play. They're actually just going backboard and going, all right, you're probably not going to trouble us at the moment, so we'll wait for the ball to drop, and we'll just control this when it comes over. That can be dangerous. If Limitless start to realize that's happening, and they know they're not going to get changed anytime soon, they will probably readjust where they want that ball to go. But for now, Limitless are kind of fighting shadows when it comes to their chances in offense. And there's your answer, by the way, if you think Luminosity are overlooking their opponents.
Oh, yeah. Every single goal is being met with roars of achievement from every single team that's up and down right ahead of us. Every now and then, I literally can't hear Shogun because they are screaming so loud. It's brilliant, the energy here. But I think with Limitless, I love seeing what they came out with early on. Just dive at the ball. Be aggressive. I said it early, don't sit back. You cannot sit back. Firstly, it's a shame with the quality that Limitless have. They are kings of SSA for a reason. Some have come from other regions to try and topple them, and they have not been successful. Limitless remain on top, and Luminosity, they've had some errors so far, but they will not be the one. SSA, first time.
That's going to go on up to die for with an opportunity. Doesn't get there early enough, and he's on 0 boost, which means that this trek back is going to be a long one. In field, Magic Bear happy to take over, cut through. Sweaty just pops the ball up. You can see there's no rush here for Luminosity on their defense. They are relatively happy just to wait for the ball to come to them. It will be on Limitless just to make them question that strategy a little bit more. In field, oh my goodness! Sliced them apart!
2 committing again on defense. Rettles taking full advantage. You know that he loves those passing plays. And Magic Bear is going to be there to receive, utterly unmarked, ambitious as ever. In 35 seconds, Luminosity with the lead.
They have kept it simple, and it's working. Limitless are trying to jump at shadows at the moment. Here we go, Snowy, that's the still not good enough. He wasn't jumping at shadows, but compared to that challenge, he might as well have been one.
G said on Twitter, tomorrow's going to be different, and he is that difference maker on Luminosity. Great challenge. Knows the snow is going to be going high. He can take it low. There's no defender. No problem. G's with a 2-0. Limitless looking somewhat toothless.
Back out again. Still plenty of time to work with. But Luminosity taking their time, leaving the options. Who's going to go to challenge? They've at least got a hit. That's going to drop out nicely to Cheese over to the wall. Doesn't really have a passing option, but would have liked to have just barreled his way through, especially off the attempted bumps from a teammate. As they go to the far side to die for. Still struggling to get away through this. That's across the face of goal. Now they're going to play this one a little bit too wide. But Limitless are barely holding on at the moment. Rettles goes on up. Out to Magic Bear. Doesn't like the way that was bouncing. So instead, it's up to Cheese to take over.
It's another chance for Rettles, taken completely as well. 3 goals and every single one an outplay from Luminosity. Cheese have full control. No one came for him. Rettles can squeeze it past, and if you get a chance on the goal line like that, the defender is going to be coming across the goal. The attacker is going to be trying to pierce it, and that has priority. They can force the ball in. Limitless, where's the aggression?
Where's the answers? They just don't have any at the moment. Quick reminder, this is tournament lives on the line for both these teams. It will be for the whole of today. Lose this series. We're not quite going home just yet, but you will not be involved in our tournament.
It's not a fun place to be if you fly all the way here, then you go 0-3.
No. And
Luminosity, as we said earlier, they'll feel insulted that they've been put in the same position. From Cheese to Magic Bear, Rettles to continue the magic here. Sweaty though, from his own backboard, tries to carry it along with a reset too. But Cheese can get a great block out to die for. Ambitious takes the ball away, making sure that, as we've been saying, the aggression and the no respect plays have to come out. Rettles with a reset. Challenged a little bit late by To Die For, does enough. To Die For then dives in again, then goes for a bump. It's Sweaty, removed from the pitch entirely by Cheese.
Luminosity looking very comfortable at the moment. Last game, weren't quite as happy to just go diving forward for a challenge. This time, though, they have been in full control of the midfield. Even then, waiting back to the goal line. Cheese palms the ball away. Now Rettles on the hunt, looking to try and get that fourth infield pass. As that's dropped very awkwardly. And a fake coming out, doubling it up. And Sweaty saves the blushes.
Good composure in defense there, though, for Limitless in the end. An error, yes, but they managed to recover from it. Snowy doesn't even jump for that ball. Instead it goes to Rettles. Back to Magibear, back to Rettles. Sweaty, the final man on the goal line. Keeps it just a modest 3-0.
Gonna try and find something, though. Just gonna head back towards the backboard. Limitless need to get a goal soon, otherwise this game is more or less gone. Rettles infield yet again. I think Luminosity have something they are looking for at the moment.
I think they might have a bit of a game plan, and that game plan is Rettles has ball, he either shoots or just sends it in the middle. There'll be somebody there. Cheese is the somebody there on that occasion. Assisted by Rettles yet again, and it's just pressure, pressure, pressure. Neither Snowy or To Die For getting near the ball on their challenge.
They are not used to having to play this much defense.
No.
And when we get them into their final third and they have to slow up, it does seem to show on occasion. There is a lack of comfort there. As Sweaty passes the ball back, unfortunately for him, that is still chased up by a blue car. More demos coming on through. Cheese is going to leave it. And To Die For is not going to get too fooled by the car flying past the screen. But Limitless need to find something. Oh, well, that certainly helps.
I mean,
that was really impressive.
Magibear's giggling about it. He knows it's not too bad. It's okay. That's a nice bounce down, but nobody to follow from Snowy's attempt. Final 30. To Die For keeps that pressure on. The net is open until Cheese finds his way back. Halfway up the pitch. Only 30 seconds left. Sweaty shot on target, cleared away by Rettles. This 4-0 is not going to be recovered here on Forbidden Temple. Oh. It's a pre-jump. Magic Bear can't quite touch a nose to it.
Yeah, everyone kind of forgot the previous save if he managed to get to that one. Instead, everyone's going to remember how they are thoroughly in the driver's seat of this series. Limitless, scoreless in game number 2. And they might very well be on their way out unless they can figure something miraculous out about their opponents.
I feel like Limitless, typically in SSA, they are going to be that oppressive force. They will be getting every single other team to feel uncomfortable. They won at the grand finals.
The roles being switched.
Yes, exactly. They've had those grand finals go their way every time. So why wouldn't they feel that the oppressive force? And then you come through to a major. These are the first building blocks. Bear in mind, we've already seen Limitless and these players internationally twice before.
And
we've only seen them at Worlds. This is their first set of majors.
We've already seen how limited exposure has improved Apex so much. I am saying that, full risk, not able to see the B stream at the moment. That one could be...
Do you want me to open it up?
Yeah, I could really do the helping hand, actually, just to make sure. If they're winning, I'm feeling great about what I'm saying.
I got you.
Luminosity will feel great about how this is going at the moment. Everything that they try and do, looking good. And yeah, I'll let you say it, Stumpy.
Okay, that's quite exciting.
I have not cast a curse myself.
You've not? No. So far on the alternate stream on /RL Esports or on the same channel on YouTube, there's a minute remaining. It's 1-all in the series and it's 2-all in the game between Elevate and Pioneers.
Wow. Well, keep an eye out for that. And for those of you with the double monitors, you're the ones that are really laughing throughout this event. That B stream has had some unbelievable games. It's up to Limitless to try and add to that now.
Yep.
They're talking to each other, not pretending that this is done and dusted just yet, but they now need that pace. They need to start winning some challenges.
And their coach Noxes needs to have had time and words towards his players. Bring Limitless into a competitive series, otherwise Luminosity is going to stomp them out of the competition. You lose here, you go home. Luminosity are looking to move on, but Limitless, you got to put on those boxing gloves and give us a fight.
They've been preparing for this moment for years. Now what could you do in the last minute? We're about to find out. Magic Bear in field. There goes Cheese. And Luminosity do not care about your fairy tales.
It's again another choreographed play. Relieving the ball to Magic Bear, giving the ball over towards Cheese. Rettles goes for a bump. It's a 1-2-3, devastating knockout. 1-0 in 20 seconds. That is not how Limitless are going to want this game to go.
Well, kickoff there for To Die For to work with. Just couldn't get the touch to guide it away from Magic Bear, who really has been everywhere so far in this series.
Looking like, I appreciate it's different caliber of team today, but looking like a different caliber of player himself.
It doesn't matter, they've got to play the day. They need him on form throughout the entirety of it. And this is the sort of series that can really help them for the rest of today. They do have the caliber to make the reverse sweep happen, and they will always have momentum on their side as long as they keep winning.
Yeah.
Rettles off the wall. I think he realized that there wasn't an infield pass there, so we didn't like it anymore. There goes Sweaty. That is a phenomenal catch. Now can he go any further with it? But again, all that motion, all that movement, and Rettles just sitting on the backboard.
Yeah, just waiting, very calm, composed. That's what you expect from Rettles. Rettles then removing Snowy. Magic Bear gets bumped away from his chance. And the pressure continues for Luminosity. Rettles dropping it down. A little bit too much beans on that bad boy. Right-hand side, see Sweaty send it long. Rettles again to the ceiling. To Die For's want to challenge, but with a reset, it will make it over the top. And look at Magic Bear's positioning. Going for Sweaty time and time again.
Here goes Rettles for the shot. Well, it was an attempted save, but Rettles has still got that through. And Stumpy, we had the shout as well, so I am curious which way that one went.
So yeah, Luminosity Limitless, a goal came in, cool. But then, Elevate versus Pioneers, we just heard all the Pioneers players shouting.
I was mid-sentence, I do find that very rude of them.
There's a Pioneers game win. They're now 2-1 up in the series versus Elevate.
Jeez. Just trying to add to it now. Luminosity have been well in control for quite some time. First game, only 2-1. But ever since then, Limitless have not had a look in. Did not score in the last game. So far, have not scored in this game. And you can see Luminosity trying to just score the highlight reel goals now. That bump. Well, To Die For's not going to be back anytime soon. He's just a bit of a spectator. He's still downfield, but he doesn't have any boost to try and make anything work this time. Half the game left. And Limitless walking their way out of the tournament at the moment. Have they got any fire left?
We're just waiting for another goal from Limitless. Like game one, they managed to secure one. It all seemed so bright back then.
Rettles back over the top. What can he provide? It's all the way back down. Magic Bear backboard, double tap, top corner. He is on form today. And he will be looking forward to being a menace to many teams to come.
It's Magic Bear in free play. And again, that duo in Rettles and Magic Bear getting in their reps, warming up again for the absolute slobber knocker that this Swiss is going to be handing them. Cheese with a lovely kick up, but Rettles gets bumped away from his chance to take it anywhere other than halfway down the pitch. Snowy, can he tap it around? Not quite. Magic Bear removing To Die For from the pitch. Little bit of tangling between two players. Rettles for the double. Who's there? It's going to be To Die For again. Snowy, great ambition to go for it. but G's the huge interception.
Yeah, right now you're just seeing a team that knows where they've got to be all the time. Limitless, the only way they've managed to keep up on the pace is to use 100 boost to dive for it as far away from possible. As for Luminosity, they're just in the right spot. Usually when it comes to defense. Minute and a half left here. Limitless would like to at least get themselves one more goal on the board. Do not let that first game be the singular one. We get one soon. Maybe there'll still be some hope, but it does have to be soon.
Holding a lead, the Luminosity desperately need. 80 seconds, Snowy, left-hand side. Pushing, challenging versus Magic Bear. Typhoon comes in, loses that challenge versus Magic Bear. Snowy then has to try and recover it somewhere in the midfield, up high on his own. Any magic that he can make from it, only 6 boosts. The patience from Luminosity's defense is coming out in spades right now.
Rettles. Reset, not quite, but he has got that over to Magic Bear, who has been the target man so far. 50 seconds left, big challenge. Is that gonna drop down? Yes, it is! Limitless are within 2.
47 seconds, and what a challenge from Sweaty to score a goal. Crossbar down, position himself well, and again, the ambition, the disrespect you need to show your opponent to challenge them when they're feeling comfortable. And Luminosity, they can't let it go.
And I do like the different kickoff attempt there from Limitless. Half flip with the first, send the second that's down the middle. You can control the ball. Oh, there was a position there. I know what you're thinking there, Stumpy.
Doink attempt.
It could have been. I guarantee you, it would have been in.
There's Magic Bear, back corner, 25 seconds to kill. A reset, that's on target, but Sweaty denies the 4th. Right-hand side with 90 boost, but the seconds ticking down, and Luminosity to the good.
Back over the top, Rettles controls. And Rettles happy to see the time tick away.
Masterful.
Not just on this series, but on SSA's participation in the Copenhagen Major. Luminosity move on, and Limitless are out.
A clean 3-0 as well. Luminosity doubts on them. We were talking in the green room earlier. It's like, I don't know if this is a locked-in Luminosity win. They have proven us wrong after their disastrous day 1, quite frankly. Not the level they needed to be at. Respect shown between both teams. You love to see the fist bumps, regardless of where you're coming from. We're all here together, and SSA are here together with us at last at Majors. It's going to be a pleasure watching whoever it is, the ambassador from SSA, coming through to London, but that will be their representatives out here in Copenhagen.
I think it's been so big as well for SSA because you got to look back at the amount of players that went over thinking that that spot was to take.
Yeah.
SSA still got to represent themselves. They had their own players.
All these other teams.
It was not going to be that easy. I expect to see much more of Limitless, much more improvements from SSA as we move on. But this series belonged to this team. Luminosity are going to move on, and they will have momentum on their side. Can they utilize it and make a monster run back through the Swiss?
Reverse sweeping a Swiss is one of the most horrifying prospects I feel that sits ahead of you. You don't know what's to come. You don't know what teams you have to prepare against. Luminosity, as I said, Shogun, they are the ones that are going to be staring that down.
Absolutely. So Luminosity move on. They managed to sweep aside Limitless. And now they've got the rest of the day to look forward to. What I'm looking forward to, Stumpy, is Leafex talking to Rettles.
That is right. We got Rettles, Mr. Slater himself here. You know, that was a nice cruise of a win on through. You got one on the board. Only a few more to go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 2 more to go. 9 games today. 9 games.
9 games. Just cruise through. Just cruise some 3-0s the rest of the day, right?
That would be nice. Cruise some 3-0s. You know, the last yesterday, 2 games, not pretty. Sam's a strong region. They've improved a lot. 2 good teams. You know, Furia, I think, went out 3-0 through Swiss. So not too upset about them. We didn't play great. We played bad Rocket League, but our opponents played good Rocket League, so it's just not a good mix. Today, we're trying to fix that.
Yeah, you don't want 2 extremes on the other side there. Tell me about that then. Let's break it down. We got a little time here with those 2 teams, Furia and Complexity. It's not the easiest of runs, especially seeing how Furia is done. Have you learned lessons, or was it really just trying to focus on getting your game up to par?
We play a very interesting system, as everyone knows, and it's tough. It's tough to translate. We're having problems. We've had problems, regional 3 online. We have problems at times where we get too nervous and we're not doing the stuff we need to do as a team, and that's on not one person. It's all 3 of us, and one person falls and everyone else does. So it's just figuring out how to calm those nerves and just do it on LAN.
Do you guys have any specific methods that you like to go to? I don't know, maybe it's trade secret or anything, but in case anyone else gets nervous in live environments, that it could help.
We're big fans of the 4-2-6-2 breathing method. Shout out Kev for that. But it's just remembering, especially for us, that it's a video game. We get to play, we get to live our dream jobs, so just have fun with it and and enjoy the experience.
I mean, you got to have fun with it. Of course, it still could be devastating when they're going off over there. I don't know if you guys can hear that through that. I'm sure we'll get an update on that in a second here with the Elevate match. But I'm sure still losing can still kind of dig at you sometimes, right? And that's what you guys are trying to avoid. How do you keep your mental away from thinking about, oh, we could lose?
Of course, it's tough because it really is your team versus everyone else. It's, you got to stay very, very strong, very together. The moment you start thinking like, one of my teammates isn't up to par, one of my coaches isn't up to par, that's when you lose. So it's just staying together, staying united, united as one, and it's been a journey.
You mentioned your play style. We all love to talk about it. It's one of the, when we get something unique, we go in on it, right? For you, you're a lot of times off-ball player. You love to go for those demo plays. Do you find that you still want to trend towards that? Or has there any thoughts of playing international talent that, do I have to adjust a little bit?
It's tough. I think against some teams, you have a lot more natural talent compared to structures where you look at the South American teams, you look at Furia, you look at complexity, and it's different because in NA or Europe, you have a lot of teams that are very structure, rules-based. I need to jump at this point, and I can't go for this ball or this ball. But when you're playing those super chaotic teams, it's tough. You got to be a little bit more defensive. You got to help your teammates out a little bit more because, with the way they train, they're just so talented. So it's interesting. Cross region's always fun. It's always a good challenge, and it's all preparation for Worlds at the end of the day. So we're here, get some points, get on the board, get Cheese some RLCS LAN experience, and just have fun with it.
I just want to give you an update, and I'll get your thoughts on it too. I did hear that the Pioneers did cruise through. A lot of us had Elevate as the pick. What was your pick on that one?
I would have had Pioneers. I'm a fan of Sphinx a lot. He's very talented, but it's very new. It's very new to him. It's a newer team. And the Pioneers, they're no slouches. Second in OCE might not seem like a lot to other people, but, warming up with them, they're a talented team. So I expect the Pioneers to take that one, but shout out to the Elevate boys.
Absolutely, and everyone here too, to be honest. I mean, everyone's worked so hard in the region to get to this point. It's just respect being here in the first place. For you guys now, though, we talked about it. You got to go through that lower end of the Swiss. For you, before I let you go, what is it going to take? What effort goes into it? Is it pure grind? Is it pure mental? What's the percentage of both?
It's very mental. We have, like I said, it's a tough system that we play, and with that comes a lot of nerves and comes a lot of we have to be perfect in our way of thinking. And that wasn't the case yesterday, and it's not the case sometimes. But today we got a nice series to get us ready for LAN, and just got to stick to it. 6 more games, 6 more wins. That's all we need.
Hey, you're on the right track. All right, so keep it up. But congratulations, at least on the first one, on that journey. And we have a lot more players trying Journey. As a reminder, we just finished this round. We have another one coming up. We'll have to sort out what it's going to look like going forward. We don't have it at this moment, but I hope you guys are having a lot of fun. Watching some great Rocket League here in Copenhagen. The major continues.
Peaceful, you're trash.
You're so bad, bro. Holy.
You're buns. Check this out. Oh. Oh.
No, you're not good, bro. Wait, this is a goal. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks.
Oh, what a goal. What a goal.
Nice bump.
It was a good bump. Do you think either of them people have like over the microphone trash talk, or is this going to be very?
Oh yeah, no, these two trash talk each other a lot.
Okay.
If they get each other in twos, yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Ah, nice try. Oh man. Wait, watch. Oh man.
Holy crap, what a shot by me.
Oh, wait, hold up. Hold up. Oh.
Oh. Oh. Bro, get off the ball, man.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Such a boss. Holy, dude.
Oh my. Fake? Oh my god, he's so scared.
Bro! Get off!
Oh, it's all good, it's all good.
Nah, wait, I guess it's 4.
Yeah?
Oh.
Oh wait, he missed?
Oh. Oh.
Brother.
Brother. Oh
it's
my
all good, it's all
goodness.
good.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh
my goodness.
Oh my god, what a shot.
Oh, Dan is actually trying hard to out. Daniel does not want to lose this.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
going to.
Yeah, that's it. That's game.
Round 3 concluded, round 4 just around the corner here. Welcome back to Copenhagen. The Rocket League Championship Series, first major of the 24 season, continues on. Luminosity did not give Limitless a single quarter, didn't give them a game. They walk through in a sweep, continuing their run here in Copenhagen. We've got some great gameplay left to go, and we will complete the Swiss before the day is out. Round 4 matches are being seeded and prepared right now. The players are being kind of given the rundown of how things are going to go. So we are filling time here to talk about, we'll tell you what just happened in round 3, and then we'll get you guys set up for round 4, but it will be a little bit before those games get started here. But man, good job to Limitless. Well done on a good tournament run, a good attempt here. They can go home.
You know, they need experience, right? And that's the only way to get the experience is to come to these majors and just get more of it. So we'll see if they bounce back in Major 2. Luminosity, it was a new day for them. They knew they had to come out hot here so they can get that momentum going, maybe make that magical run.
Yeah, I mean, I think Limitless were hoping for that a match against the Pioneers and Elevate, but they got NA4, so it's tough. It's tough. We didn't get to see them play against OCE or APAC. I hope that we get that in the next major. But honestly, you know, Limitless, they look like they belong here, which for a first-time showing, I'm impressed.
I mean, every single event they do, Bates, they're going to come in with more and more experience. And I mean, you talked to Graybeard on the First Touch pre-show, right? And what he wants for that region, the attention he's hoping that people bring into that region, because it is such a energetic part of the Rocket League space. They are passionate about this game, and it's only a matter of time.
It's only a matter of time, and Graybeard talked about it with the fact that you can play in any region. As long as you sign up for the RLCS qualifiers, the fact that they have EU players playing in SSA, that's going to keep on getting the SSA region better. Okay, the better you are interregionally, I guess, in that way, then the better you should play online. I think it kind of showed that when they played Luminosity in their first game, it was kind of close for a little while, but then Luminosity figured them out. Yep. And that's what's going to happen with when you have less experience, less skill, not necessarily skill, but less time playing against really good players.
Yeah, I mean, we can take a look at some of the highlights from the match here as well. It was mostly Luminosity from the beginning to end here. As Luminosity, again, you want Limitless to do well, but Luminosity's like, that's great. We love all that stories. No, we're here to play.
Exactly. They're in the O2 round. They don't want to drop it in games because you just never know. If you give them one, who knows what happens. Obviously, game differential will help them as well. So Luminosity, they had to fix their issues from day one. This is a good place to be playing SSA because of their game differential, that they got that dream matchup that they probably wanted in the O2 round, and they made it count.
Yeah, this is exactly what Luminosity needed. I mean, they know their job now is to reverse sweep the Swiss. They need to win 3 straight. Cheese tweeted out after this 1/3, which I think means that they're a third of the way there, not a prediction of how they're going to finish.
Interesting way to series. Interesting way to tweet that.
A little bit ambiguous. He's hedging his bets.
Yeah, I think since they were focusing so much on it being a new day, that he should have tweeted out 1-0.
Yeah,
for the new day.
That would have made more sense. But hey, they're a third of the way there.
They are.
Now they just have to win one more series, and they're at the doorstep.
Well, we'll get to see what they do here and who they face off against in round 4 in just a little bit. Let's take a walk back and talk through the rounds we watched here over the course of our broadcast. This was the main stream, and we kicked things off with BDS versus Power. Power came in with hopes to be able to take down BDS, but that one was going Europe's way. A sweep here, mostly sweeps in round 4 here, or round 3 on the main stream.
Yeah, Europe had a cold day 1 towards the end where they only had one team in the 2-0 round, but afterwards, they kind of got the job done. BDS did it here 3-0, and then obviously, you know, just down the line, you got G2 versus Rule 1 getting the job done there. But BDS versus Power, we knew Power was coming in as an underdog, but BDS, a lot of question marks after day 1. But when they played Power, it seemed like everything was fixed.
JB, you're on a castle now. What were your thoughts about the Power squad? Was BDS just that much better today?
Well, you know, game 1, Power seemed to have something. They beat Gen.G in game 1 yesterday. They took BDS to overtime in game 1 today. But then it just all falls apart. As soon as one thing goes wrong for them, one game goes against them, they just don't look like the same team. And BDS completely rinsed them in games 2 and 3. In fairness, though, BDS were not double committing like they were yesterday. They were playing a lot tighter, a lot more clean Rocket League. So they were always going to be very tough to beat if they do that. We all know how dangerous of a team they are. But yeah, Power have got to stop falling apart. It's 2 days in a row now where they lose one game and suddenly it's just all against them. Goals flying into the net, left, right, and center.
Gotta be adaptable. And then you got G2 Strive versus Rule 1 right here. G2 coming off of that Game 5 loss to Gen.G, and everybody's been doubting them. But G2, I think they answered some questions, not all of them. Daniel finally scoring at the Copenhagen Major. That was one of the questions that needed to happen. But also, the offense did improve 27 total shots in Game 3, but they really weren't accurate.
Yes, Beast Mode was putting in a lot of work to give opportunities for his teammates, but the shot accuracy was not there for G2. But they had so much pressure on the offensive side. Rule 1 could not get out of their half. Right here, that was a good save.
No, this was a bad shot coming up, though.
Yes, Beast Mode.
Oh, wait,
putting in all the work, good rebound, but the atomic wide.
Wait, was that deja vu? Did Beast Mode do the same? Triple touch running across.
Then the pinch could have changed the entire match.
Unbelievable.
Oh, only like 5 feet out, maybe at most. But Daniel does put it home after 9 minutes of overtime. So yes, they had 28 shots that game. The problem is they only scored 1 goal, Bates. So shot accuracy not ideal, but their defense did look strong.
And now I think probably my pick for the most exciting team to watch at the Major, Furia taking down Gen.G in a 5-game thriller. But I think 5 games is a little bit generous to Gen.G. Both their wins were by 1 goal, but when Furia win, it's convincing. 4-0, 2-0, 6-2 in the 3 wins. This team is incredible to watch, and they've made a very impressive run here, taking out LG, Vitality, and now Gen.G to sweep Swiss. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I would say the most impressive part about Furia right now, JB, is that they're just having fun with it, and they're all going. It's all 3 of them just committing on the offensive half every single time. And when they're that confident with the mechanics that they can put on display, such as just going for a double off a reset, because why not? Pinch right here. Look at it. All 3 just dive.
Yeah,
I understand they're up 5-2, but all 3 just diving at the ball because they really don't care. And that's just something that's been so good for them so far this land.
And they're up by 3 goals with a minute left, and they're still sending all 3.
They
do not care.
Men. They don't play third man. They're reinventing the meta here. They're like, third man, what is that? We have 3 first men. We just take turns going, and yeah, they just cycle back in so quickly. It's incredible to watch.
They're like, playing Rocket League is hitting the ball with my car, and third man is not doing that. So I'm going to be in the first man as often as possible. I'm going to play the Rocket League.
To do that and actually rotate properly is so hard, because they play so quickly, and they're moving around so quickly, and they still get the job done so cleanly.
Here's what happened over on the alternate stream. A few sweeps over there. Actually, we got every scoreline possible on that one. Elevate did their best, but they do exit the tournament here. Quick Trip Pioneers able to take them down in 4. Elevate made it competitive throughout, and they got a game in that spot, but this is the end of their tournament run.
They did. I think a lot of people flipped their power rankings, putting Elevate above Pioneers because their tournament was not going that well, but Pioneers, they show some resolve in day 2 and get the win. And who knows, those 0-2 teams, they got a lot of momentum. They got to play the 4th match, so they're going to be the most warmed up, but going into this next round, so you never know.
Other than G2 not being literally the best team in the whole world, Bates, what has been the biggest surprise for you here in Copenhagen?
I mean, I think the biggest surprise has to be Furia. I mean, because
or
it's
not Gentlemates even? Maybe
there's a few good arguments.
Well, Gentlemates, you saw what they could do in qualifier 1. With Furia, Yen and Lost came over to NA, and they didn't do what they're doing right now. It's kind of they lost their little swagger, their little shine, I guess, on the Furia logo. And then they went back to Sam, and they got it back. You saw how much offense they're playing down there, and the question mark then became, would they do that back over here?
Yeah.
And they are right now.
Yeah, when Furia went back to Sam, I kind of saw that as a little bit of okay, we couldn't quite hang as much as we thought we could. Let's go back to the thing we know what we can do, and let's just get the wins. But they seem to have leveled up in a region that we would usually say is less competitive.
And the only question mark we still have with them is can they play defense? But they haven't had to answer that question. They just play offense the entire time. They're like, we don't care about this other side of the field. We never see it. So we'll just stay on the midfield side. But I'm with Johnny with the mates, because you talk about Furia, they were a question mark where they could be 3-0. But for the mates, there was no questions. We only had answers. They were the EU4 seed. There's no way that you would put them 3-0. There were people that would pick Furia 3-0 because they believed in it. No one had the mates.
Yeah, I think Gentlemates are the big surprise for me. And you look at the teams they're beating. They destroyed BDS, and now they 3-0'd Falcons, who just took that KC yesterday. So Gentlemates for me are the big surprise here. But looking at their attitude, looking at the way that they communicate, and looking at the way they're just so comfortable in the LAN setting, it's not actually as surprising as I expected it to be. You know, seeing them do this, now that I've seen it, I'm like, yeah, it kind of makes sense. Just look at who they've got. They've got Seiko, former world champion, Itachi, former major champion, and Juicy looking better than ever. So yeah, they're back to that you know, first event form for Europe. They are. They're right back to that level that we saw from them early in the season.
Are you more surprised that Gentlemates is 3-0 or that every other European team has a loss?
I think Gentlemates 3-0.
Gentlemates 3-0.
I could see losses happening, you know, amongst each other, and you know, Falcons, Furia showing up, Gen.G, G2. We knew that some teams had to lose. You can't all go 3-0. But yeah, Gentlemates being the 3-0 team is definitely surprising to me. I had them comfortably number 4 EU coming in.
Yeah, but then on the other side, we saw at the end of day one, like, oh, Europe's a little bit weak. But now all 3 teams left are in the 2-1 round as well. So Europe looks like they're getting back into form. When it comes to bracket stage, you're going to be picking Europe more times than not because they have shown it. Spring Major, 3 of the top 4. World Championship, 4 of the top 4. So you expect them to bounce back, and we've seen that so often in Swiss. Teams win the championship when they go 3-1, normally, more often than not, than a 3-0.
Okay, speaking of things that you expect to bounce back here, let's take a look at the predictions. How things are going so far. We're up to some 18s here.
How'd that happen?
I think I've got.
That can't be right.
Like, I'd love to be first equal, but this is actually. I think we're not updated.
CJ,
I think CJ's winning.
I think he just picked one up on Pioneers.
CJ got Pioneers, so he's on 20.
No, he should be on 17, and he should be on 18, and the rest of y'all should be on 17.
No, we're on 19. No,
don't worry. It's all right. Either way, we will crown him our champion.
Chat has not caught me.
Chat is tied with you, Bates. I don't know.
What? Chat was missing. Chat missed one earlier, man. I got it right. I'm confused.
Did chat go Pioneers?
Well, what about B streams? You know.
Yeah, it's the B stream matches because they're flipping the coins and also taking the chat pulls.
Yeah, so
did chat go Pioneers? They definitely went LG.
Interesting.
Maybe they did. Maybe they did. Bates, but like, how are you gonna make this comeback?
I'm confused how I only have 14 points.
No, you're on 16. This is before.
Sure, this is before those last.
That was before the last 2 rounds.
Either way, you're down by 4 or 5.
Either way, I'm down by 4 or 5. Let's see. I got a lot of ground to make up there. I tell you that much. And somehow, some way, chat's caught up with me. That's good though. At the beginning of the stream, I did say me and chat were gonna be one the rest of the way. So as long whoever I pick, that's who chat should be voting for. Because we just need to make the comeback right here and right now.
But the champions, most of us still have K-Corp. Johnny, are you still going with K-Corp?
I think so. Honestly, I do think so. You know, they've not had the comfortable run that we thought they would have, but there's just that, I don't know, that kind of expectation when Rise and Vatira get in front of a crowd. When they get into the single Elim bracket, it's really hard to pick against them. So I'm scared to do it just yet, but we'll see. They still have some more.
Not only that, they have Farah with the timeout buff too.
Yeah,
there's no timeouts right now, so that could play a factor.
They got to get there first. It'd be just the craziest thing that's ever happened if they somehow don't make it to the bracket. But there is still time for Carmine Corp to show off that they are not quite what they thought.
And they had a scare versus complexity.
They did. Absolutely. And we got 2 more rounds of Swiss to play here. We have the seeding for round 4 here. Let's take a look at it. So looks like Carmine Corp will be playing up against Gen.G. We'll see Falcons playing against Vitality.
I don't mind it.
BDS playing against G2. Those
I don't mind that either.
Banger matches.
Not only that, all 3 European teams, they dodge each other.
They're lining
as
up
well in the 2-1 round.
Queuing up to get into the qualification there. They're all lining up.
That's good.
Meanwhile, in the 1 and 2s, you do see Luminosity and OG. There will be a team kill there. One of those teams must go home. Complexity will face off against the Pioneers, and Power will face off against Rule 1. Pioneers and Power already faced off against each other in the in round 2 there, so they can't run into each other.
So, but for Johnny, this is kind of bad news for the 3 European teams. If all 3 make it,
they would match each other.
Because 1 would be with mates and 4 and 5. So 3 teams possibly could be on that side of the bracket.
If all European teams win in the 2-1 round, 2 of them will be playing each other in the quarterfinal immediately, then the winner will play against Gentlemates in the semi. So if you want to have all EU teams nicely spread out, one of them's got to finish 7th in Swiss, and the others have got to finish 3rd, and then 4th or 5th, doesn't matter.
Who do you guys got winning?
All EU.
All EU? You're going all EU?
All EU.
I would.
Complexity, I've got European players, so I'm picking them as well. OG, I've got European players, so I'm going to pick them. And then we don't have any EU players in the Rule 1 power, so I'll go for my second region.
Literally biased.
I mean, they're close to it.
My second region.
Yeah, I'm
they're close to Europe. Well, they're in.
They play on the European side, so I'll pick Rule 1. I'm going full EU bias.
Like, honestly, those aren't bad picks, even though we know, you're going for the EU bias. But I think the Vitality Falcons, I'm going back and forth. Vitality looks so good at the beginning of today, but they played OG, so I'm not sure how good that actually means. Falcons, though, were so great yesterday. That K-Corp match, I want to see that again. I'm going Falcons in that one.
I think I'm going Falcons on that one as well.
So we're splitting.
It's great. Bates, how you feel?
Are you with me?
I'm going with the bees, man. I gotta go with the reigning world champ, man.
That's right.
I got to. I understand they lost yesterday, but Zen was on. Zen is still on today, by the way. And I do think that Rido has been playing better today, and Alpha. So I'm gonna rate him.
Well, let's show where these matches are going to be going down. Again, we still have 2 streams happening. Make sure you got twitch.tv/RL Esports pulled up, as well as twitch.tv/Rocket League. On RL Esports, we will see BDS face off against G2. Power will play Rule 1. And Luminosity will play OG over on that stream.
Oh, your arch nemesis, BDS.
Is that not on this stream?
Listen, every time BDS play G2, it's a one-sided, 3-0, 4-0, 4-1,
Bates,
whatever.
which one are you picking up? All right,
you don't want to see that, Bates. We leave that for the B stream.
You have not been a fan of G2 so far, and you've been vocal about that. But do you believe in the bounce back? Do you think they can take down BDS?
Listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something real fast here. This is the perfect storyline, because now G2 gets to play one of the 4 European teams, and I got Johnny on the desk, and I got Gibbs. This is destiny, actually. And then the G2 Stride announcement video, I was there.
You said it.
I was there. I said, listen, we said maybe take down BDS.
You said, quote, try their best.
And listen, they're going to try their best right here.
Their best here. On the main stream, we will start things off with K-Corp versus Gen.G. Excited about that one. Falcons and Vitality, the one we are split down the middle on, will come next, and then we'll have Complexity versus Quick Trip Pioneers. A reminder, this is not the end of the day. We still have 3 more matches after this in that round 5. So yeah, we'll get to see so much Rocket League down the day, but we will have 8 teams by the end here. And folks, it's going to be a crazy one. So we're going to let the teams get ready for that match. Want to take a quick break. When we come back, round 4 of the Swiss continues here in Copenhagen. Round 4 just around the corner. It's been a hot day of Rocket League so far, and it's just getting warmer out here, folks. Welcome back to Copenhagen. We've got 3 more matches to go per stream before we are set up for round 5, where we have 3 more matches again. Those 3 split up across our 2 broadcasts. Twitch.tv/Rocket League and Twitch.tv/RL Esports. Make sure you got them both pulled up so you catch all the action here, folks. Welcome back. I'm Wavepunk. I got Gibbs, I got Bates, I got Johnny on the desk, and we are getting ready for Carmine Corp versus Gen.G, which is just a beautiful, beautiful lineup to have here. Again, also in a winner's side of the Swiss, so the loser is not guaranteed out at that point. They will play in round 5, and everything to win, nothing to lose sort of matchup here. And if you win, you punch your ticket to tomorrow.
And this is one of my dream matchups, Wave. When we did our power rankings for North America, I put Gen.G number 1. Obviously, K-Corp was the EU number 1, so I'm excited. We get the very best of NA versus the very best of Europe. And we're going to see how that all plays out. First, though,
Bates.
all stream also some great NA and European teams.
Yeah, Bates, you give me an elevator pitch quick for G2 BDS.
Elevator pitch quick is that what I'm telling you is that G2's going to get their rematch against BDS. They've never been able to beat him before. They've reloaded with Daniel in beast mode, and now they're finally going to be able to take out Monkey Moon right here and right now. And it is just got to start the G2 arc of taking out every single European team.
You know it's bad when Bates forgot they did beat them one time, but that's how bad it is.
When they beat them?
They beat them in the one event that G2 won. They beat them in the group stage. See,
LA,
it's such a dominant history that you can't even remember that they
when
won.
When BDS was on its like 0-9 lane losing
laid the trap.
Here's what's going down on the mainstream, folks. We got Complexity facing off against the Quick Trip Pioneers at the end of this round. We'll see Falcons play Vitality, but before we get there, the blue wall going up against the Tigers. Bricks versus Cats here, folks. Carmine Corp versus Gen.G Mobile 1 Racing.
We got K-Corp. They had a scare versus Complexity, went up 2-0, lost the next 2 games, but they did find a way. And it's a little different story than their 2-0 round, where they began 0-2. And then battled back from that series. So they've kind of played around with their game 5. So we'll see what we get out of them. They're supposed to be the best team here, but they have not shown that yet.
Well, you know, game 5, game 3, game 4, I don't really mind where Carmine Corp are winning because they've been one of the best game 5 teams in Europe this season so far. So I think, you know, if they're going game 5 of Complexity and winning it, coming back to win it, I'd say that's a good thing for them. It shows that they've got that same ice on LAN that they've had online. But that being said, yeah, it is noteworthy that they have struggled a lot more than we expected from them. 3-0 yesterday, almost 3-0 yesterday against Falcons before again they went to that game 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vatira all the way over there at the end, and Carmine Corp in particular, I think honestly it's showing some character building because they've just been so dominant the whole entire EU split. So then they've been so good so far. So that is absolutely sensational.
I don't know. It's the fact that everybody's struggling against South America right now is kind of like Carmine Corp. They lose to Furia and then have to go to game 5 against Complexity here. Is that a testament of how of Carmine Corp struggling at this point, or is this actually
Sam's
just
good.
how much better Sam is?
Yes, I think so. You got to give you know, Furia 3-0. I think you got to give South America their flowers. You know, the Complexity were not a clear number 2 in South America either. They had Ninjas and Pajamas really fighting them in that region for that second major spot. So this is a really, really strong region. South America coming in. Europe look to be struggling, and they look to be struggling against them.
On the other side, the Tigers of Gen.G here. Gibbs, first killer came over, revolutionized this roster, and they're still hot.
Gen.G, the number 1 team all of last year, and what do? They pick up the North American MVP. First killer always leads in all the offensive numbers in North America for how many splits in a row? It's like
I think all of them.
9.
Just about
I don't know,
all
just
of them.
all of them. Like first killer, that's what he does. But we only really saw it in qualifier 3 when first killer was playing a little bit more back and waiting for plays to develop. But that's also because Chronic was playing out of his mind in qualifier 3. We saw a glimpse of that when they played earlier in that game 4. We saw Chronic really making some moves, but outside of that, he's been relatively quiet. So I think Gen.G overall hasn't shown their best yet. And now's the time, if ever, to do it versus the best team in the world.
Well, it worries me because Furia was just so offensive against them, and we barely ever saw Gen.G on offense. And Carmine Corp, they might not be as aggressive as Furia is, but most definitely, they love to play offense too. So, Johnny, I got a question for you. Is Gen.G going to be on offense enough this series?
I don't think so. I'm a little bit worried about that as well because, you know, I think that Carmine Corp can dominate that midfield, and if they can get Gen.G in defense, I think they are going to be scoring. They're not going to be struggling like they did against Falcons. These air dribble bump passing plays that Carmine Corp love to use, I could see them working a lot more against Gen.G than they did yesterday for KC.
Hashtag KC if you think the Carmine Corp's got this one. Hashtag GGM1 if you're going with the boys from Gen.G. I mean, Gibbs, you've talked about, when we've talked about other teams up on this desk faced off against Carmine Corp, you talk about how any team that tries to go to the air needs to be so fast or else they will be intercepted by Carmine Corp. Is Gen.G still at that same risk that other teams were?
Yes, absolutely. But if First Killer is being that passive like midfield defender, he's got to be the one up as quickly as possible to intercept those plays.
Okay, folks. Well, let us know who you think is going to win. We'll let you know who we think is going to win up here as well. We sort of did predictions moments ago, but we'll do formalities here and talk about as well who you got. So
KC, I've got to go KC in this one. I still back them to win this event at the moment. They're struggling, but I think that there's just something about Rise Vatira. There's a crowd coming up, and you know that they want to play in front of them. So I think, KC, you're going to take down Gen.G here.
3-1 is usually a good result to then go on and win in the bracket. I'm going K-Corp as well. I still have them winning this entire tournament.
Listen, Carmine Corp, what you want to hear from everybody right now is you want me to hear Gen.G Mobile One Gaming Races go. No, but I'm not Dazzrin. I like being right sometimes. Give me Carmine Corp. Give me the blue wall. Dazzrin, he disappeared, and we haven't seen him since.
I also have the blue wall here. The coin, this blue side is for the blue wall. Does the coin have the blue wall? They do not. The coin has Gen.G. Okay, so can the coin gain one on the field here?
No.
Seems that most of us are going with
we've got to say it is possible. I mean, Gen.G, they did get to Game 5 against Furia, who look red hot, so it's not impossible for them. KC have struggled, so again, there's plenty hopium for Gen.G, but I am worried. You know, the trajectory of the day, they've started off with a loss. KC started off with a win. I think that does play into this. These teams coming up from 1-1, they've already got a win today.
There's a little bit of a rematch, First Killer versus Vatira, the Winter Major finalists. You know, when First Killer had that one mistake. Hopefully, I don't remind him of that right now. That would probably be a bad time for him. Hopefully he's not listening. Hopefully. But, you know, maybe First Killer wants some redemption for that. Maybe he's got a little extra fire under him.
I am curious how chat feels about this one. These are two strong fan bases. As we see here, Carmine Corp, blue wall showing up. That definitely makes a lot of sense. There's also more of them awake right now.
That's fair.
I mean, Jack and Chronic as well. I believe the last time they played Vatira would have been getting swept out of Worlds in quarterfinals. So it's not good for any of the Gen.G roster last time they played KC. And we know that KC are going to be confident. They always are. Even if they're struggling, they're so hard to beat. They would refuse to lose yesterday against Falcons. Gen.G have really got to give it to them today.
Vengeance hangs in the air for Gen.G. Can they find it against the blue wall? They have shown themselves to be mortal. Carmine Corp not invincible at this point, but you gotta put it up right now. Gen.G versus Carmine Corp to move forward to the bracket.
Though they have stumbled, K-Corp remains the tournament favorites, and they'll be taking head-on Gen.G, who is supposed to be the second best team out of NA, but have looked like the region's best hope.
Still feels all a part of the plan for K-Corp. Can Gen.G spoil the party? We're about to find out here. Win and you're in. Playoffs, that's all you need to do. Get out of the Swiss. If you can escape it, well, you might be able to make history on the weekend.
And K-Corp has had a turbulent ride. They fell in Game 5 against the Falcons, who they almost reverse swept, and then they almost lost to Complexity, who almost reverse swept them. So K-Corp, very emotional Swiss stage, but they can put that all behind them here and move on to the playoff bracket with a win.
You might have seen Dazzerin's reaction as well to getting K-Corp in this round 4 matchup. I mean, it's not a good sign for the #1 ticket holder of Gen.G Mobile One Racing, but, well, for good reason as well. There's a reason why we've almost all picked K-Corp to take out this tournament, looking just phenomenal back at the European qualifiers. And although that slight hiccup against the Falcons, they've looked pretty good now, but Chronic's going to get the first on the board for Gen.G.
And Chronic recognized the defense was out. Vatira taking a wide rotation back, 0 boost, hoping that some boost would be there for him, and found nothing.
That's the best possible start. That's what they can do. Gen.G, if they can get on a roll here, we saw what they did against G2 yesterday. Didn't quite work out earlier on against Furia. Great start there for Chronic. Jack now takes it off the corner, double touch. Just gonna leave that one. Atto trying to work that ball out. K-Corp certainly look like they're improving as the tournament goes on. I think they'll certainly be saying that, but there's a nice pop over the top. Got to be wide, no double coming through. Jack with the pop as well. Can he get a counter attack? Oh, Rise just gets a touch to the corner, but Here we go again. Gen.G keeping the pressure on. It's been all them early. The shot is wide. Jack probably wanted that one again. He was looking for the pass.
And you saw Chronic backflipping there, perhaps leaving that shot for his teammate. Another quality scoring opportunity. Great start here for Gen.G. They've been setting the tempo. Another opportunity here from First. He's going for the bump, but nicely dodged by Rise. Now, Atto up, going for the double. The hit down, goes for it again. Couldn't get it to drop, but excellent effort. They are vulnerable for the counterattack. They went all in on that shot, CJ.
They just sent the house, and that's what can happen. You see Vatira there, third man, just lunging at that one. First Killer and Jack both ready for the counterattack. Gen.G with 2 on the board. Atto, he was so close.
He wanted that so bad. I mean, he maybe could have even left that for a teammate, but on 0 boost, he's thinking maybe I can just thread this in, and you could see Vatira was pushed up, expecting maybe to be that one to knock it in.
Just couldn't quite get that one to go, and now, well, they are 2 goals behind. It shouldn't worry this K-Corp lineup, but 3 minutes left. Best possible start here for Gen.G. Chronic working it forward. Atto gets the touch. It's blocked out, and the demos are coming through. There you go again. More offense here for Gen.G. Atto just having to parry that one to the side as well. Unusual for K-Corp not to be able to keep pressure, but he has found Vatira downfield, throws it on net. Chronic with the parry to the side. First Killer
behind,
working it forward, and look at Jack go, bringing the physicality. Can First Killer flick it? Well, he has done so, but to the moon.
And that opportunity was created from that demo from apparently Jack at midfield. Gen.G, they're making a statement here in game 1 with those 2 goals. And now gonna try to defend it. That shot's gonna be weak. Double commit though from Gen.G. They're vulnerable, and Atto strikes.
Yeah, that's what can happen against this K-Corp offense. As soon as you double commit, well, you better get your recoveries on. Jack can't get back in time, and Atto slots it away.
And it just felt like it was gonna be a matter of time before Atto puts one in. From what we saw earlier, just a brilliant effort that came up just short. Now we see a kickoff opportunity. The 50 is kept out by First Killer. Rise went for it again, but excellent 50 on the goal line by Gen.G.
Yeah, they nearly just let them straight back in here. She's just escaping trouble, Gen.G, but they're still on defense. Vatira's pushing forward, and K-Corp really look like they're warming up into this game 1.
Double commit.
Yeah, that's not what you want for K-Corp. Can Chronic fire it on net? It's just wide open. K-Corp, another mistake up front.
He started to warm up, then they threw 2 at a challenge, and that is usually gonna punish you, and they get punished there. Gen.G getting a free goal after that double commit.
It's not often you give up a couple of open nets, K-Corp, but getting a little too aggressive, and the fake kickoff might work out for First Killer. Can FK get the double top bins? Atto with the save off the corner. Wowee.
And that would have taken all of the wind out of the sails of K-Corp if they score off that fake kickoff in that fashion. Gen.G playing very confidently, but that pinch is going to send it all the way back. Tough read for Vatira. He's not able to slot that one in. And now on the other side of the field.
He had to go quick though on that one, but just couldn't get it to work. Just over a minute left here, and more pressure coming through Gen.G. Johnny Boy was talking about the bump game for K-Corp, but really it's been Jack on Gen.G's side looking for the, honestly looking the most physical on the field, looking to push up, get the bumps, keep that pressure on.
And he loves to do that. He especially loves taking that space and then abandoning the ball, letting his teammates take over and looking for that bump opportunity. And now it's gonna have to be another rotation back. Chronic. Oh, smart play from Rise as well, laying off that ball, letting Atto take it, but time is ticking away. K-Corp have a lot of work to do. Gen.G might be able to extend their lead. Flip reads it off the ceiling. First Killer will score it. He is a machine.
Just so much space off the sideball. Reset off the ceiling as well. And another in behind Vatira. Top left wide open. Rise can do nothing in net. 4 on the board for Gen.G.
And that has to be frightening for all those Blue Wall fans out there, seeing First Killer come into his element. If you let First Killer start to take over a series, you might not be able to stop him, but now we do see a response. They cut the lead to just 2. Carmine Corp scoring with 33 seconds left.
Now this is interesting. 33 seconds. What does this kickoff have in store for K-Corp? They've got to pull something out.
I have seen it before where they send 2 people and let the first player fake it, but have a challenge right after it.
They've gone the double, and it hasn't worked out. Chronic with the cheat. Really nice there. It might be enough to secure it. Gen.G just looking to hold on. 25 seconds, still 2 required for K-Corp. Kind of overcommitted a touch there, but Jack, again, he is just that facilitator for Gen.G, looking for the bumps, setting them up positionally. Vatira now, pop-up, has to go, 15 seconds, K-Corp. Well, they threw the kitchen sink earlier. They need the entire renovation right now. Atto, no way, almost. Vatira there. Can they get one back? Rise late, no, yes, maybe, yes. 5 seconds remain.
And that was a brute force goal. Vatira tipping it down, Rise getting blocked. First Killer doing everything he can, but you can see no boost pretty much for anybody on the field. And we'll see now if there's a kickoff strat. This is crunch time for K-Corp.
Yeah, they went the hard cheat for Rise, but it has found Vatira, fake back corner, but there it is. Ball down, Gen.G. Take game 1.
Wow, and I don't know about you, CJ, but for me, play of the game was that First Killer shot from the ceiling. He goes off the ceiling, gets a flip reset. It's series like this, games like this, where there is such a slim margin of victory, where plays like that, it dictates the result. First Killer is that type of player, especially from what we've seen in North America.
I mean, what a great sign for Gen.G as well. If First Killer's able to get space like that and execute, you see down the other end, Atto couldn't make the most of it. It's a 2-goal swing straight down the other end with the counter, and well, K-Corp fought back. They tried their hardest. They brought it back to 1 with 5 seconds left. But this, as you said, what a goal from First Killer. Just space off the ceiling into the reset. Gen.G with the best possible start, James.
Certainly. Yeah, I think Gen.G going to be so happy that First Killer is activated early. Carmine Corp, another slow start. We saw it as well against the Falcons. And even in that game, I feel like for me, the big critical play where things really didn't start to work out was when Atto went for an incredible play. It was, the First Killer level shot, tried to read it with 0 boost to make the play, ended up missing the shot, and that resulted in a counterattack goal.
Yeah, they just went for it. That was the moment there where they maybe a little bit of frustration conceding a couple of early goals, or at least that first one, and really they got punished down the other end. Let's see though what game 2 has. We know that K-Corp can come back. They forced game 5 against Falcons after going 2-0 down, albeit not winning on Champions Field. Can they mount this comeback here in game 2?
Chronic opting to go for the sidewall pass. Easily read there by Rise, but Rise out of boost. Oh, and apparently Jack was sizing it up there. Sometimes you'll see Jack just go for the bump in that situation.
I mean, it just shows that he's confident, though. He's really reading the play. He's letting the game unfold in front of him. And look at the demos. Jack just opening everyone. Almost another. He did get the touch on Rise, but he made the save.
Rise had to battle through the contact. He did get partially bumped there, but still was able to get that save. Huge aggression early on from Gen.G. K-Corp. Wonder if they'll start feeling the nerves now. That's
again, I mean, he just goes for the hardest, the toughest angular reads, and I mean, just not giving himself much margin of error. But another demo coming through. This time it is Rise. He's trying to return serve on Abjack. Now Vatira working it forward, blocked out by Chronic. Then K-Corp make of this. There we go again. The midfield game is being won by Gen.G.
It is for now. You're seeing Vatira trying to win those 50s. He gets a demo. That's it. Taken out by First, but now Rise has the ball. Flip reset from Rise, going for the goal, and he hits it. CJ, you were probably expecting apparently Jack to be able to make that stop, but Jack just not in position for it.
Yeah, Chronic just didn't challenge early enough. He gave no room for Abjack to be able to make the save. You just have to force that flip reset earlier. But credit to Rise, he waited, and as soon as Chronic committed on that backboard, that's when he executed. Top corner open. Really nice from Rise. Not often known for, well, he's a phenomenal player, but it's often Vatira, Atto in that situation. Great to see Rise stepping up. Awesome for his confidence.
For Rise, one of the things I love about him, he's so good at taking it from the ground to air dribble.
Yep.
Setting it up. If he doesn't score, he'll force a rebound. And now that shot almost surprising Gen.G. Apparently Jack tips it up. Atto can't get the double, and it's going to get boomed back downfield. Rise does get the corner. Support from Vatira, and that first touch. Double tap doesn't happen off the sidewall, but it's a pass back up to Rise, who will go for a double back pass himself. Maybe even just going for goal there. Perhaps Rise feeling it offensively.
It's a great effort and almost a little touch there for First Killer. Blocked in the center. Rise again, just being that play to get to work for K-Corp. Just seeing a couple of times K-Corp perhaps going for, I don't know, just too tricky of a shot, if you would, when they do have perhaps an easier option. Pass downfield. It's Atto. Bit of space up top. Ceiling, reset, gonna fake it, take it down low, backboard touch, and there here we go again, a double demo. Abjack and First Killer. A clear directive for Gen.G. Get physical, get those demos.
But you saw that pass was a bit behind, apparently, Jack. He also didn't have the boost to make that play. Chronic gonna try to back pass this to apparently Jack, who's boosted up. 50 by Vatira. That one bouncing towards goal. First Killer has to hit it off to the side, and now it's blocked. Carmine Corp starting to constrict on Gen.G. Gen.G trying to work their way out.
This is where I love K-Corp getting to work, just hitting the ball around, and now Vatira, he's going to delay the flip. Rise wants in as well. It's not going to work out. Gen.G get back. Atto, third man, so aggressive. Vatira, but again, First Killer this time, doing well.
Chronic will try to solo play this. Pass it down, but nobody was there. 50 from Atto. First Killer trying to slow things down for apparently Jack. Chronic. Self-pass, sidewall double. Gets the backboard pass, and that's broken up.
How good is the positioning, but it's going to be wide open. This time it's Gen.G just completely overcommitting. The positioning went out the window, and Rise gets a freebie.
Rise getting immediately demoed afterwards, but not before he was able to launch that one downfield. Carmine Corp, they've been holding up. I mean, in that goal, you're expecting K-Corp to score when they've got possession and force Gen.G back on the goal line. No, they get one that one.
I mean, both teams just playing such high-risk Rocket League, perhaps taking a leaf out of Furia's book. We talk about them just playing zero defense. That time, Gen.G just getting called out. Jack getting dusted last man, and here we go again. Atto ceiling. How has he got one more on that?
Touch!
Off the ceiling!
He fights, we saw Rise fight through a bump to make a save. Atto fights through a bump to get the goal, and you can see it completely threw apparently Jack off.
Just such a deft touch, but enough to get it over the top. 3 goals for K-Corp here in game 2. What a response.
And it's almost like because Atto aimed his bumper at the oncoming bump, he was able to just fight through it.
Yeah, he could see it coming and just manipulated himself in the best possible way. First Killer, probably not the first touch that he wanted. Hands that ball over to Atto. Now with 50 seconds left, this has been the best case scenario here on the fight back for K-Corp. First Killer's out of position. Rise goes ceiling, or off the sidewall, should I say. Doesn't get the touch for Tira. Might be able to get 2 on it. Abjack with the save. But Gen.G, they need to get it down the other end. K-Corp well in control of this game.
They certainly are. They've been fighting through those demos. We've seen Gen.G land them. But Vatira almost half flipping back into that ball after getting a bit awkward on the ground. However, Gen.G not been able to bring that same level of offense. You're looking to players like First Killer, who hit that crazy shot last game. Gen.G completely shut out game 2.
Yeah, it's been a champion's response here in game 2, and maybe one more for the road here for K-Corp. Can they get 4, or can Gen.G mount a little bit of momentum? But Vatira, all he needs is a pixel in the top corner, and he finds a top left wide open, and 4 goals to zip.
Short hesitation there for Rise. Puts that over to Vatira, and you can't put that more top corner.
I mean, this has just been perhaps a little bit of a game 1 warm-up for K-Corp, but we did see Gen.G just overcommitting a little bit. There could have been a kickoff goal there for Chronic. K-Corp tying this best of 5 right up.
K-Corp stabilize game 1. Very turbulent for them. Very good for Gen.G. We saw aggression even in this game, but it seemed like the difference was now we see Carmine Corp work through that contact and work around it.
It's all about that balance as well. You saw Jack, you know, he's had so many demos. I mean, have a look at this.
6 demos.
6 demos and 10 for Gen.G as a team to 4 of K-Corp. But it's all about that balance because, you know, if you're going for demos, sometimes it can put you out of position. But Rise setting the tone off the bat in game 2 was huge.
I mean, you see clips of Rise on the internet where he is hyped up, calling out his opponents. He is a firebrand. I mean, he is a player that can just turn the tide of a series.
Look at that from Atto. It is just ridiculous that he's been able to recover there. A little goal at the end for Vatira just to pad the stats a little bit. He'll be happy with that one. But K-Corp, I mean, what a response from them. The ball has to now be in Gen.G's court. We saw the demos coming out. It worked in game 1, but as you said, K-Corp worked through it. They overcome the change up there, the strategy game. It's such a tactical affair, this one, NA versus EU. And right now, K-Corp have the edge.
And it's a bit of a switch up from their previous Swiss stage matchups where they first had to reverse sweep, then had to fight off a reverse sweep. Now they trade it 1-1 in the series. So Carmine Corp giving their fans all the flavors.
Yeah, massive game. And have a look at that. They've gone the double kickoff fake for Atto to get the free touch, but it just hasn't worked out at all. First killer, and the Gen.G boys are smiling on the player cams. They're happy with how this counter strat worked out. First killer cooks their pinch, dunk.
You don't plan for that, but it does hurt. If you're Atto, you're thinking, oh, I could have just jumped into that ball.
There you go.
Bold of K-Corp, and I've been seeing it from them quite a bit where they are trying to mix up their kickoff strats.
Oh, how has he got one more? No, almost. Rise coming through as Vatira tried to just wedge that one in. K-Corp trying to answer back straight away. Certainly, this game is, the pace of this game has changed up a little bit off that kickoff goal. Atto, no boost to work with.
Well, we're seeing more demos from apparently Jack. He had 6 last game. He's already got a couple in the last few seconds.
Certainly, as I said, it just feels, I love the way they're able to change it up on the fly. This is what the best teams in the world can do. Able to just adjust their structure, their positioning based on who they're playing right now. And those demos still prominent, very prominent from Abjack. Chronic with the clear now. No one at home for Gen.G. The K-Corp to work it up. Atto looking for the air dribble bump. You can see Vatira waiting, but Jack is ready. And Jack's going to take it over the top of Rise. Dunk, no!
What a bounce off the bar! That bounce off the crossbar saving K-Corp. And now Chronic doesn't get the psycho, but does get a nice pass over to apparently Jack. But how did K-Corp keep that out?
Oh, Jack did so well to read that air dribble bump, turned it into the counter, but Rise somehow keeping it out, keeping it off the crossbar, and now this game has just been pure chaos since that moment.
Gen.G, though, have had a lot of the pressure. Apparently Jack keeping up that aggression. Already a good chance. They could have extended that lead had it not been for that crazy crossbar bounce. Good cut from Chronic. Chronic going for a 50 as well. Will stay in the play. Chronic behind the ball. Good, it's a pinch pass out to the middle. Flip reset, double tap, perhaps from first killer. Maybe he didn't get it.
Yeah, Jack was waiting. He wanted it, first killer to just do something on the ball so he could get the follow-up. Vatira with the pinch, no boost. Chronic trying to keep this one in for Gen.G. Rise cutting rotation as well. K-Corp struggling in that shot top corner, but Atto this time ready for the save. This is a game of inches at the moment.
Apparently Jack getting even more space for Gen.G. 4 demos this game, but there's a big win from Rise. Clear attempt out. Good bump from Rise as well. Atto up to Vatira. Vatira, corner double. Fakes it for a teammate. There's the shot, and it's just off target. And you have to watch out for that specific play. K-Corp love to go for those corner double fakes, and even off the ceiling double fakes. That time, though, Atto couldn't thread the needle.
Oh, it's so smart from Rise. The fake challenge to set up Vatira. Free shot on net, and the shot is strong. First killer just makes the save.
Atto keeping the ball in. 2 demos there. This will be space now. Space given to Rise. 2/3 of a tank. Trying to flip into that flip reset. Couldn't get it. Back down to Atto. Double denied by first killer. First killer faking the musty clear. Going around one. Can't get the 50.
Yeah, that would have been really nice if he could. It feels like Gen.G are just backing off a touch. Will it come back to bite them? Vatira trying to find Atto. Trying to get a bum. Abjack. Great defense there, but also in the orange half, and now here we go. Chronic working this ball out, gets the 50. First killer's waiting underneath. Abjack cutting across. Gen.G trying to keep this ball in. Minute 45. They have the lead. They don't have to overcommit. They don't want to let K-Corp get that offense, start to build that pressure. Right now, doing really well with these demos.
Oh, it's apparently, Jack, that's his 5th. 6 total for Gen.G. You can see Rise trying to get a bump of his own. Vatira with a demo off ball. There's a 51. Vatira pops it up. No boost to stay on the play. We'll have to rotate out. Atto moving in. There's a 50. It pinches all the way across. First killer will be first to the ball.
And KC, not known for their demo game, but honestly having to change it up. This is a win for Gen.G. You can see K-Corp having to go outside their traditional structure, traditional play style to try and get some demos of their own. First killer just out of position to touch. He's been beaten, and Atto, Abjack again. What a player he's been this series.
Huge from apparently Jack to get on that play and get the height, because he recognized that was a lead block opportunity. But Gen.G and apparently Jack, their defense has been rock solid this game.
Yeah, he certainly had a leadership. He's just shown his experience here in this series. Rise, though, he's cutting them up. He gets a pop at Jack again with the midfield domination. Atto, though, fantastic 50, trying to work around FK. Rise cutting across. Jack's getting bumped. He has to come up huge, and he cannot. Atto tying it up with 30 on the clock.
Oh, I mean, you're asking a lot from apparently Jack to go into these situations over and over and come out on top. That time, he wasn't able to get on the ball early, and you see how effective that lead block play can be.
And that's when it can be so scary, when K-Corp get desperate. You see Rise changing it up, and another kickoff fake for K-Corp. Gives Vatira 100 boost and the ball. Trying to work a 50 through. Chronic's missed. Jack will get a free touch. He's clearing it downfield. Not the easiest touch for Rise to deal with, but he's done really well here. Chronic's handed in the ball. Hang on a minute. He's going to get a pop over Jack. First killer's there. Can it be one last go here for K-Corp? 5 seconds. First killer just trying to get it down. You think Gen.G want this overtime? KC with all the boost right now and the pressure. And Chronic says, I'll have this one. OT game 3. A massive game here to move on to series point.
And you might be having flashbacks to that Falcon series if you're a K-Corp fan. Series ended with 3 straight overtimes. Got another overtime here. And this is the swing game for K-Corp or Gen.G.
It's massive, and as we said, you just want to be able to get out. You don't want to go to round 5 of that Swiss stage as Atto can get the free touch. Gen.G just setting up, trying to clear this ball out. Vatira cutting rotation, free ball for him. Abjack gets dunked, and first killer's in big trouble. Let's get the save. The ball just wasn't coming quick enough. Big win for Atto and the demo. Tira's positioning will work out. Have a look at this. First killer with the demo. But Atto still has a reset. Gen.G, the physicality still coming through in overtime.
Catching that ball with a flip reset. Atto, he is locked in. He is feeling it. Atto going for the 50. Now looking for an opportunity to 50 on 0 boost, not finding it. Rise with a block here. Now, apparently Jack has been great all game long defensively. Who will step up offensively for Gen.G? There's the demo, there's the infield pass, and there's the game in the hands of K-Corp.
And twice, Rise does not get an assist, but 2 setups from the bump, opening it up. It was Abjack, and that time Chronic getting caught out. K-Corp taking a huge Game 3 win. They move ahead in the series.
And to me, it's the trademark Rise gameplay. He finds ways to win. There's a reason why he has made over half of the grand finals in this modern era of RLCS lands. He is a machine. That play there, getting out there, getting the demo at a key moment, that was huge. And I mean, you see apparently, Jack, 6 demos again, but look at K-Corp. You said they're not much of a demo team. They had to demo 9 times.
I mean, Rise just has to be the best off-ball player in the world. What he does to set up his team, and
that save was mind-blowing.
And he does it at the right moments as well, but he's not just all about the bumps. He can do it himself, but that time you see it. Getting Jack, there's no assist for that. He doesn't get any score per game. He gets nothing on the board. But here we go again, the opening, and he knows Chronic's last for ages. Rise again, clutching up 2 goals, all because of him.
And we also have a fun fact here about First Killer. He's the first player to reach 500,000 total career regular season score.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
I'd love to see the tally to see where everyone else is sort of sitting on that.
What's the scoreboard look like?
On the scoreboard, but credit to him. It just goes to show the longevity of his career. We don't even talk about him as a veteran.
And the fact that he just puts up numbers. People know that about First Killer. However, that last game was the Rise show, in my opinion. Both goals resulting from that lead blocking play. We see another kickoff strat coming out for KC.
Another demo and Rise again. He's got to reset. He's bumping everyone. Rise is absolutely cooking.
Oh, Rise, he receives the ball so well. The flip reset play, and he uses his flip to get the bump.
Again, this is what he does. He just gets pressure. As soon as he gets space, he's looking for that defender to come in. He's looking to get the bump, be physical.
Another fake kickoff, and that's the kickoff that I saw in the last series against Complexity. They send that first player with somebody cheating right behind him, and they let that second player take the 50 and let that first player move upfield.
Well, it has worked out on the counter as well. Oh my goodness!
Rise is on fire!
An absolute 1v3 performance here against Gen.G. Rise, solo play, dribble, gets the musty over the top of Abjack. 2 goals, 22 seconds.
A hot start for K-Corp, and Rise is leaving his mark on this series.
We talk about his off-ball game, and he's just shown what he can do when he gets space himself.
On ball, he can do it all.
I mean, this guy, how many times do you have to say it? As soon as he gets on land, he just improves time and time again. Now Gen.G, big trouble for them. There's still a lot of time in this game, but look at Rise. Well. He is just playing his own game right now, and it's going to be another open net for K-Corp.
And it's thanks to this Rise demo. Rise, a heat-seeking missile, sweeping the goal line. Furia has an open net to shoot on.
We've talked about Atto's performance back online. We know what Furia can do. We're always putting him at the top of the player rankings. Well, this has been one of the best, if not the best, individual performance of the major so far.
And perhaps the most we've seen from any team on trying to evolve the kickoff meta as well. It hasn't always worked. You saw the pinch goal that, you know, it wasn't in favor of Casey last time. But it's clear Carmine Corp is coming into each of these kickoffs with a plan.
They're just so unselfish as well. You saw Furia that time looking for the bump. They're just playing Team Rocket League. There's no me about this team. There's the shot though, Atto this time with the save. Gen.G, what do they have? Can they respond, or is this just gonna be Rise's day? That's an awkward touch for Abjack, doesn't quite control it, gives it to Atto. Clear does come through, but that man, the scariest man right now for North America's on the ball.
And you saw that stat from First Killer, big career milestone, but they're gonna need a career game out of First Killer to bring this one back within reach. We're approaching that halfway point of the game. Gen.G trailing by 3 and not having much of any offense.
Every touch right now from Rise just turning to gold. You saw that dunk in the midfield, it was on net as well. His first kill has been demoed. I mean, this has to be the record for the most demos in a series on land. Both sides are just going absolutely bananas. This ball working towards K-Corp's end, but Furia, there you see another beat at every challenge, huge right now for K-Corp.
Rise trying to take time. Gets around Chronic. And you can see First Killer even bumped a little bit. That's space for Atto. Rise, lead blocker play again into an air dribble bump. There's no hope for Gen.G on defense.
4 on the board. And what a snow. I think we're seeing the peak K-Corp right now. We've been waiting for it. We've been waiting for the online K-Corp to show up here at the Copenhagen Major.
Well, CJ, they're here.
Unfortunately for Gen.G, they're on the other side of things. 4-0, half a game gone, but this series, this game feels dead and buried.
It's crazy to think back in that game 1. Gen.G looking so good. Casey did start to heat up near the end, but First Killer had that crazy off the ceiling flip reset, but since then, not much success offensively for Gen.G. And you saw the adjustments from K-Corp. They were mixing it up on kickoff. Rise doing whatever it takes to win. And I think that's classic Rise gameplay as Atto puts in the 5th goal for K-Corp.
Yeah, Gen.G right now just have nothing, no response. We talk about K-Corp just being able to go through the gears. They've always got another level. They can always step up. Boy, oh boy, I'm not sure anyone could take down this lineup right now. Even the demos we saw from Abjack earlier, this game he's only had 1. They've completely fallen away from that playstyle. It hasn't worked. They've thrown it out. Now with 2 minutes, this might just be a chance for Gen.G to get some momentum. They've still got another series to play today after this one, but K-Corp, I mean, how impressive. And Rise, not only this game, but setting it up. When they were 1-0 down, he was the man to get them going. He was the instigator. And what a performance from him. They will get one back here, Gen.G.
Gen.G trying to chip away at what seems like a massive lead, and it is. It's 1 of 5 that they must score. Well, first one down, but less than 2 minutes to go.
Still time on the clock. We have been singing K-Corp's praises. They maybe got a little bit happy. That was almost
still might be a chance here.
Still going to be a 2-on-1. And look at Jack going for the demo. But look at this man right here. I mean, he's just coming across. Gets 2 touches on it. Rise has just been phenomenal.
Hold on just a minute. Gen.G, after not scoring for quite some time, start to chip away. And now trim the lead to just 3.
There's that man with 500,000 score per game in the regular season. First Killer just cutting rotation there. Kickoff not one. Rise almost finding that bottom corner. 90 seconds. Gen.G just have to go right now. And Chronic worked that one forward. No, Vatira going to keep this ball in. You'd think that K-Corp with a 3-goal lead should be able to just lock it down here, but, well, there's a pretty impressive team on the other side. I want to create history.
And oh, it looks like that boost was snagged right in front of Vatira. Vatira's going to have to rotate out. You'll start seeing some desperation plays here from Gen.G. They're going for it.
Yeah, almost first killer over the top. Abjack corner, free double. Let's get the touch on it, but Rise just trying to kill it. Look at the demos coming through. Chronic can't quite get it. First killer has to go. You feel like this has to be a goal here for Gen.G. Dunk comes through from Atto. And Rise with a 100 boost in the corner. The air dribbles, the solo plays coming through now for K-Corp. It's a skin from Atto. Rise, he wants another one. Beaten out by first killer, but Vatira playing that third man role. Coming now down to 30 seconds left. It was just such an impressive start to this game from K-Corp. I think the damage was done there.
Oh, we might see another one here. The first killer rips the ball away. Trying to kickstart that counterattack. Not giving up is Gen.G. However, the time is ticking away.
Here we go again. It's another open. It just might be party time. No, Jack gets the clear. Counting down now to 10 seconds left. K-Corp once again, that man Rise, a phenomenal series. He won't even get an MVP for this one, believe it or not. He hasn't got an assist in the last 2 games, according to the scoreboard. I beg to differ. K-Corp, phenomenal performance from them. They move on to the playoffs. Well, you'll be seeing them in front of the crowd. The blue wall, they're looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, the only scoreline that matters is goals, and they prove it here. Carmine Corp, they were putting up play after play, but Rise, to me, even though he didn't get an in-game MVP, he was so key to that turnaround after K-Corp dropped game 1.
Goes to show that stats aren't always everything. We cannot always rely on them. Oh man, what a series there. K-Corp really stepping up. 5 goals when they needed it most. They'll move through 3-1 out of the Swiss stage. And for Gen.G, for the Gen.G Mobile One Racing fans out there, you might just have to wait around a little longer to round 5 of the Swiss.
No, that's going to be some nail-biting action, though. Gen.G, I will say this. There was a reason why Dazarin reacted the way he did when he saw who their matchup was.
I mean, they had to play the best team in Europe, what we've all picked as the best team in the world.
And a lot of people aren't changing their tournament favorite picks, even though this team fell to Falcons.
They did, but we just saw even in that series alone, I know they lost game 5, but the way they've been able to improve, you just feel like there's more to come from this K-Corp lineup. They're certainly not looking to be playing their best day 1 of the tournament. They want to be doing it on Championship Sunday. Obviously, they have to get there first, but this is a great stepping stone to that feat.
Oh, it certainly is. And I think just from a mentality aspect, it's perfect for K-Corp. Get that loss out of the way, but then you bounce back and you have all that confidence going into the playoffs.
Look at this guy, just with the reset. It was just all Rise here when he needed it the most. Pop over the top. I mean, the solo plays. It wasn't just the bumps. This man is absolutely phenomenal. And gee, I wouldn't mind hearing from him. We've got an interview down with Leafex. K-Corp moving on to the top 8.
We got the man, the legend you guys have been talking about. Rise is with me right now. What you guys are considering probably the MVP of that match. That was looking good. You look like you're feeling good out there.
Of course, man. Always, always. To be fair, that's the first series I feel like we've played free.
Yeah, like just felt clean and good to go?
Yeah, as in we felt free on the pitch. Like we felt like we, you know, everything we were doing was working. We were following each other up well, and yeah, it was good.
I didn't know if that was a comment on how they were playing. Okay.
No.
All right, but yeah, let's talk about that because you're looking like you're feeling good out there. Do you feel like it was you in the zone that was opening that up for the rest of the team, or what was creating that clarity for you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'll ever play the Fennec again. That car is dreadful. Get me on Octane, I'm made for it. But yeah, no, I felt really good. I know Atto felt really good, Vatira, well, we all felt really good. Atto was playing great, Vatira was playing great. So it was just, you know, we clicked. And I think that's what I mean when I say we were free. It's the first time we've clicked as a unit, so yeah.
That's kind of scary because you guys have looked good before. So, I'm sorry, it looked like you're saying it looked scary. Like you guys look scared there.
I appreciate it, but you know, it's only Swiss. The main event comes tomorrow on Sunday.
I want to show a clip here. We got of you guys connecting and clicking together. It was more so of you making the decision to turn upfield a couple times when Atto got a hold of that Who makes the calls on that? Is it the player with the ball, or is it you, the guy going for demos?
So we realized that, you know, Jack especially was just turning out the play to come and chase us. And I think they were trying to like force aggression quite a lot. And so, you know, like on the first play I saw Atto take a 50. And I know that he's the last one back, and first couldn't recover, so I just turned, and I knew if I bump him, it's a goal. I didn't actually bump him, but I think me jumping stopped him, and then Atto knew where to shoot. This one as well, I saw 2 of them dive in, and I just knew if I demo Chronic, my teammates have got an open net, so yeah, it worked out well.
Right, so a lot of that play comes down to like just the player and the decision, like you're up, you go. It's not something maybe that's been rehearsed before that when you see this play?
It's basically intuition, you know, you see a play panning out, and you just, you know, do what you think in your head, at least.
Yeah, a lot of it is honestly really just on top of the, you know, quick reflexes, make a decision, which is why I'm bad. Old people like us can't play anymore. Talk to me about Vatira, though. When you were watching the replays, you're like, look at this, with that musty that he got in there. How you feeling about your teammates just in general? You must love them.
That was my musty, bro. That was mine.
Oh, is it you? Oh, I'm so stupid.
No, you're good. I don't score many, but yeah, I can see why you'd guess it was Vatira, but you know. I saw Jack back, and I knew he was going to just dive me, so I was like, all right, mate, this is going on your head top, and it came off, so yeah, we take it.
Let me ask, sorry for the mistake. Talk to me about now the difference in regions. I asked Cassio this before, and he says that he still thinks EU is a little bit ahead, but a lot of people thought the gap was like massive before. Do you feel like that gap is between some of the other regions, seeing how, you know, Mina and Sam are performing? Do you think that gap maybe is a little bit smaller as well from your perspective?
Well, I mean, I think the thing for me is that before the debate was EUNA, and I think it has been for the past few seasons, but this is what happens when minor regions get their chance on the big stage. They really, you know, it's taken them a couple of years, but now they are competing with the best of the best of the best, you know. So Furia have gone 3-0, they just beat Gen.G, so it's, yeah, I mean, they're great teams, and hopefully other minor regions can, you know, bring it up to this level.
All right, before I embarrass myself anymore, I'm just gonna ask you one more question here. How do you guys stay clicked in? Because obviously that's a feeling you do not want to lose, but it is easy to lose when you go day to day and match to match.
I mean, I think it's just about consistency, just grinding, you know, taking practice very seriously, and yeah, it's confidence, I think, more than anything. I think when you believe that you're gonna win, you have more chance of winning. And I think today we played with, like I said, we played free, and well, against Gen.G we played very free, and so yeah, I think it showed in the series.
It absolutely did. I promise you I'll never mistake one of your great plays again. I'm very sorry. Anyways, we got a lot more Rocket League coming your way. It's going to be exciting. It's only been getting better and better and better. Falcons versus Vitality is our next. Falcons fly up the power rankings for many, as Vitality has lost ground in the hearts of a few. We'll see how it goes as Swiss continues on.
What's up, y'all? It's your boy T-Bates here, and it's T-Bates Debates time. You know, I've been on Twitter. I've seen a lot of yapping from a lot of people so far this season. So, you know, I want to see what y'all's hottest takes are, and I want to see if they're actually good. Valued_RL. Appreciate you, Valued. I like that name, by the way, Valued. That's a good name. OG Esports Top 8. Okay. The LAN veterans are coming to play. triumph emoji, big flex, American flag, hashtag save NA. I like what you're bringing to the table, and I like that flex. I like how they're saving NA. I like how OG's getting that top 8. You should have said, though, if I were you, you should have said that they're going to top 4. I would have liked that a little bit better. That really would have showed they would have had hashtag save NA. And if you want to go a step further than that, you could have just told Johnny Boy, Cole, and Stumpy all them, there's not even going to be an EU team in the top 4. That would have been a really hot take, and I would have liked that even better. But Valued, I appreciate you. I like this. I like that right here, and I hope you enjoy the major. At RSY_esports says, Limitless has a chance of upsetting some teams. Okay, a very neutral opinion right there. A chance. They're not saying what the chance is. It could be 1%. It could be 0. It could be 0.2%. You don't know. They're just giving them a chance. That's interesting. OG is kind of underrated. Once again, not really saying too much right there. OG is kind of underrated. What does that mean? Though Europe is going to win this one. So you said all that just to say Europe is going to win this one. Is this a hot take? Is this really a hot take? Like, you just want to throw a bone to SSA. You just want to kind of just say they're undeveloped reason. They're not there yet. Just want to throw a bone at them. Graybeard, he's not happy with that. And then OG is kind of underrated. That's just not saying much either. Can you throw another bone at NA? So you're basically equivalent in SSA to NA, which is disrespectful. And then on top of that, then you dunk on us all, but it's saying Europe's going to win. So what's the point of you tweeting? This is really hot. Give me a better tweet. Nick Vaudable and Bridget. Oh, what up, Vod? What up, gang? NA aren't making it out of the quarterfinals. I'll take away the gang, man. I'm taking that away. You're not part of the gang no more. What do you mean? That is a North American representative right here. He used to cast with Dazzling all the time. Why, as a North American fan, do you want to see that? That's bad for the game. At the World Championship, the whole entire North American continent was absolutely depressed. Because we all had to watch all EU top 4. Nobody wants to see that again. You got to be better, Vod. I don't like that. I don't even want to see the tweet no more. Matter of fact, next time I see you, I'm not even going to shake your hand.
Europe continues its rally. Both BDS and Carmine Corp are through to the playoffs. NA still having to fight in round 5. They'll look to regain and punch their tickets there, folks. Carmine Corp, you know, I mean, Gen.G, they had some moments. They had some moments where it felt like, yeah, this might be a competition, and then it wasn't.
They're making my top plays a little easy because like Gen.G and K-Corp both tons of great goals throughout that series. First Killer had a few. We saw some with Rise, with a Musty as well. So it was a series for sure, but at the end of the day, like you could kind of just feel it coming. K-Corp was getting better and better.
They're inevitable.
And Europe is now, what, 3 of the top seeds, maybe 4 out of the top 5?
Yeah, 3 are in. Vitality coming up next. That'll be number 4. Sorry, Falcons, my boys.
Oh, but this is going to be a good highlight package for sure. We're going to see a lot of entertaining goals right here. First
this
Killer.
Is disgusting.
Look at that. That's top play of the day. I'm telling you right now, that's number 1. First Killer was really performing, and Gen.G looking good.
It's already number 1.
It was
Wait
so
a second.
good.
You're so biased.
I'm not biased. I'm biased to good Rocket League.
It was a good goal.
I don't know if it was better than Finley's goal later on in the series. Finley's Rise, by the way. This goal could even be better. Look at that.
That's
I mean,
a bit.
that's more fluky.
I mean, that's a little bit more, definitely a little bit more random.
It's fun. It'll be
great goal, though.
Oh, I love that one. Oh, Rise up there zoning, paving the way for it now.
I did like what I saw out of a Gen.G. First Killer came alive. It seemed like they were actually battling versus Europe. I was afraid because of what we've seen that they haven't been that competitive, but they have been. There's another.
I mean, look at that boy right there.
He's back in the octane.
He is back in the
octane.
I ran into him earlier and I said, "Why have you been playing the Fennec, bro?" And he said, I told him, I said, "You're not a Fennec player." And he said, "Bates, why are you going to tell me what I am?" And
turns out
maybe I know what I'm talking about.
Bates is a better coach than Farrah. You know, there you go.
maybe Farrah said that too. We don't know.
No, I mean, Farrah was standing next to him. When I said that to him, so maybe Farrah was listening.
As they walked away, he leaned over. He's like, "You know, he's right, right?" Like, you get back on the octane there. My goodness. All right, over on the alternate stream though, BDS also making quick work of G2.
Why are we bringing that up?
Well, it's literally my job.
That was the ultimate stream. We're on the main stream right now. Let's go to the next match.
No, let's show everybody the results over there. It was a 3-1. G2 did get a game. I mean, there was some history made in this match, Bates. I think G2 led in game 3 for the first time ever against BDS.
They won it. Yeah,
they won that one actually.
Oh, wow.
That's huge.
They won a game. Yeah, they did well.
But Europe, we all knew that even though day 1 didn't go their way towards the end of it, you figured in that 2-1 round they're going to be bouncing back.
EU was struggling against, your Sam, Furia. They're struggling against Falcons, Romania. We knew they were going to run into NA at some point, though, and that's when they were going to start winning.
And honestly, yeah, North America is not having a good tournament. So, but they're still alive. Both G2 and Gen.G going down to that 2-2 round.
Power going to be taking on Rule 1 next on the alternate stream. That's twitch.tv/RLEsports. Go head over there as well. Make sure you got it pulled up. We got 2 more matches before we're done with round 4. And again, we're playing round 5 right after this here on the main stream. So keep it locked, folks. Complexity and Quick Trip Pioneers waiting for the results of our next match. Let's get into it. The Falcons of MENA taking on the reigning world champs Vitality, looking to get through and out of the Swiss.
Wait, what you call it? The birds and the bees?
That is true. That is what is happening here factually by mascots.
And listen, the Falcons, they looked absolutely sensational yesterday. Today, though, they play a lot of overtimes against Gentlemates. And Johnny, I think you talked about it a little bit earlier, maybe in the groom room or somewhere, where you said Falcons, they love their overtimes. But I think Gentlemates loves their overtimes as well.
They do now.
So that's why I think that series got a little awry from him. You got to before Rise with the greatest posture of a Rocket League game of all time. He's one of the best defenders, and he's been great this whole entire lane.
Is his chest just going to have a line just dug into it by the end of this weekend?
I think he's probably got a layer of thick skin along his neck where he's just built up a resistance. Because he is putting his force down on that desk. He's so locked in. But yeah, I think Falcons, they're getting a bit of a tough run here. They had to play KC. They beat them. Then they had to play Gentlemates, who are red hot. They're better than we've ever seen them play. And now they've got to play against Vitality as well. So, I mean, it is a tough run. And I think they've got a good shot here. But I'm going to spoil it. I'm picking Vitality because they just look positive today. I'm just going to get it out there.
While we're looking at Falcons, you're just going to, against your boys.
We're not even talking about
against your region.
Well, he did say earlier that MENA was his second region. So he is first.
Yeah.
Well, we do get to finally see 2 major regions battling out here, Europe and MENA here. So, I mean, Falcons looked so good yesterday. Most of us power ranked them back up to number 2 because of what they did. And they've had time to get over that loss. I think they can take it to Vitality. Vitality, they had a great first match versus OG, but you still have to question what's going on with that roster because it hasn't been perfect, and that's a problem.
Well, on the other side of things, we can finally talk about them here. The Swarm is in the house. Their title not quite on the line just yet. You expect to see them defend it at the end of the year with how well they've been playing. Do you think that they feel any pressure here, Johnny, given that they are the only European team that has not qualified for playoffs at this point?
Oh, for sure. I mean, they always feel the pressure. They're, you know, they've been defeated online, but their LAN streak still continues, and anything less than a win will not be acceptable for this Vitality squad. I've seen plenty from Zen this weekend to believe that he is going to produce the goods here. And honestly, if this match was at the end of yesterday after Falcons KC, I would pick Falcons to win it. It's because of today's matches that have switched there with Vitality, on the up, Falcons on the way down.
Yeah, Vitality was comfortable earlier today, a 3-0 versus OG, 5-1, 3-2, which was close, and 1-0. So I guess 2 close games to end that series, but it was a 3-0, and that's what you expect out of Vitality. They normally destroy everyone they play. Back at that World Championship, they went 20 games to 5, so Vitality trying to right that ship.
Playing a near airport region, I don't know how much stock you can put in that. I will say that Vitality, they... Even in their loss yesterday, absolutely, and I'm keep on harping on it, Zen played really well.
He did.
It was really right on Alpha, who weren't playing their typical game. But in today against OG, as Gibbs said, Rado and Alpha definitely stepped it up. They had nothing but offensive pressure, and it's going to be interesting to see because Falcons lost to Gen.G squad, who is arguably playing some of the best team synergized ball here. They're using each other, and then Vitality, they've kind of been double committed, kind of not been on the same page like they usually are. So I don't know how Falcons are going to match up with that.
You worry about momentum, too, on the day, because one team's coming off a win, one team's coming off a loss. We saw that earlier. Gen.G, they were coming off a loss. K-Corp, they were coming off a win. So that does play a factor in these long days because that momentum can easily kind of sway. We see the 0-2 teams. They actually get a huge advantage by now having a win under their belt. So momentum here for Vitality could be huge.
Hashtag FLCN if you're going for the Falcons. Hashtag VIT for Vitality, folks. Make sure you got both streams pulled up over on the alternate stream right now. Power leads 2-0 in game 1 with 57 seconds left.
We can hear it as well. They are loud right now. 2-0 up in that first game.
To be fair, that is a classic power move to win game 1 and then drop out. So I mean,
we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. You got to watch it there, folks. Make sure you tune into the broadcast. So let's take a look at who we think is going to win. Johnny, I know you've already proclaimed it, but do the honors.
I've got Vitality here. I think that they are on the upward trend, and Falcons, they've hit a big road bump there. That's going to knock their confidence. So I've got to say Vitality to win this, but I do think it's going to be close.
I can't believe it. You're going against me now. Well, I'm going to go looking for first place. I want to tie CJ in the #1 spot. I'm going Falcons here. I'm going for, I guess, the minor upset, I guess you would call it.
CJ's got power, though. Right now, he's thriving.
That's fair. All right, well, I got to keep pace with them then. I am going Falcons. I think they can bounce back. Vitality, I am still worried about the team dynamic, so I'm going Falcons.
Yeah, I'm going off of what Gibbs just said. For the first time this whole entire week, I'm a little not confident in my pick, but I am going to go with Vitality simply because they got the reigning world champs, and I do believe Zen is the best player on the field, but Falcons can easily disrupt the lack of Vitality synergy.
We've already seen them do it against Carmine Corp yesterday, so can they pull it off again here? I'm going to go with the Falcons on this one. We're very split on the desk. The coin, we'll see what it thinks. Blue is for the Falcons in this situation, and it's going to come up with the Falcons on that one.
Coin's terrible, by the way. It has only had like 12. It's off.
I mean, it's only like 2 points below you.
About 50%.
No, it's actually less than 50%. I'm above 50, so you want to roll with me.
Good work.
Well, hey, it's got to be right eventually. I'm hoping it's right here, folks. We'll see. We're split straight down the middle in chat. It could not be closer on the desk. It could not be closer in predictions. I mean, Zen is, I feel like, an obvious X factor in this match. Is there a player for Falcons you're looking at?
I feel like you say that Zen's probably the best player on the field, but probably players 2, 3, and 4 are all on the Falcons side. I think if they play as a team, there is a chance that they take down Zen.
Roas is Zen's nemesis in 1v1,
so
he's got to be him.
Very mechy game. It's going to be a very mechy game here.
Do you think that they're ever thinking about that 1v1 situation?
Well, it could happen. I mean, 1v1 situations do happen in threes. I mean, you can guarantee that everybody's thinking about Roas. When he's in defense, you need to play differently.
We'll see what happens here, folks. It's time for us to get into the match. One of these teams going to be going through. Excited to see which one can get there. The Birds of Prey have had to fight nearly all the European squads. Swarm is next on that list. It's Falcons versus Vitality for a spot in the playoffs.
The world champs take on the best in MENA, James Bott. The plan is simple for both teams. win, and you're in.
It's so true. And for Team Falcons, they know they can beat the best that Europe has to offer, but they also faltered a bit against Gentlemates. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup.
We saw what Falcons did yesterday in the last series against Corp. They couldn't repeat it earlier on against Gentlemates, but maybe against Vitality.
You can see Radosin trying to get the clear, but Roas so clinical, so surgical, gets the flip reset, gets Zen jumping, but goes to the ground and slots it.
Both teams do not want to be in the round 5 of Swiss. It feels like it's a zoo down there once you get to the later stages of the day. Some teams having to play 3 series. Right now, Falcons putting their best foot forward here against the world champs.
Zen versus Roas. We heard the desk mention that, and we already saw that in the challenge. Zen getting beat out by that flip reset play from Roas. Team Falcons enjoying this fast start. Ball now in Vitality's court.
Here's the beauty of the stage as well. Alpha, she's not quite dialed in with the shooting accuracy early. Roas counterattack almost in the touch, but James, I just feel like it's the beauty of the Swiss stage. You've got round 4, you've got the MENA #1 seed playing the world champs. You've got the MENA #2 seed playing OCE. I mean, it's just what happens in Swiss stage. You never know where you got to get to as the fate comes through again. Alpha 54 trying to work that one forward. Kalirs, the offensive MVP of the Falcons. Pushing that one up. Roas, and hasn't he been good? I mean, we talk about his defense, but he's been putting up numbers up front as well.
Roas, a fantastic all-around player. Killers as well. Zen, they're trying to take this airborne. Didn't have much boost. There's a shot easily. Kicked aside by TRK. Killers, the backboard, catches it into a dribble. There's a flick, but it's shut down by Zen. Again, easily tipped out to the side by TRK.
Kalirs as well. I just want to mention him again. I know that a lot of people feel he's a bit underrated. We do talk about Roas, known for his ones game. That's where he's sort of earned his popularity. But Kalirs, #2 in goals per game at the event. He came into today with a 50% shooting percentage as well, now down to 38. #9 in score. He's been putting up numbers for this Falcons lineup, and he might be able to get a goal right here. Double commit from Vitality. The bump almost landing on Zen, but he's done so well on the backboard.
Yeah, fighting through that, able to get that clear out, but it's clear Vitality, uncomfortable on defense. And was that Radosin who had jumped?
Radosin, he just got caught out here. It was Roas faking out the touch, and that was huge. It just caught Radosin out of position. Alpha was ready to make the save, but he was just so deep in net thinking Radosin would make the touch.
So Team Falcons have a fantastic start here. Vitality starting a bit flat. Team Falcons not having to play too much defense. Finally, force back a bit, redirect opportunity, and Zen gets one for Vitality.
He just saw the touch coming from Radosin. He knew he had to stick around. And it was that poor clear from Kalirs. As Zen gets the redirect. Alpha credited for that assist. And Vitality get one back. Half a game of Rocket League gone. And looking like they're trying to warm up into this one. Falcons breaking that deadlock early.
And it looks like Alpha was a little bit late to pick up that corner boost. I wasn't sure if he missed it or what had happened there. It was a good back left. Vitality not able to make the most of it, and this is going to be a panic save here. Radosin not able to make that touch.
Yeah, and Alpha just was caught out a little bit by that as well. Perhaps the comms didn't come through early enough. Radosin pushing upfield. Leaves that. Roas trying to work this one down for the Falcons. Midfield 50. Alpha, great positioning. Can he get one more on it? TRK just trying to work that ball around. Find a teammate. Has done so in Roas. Takes it upstairs. Radosin's been bumped. Kalirs is there, but Zen ready for the challenge.
And that one bouncing back towards net. This time Radosin makes contact, but sent it straight back up the gut. Fortunately for him, Killers on 0 boost. Ball now in the hands of Roas, around 1. The dribble, shut down nicely by Alpha.
TRK popping it up. Radosin there, leaving this one for Zen. That has caught out Falcons momentarily, but look how deep Vitality is sitting. There's just no midfield pressure, and there's resets coming through for TRK. This time able to defend it. But again, Zen having to clutch up. Vitality, their positioning just looks a touch off at the moment.
Perhaps a game one nerves as TRK launches a pre-jump from Corliss. Double commit Vitality. Offense still in, but Alpha's worked it downfield and Radosin, the best first man in the business. Well, he earned that title at the World Champs last season. Hasn't quite met similar heights just yet.
Vitality really has to be careful about those double commits. Those double commits, in my opinion, that lost them that series against Furia. Not shot, you could see the bump attempt by Alpha wasn't able to connect. Vitality starting to gain some ground.
Yeah, unfortunately, hang on a minute, the infield Alpha not ready. I was going to say Rawas.
You're expecting the shot there.
It's just the Alpha to be ready for that one, but it's caught a little bit behind. Vitality.
Heavy first touch.
It's not what he wanted. TRK might be able to get a shot on. He's just going to back up for boost. He's been demoed for it. Alpha works it up. 20 seconds. Vitality needs something. The bump not coming through. Zen's there. Can he get a corner touch? Rawas just trying to kill all the time off the clock here. Falcons, game one would be huge for them. 10 seconds left.
And there's the shot blocked at the source. Alpha denied. Radosin passing field, but nobody's there. Zen trying to wrap around the ball. Only a small pad to work with. The ball stays in play. TRK down to the ground. There's a 50, sends it mid. Alpha, will he leave it for Zen? He does. Zen going for the double tap. It's off the bar. And Team Falcons close the game out.
And you can see the relief there from TRK. Zen almost clutching up for Vitality on 0.
I hope that makes the Mobile One high performance replay. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't, but
wow,
love to see that one again.
Vitality with a late surge, but the damage was done by Falcons early on in that game, and you just saw late. I know they had that last 0-second chance, but there was that infield. There was no connection. They didn't have that middle man.
And also the defensive mistakes from Vitality. There was Radosin not making the hit, surprising Alpha, who was in position to save it, but was deep in net. And there's the play there on the Mobile One high performance replay. And they just dug themselves a hole that Vitality just was not able to get out of.
I think that just sums up Vitality so far, particularly in the online qualifiers as well back in Europe. They just don't look as in sync with each other. They look like they're sort of doubting each other's touches.
And I was just going to say, you saw on that last play on the Mobile One high performance replay, somebody from Team Falcons able to get that slight touch as well. You know Zen is probably going to be hitting those. You got to put a hand up, and Team Falcons did.
It's just a game of pixels, but yeah, as I was saying it, Vitality, we saw the connection last season. We saw it come to fruition there, obviously the Spring Major and at the World Championships, but we're just seeing those little moments defensively. You saw Radosin there getting caught out, Alpha not ready for the touch. We're seeing infields where no one's there, communication issues. The chemistry just doesn't seem to be at an all-time high. The positive is clearly they're not playing at their best. If they can fix that, they're right in this game. They almost were able to tie it up on 0.
I agree with you, CJ. It doesn't look like Vitality's playing at their best, but they're still in these games. If they can find that synergy, then Vitality can return to that World Championship form that they were in before. Zen, lovely first touch into an air dribble 50. It's going to still stay above Team Falcons net, dropping back down. No boost from Rawas. Sidewall double faked by Radosin. It does get back out into the middle. Zen will take a shot. No rebound going there for Alpha. He's going to stay back, leaving it to Zen. Zen going for a 50, cleared out to the corner. Boost stolen as well by Zen.
Great chances early from Vitality. Falcons, though, holding on. They didn't have to play much defense back at home in the qualifiers in Mina. This time, clearly showing they've got what it takes. Backboard touch. This is awkward. Can Radosin just shoot it? Blocked out by TRK, who just spawned as well.
Oh, TRK racing to that ball. And those defensive touches have been so impressive from Team Falcons. We even saw it before with the air dribble bump plays that Team Falcons managed to avoid. Incredible defense, making those difficult plays look easy.
Falcons, they just look so composed right now as well. You see TRK there as third man, just sitting deep enough, not getting caught out by these heavy clears. Radosin, over a solid zone, you can just see how obvious he made the bump look, and Falcons are ready. He's found Khalil's Rawas, the twins working together, bars across again. Falcons, the counter-attacks are impeccable.
And Vitality's been landing demos, but this contact play, Radosin was trying to bump Rawas off the ball, but Rawas saw it coming. It was telegraphed, navigated around it, and was able to score that first goal once more for Team Falcons.
Once again, as you said, just starting stronger than Vitality. They had a couple of good chances, but right now it just feels like if Zen's not that player on the ball, if he's not the one making those solo plays, they just don't look as threatening. I'm looking at Alpha 54. At times we were calling him the best player on the team. He was surpassing Zen in regionals, in tournaments, but it's not quite happening at the moment. Love to see him get online for Vitality.
And now would be the right time to do it. Vitality trying to at least get a lead here in this series. Trailing by 1 right now. Alpha has the ball. Flip reset. Can't get the 50. Now ball to Rados, and he's stuffed. Zen will take this into the air. Air dribble, going for a dunk. Gets the stop. The rebound shot by Alpha, but that's again denied by Team Falcons.
Somehow it's just always Ruas in those situations on the goal line. And again, is this going to be open? Great save, Alpha. Event to end Rocket League now as Zen just gets completely neutralized by TRK. Just trying to keep that ball in. 0 boost for him as Alpha again low as well. Both sides just trying to fight for that field position, keeping the ball in either end. It's in the midfield now, Zen. A little bit of boost to work with. Khalil's already up. That's what you need to do against Zen. Be up straight away. Don't give him space on the ball. Don't give him time. A big whiff there from Alpha. Just those little moments from Vitality. Again, I keep harping on it, but we just didn't see that last season.
We saw Zen able to work magic. In this series, the best he's been able to do is go for those 50s and hope his teammates are in position. Now, delayed Musty. Gets cleared right back out to the midfield. Alpha tips it to Radosin, but Radosin not fast enough and now has to rotate back.
Oh, good touch, but Zen just tracking back in time. Vitality, ball's down the wrong end. 90 seconds left. It feels a very similar story to the first match. And again, it just feels like if Zen can't get something to work, beat a couple on the ball, then Vitality just lose that offense. They lose the pressure. Radosin now trying to work that one out. He's okay on the ball, midfield game, pass across, Khalil's ready, but he hasn't found it. Zen top corner whip. This has to be a goal, and is Radosin ties it up.
And you asked CJ, Radosin delivered a team play. Alpha narrow lead, weaving that pass through the defense. Zen probably surprised it even made it through. His shot off the backboard, cleaned up by Radosin, who had to hit that shot.
You could see Khalil's ready for the pass, but he was almost too ready. He got caught out of position, and we are going to get a pause. You can see Zen not quite coming to the party there on that kickoff. So the pause will just give both teams a little bit of a mini timeout here.
So we'll try to get word on what's going on down there, but I think it's pretty clear to us and all the people observing at home that there is some sort of issue.
Well, there's not too many reasons for a pause, James. We'll find out, I'm sure, very shortly, but that's a great goal, as you said. Radosin getting involved, and
with 1:07 on the clock, I mean, I think there might be a few more added on for the kickoff, but approaching that final minute, Vitality, your big criticism, CJ, that it seems like if Zen is not on the ball, there doesn't seem to be much hope for Vitality. And that play, I mean, that was a big moment. This perhaps could be the turning moment here for Vitality, and it was Radosin who was able to slot that last shot.
As you said, those 3-man plays, and even in the pre-show, he had T-Bates. He had Zen as his MVP, talking about the fact that he felt like he was almost 1v3ing in day number 1. But all the top teams, all the teams that have made it through, you can no longer just solo carry a team.
You can't. It's a different game. I mean, sometimes you can. I won't say you can't solo. It's just like so much more difficult, and you have such small windows.
This tournament as well, you look at Gentlemates, the number 4 seed from Europe. Obviously, there's world champs, there's major champs as well, Seiko and Itachi in their own right, but they just look like such a solid team.
And there's been great teams throughout Rocket League's history who have clearly been more than the sum of their parts. Like you think about Method back in the day, who became Complexity later on. They would consistently make deep runs in tournaments, even making a finals, and none of those players were players who were like, oh, that guy's the best in the world, or oh, he's just so incredibly insane. They played as a team. They had the synergy. They were able to work together well. And that is the piece of magic that Vitality needs right now. They have amazing players, but that synergy has appeared to be lacking.
It looks like we are going to be getting underway very shortly here. No change to the score. If you're a Vitality fan, don't panic.
And fortunately, the pause came on a kickoff, so
it did.
We are going to be resuming from a kickoff with 1 minute, 9 seconds left on the clock. This is game 2, and the series the game rather, tied 1-1.
Let's see if Vitality can
keep that momentum, or that little bit of a pause, the mini timeout might just even things up a little bit there. But as we said, when Vitality are working together as a team, when Radosin, you know, we're talking about him last season as that best first man, the way he's able to work off the ball. We saw what Rise was doing for K-Corp in the previous series. If Radosin can channel some of that, and then Alpha can get his solo plays and mechanics on, this team is so hard to beat. There's a reason, as we said, why they looked unstoppable. And here we go again, right off the kickoff. It's Alpha, the man we're looking for.
And Zen with a challenge, stays in there, gets a chain dash, gets the 50, puts it on a platter for Alpha, and Alpha slides it through a low shot. And just like that, in a matter of seconds, Vitality take the lead.
Only a minute left as well. It feels like a refresh game off that pause, but not much time left. Or are they going to equalize straight away? Khalij! What a response from the Falcons.
And there's the kickoff strats. You ask for them, you'll receive them. Oh, baby, that was kickoff perfection. Take a clip of that. If you're a coach, study it and bring it to your team.
And those clips went viral throughout the MENA qualifiers. The kickoff strategies that Falcons were implementing and other teams in MENA as well. So good to see them come through. Not again, Alpha 54 with a quick brace. 15 seconds in, we've had 3 goals.
After the pause, both teams coming out, and it's been a slugfest. Boom, boom, boom. And Vitality, they get back on top once more.
See how important these games are as well. Only a best of 5. Vitality cannot afford to drop this game too. TRK, what do Falcons have? Is this just going to be an absolute score fest for the final 40? Alpha. He wants a hat trick. He's got a reset as well. He's going to pop it over the top. Not much power on it, but he almost got the bump.
See him at least getting in the way. And as we saw Rise last series, sometimes you don't always have to land the bump to open up that gap. Team Falcons gonna have to chase that pinch down. Killers back to Roas. Roas airborne. He's dangerous in this position. Flip reset once. Almost getting the flip reset again.
Double commit, but TRK pushed up high. They want that last goal here, 5 seconds. Vitality just trying to hold on to this one. Want to tie up the series. Roas has a redirect, a double commit for Vitality. Zen gets a read, but not what he would love. Khalij, can he keep the ball up? He's got no boost. Vitality tie the series up 1-1.
And a crazy game. For most of this game, CJ, it seemed like a Vitality pity party where they were just like, oh, we can't get anything going, we can't get anything going. And they finally hit that shot. It was a team passing play. Alpha weaving a pass over to Zen. Zen putting it off the backboard. And Radosin, who was struggling on defense in the first game, able to bounce back and kickstart the Vitality comeback.
And that is the best possible scenario on the scoreboard for Vitality. Zen with the lowest score per game, Alpha 54 with the MVP, Radosin getting the assist and finishing off, being that closer, being that first man in so we can rotate back into the attack. That's so much better from Vitality.
And such a smart shot as well, Alpha, on that when he saw the defender jumping, knew that he could go low, but then the kickoff strat, bringing Team Falcons right back into it. But then again, shortly after that, Vitality answering right back with a big shot and a big pass as well over to Alpha, and he sank that shot. And now we're all tied up in the series.
Europe as well. We talk about the regional matchups, how exciting it is, how long it's been. 228 days it was in between events. Europe with a 68% win rate historically against MENA on LAN. Vitality looking to improve that up into the 70s. Falcons, well, they want to spoil the party. They took down K-Corp yesterday. They couldn't get the best of Gentlemates, who, well, aren't they looking pretty strong right now? Certainly flying under the radar, and did so coming into the tournament. Perhaps the boot camp buff, the way they're able to perform on LAN. And right now, when Alpha's online, you have to be scared for anyone. Khalij, though, has a reset, uses it early, gets the bump. Can't make anything of it.
And Killers is the player you look to if you're a fan of Team Falcons. Killers right now leading the Falcon offense. He's actually #2 overall in goals. And that's for this event, so you expect him to start to be a factor.
Yeah, and that's certainly, they've had some strong opposition as well. The other factor you have to think about for the Falcons, they were 2-0 up coming into today. They were a game away from sweeping through, being the top seed into the top 8. Now they potentially could be getting reverse swept out of the Swiss. Some of the Twisted Minds had to face at the World Championship as well in the wild card. So Certainly don't want to be thinking about that too much as the Falcons, but they've had a couple of tough matches. They've had, obviously, Gentleman's now into Vitality here in the final day of the Swiss stage.
Yeah, they are certainly having fun playing Europe. Europe, I think many people would agree, the toughest region to play. And now a fake, that actually gets through. Redosin up to Zen. Zen barely any boost. It's going to go off the post. Rebound into the middle. It's going to be shot right up the gut. That's always dangerous when you barely miss a shot like that. You set yourself up.
Oh, almost as well. Every goal, every moment so huge right now.
Oh, what a respawn that was.
And he's just found himself right in front of the play. That touch just goes around Roas. Positional mistake, perhaps. This could let Vitality out here. Can they work it down the other end? It's got to be Zen. Guess who? He's got to reset. He's looking for the low dunk. Roas, probably the best goal line player, goal line defender in the world. Just the best goalkeeper in general. He's trying to work this one downfield. Doesn't get the flip, but it does work out for him. Opens it up for Khalez. Reset. Blocked out. TRK having to play a bit of a third-man role when they do get into offense. More and more we're seeing Roas joining the attack. Don't quite get it to work there. Redosin with the 50 and Alpha with the free touch.
Alpha now airborne, flip, reset, going for backboard, trying to get the bump on TRK. TRK navigating around it. Zen also dodging some bumps of his own. Staying in the corner. It's going to bounce towards net. And that one kicks even further back to half.
They're doing well. That was very awkward for the Falcons. Khalil's up early. Alpha just looking for a 50 to launch Redosin. He's going sidewall double. Where's Zen? He doesn't want to commit. He's just going to keep the pressure on. Boost control at a premium. Roas grabs it.
Such a great play from Roas to get that ball by Zen and also get the boost. However, we might see a counterattack. Redosin has to turn around. Was too close to the play. Still awkward ball. TRK catches it on the back.
So interesting to see TRK being that third man as well in the attack. He just can't quite get in there. He's playing that role of keeping it in for the Falcons. Zen is up. He has beaten one. Does he get a double? He does. Forces Alpha, though, who didn't respect a touch from his teammate. Redosin going for boost. Very awkward. Another double commit from Vitality. It's not pretty, but Alpha might be able to get a free touch. And he's got to get it on net off the post. Roas. That would have been a miracle.
Oh, that touch sped up the ball. Actually was so close to going in, bounced off the post and out. And now another chance for Zen.
Here goes Zen. He's got to reset. He's got to use it. Triple commit for the Falcons. Zen looking more and more deadly. Redosin, 25 boost, hands it to TRK. And only a clear can be managed. Falcons just looking to grab boost. Khalez has missed that one. Alpha, he's got to get a lot of time. He's grabbed so much boost.
That is dangerous. You saw Redosin not fully commit to that ball. If it's a quick shot, sometimes that can do you in. But Vitality's so confident, they force another multi-commit out of them. Sometimes 2, 3 players go. It's tough to tell. Team Falcons is panicking on the goal line.
He's found the bumper. Redosin's found the shot. Vitality open it up here in game number 3. The pressure was too much in the end. And Alpha has been that man for Vitality.
And you love to see those fake plays. In that play from Redosin and Alpha, they are stepping up.
1 minute for Falcons to respond. Ever since that little tech pause and almost Alpha off the kickoff, Redosin has been beaten to the ball. It's just Zen. He's going to have to wait on the touch. TRK going to keep that ball in. It's Falcons now, as we said, since that little mini pause, since that tech timeout, has been all Vitality. TRK, here we go. Can he join the attack? Reset. He's going to delay it. Sidewall, double commit Vitality. They're just trying to hang on.
You saw TRK trying to use that flip reset for a bump. We saw Rise do that as well in the last game. In the last series, rather. Team Falcons approaching the final 30 seconds. They're still in it.
Roas, sidewall, TRK with space, back to Roas, where's Khalez? He wants to get in the ball, save from Zen somehow. Goal line magic, 20 on the clock.
Zen keeps that out, but can he do it again? He does save it out to the corner. Redosin trying not to get bumped, but you can see TRK abusing.
Vitality doing everything right now. 10 seconds left. Alpha's with the ball. Oh, it's trouble. Redosin has to come up with something. TRK keeping it. A double commit for Vitality. Zen, there's no boost at all for Vitality. Can they get it down? Can TRK make it? Very Killers!
This 0. It's fake. CJ looking at TRK. Has the defense looking, sails right by it. And it's Killers. One of the top scorers in the event coming through in a big moment for Team Falcons.
Vitality, they just couldn't hang on.
Could this be the momentum swing for Falcons here in this overtime? They have to reset. They don't have to push hard for the goal now. The damage was done. Now they've got to settle into this overtime.
Now all the pressure on Vitality. Giving up a 0-second goal, a chance for Team Falcons to steal Game 3.
Roas passes it over. Finds his brother in Khalil. Oh no, Alpha's got the dunk. TRK again. Clutching up as that third man roll. Zen with space, takes it upstairs. Delayed touch, fakes the reset, goes for the dunk. Radosin with the shot blocked out.
Zen now has to retreat back. Alpha can't get the ground double. Pass out to the mid. Killers will lob clear it. Zen has Alpha to work with and does so. Alpha looking for some help from Radosin, finds it. Ball tipped up towards the backboard. A little bit of an awkward touch, not much boost here for TRK.
They're in trouble. Zen's going to keep this ball in. You can see Falcons having to jump up from inside net. No one on the backboard. They have been given a little moment of respite, however. Radosin scoops up the 100. Wants to keep the pressure on. Has a reset. Has 2 resets. Can't get the bump.
Zen now moving in to take over. Not the best first touch. Alpha will be up against TRK. TRK gets a piece of it. Rebound now out to Killers. Killers delayed challenge. And that proved to be the perfect play call.
A 0-second goal. And the OT winner from Killers. The faith, just the composure from him gets the job done. It felt like Vitality were going to get the lead in the series, but suddenly Team Falcons move on to series point, 1 game away from the playoffs.
And this game was the game of fakes from Team Falcon. The 0-second goal, a fake that led to a shot for Killers, and then Killers just faking out that defender for the last play of the game. Wow. Team Falcons stole this game.
You just saw the panic though from Vitality. That last 30 seconds, they were just trying to hang on. They had no boost.
And right there, Radosin, that is going to be a play that you look at multiple times on a replay to try to determine what should you have done there. Zen maybe had the ball to clear it out, and then, this fake. Zen got a piece of it, but Killers was right behind it.
You have to give credit to TRK. Both of those goals, a 0-second. He was the one to cause the fake, create space. And there as well, pushing downfield, playing that disruptor role. He certainly feels like he's playing a bit of a support man, whatever he needs. Does he have to be that third man to keep it in? Or is he the one to push forward? That time, Rawas happy to sit back. TRK pushing forward. And that was the difference in the end. A bit more of a conventional structure from Falcons. But wow, what does this do to Vitality's confidence?
What does a 0-second goal do to your confidence, CJ?
I'm in the bin.
If you lost a ranked game like that, you're in the bin, right?
Yep, turning the game off. I'm out of there, but well, Vitality, they're the world champs for a reason. What do they have here? Game number 4 is upon us. Falcons, as we said, you don't want to go to round 5 of the Swiss stage. Roasto has a reset. He's going to fake it out. Great teamwork. Equally as good defense there from Vitality.
Alpha trying to get a touch on 0 boost. It's going to be a lot of pressure here on Radosin to get a stop. TRK doesn't have any boost. Was trying to get a bump. And it leaks out to Rawas. Tipped down. And now ball airborne for Zen. Zen and Alpha both going for it. I think Zen maybe expected to go for a bump there. And now Radosin all alone.
Oh, does he get the bump as well? Big trouble, Radosin. Not only dodging the bump, but making the save. Zen trying to work that one around. TRK with the touch. Finding Rawas, who finds Khalez. Free backboard. What can he do? Oh, stop it! What a save! I thought that was a goal for sure.
It was it as well.
Radosin somehow just appearing out of the net, keeping Vitality in this one.
Radosin, 2 big stops for him now. He was all alone, got that stop, and now saving that one off the goal line when we thought it was in. However, Vitality have been forced back. They need to work their way out of their own half. And there's a demo at the midfield. Maybe that'll do it.
So much time in the forward half here for the Falcons. This Vitality just seem to have lost their way a touch. Momentum is a massive part of this game. The mentality, that's a huge 50 though from Radosin, who took a few whizzies. Floating onto that one. Zen has time, but not much boost. He can get a 50. Allow Radosin to keep that ball in, who does have boost. Rawas. It's a fantastic touch. Pop up, caught out Alpha. Just managed to get a touch on it. Zen keeping this ball close. Helping out for Radosin off the corner. TRK. A little deft touch. Alpha keeping the pressure on. First chance for Vitality to get an attack.
Falcons, they want it down the other end.
Vitality showing some life on offense. Alpha leaving that for Zen. Alpha not finding the corner boost, will have to settle for small pads. Zen, though, working on his own. The drop down shot, and it's just off.
Sometimes you feel like they're automatic for Zen, but this time couldn't get the angle. Huge pinch for TRK downfield. Here is Zen. Forces it forward. Has Alpha up front. Shot on net. Saved out TRK. Kaliz. Can he get something to work? Has boost. There's the reset. Blocked out by Radosin. That's good. That's that midfield play that Radosin did produce last season.
And we got some news, CJ. Maybe no surprise to you, but Power has knocked Rule 1 out of the event.
Power going to round 5, putting a bit of respect on OCE's name. Phenomenal result for the region, for the OCE #1 seed. We'll be seeing them a bit later on, but for now, here is Zen, low 50. Even though in the corner, Kaliz dodges the bump, does well, stays down, finds the pass. It's a 2-on-1. Radosin's in big trouble.
And Team Falcons take advantage of this window. They recognize the numbers advantage. Killers getting the handoff, goes for the bump, doesn't land it, but does enough to open that window. And Team Falcons can now see the finish line.
Falcons 2 minutes away from not only beating K-Corp in the Swiss stage, but taking down the world champs as well. Can they get one more? A bit of breathing room would do them a world of good here as the pressure's still mounting. They're looking like they're playing that same game. That offense that led them to dominate meter in the open qualifiers. Trying to produce that again here.
Alpha, does he have his jump? Does not. Killers behind the ball. Fake challenge there. Ball rolls out to Zen. Zen, though, had that gap closed. Killers trying to catch it, does, and gets the corner boost himself. Time starting to run out for Vitality. They need that magic.
They've done it so many times before, but gee, this would be handy. As we said, some very strong teams in that round 5. You got Gen.G as well. Alpha, we got to catch this one. 100 boost, ceiling reset. TRK winding underneath. He does get the 50. Radosin just trying to fire that. It's an awkward touch. Zen's in there. Met again, the defense so strong from the Falcons. Minute on the clock. Rawas keeping that ball out. Radosin with space. Pop over the top. Just clears. He parries it to the side.
Zen will try his hand at this. Flip reset. Follow up by Radosin. Alpha waiting for his chance to move in, and he does. The shot's going to be bouncing. Is it in? It's off the bar and cleared out by Zen, who couldn't find any boosts, but does find the opposite corner. And it's round 1 going for the demo. It's a round 2, but it's saved by Rawas.
And there's no follow-up either. Where's Alpha? Zen's keeping that ball in. The bumps are coming through. Vitality getting desperate. Fake out for Zen. Goes low. Rawas saved his flip. How on earth has he done that? And it's going to be a goal down the other end.
Oh my goodness. This defense from Team Falcons is winning them this game.
Falcons, the heroics from Rawas' brother says I'll have that one down the other side. A 2-goal lead, 23 seconds left. 23 seconds away from the top 8.
Zen, again going for a flip reset. But hope is fading for Vitality.
This is it. This is it, unless some magic can happen. No, it's blocked again. Where you think Vitality might be able to do it, it's going to be Falcons Day, however. Forget about the round 5 of Swiss. They took down K-Corp, they took down the world champs, and they will be in the top 8.
Team Falcons. They captured our imagination with their win against K-Corp, and they proved it was no fluke. We are going to be seeing them in the playoffs, CJ.
And aren't Gentlemate stocks rising just quietly as well? There were question marks on Falcons. Obviously yesterday, we're talking about them being a top 2 team in the world. They came out today, couldn't get the job done. They move into round 4. We're thinking, is this the same team? Well, perhaps they haven't shown up to the party. Well, they are back in fine form, and you have to go back to that 0-second goal. What a moment.
Not only that 0-second goal, but that save on the fake shot. That we have seen that play work so many times this season, this event, where you have the player who can take that first shot, fake it to give the space to the second. And I was expecting that to be a goal. Somehow, some way, Rawas kept that out.
Just those little moments, and we talk about his goal on defense. He's just the best goalkeeper in the world. He's defensive MVP. major events last season. Stepping up again, TRK just smiling there, a bit of sigh of relief for that team. How good will they be feeling?
and the salute. You'll love it. Team Falcons has to be feeling good, especially after that win. A crazy, crazy finish. The 0-second game steal, the save on the goal line. Very magical moments for Team Falcons.
If there's any positive for Vitality to take from that, if they were to win that series, they would have had K-Corp first up in the quarterfinals. They still have to get a win. They're through to the round 5. They're in the round 5. They don't want to be there here in the Swiss stage, but who knows what could happen if they do get the win and get perhaps a better matchup in the finals.
And I would just be so scared going into this 5th round of Swiss. There's some pretty good teams still in the mix, CJ.
You do not want to be there, but, well, it is Falcons Day indeed. We had question marks after their first game. What a response from them. Vitality looked like they were going to be able to take the lead. You thought they would be moving on to series point. But Rawas, the heroics from him, the offensive. I mean, he's been the MVP so far, Kalias. Hasn't he been so strong for this lineup, and TRK holding them all together?
Oh, certainly, and I hope we get to see that 0-second save. This one was an incredible play as well, but the defense from Team Falcons was just too much. And to talk about it, we've got Leaf with an interview.
What a phenomenal run right now for the Falcons. It's been so impressive. I'm hanging out now with killers from the squad. They're on through. They're looking good. Tell me right now how the emotions are with the team. I mean, obviously I know they're great, but I want to hear it from you.
مبدئيا بنحب نرحب باللاعب كيلرز من فريق الفالكونز بعد ما تأهلوا لمرحلة البلاي اوفز في البطولة. أول شيء حابين ناخذ رأيك واحكي لنا عن شعورك بعد ما حققتوا وصولكم للبلاي اوفز بهي اللحظة.
طبعا بعد فوزنا الحمد لله ضد فيتاليتي 3-1. طبعا شعور حلو لأنهم كانوا الورد تشامبيون، وبإذن الله تعطينا حافز المباريات الجاية أن نبدع أكثر وأكثر.
So, first of all, being able to take down Vitality, the reigning world champions, that's definitely something huge for us, and it definitely gives us a huge boost of confidence going into the next stage of the tournament as well.
Right, well, it's not just Vitality, right? K-Corp's on the hit list as well. I gotta ask, is Mina the new big bad? Are we above EU now at this point?
بسألك يعني بما انه بعد ما فزتوا على فيتاليتي وبرضه فريق كي كورب، هل هذا يعني انه ريجن المينا هو الريجن الوحشية في البطولات العالمية ولا ايش رأيك؟
Maybe, I don't know.
The very humble answer, I love it. Now I gotta say, just before I let you go off, I just want to know, finally, for you, is this a relaxing celebration kind of rest of day, or is this still back to the grind? I hear teams just want to keep grinding.
طب هلا بعد ما حققتوا هذا الانجاز وصلتوا للمرحله الجايه من البطوله، هل حتاخذوا هاي الفرصه لترتاحوا ولا هل حترجعوا على طول للتدريب والتجهيز؟
طبعا احنا تأهلنا للبلاي اوفز وما راح خلاص نفرح بذا الانجاز، راح نبدا نتدرب المباريات الجايه وباذن الله نكمل البطوله ونجيب البطوله.
So, we're happy that we made it to the next stage, but it's not over yet. We still have a long way to go to make it all the way to the finals, but hopefully we'll be able to take it all in the end.
Right, either way, I gotta say congratulations, phenomenal run. You're looking great out there, and good luck for the rest going forward. And we have a lot more going forward, even just in this round. Honestly, we still have stuff to go. Another elimination match on the way as Complexity, Sam Second, takes on the hopeful Pioneers. Who has what it takes? Honestly, they have the 6 outfits. Maybe they'll be them. More Rocket League on the other side.
The Falcons soar high over the Swarm. They are through to the playoffs, the Middle East. They've got a team in there, and they had to go through quite the gauntlet to do it, beating Vitality and Carmine Corp to get there.
That's wild. No European sweep in the 2-1 rounds. Vitality, they show that they are mortal yet again, and the Falcons 3-1 moving on. Huge for Mina.
They just cannot be stopped. I mean, earlier on we saw Falcons have their first loss, and the question is it going to start to get on them? Not this time, even against Vitality. Yeah.
Incredible performance there. I mean, and so Bates, I mean, this was an emotional roller coaster in the green room for you with the 2 different matches that were going on.
Yeah, it was because, listen, I told y'all I wasn't confident necessarily in the Vitality pick because they just haven't been as structured as they usually are, and I believe Falcons just always have the ice. And in game number 3, the green room absolutely erupted because that game right there, well, that's once we get to this game right here was too much. Vitality put in all this work to put one in the back of your net. You got it by your ass, and then you allow it 0 seconds. Look at the scramble. Look at the scramble. Somebody jump. No boost for Vitality. No boost for Vitality. Falcons bust out another fake. That's how they beat Carmine yesterday in game 5. And after this, it was Falcons the rest of the way.
Look at that trap down killers. What a performance he had throughout this match. But Bates, you knew it was coming. I picked Falcons. I'm going to script it with a 0-second goal. Roas as well. The dribble plays, those small 1v1 plays were beaten out Vitality time and time again throughout the end of the series.
They're so good with them, though. I mean, every time you think you're able to challenge a ball against the Falcons, they just pop it past you time after time. And yeah, Vitality's really struggled with that.
Vitality will have to play in round 5 if they want to play in the playoffs tomorrow. We'll see how that goes as we're starting to get our bracket filled in here. But my goodness, yeah, for Vitality, are you worried at all? I mean, given the field of competition that is left here, they have to play in round 5?
I'm not necessarily probably worried. It depends on who they play, but like I think they will still make the top 8, and then again, everyone's back on that 1 life. You still don't like the performance here, but we have seen teams before. They go 3-2, and then they get that 1 upset, and then they're top 4.
I'd also be more worried if they hadn't lost a few series in EU, if that makes sense. You know, they've proven that they can make it through when struggling somewhat, so they've prepared for this gauntlet. But yeah, when you're at the major, the pressure is, of course,
But I am more nervous about, like, obviously back-to-back LAN champions, and we were like, oh, are we going to see that again? We clearly have not. So we have not seen that. They look more like the European online portion, so they will not be favorites in this bracket no matter what. And maybe that's a little scary, but they should bounce out in the quarterfinals as of now, right now.
And their only 2 losses are to teams that have made the bracket already, Furia and Falcons. So I think they'll be okay.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on them here, and we will see them play again later on today. Take a look at the schedule and how things have panned out so far. 2 matches down here on the alternate stream for round 4. They got 1 more to go. Luminosity playing for their tournament life against regional rival OG Esports.
And for the MENA region, that was a heart attack right there. Both games going on at the same time. Power versus Rule 1. Power, game 5 overtime, takes it down versus Rule 1. OCE moves on to that 2-2 round. They're trying to get back to the top 8 in what, I think 3 years. So Power, they have a chance. They got 1 upset. They're probably going to have to pull off 1 more.
One of the biggest wins for the OCE region in a long time, too, with that one. Congratulations to Power. We'll see how they do in round 5. Here in round 4 for the mainstream, though, only 1 more match to go. And again, an elimination match here. Complexity versus KCP. KCP, I mean, they just saw what Power did on the other stream. They're going to try and match that same energy here against Complexity.
Listen, the Quick Trip Pioneers, man, they're going to have a lot of work ahead of them because Power beat a Rule 1 squad that's pretty decent at the moment, but that's really a Nalpo-led team. Power just had to beat really one person. I'm going to count I've been playing as good. But on the other side, though, Complexity here is definitely better than Power at the moment. Ragebull's been playing really solid. CRR's been there, and the question mark is, can Dorito follow up and be clutch in those clutch moments?
I mean, they put a lot of faith in Dorito, have Complexity, flying him out from Europe, where he and CRR have been playing together for so long. CRR then moving over to North America, then South America, bringing Dorito along. That is a statement that, you know, maybe if Dorito hasn't been playing up to his best up to now, they see that potential in him. They know that he is capable, Gibbs, of performing to the level they need.
And not only that, Complexity in the last 3 games against K-Corp, they won 2 out of 3 at least, because they took the games 3 and 4, lost game 5 after going up 2-0. So they challenged Europe, they challenged K-Corp, supposed to be the best team in the world. Complexity, they were that one team outside the top 8 that I think a lot of us thought had upset potential, but they have to worry about getting upset themselves against the OC region with Pioneers.
Well, on the other side of things, a video package I've been waiting to see here. Oh, they don't even have the jackets on. I was hoping they would. The Quick Trip Pioneers here, looking clean though. Looking clean in the red.
They've also got the shiny Pioneers logo, which I am a complete fan of. I was saying on the B stream earlier that their branding to me is sublime. Whoever designed that, fair play. And, you know, they showed flashes of themselves earlier on against Elevate. Elevate, as we saw recently against Rule 1, not an easy team to beat. And when this team got going, they were able to score 3, 4, 5 goals against them.
And this is going to be the real first test for today, because yesterday they had a couple games. They went 0-3 against G2 and 0-3 against their big brothers in Power.
Yeah.
Day 2 reset here. Beat Elevate, but you expect them to do that. You expect them to beat Elevate. Elevate looked good. Bob Stewart, Ray OC. Scrub was absolutely popping off. I believe he had a reset off the ceiling right over Elevate's. He's going to have to bring that here to complexity, and he's got to be really, really great at every single offensive opportunity that he gets.
And that's the thing, big underdogs here. Absolutely. We talk about complexity. They're going toe-to-toe with K-Corp, while Pioneers, they were 0-6 and then finally getting those wins versus the APAC region. So definitely underdogs here, but we saw it just last match. Power underdogs against Rule 1. They pulled out the win. Maybe it's OC's time.
I mean, OC have to embrace being the underdogs. It's something we've been saying against them for years, or about them, should I say, for years, that if they don't embrace that, they're in trouble, and they are fantastic at playing around that and having a laugh and enjoying themselves. But this one's going to be serious. I can't see them messing about too much in this one.
Yeah, they better not be messing about, otherwise they're going to get swept. They're going to have a quick flight back over there to Australia, I'll tell you that much.
No such thing. That is a very long flight.
Just
long time to think about it there. Who do you think's going to win, chat? Let us know. Hashtag COL, hashtag KCP here. My brain, I keep trying to rack up in my head, how do the Pioneers find a way to victory lane here? And I just keep coming back to Raise Bowl, and I don't have an answer. I don't know how you get past him.
I feel like your answer is Amphis at times. He can show up out of nowhere and pull off some of these highlight goals, top 10 worthy goals. So if he can perform exceptionally well, then I give a chance for Pioneers. But complexity, they're known for their defense. They're known to play like in their own half and wait for the counterattacks. The problem is a lot of times with OCE, they get too aggressive.
Yeah.
If they see that moment, they try and capitalize and they get counterattacked on. So like it's a bad matchup in my opinion. So it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, I mean it's what we expect to see from any OCE team, especially Pioneers right now. That all-out attack. When it works out, you can, as I say, score a few goals in a row. He's got a hat-trick in the final game earlier against Elevate, and then Scrub followed it up with a couple of his own. It's that quick-fire action when the momentum comes for them. Bates, I'm not sure if they can wrestle back the momentum if Complexity start to get it.
Oh, yeah. If Complexity comes out hot, takes game 1, I think it's over. If QTPG is going to win this game, they're going to have to win game number 1. Otherwise, it's a wrap. I don't see him coming back against a Complexity squad that looked that good against KC earlier.
It is hashtag QTPG, by the way. Old habits dying hard there. They are no longer a part of Kansas City. As a matter of this team hasn't been in Kansas for a long time.
That's true, but their tags all say KCP, so they confuse us with that most of the time. Like
They've
when
also
they're
got
playing
Kansas City written above the Pioneers on there.
Yeah.
So who knows? We can't question it.
Well, chat, let us know who you think is going to win. We'll make our predictions up here as well. There is a clear favorite, but prediction competitions aren't won by picking favorites the whole way, according to T-Bates.
Oh, they are, though, if I'm looking at these.
Prediction competitions are won by the coin, is what wins prediction competitions.
Coin is not winning.
The coin
today.
is so far.
It was good on the B stream earlier.
Yeah.
It made one pick that I can't remember what it was, but it was like the only winner from one of them. My prediction, though, for this one is going to be Complexity. I think that they are just that step above. You know, South America is a better region than OCE, even after Power's win earlier, and I think they're in better form.
I'm going Complexity as well. I think they get, they're the number 2 team in SAM, but look what Furia has done. They've looked absolutely lights out, so everyone should be losing to them. So Complexity, I think, is a better team than what we thought. They could be a top 8 team. I'm going Complexity.
Okay.
Listen, I love them Pioneers, boys, but it's just Complexity right here. I haven't seen anything from Pioneers that gives me a reason to say they're going to be Complexity, a team that looks that good right now.
I also have Complexity. All the talent, the people, the brains on the stage have Complexity. Blue is for Complexity here. Does the Chance have Complexity? It does. It does. It learned finally.
That's a shame.
Stopped trying to pick the underdogs
Even
here.
McCoy.
Which, I mean, I'm again, coming back to like, it's an Amphis. Amphis is a player you called out. I think Scrub had a great day earlier. Scrub's a player I'm looking to have light up here, but this is going to be a big uphill battle for them.
It's tough. I feel like Complexity, out of all the teams that are in the 2-1 round, if they do win this, No one wants them in that 2v3
That's
round.
exactly right.
Absolutely not. I think Complexity is that team that could make a run in this tournament, but I've been wrong before. Not often, Bates, but I have been wrong before. So the Pioneers proved me wrong.
Gibbs, you're not too far ahead of me. What you should be worrying about is CJ and Herc, who are just extending their league because they keep on picking the favorites and you haven't. No, CJ keeps picking power. That's why he got it that far.
That is true. It's a pretty strong favorite there. Now, I think 77 might be the highest number we've had so far on this show.
I think it's pretty fair as well. I think that's the sort of prediction I'd make of the odds and Complexity taking this one. As we hear an Almighty Roar, there's something going on the B stream. Someone's just scored a big goal somewhere.
The B stream is fired up, folks. Make sure you got both streams pulled up. Twitch.tv/RL Esports if you want to see those matches going down. They're going to be getting pretty close to done there, folks. So we got another match to go here for round 4 is concluded, and we can set up round 5. OCE's got one team in round 5 already. Can they get a second? Complexity trying to keep up with their regional rival in Furia, folks. Complexity versus KCP.
So, the desk won't pick them, the fans won't pick them, Gravity won't even pick them, but KCP are not that name anymore. They are heading over with a brand new name and hopefully, Herc, a brand new fortune coming their way.
Yep, the Cutie Pies are going up against Complexity here. A crazy matchup. This is 1 and 2 for both these squads. Somebody gets to continue on tonight, and somebody is going home.
We'll find out who. Pioneers did not look great yesterday, but it was not yesterday's performances that take you through to that top 8. A win here would make it 2 in a row. All the momentum heading into that final round of the Swiss. For the time being, going to try and keep a hold of this possession. Raise ball, looking for the sidewall double. As we look through the smoke, the fake out, the shot, and it's off the post and finally in.
I love this one. Dorito coming in with fire. It was Raiseball who left this one off the sidewall. Ampus just barely had the save. Dorito just quick turnaround, made sure to push that one on through.
Do love that Dorito just had the belief to keep that one going. Might as well be around, see what will happen. Now the fake kickoff back to CRR, who wants the challenge. That's not going to drop down, but Pioneers did send 2 players that time around. We need to make sure that they keep this nice and relaxed, or maybe not. All right, now time to panic. Let's get rid of this ball.
I mean, if there's somebody that's going to make you panic, it would be Complexity. They've looked incredible. Double off the sidewall, just a bit wide there. But for now, a minute in, Complexity, they've got an early game lead. They're holding on to it. Finally, Pioneers able to break into that blue half. It's a question of can they stay there long enough to take a couple shots. It looks like Ampus might be able to draw this one down, but it's red and sent on back.
Ampus was the player that Def did highlight that needs a good game. Oh, that's slightly off target. Second chance, though, will not be so. 2-0.
Dorito is him right now, coming in with fire. Huge send up field, and the tiniest of doubles off the sidewall to give Complexity 2-0.
There is a lack of respect at the moment for the way Complexity are playing. Happy to leave players downfield because they feel like the 2 players they've got back can deal with Pioneers pretty handily. And so far, they're right.
Yeah, they absolutely are right. And I mean, coming into this match with a ton of confidence, especially based off of what your results have looked like today, right? Complexity, they're not entirely unstoppable.
No.
But in a matchup like this, you can definitely come in knowing you are not the underdog.
I'm sure they were reasonably happy for Furia's success, but at the same time, inter-regional rivalries, you do not want Furia to be outdoing you. Got to get yourself through to that playoff bracket. Furia sitting pretty at the moment as the darlings of the region. Here we go. Pass down. Pioneers really have not tested Complexity yet. Dorito on the reset. That's going the wrong way. For now, Pioneers stuck in defense, but they've got to get something going here. This has been far too calm.
Yeah, this is an extremely, almost stalemated point of the match right now. I think Pioneers are very curious how they can get around this.
Oh dear.
But don't even worry about it. Raiseball getting a piece of the action here. Dorito sent this one from the ceiling. Ampus tried to kill that ball, but CRR off the backboard to Raiseball. Pure teamwork.
Yeah, Ampus just got a little bit too cute with how he was trying to play that ball. Needed to not try and turn it instead. Take the challenge, move it away, but you could not go for the pop over the top because you are going to get dunked. Now Fiber looking for the hook shot, not going to happen. Fiber is the pinch in field. Raiseball chases the ball down. Couldn't quite get it any further than Ampus. who would have liked to pass a little bit more direct. Instead, that is to RLCS. Saved, but only momentarily. Complexity are wiping the floor.
I don't even know what to say. Complexity is just coming in absolutely swinging. And Pioneers, you can try with all your might, even a goal line save at 99% in, it's still not enough.
So far, Pioneers do not look like they've really got started here. Looking for a bump. That first touch every single time does not seem to be what they're after. They're not to get the ball, they're scrambling to keep it going the right direction. Scrub to a CRR that is pre-jumping off the ceiling. Okay, yep, Complexity are certainly very confident, and they're going for Psychos.
You know what, honestly, if you're that far ahead, do what
You might as well.
You might as well try and get some crazy clip here in this matchup. Minute 49 on the clock. Here comes RLCS. Is he gonna go for a clip of his own? Pinch off the ceiling into a center here for Dorito. Shot off to the backboard. Anybody there to follow it up? Not quite, it's Scrub. Just gonna try and let Pioneers have a chance to counter for what feels like the first time.
Infield, player is up, player is blocked. Second one off the backboard, left for Scrub. He's not gonna be able to get too much from an angle like that, but he does have a teammate on the backboard. Amphis couldn't quite get it past the goal line. Get the feeling that at 4-0, this game is done. It's all about just finding some momentum for game 2.
Yeah, I think finding momentum in any shape or form in this game number 1 before you head into game 2 would be massive, because right now, this has got to be a little bit of a confidence shaker. I know the Cutie Pioneers, they came off of a win, they looked great, but this is a whole other level of success, especially a team like Complexity.
So far, Complexity looking very comfortable the way they're playing. They can do this over and over again. Shot is on target. So is RLCS covering. 40 seconds left. Pioneers still looking for their first. This might be the best chance for it, but RLCS is the first one to the backboard.
Incredible save off that one, and Reed now CRR up in the air. Gets beat out by Scrub. RLCS there to follow through though. Amphis up next. Again, Pioneers just trying everything in their might to find something before they head into this game number 2. You don't want to go there 4-0. It'd be a tough thing to shake off.
And heading to the final 10 seconds. Is it going to be 5? Not quite this time. Scrub will parry the ball away, at least for now. But there are so many blue cars. They're all swarming. They want the 5th. Very unlikely that they're going to find it. But for Complexity, the perfect start. Herc the Death said, well, Base especially said, if Complexity come out very well in game 1, he thinks it's over.
Oh, okay. You know what?
If it keeps going like that, I think I agree.
That's a fair assumption. The way that Complexity is playing right now, I would ride with that one. But I don't know, sometimes the Pioneers can have something up their sleeves. I don't completely count them out yet, but this game number 2, I think is gonna tell us everything we need to know for the rest of the series.
Yes, I do kind of go back to that power game that Pioneers had yesterday where it just seemed like it was over from the start in a bit of a way that they were playing. They didn't really have that bounce back. They weren't really happy to launch themselves and just go for the all-in at some stages. And I feel like I kind of got the same vibe from this game as well, where there wasn't a moment, especially 2 goals down, where it was just, okay, let's just go now. This one's getting a little bit out of hand. We might as well try something to salvage this game.
Yeah, there's got to be anything. I think right now, like you said, the best thing you can do is kind of just accept at times that you got to go all in, right? This is do or die for these teams. So you might as well throw yourself at the ball if you have the opportunity to do so with no risk. And I mean, there you have it. They're looking calm, focused.
Too calm. I'm just saying too
calm.
Talk.
What would your reaction be?
A conversation would usually be a good start. Then again, the winning team is also not really got many conversations. What I will say is, conversations we have been able to hear from here are from the B-Stream match just now as well. I think somebody just scored. They are loud in this room.
That match over on the B-Stream is insane. It is so vocal, but it's okay. We got a great one right here. Complexity, Pioneers back into game number 2. Pioneers looking to respond to a game 1 loss and an extremely aggro Complexity.
You are now looking to try and re-establish the pressure that they had in game number 1. Dorito looking for CRR. Well intercepted this time from Fiverr. Pioneers need a good start here. They need this opening goal. The flick's not great, but actually it might throw Complexity's defense off. They have recovered well, but sometimes not being perfect does actually confuse defenses.
It does. I feel like if you're prepping for one way or one in particular play style, if something's a little bit off, it'll catch you off guard. And so there's nothing to be upset about if it ends up running that route. But for now, a pinch to a center gets cleared off out into the mid, and first minute of gameplay is about to go scoreless.
But for Pioneers, this has been much better. I'm about to say that and maybe regret it off the front of the goal. Well, okay, so for OC fans, I have learnt my lesson. I will not do that again, but they still need to get rid of this.
Yes, they do. I mean, granted, I will sit here and vouch for the QD Pioneer defense. It is more than capable of holding off Complexity. You could technically look at game one as a little bit of a warm-up between these two squads, especially because this has been a lot closer, I say, as CRR.
Yeah, we need to both stop doing this.
The craziest shot towards net.
Off the backboard. Oh, have they got the block? Oh my goodness, Fiverr. Almost got clipped on. Pioneers looking for their way out. CRR, he's up next in the shooting gallery. Tries to get past two. In goes Dorito, stopped again.
Oh my goodness, this defense has been nothing short of stellar, and honestly, just so much better than it was in game number one, which is a huge sign for the Pioneers. Here's a shot off the backboard. This one gets sent up by Raisbull, and an attempt, somebody just wants to make the clear out so Complexity can breathe for a moment's time. Scrub, pinch over to Amphis. Amphis from the ceiling and down. Great read from CRR.
Well, Pioneers have the bravery to send two at one of these. For now, they are looking for that outplay. But I don't get the feeling you're going to do that against Complexity. You've got to outpace them a few times just to remove the goalkeepers. For now, they are on the break. Here's Raisbull looking for the bump. Doesn't quite find it. Fiber is there to meet the ball, but he would have liked somebody to help him clear it. Instead, he's had to be called back into action.
Here comes Scrub. Just trying to be a menace. Raisbull, other plans. Complexity just wants to be in the faces of everybody on the Pioneers. Teamwork makes the dream work. The drop down to CRR to give Complexity a lead.
I mean, I'm so sorry to Amphis in defense. He's got to try and keep an eye on everybody. Is he getting bumped? Is the play coming in earlier? What on earth can he possibly do to keep that one out? The answer this time around is nothing. Complexity have re-established where they were in this series. The Pioneers, they're still after their first goal.
Here comes Scrub, slow floater towards that net. Last second save, an attempt from Fiber to keep this one going. But Complexity remaining strong. Here comes CRR, uses the flip, tries to get a setup to his teammate. It's just a bit wide off of it. And this ball goes mid. Who's gonna pinch it forward? Looks like it's gonna be Fiber carrying the Pioneers into the Complexity half.
Well, Dorito wiped out for his troubles. Backboard was undefended, and if Pioneers had somebody in the right position, but it seemed like they didn't even believe that that was a possibility, I would say fair enough. It was a unusual mistake from Complexity.
Yeah, a couple moments of being questionable, I would say, for Complexity, but it's okay. You can't play a perfect game at all times here. Again, I feel like it's very valid to talk about the level of nerves coming into this one, especially with how much closer this match has become in comparison to game one.
Still need a goal. It would be their first one of the series. Scrub trying to provide, reset with Raisbull under pressure on the backboard. Well, I call it pressure, he calls it just an easy save. Trying to show levels, now to the opposite side of the field. Scrub with a little bit of support, he needs that to turn up a little bit earlier, and Fiber is there.
Fiber, honestly, he was a defensive masterclass when it came to their previous series, and it looks like it's continuing on through here. However, it's gonna be a lot harder to stop anybody with the capability and the talent of CRR.
Just the moment Complexity got out of defense, they said, all right, it's our turn, let me show you how it's done. They have now got 6 without response. Pioneers need something to start going their way.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a struggle bus for this team right now. Complexity really just seems to own the field, and there you have it. Hat trick for CRR in game 2.
Raisbull supplies, CRR scores. Complexity have got round 5 in their sights. And unfortunately, with the way this is going, I might almost be repeating a sentence of, well, Pioneers are just looking for a goal for momentum.
Yeah, at this point, you're just finding something for hope at this point if you can keep going. Here comes Amphis trying to give that hope over to the Pioneers. This one off the backboard. Huge clear out in the mid. Scrub just trying to keep it blue side, but CRR, the man that is driven Complexity completely in game number 2, is here. Razebull up next. CRR leaves this one for a shot, and this one denied.
20 seconds left. And it has been all Complexity. Despite a much better start in this game from Pioneers, it has not amounted to much. So we do go across the face of goal, and that very well could have been 4. Amphis looking to try and provide something, but he didn't have the ball for long enough to do so. Here we go for Razebull, who gores the Pioneers off the field.
Complexity showing the Pioneers who is boss. 5 seconds left. You've got a 4-0 lead. Complexity are heading to match point.
And just as OCE was starting to smile again, I was so happy. They've still got power. The rate this is going, they might only have power. For Pioneers, it is all about getting something here. It really just, please get a goal. Please get a goal.
Just one.
Please get a goal.
You just need something. I mean, at what point, I mean, we talked about it a little bit after game number 1, right? You said at what point do you just start throwing yourselves at the ball? I say at what point do you just start sending somebody up there to demo everybody, break them out of the way, disrupt that Complexity rotation, stop letting them feel comfortable on the field.
Yes, and I do really like that actually as a point, because we've seen teams struggle to do that, and it's sort of developed over the last few years of just, we're going to launch our first player. We're not necessarily going to win the ball, we just want the ball played early, but more importantly, they can steal mid boost, they can turn around, and they can demo somebody from the blind side who is that third man who's trying to do exactly as you mentioned, keep that rotation going. Pioneers, though, they seem almost scared that Complexity's offense is so good that they need all 3 back at all times. And yes, you might prevent a goal for a while, but you're also kind of stuck here now.
Yeah, I think at some point you have to almost just put more belief in yourself than the other team might have disbelief in you. So in that saying, I'm meaning Casey really truly needs to just be a little bit more confident in sending one person up. And honestly, I believe in Scrub. Send Scrub up. He looked so good in their last series offensively. I don't see why he couldn't do it again.
So, game 3 coming soon. Complexity have scored 8. Pioneers looking for their first. Is this how Pioneers bow out of the tournament? Or can they give some sort of encore and prolong the show? Fiber looking for Scrub, but as always, that midfield seems to belong to Complexity. Now they take the shot, CRR saves.
That looked so much better than what we've seen in the past. It felt like a genuine opportunity finally for the OCE squad. And here it is, Razebull over 1. Fiber trying to get the challenge on him. The ball at least bounces down and out, but Dorito collecting this ball, trying to take a shot. It's wide, saved over by Amphis, cleared out by Scrub, and the Pioneer counterattack, as quickly as it starts, it ends.
Scrub wanted to launch forward, but as he was getting that idea, Dorito was already hitting the ball. So a few demos come through. Scrub prioritized the 100 boost, realizes he couldn't get too much further than that. Razebull keeps the play. He actually can get that afterwards, and he was not far off. There's the follow. I'm sure Razebull will be happy enough that it was a goal, but he wanted the other shot in.
Oh my goodness, Dorito! You've had so many cleanup shots like this time and time again, and I mean, that's a scary person to have to defend against on this after the second shot, but Complexity, early game lead. Every time we have seen them get this lead, it has felt like it is almost impossible for the Pioneers to catch up.
It's kind of that horrible part of this job now where you mentioned the perfect sweep after, half the series, and you're thinking, all right, well, surely it's not. But as the minutes are ticking down, I'm getting more and more worried. Pioneers, not yet to score. 9 against them so far from Complexity. Up goes Amphis. That's a solid challenge. CRR's got to make a few decisions here. And on 1 boost, those decisions are not easy to get right.
There's a 50 out into the corner here. Fiber's touch could have sent it for Amphis, but CRR's going to go for the challenge on him. In a pinch to drive this one upfield. Here comes Amphis. CRR takes it away. Going to carry this one out mid. Pioneers looking to slow things down here. 3 minutes, 12 seconds on the clock. You're only leading by 1. It's a little bit more of a dangerous situation to be in, considering the Pioneers have looked so much better than they did in 2 games past, but a huge pinch all the way to the other end of the field. Might not find its way through, but at least it's some breathing room.
Up goes Dorito, wants to get rid of Fiber. Not gonna happen this time around. Pioneers have got the option. Scrub gets to it, but not before Dorito does, who has been so quick throughout this series.
He has looked incredible. This player has been all over, everywhere at once, and looking to do it again. Can he get it? Double to raise bull to finish, and Complexity go 2-0.
There's number 10. Complexity are sending a message to everybody. They want to make top 8, and whoever draws them in round 5, be worried.
You have got to be afraid of this team right now. They look so good. Half the game left to go before Complexity can send the Pioneers away out of the event. And another chance in the Swiss.
Off the backboard. Pioneers do get rid of the ball this time around. Emphasis on the chase. CRR can't afford to get dunked on. Does not. Back to midfield to a pre-jumping CRR. There we go. Where's the follow? In comes Dorito. And Amphis will clear.
Here comes CRR from the ceiling past Scrub. Carrying this one down into the corner. Dorito, the myth and the legend right now. Battling it out to keep this ball and the pressure continuing. CRR from the ceiling. 1 touch, 2 touch, doesn't quite get the angle. The follow-up from Razebull doesn't find its way through, and Complexity's pressure continues on. Dorito, pass over to CRR, and it's through.
Game 1 was 4-0. Game 2 was 4-0. Are we about to see the trifecta? Complexity are running roughshod, and 1:42 left to find a goal for Pioneers.
If there was a way to continue in the Swiss, it would be through a sweep. You want confidence. This is it. A flick it over. 4-0. Dorito, the man. It is his time to shine.
Dorito has been there every single time on the cleanup. This time, off the kickoff, they've got it. They've outpaced, they've outstyled, they've out-kickoffed. It has been a complete performance for Complexity.
They are them right now. They look so good, so consistent together. It feels like anything that the Pioneers try to do is just not enough to figure them out. And here comes Razebull. Complexity aren't going to stop at 4. They want 5, maybe even 6 if they can. They've got the time to do it.
They might be setting a LAN record so far for the largest victory in a best of 5. They are currently 12 against 0 in this series. I believe we've only had 2 perfect sweeps previously. And that is me thoroughly going off the cuff right now, so I've got all of that right. I will be very happy with myself. CRR with the flip reset. Trying to find yet another goal. So Pioneers, I mean, 4-0, this is just not going to happen. This is all about just preventing the wrong sort of history.
It really and truly is at this point. You play your game, you go out with your head held high, and you do what you do best. Play some high-level Rocket League all the way to the end. Huge save there from Amphis. Razebull off the backboard, just trying to slow it down and drop it over to CRR. Fortunately, this one doesn't find its way through, and 30 seconds left before Complexity sweep the Pioneers.
25. Unfortunately, Pioneers getting each other's way. Scrub's the only one left, does well on the challenge. Amphis gonna miss that one. Leaves it off the backboard to prevent the perfect sweep. Not happening from that play. So one final chance, but that challenge will not help them. The ball is heading in the wrong direction, but Complexity are heading in the right one. They move to round 5, and they've done it with a perfect sweep.
Vamos, that's all I've got to say to this team. You have done it, a perfect sweep against this squad. You could not ask for a better result headed into the rest of the Swiss.
4-0, 4-0, 4-0. Not half bad.
I don't think they could have done anything better.
I mean, the desk was saying previously, this is the one everyone's going to be afraid of. Anyone that loses is going to not want them in the 2-2 round. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you know what?
That's valid.
Sometimes hear the desk, think, not quite. That one, I'm thinking, yeah, pretty right.
I think if the coin goes with you, you know you got to be afraid. So.
I think they were talking about naming the coin at some point.
We got to give a name to it.
We're waiting for suggestions. Everyone at home, do you want to hear?
Suggestions in chat. What do we name the coin? Look at them. That is, I think, the calmest reaction to an insane win like that I've ever seen.
Our producer's just suggested 50 as the name, by the way. I like it.
That's actually adorable.
I do actually like it. It's complexity. Well, they'll like what they see. Yeah, well, they've just... We've spent the last 15 minutes complimenting them, okay? Like, there has been no point where we can...
show.
We've had no chance to say anything wrong with them. We don't know where the weaknesses are. They were not tested in this matchup.
Which is interesting because a couple of these teams, when it's a match like this that feels so one-sided, headed into their next one, it's a little questionable. It's a question of, do you feel warmed up enough before you head into it? So I would be curious how Complexity feels headed into their last round of the Swiss. But for now, let's take a look at some of our Mobile One high-performance replays, which is basically a Complexity montage.
Yep, it is the showcase. It's what they would love to see. Goal after goal after goal. Complexity moving on, and so important that they've done it in the way they did, because it is a long, long day for those teams that are going the whole way. They've got it done in easy fashion, as Leafex is waiting over on the stage.
We're sitting down here with Complexity's own It's a Raise Bowl, the man himself. Right off the bat, I gotta know, you guys look confident and clean with that win. Do you feel like you're at the peak?
Que nos ha visto bien durante el game, si creéis que estamos en el peak, digamos.
Yo siento que sí, siento que el equipo está fluyendo bien y nada, toca esperar al siguiente partido.
Yeah, we're feeling good and we have to see the next games.
Right. I want to ask about the teams earlier. You guys lost to in Swiss, Vitality and K-Corp. Obviously very good teams. Do you feel you're going to be studying the other teams that beat them to get prepared for them in the future, or just focus on your own game?
Bueno, que básicamente tanto Vitality como Carmine han sido muy buenos rivales, pero si vamos a estudiar a nuestros posibles siguientes rivales o si simplemente vamos a focusar en nosotros.
Yo creo que seguiremos con nuestra estrategia, que es lo más importante, hacerlo bien. Y bueno, también hay que ver las debilidades de los demás, así que yo creo que un poquito de las dos.
Both of them, but it's like we have to stick to the game plan and just play as we know.
That's fair enough. Staying locked in is very important. Now, going forward, do you guys feel like you have enough energy? There's another round to play. Do you feel like you still have enough energy going into round 5?
Si crees que tenemos energía suficiente como para ganar la siguiente ronda también.
Yo siento que sí, siento que nuestro equipo como que de un momento a otro puede tener mucha energía, entonces yo creo que sí.
Yeah, we feel like yes, it's like we are a really powerful team.
That's fair. You guys are a very powerful team. I would not want to play against you guys. I'm very curious about this matchup, though, because it looked relatively easier for you guys. Would you have preferred a harder matchup to keep you warmed up going into round 5, or do you like that it was nice and quick?
Que aparentemente es como que ha sido un partido fácil y que si hubiéramos preferido un partido complicado para ya ir calientes al siguiente o así como ha sido.
Yo siento que ya hemos jugado bastante por hoy y bueno, en este momento prefería tener un partido medianamente fácil porque ya jugamos contra Carmine y venimos calentitos.
We feel that today we already have some tough games, so it's fine like this.
Right, okay, that's fair enough. You get a win, you can't really complain anyways, right? So for you guys, as a team, or maybe even yourself, this is a long travel. It's a, someone won over there right now.
Yeah.
I heard Luminosity. Luminosity, if you're not watching the B stream there, Luminosity just won.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's what we got in. So I could tell by their screams. For you, what is the hardest part of making a long trip for an international LAN?
¿Cuál crees que es la parte más complicada de venir como a una LAN internacional?
Yo siento que es la preparación, porque siento que llegar a una LAN y estar acá es literalmente demostrar lo que venís practicando los últimos 2-3 meses, y siento que esa es la parte más importante, trabajar día a día.
The hard work that we did every day during the scrims and the trains, and then prove that we are that good during the LAN.
Right, the grind is very difficult sometimes. Either way, you got the win today. Hopefully you get some more. Congratulations on getting that one, and we'll see you in round 5. As I just said, we'll see you in round 5. We gotta go figure out what the next matches are going to be, so we're gonna send you to a quick break. One more round to go. We'll see you soon.
welcome to Caster Clash. We're gonna figure out who's really better, NA or EU. Our first game is called Pin the Tail on the Goat.
Ooh.
Goat reveal.
Whoa. Hey. Oh, what is that? Did you make that?
No, I did not. The rules are simple if you've ever been to a birthday party. Pin the tail on the goat. You got a tail, you pin it on the goat, and the closest wins. Let's begin with the tall people. You're gonna put a blindfold on, but the enemy team is going to spin you. You have to
Spin it,
do
spin it.
a spin.
Here we go, we're gonna spin.
Let it rip.
Oh, God.
Toodaloo. Stop.
All right, you may begin.
You got this. This is very hard, and I'm kind of scared because we're on a bridge.
You're good. Where's the goat?
That's fantastic.
There.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Oh.
Lovely.
Have I
All
smashed
right,
it? Like I
take off
mask
your blindfold. What do you think?
I'll give it in the side of a mustache.
Yeah. All right, team first touch is up.
All right.
Yeah, you spin it.
I'm gonna be
Spin.
brutal with
Cool.
this spinach. And
Spin.
Oh, wait, do I got a sticker?
Yeah, I'll give you a tail.
Sticker.
There you go. Oh, other way around. Yeah, you got it. You figure it out. Okay, go.
All right.
Guys, over here. Over here, this way.
Go
Guys,
down.
over here. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm right by the board.
I want to put it on your head so
Right by
bad.
the board.
You're good. You're good.
No, you're bad. You're bad. That's not great. No.
Just a little bit up.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, a little bit up.
Whoa, what is this?
I just like where it is. I just like where it is.
Wait, where did I?
Next round, Cole is up.
Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to get spun?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Spin me.
Spinning.
Oh my goodness. I'm not ready anymore. I'm not ready anymore. I'm not looking. Okay. Whoa, all right. Okay.
There you go.
Right,
You're
remember
done.
this.
Whoa.
All right. Have some fun. Thanks.
Follow the sound of my voice.
Get to the whiteboard. I'm meant to get the whiteboard.
Wait, that's a good spot. That's a really good spot. Yeah, put that.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Good.
That's a good one.
Good.
Top that.
All right, first touch, you're up.
Okay.
You ready to get spun?
All right.
Spin him real good.
Oh man. This is.
Yo, stop spinning my man!
Oh no. It's got aimbots on.
He's like a robot.
You're so close. You're so close. No! Oh, it's close. It's so close. Who wins? Who do you reckon wins, mate? Who do you reckon wins, mate?
He spun me 25 times.
You had it and she moved the board! Yes! It's on film.
All right, little recap. Red is NA, blue is EU. Blue is closer.
Yes!
We lose that one, I guess, off some terrible hosting. Okay, let's go. Next one.
Yo, Beast, you're trash.
You're so bad, bro. Holy.
You're buns. Check this out. Oh. Oh.
You're not good, bro. Wait, this is a goal. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks.
Oh, what a goal. What a goal.
Dude.
Nice bump.
It was a good bump. Do you think either of them people have like over the microphone trash talk, or is this going to be very?
Oh yeah, no, these two trash talk each other a lot.
Okay.
If they get each other in teams, yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Ah, nice try. Oh man. Wait, watch. Oh man.
Holy crap, what a shot by me.
Oh, wait, hold up. Oh.
Oh. Oh. Bro, get off the ball, man.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Such a boss. Holy, dude.
Oh my. Fake? Oh my god, he's so scared.
Bro! Get off!
Oh, it's all good, it's all good.
Nah, wait, I guess it's 4.
Yeah?
Oh.
Oh wait, he missed.
Oh. Oh.
Brother.
Brother.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
My God, what a shot.
Well, Dan is actually trying hard to out. Daniel does not want to lose this.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's going to.
Yeah, that's it. That's game.
Round 4 in the book. 6 teams remain. Only 3 spots left in the playoffs. Round 5. Moments from getting underway here. We will complete our Swiss here within the next few hours and have our playoffs set for when fans start crashing in the doors tomorrow morning. I'm excited for it. Welcome back to Copenhagen, folks. The major continues to roll on, and we've seen some would you call either of the games that just happened an upset?
No.
No?
Honestly,
Luminosity over
You
OG?
don't think Luminosity over
You
here
picked
right now?
Luminosity.
I think it was more of a momentum pick. I think it was a coin flip.
Yeah?
It's like, sure, maybe Luminosity.
Wait, no, we actually know this. Wait, what did Coin pick on that one?
That's true. I don't know. It was on B-Stream.
It was on B-Stream. We didn't flip that coin.
But Complexity, obviously, they completely handled business. What was it? 4-0? 4-0.
4-0, and there was a 4-0 to end that one.
So, like, I mean, we knew they were huge favorites coming in, and Complexity is one of those teams from this 1-2 round that I think no one wanted to match up with in the 2-2 round, which we'll get to in a bit. But Pioneers, they were out of it 2 minutes into game 1.
Yeah, I was trying to think of, like, can I justify? No, I can't fight against that. That was pretty quickly over.
Coin had OG. So the coin also got it wrong.
Coin's stupid, honestly.
Coin has been very bad.
Coin's very far back.
Coin is losing by a long shot right now. Which so good job, humanity.
Let's go.
Everyone, our collective consciousness and chat, and every individual consciousness, all beating literal chants right now.
That's good.
Listen, that means I get paid to do
I do
something.
appreciate in every single sheet we've got, by the way, it's called literal coin. It's not just coin.
I'm just
literal
happy
coin.
because if the coin was winning, then we're all fired. Because, like, what's the point?
We have to. We have to at that point. At that point, we would all just start flipping coins. Make our predictions here. Here's what went down in round 4 on the alternate stream there. BDS taking down G2 Power, successfully beating Rule 1 in game 5, and Luminosity sending their friends and rivals OG home. OG's story does end here in the Swiss. On the main stream, we had 3 other matches that were excellent in their own rights, and we're going to talk about those as well. We'll give you some recaps of how these went down as well. The only 3-0 we had was Complexity in that perfect sweep over QT Pioneers. But Carmine Corp versus Gen.G Mobile 1 was also pretty strong. Falcons versus Vitality, great matches that, who knows, maybe we'll get to see some rematches tomorrow in our brackets.
It's very true. Falcons, Vitality, they're in the 2-2 round. I don't think many teams or many people expected that because everyone assumed because of Europe, they're so good on LAN, they've been so good, and Vitality, back-to-back LAN champions, that even though they didn't perform that well through the online stage, that they would still make it at least through the 3-1 round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has been a bit of a surprise. I know there was a bit of time between live events that we've had, but this is not the same Vitality anymore. And
it's not the same world, to be fair as well. Mina and Sam, obviously Falcons and Furia, really playing well to knock some of these EU teams down.
Well, let's take a look at kind of a walk back through round 4 here on the main stream here. Let's start with the match we just watched, Complexity versus the Pioneers here. And I mean, it was obviously a very one-sided affair, as about as one-sided as it could possibly be. Does this spell is this a good momentum for Complexity, or is this maybe kind of false momentum? They're feeling more comfortable than they should.
It's a really, really long day, especially for the teams and for the players. The easier you can have that round, the less of the fatigue you're going to be feeling. Because it is getting late at this point. Like, these players will start feeling it, but for Complexity, they got in, they got the job done, and they were just enjoying it by the end.
And that's the good part. You really don't want to get hyped up too much in this series because you only have so much energy throughout a day. We've been here for, what, 8 hours plus at this point. The players have been here practicing or playing throughout the day. So to have just a nice, clean win, they can conserve that energy and get ready for their next opponent. But Complexity, they got the job done. I think, again, after day 1 and seeing what Furia was doing, I think everyone's like, all right, Complexity, maybe you're better than we thought. And they have proved that now in the 2-2 round.
I just need to see better from OCE2, man. OCE2's really got to pick up their gameplay. They're looking good. Carmine versus Gen.G. EU #1 going up against Gibbs, de facto NA #1. And Gen.G did start off hot, and it was a highlight for that Fiesta.
This is the best, though, I think North America has looked the entire tournament. Gen.G competed versus K-Corp, and that is good to see. First Killer had some great moments. At the end of the day, K-Corp, like, that pinch is just nuts. That's more luck than anything, but still, Gen.G competed. That is a good sign going into the 2-2 round.
Especially against Carmine, because I feel like a very frequent sentence we say over in Europe when teams play against KC is, okay, they didn't show up. We always say that about teams because KC are so good at making teams they play look bad. So if that is what they were doing against them, that is fantastic to hear.
Incredible shot by Rise. That's why he hopped back on the Fennec. He needed to bust out the mechanics, and that's exactly what he did. Gen.G, they didn't have enough sauce left in the tank.
Yeah.
Not enough oil left within the gas chamber to get the job done.
You don't want oil in your gas chambers.
Yeah.
You want to keep those separate
Gas
there.
tank, my bad.
And then Falcons Vitality. It was the question of day one Falcons, was that a fluke? They lose, will they bounce back? Well, they absolutely did. Going up against Vitality, they've had a tough road, but you know what's better than having a tough road and complaining? Just going out and win, Shogun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vitality, they look solid in this one. This was much better than what we've seen from them previously, but Falcons needed to answer that question, especially because I didn't get a chance to see the Gentlemates matches they had. I was over casting at the time. When you hear 3-0 against Europe number 4, it's like, okay, Gentlemates are good, but surely not that good. There has to be a step up on performance. Apparently not. Apparently Gentlemates might actually just be the best team in the world.
They might be. That Game 3 goal to tie it at 0 was huge. That trap to the dribble, the 1v1 plays by Killers, absolutely huge. And another little soft touch there by Roas. The 1v1 plays came out. We talked about it. Zen's probably best on the field, but Falcons might have had 2, 3, and 4 on their side.
They might be the best team in the tournament at the moment. I understand they only went 3-1, but they've looked good the whole entire time throughout. Quality wins and even a quality loss in and of itself. So Falcons, they're going into tomorrow. I believe who they play? KC to start off the, I don't know if it starts off the day, but start off their run for being the Copenhagen Major champions. It ain't gonna be easy.
We'll see, folks. We got a lot of competition happening out here. For some, we got people teams trying to be the Copenhagen Major champion, but we got casters trying to be the prediction champion. We gave you an update on how that was going earlier. Let's give you an update now. Congratulations to Herc sitting on top right now, alone at 25 out of what I believe is a possible 32 matches.
No, at 28,
30,
I think.
30, 28, 30, something like that, somewhere around there. Nearly perfect. Very, very well done.
Yeah, so 30. Yeah, 30.
Okay, Bates is sitting 1 ahead of chat right now.
Listen, me and Chad are having a pretty good day in my estimation. I think I start off at 10, Chad start off at 9. We're doing pretty good. We just seem to can't catch up with everybody else.
So I knew Herc was cooking because in the first power rankings, we talked about it. She had G2 at 8.
Okay.
And where are they right now? They're in that 2-2 round. So Herc knows more than all of us right now.
And shout out to the coin as somehow being under 50%. That is a weighted coin that we apparently have.
I mean, I guess that's Wavepunk's fault, partially.
That is. I think
I'm not the only one flipping coins out here.
Scared of the coin being able to
flip
beat
the coin this time around.
No, you know what? No, I'm riding with the coin the whole way.
Y'all can see he grabbed the
It's
coin.
not
He
gonna
grabbed
be.
it into the coin.
I'm just here protecting it. Okay, everyone's chastising it when it's just a simple matter
He's
of
got
inertia.
long arms, so T-Bates is never going to reach that.
I keep on, my whole
I don't know
goal.
why you're making short jokes.
My goal on this show is just to be on the top row. At this point, I'm realizing that alphabetically, that doesn't almost doesn't matter.
You're not
on the
allowed
last
this.
match, if it had gone OG, I would have been tied up with a whole bunch of other people and still been on the bottom row.
So Major 2, your name is going to be period Wavepunk. So
Yeah, exactly.
We've had this argument a lot.
Where'd the coin go?
It's over here.
He's a magician. You know?
He hit the coin from it, bro.
You lot are way more competitive than I was expecting this to be.
No, because I started flipping the coin. I think he took a little offense.
He was taking offense every time someone would touch the
Everyone kept coming up being like, "You're flipping it wrong." And I'm like, "Stop talking."
He's caught every single
I'm
one.
flipping the coin.
Is impressive.
Yeah. Get in front of a camera and flip a coin.
That is better than what we got, because James, I think, is the only person to have dropped the coin so far, and I thought it was going to smash in 2. It was the very first flip of the entire tournament as well.
That shows you he didn't rehearse.
Well, you got to break it
didn't.
in. Maybe that's why the coin is so off, because yours is broken on the B stream over there.
I like this theory. I like the theory that B Stream's coin is the one.
It's my coin now. I'm taking that back with me.
Let's talk about the Swiss. Let's show you the matches we have for round 5, folks. There's some doozies. On each of these matches, a team is going home. A team is advancing to the playoffs. We've got Power playing G2. We've got Luminosity going up against Vitality, and Complexity coming off of a perfect sweep. They now get to go through Gen.G.
The storylines just write themselves. Imagine OCE's first top 8 in forever, and it's against the NA #1. That would be insane. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say something. There's a chance that not a single team from North America makes it into the top 8, and I don't want to see that dimensional storyline happen. That is not going to happen, because at least one of these teams got to win.
Like, if that happens, Bates, I think you should just take a flight home early.
Listen,
honestly.
I'll be near airport with them.
But to be fair, like Luminosity, Vitality, like we just saw Luminosity play, maybe back-to-back games or some momentum there. But that is the one you didn't want, is Vitality. And then, of course, Gen.G versus Complexity. When you come down from the 2-1 round, we talked about it. No one wants Complexity. Gen.G, they did look good against K-Corp, but Complexity is heating up.
How many teams have successfully gone 0-2, and then come out and made it to playoffs? Didn't you have a stat on that, Gibbs, at some point?
I don't know anymore. It's been a long day.
It's not that high. It's also not that high for teams that have been 2-0 and kind of been eliminated. So Gen.G would not want that history.
Ooh, but there's a chance though, because there's one team. If there's one team from last year that Gen.G used to compete against, it was that Complexity squad when they're NA with AJG. Swap them for Dorito now. Could be close.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes, folks. Now, we do have all of our matches happening still on 2 streams, but one of those streams is going to be ending here pretty quickly, folks, because there's only 3 matches left. So we're going to play 1 match on the alternate stream. The other 2 matches are going to happen here on the main stream. You're going to want to have this action pulled up in front of you. So these are the 3 matches we will have, and I believe we're going to be starting things off there at the top with G2 versus Power. No, G2 versus Power is the one that's happening on the alternate stream, I believe. That's how. So this top one here is the alternate stream match. The other 2 are the matches that will be happening here on the main stream.
Yeah, it's going to be good matches here. G2 Strike going up against Power, Vitality versus Luminosity. And I will say, if G2 and Vitality both sweep both of their matches, then there's a chance for all EU top 4. So it's going to be very interesting. All 4 EU teams.
Johnny has gone back to the hotel, I believe, but I believe he will come all the way back over if that's what happens.
All right, well, let's start with the match we're going to be featuring first. That will be the one at the bottom, actually. Complexity versus Gen.G Mobile One Racing will be our first match of the round 5 for the mainstream.
And the first question is it advantageous to play back-to-back games here now? We saw Complexity, they just played 4-0, 4-0, 4-0. It wasn't even close. They get to play back-to-back. Gen.G's had a little bit of time in the back room, so momentum, does that matter right now, or it just comes down to the skill of the players?
That's an excellent question, Gibbs, because this could be the first time this whole entire first 2 days where a team plays back-to-back. And that's what they're accustomed to when they play Swiss online. So given that momentum and given how we usually say for the grand finals at least that the team who's coming right in has the most amount of momentum, has the greater chance of winning. Complexity, if there's a chance to beat Gen.G, they have the best chance right now.
And that is true. Players do say that more often than not, so we always put the 1 seed. They'll play the back-to-back games if it's on that final day. So players generally, but I think a lot of players are kind of back and forth on it. It depends on the
if
day.
they just lost, and then they'll change their opinion on it.
And also, though, we don't see a lot of streams where we're playing 8 to 9 matches on it as well. So these players have been here for 8 hours plus, so the fatigue is going to be a factor.
Get the heart. Have we got like a rotation on this? Is he going to get? Because I know he gave the hearts earlier. No.
No.
Oh, that's locked in.
It's locked in.
Okay.
Tournament coming in before the show right now for Dorito.
As it should, because listen, he don't want to be on no highlight reels, missing no balls or losing a game. He wants to be on the other side winning and making it.
He doesn't want to be the excuse, right? We all talk about that roster move. There was a lot of question marks with Complexity, but Dorito has performed pretty well here.
They're looking strong right now, but again, coming off of a sweep over the Pioneers, will that prime them for their opponents, or will it actually maybe give them some confusion? As again, Gen.G on the other side here, they didn't want to be in this spot, but here they are. No one wants to be in round 5, but you have to figure it out right now.
No, and they're coming in off 2 back-to-back losses as well. So there is all momentum on one side and no momentum at all on the other side. But for Gen.G, I don't think they've looked bad in any of their losses. They've just come against very, very strong competition. So I'm not really all that worried for them at this moment in time. They should be completely fine with this. They've been very professional throughout these sort of situations before, and then had to talk to each other and get things that are wrong fixed.
When you're 2-0, you have a lot of advantages because you only have to win 1 and you have 3 lives. But you have to play tougher opponents. That is what has happened to Gen.G. They lost 2 lives against quality opponents. They lost to Furia. They lost to K-Corp. Might be the 2 best teams here. Who knows?
That's a lot of people's finals if they had the choice.
But the worst part for them is, all right, normally then, because you're coming through the 2-1 round, you get an easier matchup out of the 1-2. But they got the hardest opponent here. They have a an insane run to possibly make it, because if they lose, everyone's going to be like, oh, Swiss, you know, it's just because Gen.G, they had a tough road while G2's getting the Mickey bracket. So Gen.G, though, they don't care about that. They just know what's in front of them. They have to take down Complexity. They're on their last life. That's all that matters.
And if they're going to win, they need to rely on FK. He started performing really, really well against K-Corp. Abjack was pretty solid as well. Gotta need Chronic to step up, but really it all comes down to FK. That's why they picked him up, to beat teams such as this, beat a team like Complexity. I know they've had a tough run today, but to make it a Saturday, you gotta beat tough teams sometimes. There's no excuses to be made.
I mean, this is a huge opportunity as well for North America. I mean, we sort of harped on the fact that, yes, there's a chance here that none of the teams get through. There's never a chance that 3 teams get through, and they have a very dominant overall bracket for themselves. This is a good chance to start that off. I don't quite know where they are on the B stream in terms of that one getting kicked off, but Gen.G, I think, are a very good pace setter for the rest of the region.
I love the hopium you're giving the Luminosity fans right now.
I feel like I've not been around you guys long enough to have that like hope beaten out of me just yet. So I'm kind of like you guys maybe a month and a half ago.
Hey, some upsets have happened. There's some momentum behind that Luminosity team. They've won 2 in a row there. We'll see, but we'll talk about that in the future, folks. Don't forget to get your votes in chat. #COL, #GGM1. And we are getting closer and closer to these teams kicking off and ready to go. So we will make our predictions up here, give you the list of who we think is going to win. Does anybody have the bravery to predict Complexity? Are you thinking it is Complexity, maybe?
I would have picked Complexity if it wasn't against Gen.G, I think.
Okay.
Like, possibly. It depends. Like, if they played G2, sorry, Bates, I'm probably picking Complexity. But Gen.G looked pretty good versus K-Corp. They've looked good throughout this tournament. I do think they are the best North American team. I've said that since the beginning. I'm going Gen.G.
Yeah, I've gone Gen.G on this one. I hope I went Gen.G anyway, because I'm saying something that is not entirely correct. But Gen.G, I think, are the stronger team. Yeah, okay, I remember my own pick. So that is usually a very good sign from the start. I think they've had a very tough run to get to this point, and I think Complexity, whilst it's hard to tell off the Pioneers game. I really did not learn anything about them.
Dazwan, I know you're back at home because, listen, you're not the first one in, you're definitely not the last one out, so let me give you something right now. Gen.G Mobile 1 Racing is not going to win this. Give me Complexity. I'm going against NA right now because Complexity used to be in NA, and they're looking better at the moment.
Because they used to be in NA?
No, I'm saying they used to be in NA. But in terms of the actual gameplay, I do think Complexity's been really solid. I think the Bulls have been one of the best players of the tournament, and I think they're hot right now. They're figuring out right when they need to. And Gen.G, they haven't shown me enough on offense, Gibbs. They do it every once in a while, but their offense simply hasn't been good enough to give me the confidence to say you could beat Complexity right here, right now.
But Bates, if you are right, you are going to set the stage for a possible 0 teams in NA.
Well, I don't have to worry about that, because I got G2 still left.
That's what are you doing? I do think Gen.G's got this one. I think First Killer's looking pretty strong. I do think that the match that Complexity just played against the Pioneers will mean they start off slow here. I think Gen.G will get a head start there, and it
What's the coin got?
And Complexity is blue on the coin here, and that's going to be Gen.G for them. So we'll see.
Where's chat going?
Yeah, how does chat feel about it, folks? We got a lot of Gen.G love on the desk and from the coin there. And from chat. And from chat.
They know what they're doing. Say something to chat. Chat, if you get it right, you tie me. If you get it wrong, you're down by 2. Don't choke.
They're not going to change their vote now, folks. The games are ready. We should be getting into them here momentarily. Complexity versus Gen.G Mobile. Only one of these teams can advance to our playoffs in Copenhagen. It's time to find out.
Here we go, 2-2 in the Swiss to make it to the playoffs in Copenhagen. And we have an inter-regional matchup. Complexity versus Gen.G.
This is an insane matchup. Some people are going one way, some are going the other. Hot takes galore. But Complexity coming off an insane win, but they've got probably one of the biggest giants in NA to face off against.
Yeah, Gen.G, they started so well, but things have slowed down somewhat since then, and now they find themselves 2-2. It's so difficult just to get to this stage in the Swiss, but getting through is even more difficult. Dorito, though, is getting through their defense. What a start for COL.
This player, Dorito, right here, Cole, was all over the place in his last matchup. He was such an MVP player for Complexity, and it clearly, the question was, is it going to carry through into the Gen.G matchup? And clearly, it is.
Yeah, that's the exact start you want if you are Complexity. Coming off the back of a Pioneers jaunt. Now they face the bigger boys of Gen.G, players who have done it all. 2 of the 3 have won a major. First Killer, of course, has come so close. They have to put him to the sword. Complexity with the start of their dreams in game number 1. And here's CRR again, the man who brought Dorito over to South America. Razebull leaves that one after taking the boost. And Dorito comes in. Razebull tracking around the back, not letting Gen.G out for now, but apparently Jack does get through. CRR goes long, but it's a great start for Complexity.
One thing I will say, though, is there's a huge amount of respect that's got to be put onto Gen.G. They are probably some of the most level-headed players when it comes to LAN, and especially first killer. I've been waiting to see what this squad was going to look like on LAN. Obviously, they've done incredibly. Granted, it's probably not the exact result they would have hoped for coming into the Swiss, but if there's somebody that's going to thrive in a last pressure situation, it could be them.
Yeah, you would expect so. Complexity on the other side, they're so used to battling. They've had to do it all season long for Furia. They got that win against them in the grand finals at the start, but since then they've been second best, but they do not want to be second best in this competition. Chronic can't get that one forward, so CRR can slow things down for a second. Fakes it out for Dorito. These two have been playing together for years now across regions. Chronic, he gets a chance, double tap, he shoots, Razebull gets it away. Here comes apparently Jack, that should be the equalizer, and it is.
There you have it. This is classic Gen.G. Chronic going up for anything, but if it doesn't find its way through, you can always expect the quick follow-up, and none other than from the star of Gen.G, Jack, giving Gen.G their tying goal.
Well, it's not known as the full split anymore. It is the first major instead, and Gen.G, they won the full last season, so will they see this one as theirs to claim as well? They had their struggles in the Swiss last time around, that famous loss to Oxygen, where they were just absolutely obliterated, Nolly staring into the camera. Now they have first killer instead, and the three of them are fighting, but Chronic and Dorito, they go forwards. First killer's touch isn't ideal. It's a bit loose. Who does it fall to? It's Razebull. Chronic, thankfully for Gen.G, was on the backboard.
Pressure's not going to stop there, although Gen.G is trying to make it so. Jack carrying this one down. No boost in the tank on this one. Gives Complexity a little bit of time here to try and start the counter. And half the game left here in our first one of this best of 5, which I think is going to be a lot longer than most people might be anticipating.
Yeah, I can see us going all the way here. Of course, it's going to just cranking up the pressure second by second. Razebull, oh, we'd love to get the lead back for Complexity of a good couple of touches in the center there. CRI is going to get hold of this ball. Complexity so far doing well for boost, matching Gen.G for pace. Definitely not a difference in ability between these two teams. Still going to be who could perform better on the pitch on the day.
Nice big clear here. Chronic's got the beat on this one, but CRR wants to challenge. Makes 2, Razebull up into the sky, and there's CRR. Gonna try and drive this one over to the backboard. First killer just barely in time to make a slight connection with this ball, but Complexity's pressure isn't gonna stop. 2 touches, try and make another center here, and it's first killer. The one that I think most people are waiting to see wake up. An attempted pass gets disrupted by Complexity, but Gen.G continue on.
Apparently Jack almost the ceiling pinch would have been sublime, and he wraps around the ball again. Razebull, he sends it long. CRR's waiting in the center. Chronic gets that one away. A real battle in game number 1 as expected. First killer, he goes to the backboard, can't quite get the second on target, and apparently Jack couldn't get there in time.
That was such a great play. Honestly, something very similar to what I saw Complexity doing in their last series. So the fact that both of these teams got somewhat similar strats going on right now could be something to note, but tied game for now as we head into this last minute.
Razebull takes a touch, first killer's beneath him. Can he get around for the flip reset? Not quite on this occasion. Dorito and Razebull, and CRR dives in as well. This is dangerous until CRR comes away with the ball. I think he was okay with not necessarily scoring there, just not messing up completely and conceding.
And demo coming out from Complexity. Razebull, soft touch there from CRR, immediately gets sent back. Chronic's gonna be the one to follow it through. He's got a flip, he's gonna use it. No follow-up to continue on, and Complexity start the counter.
Apparently Jack should be able to get this boost, and the ball he does. Razebull forces it into the center. Massive demo comes in from CRR, who can't quite get round it again.
There was a small bump on that one too, which is showing the sheer level of aggression that Complexity are willing to place onto the Gen.G defense just to break through. But for now, they gotta play defense of their own. Pass over to CRR, fakes the touch. This one driven forward. Razebull up next. Chronic with a soft save on it, and the demos again continue to come out from this squad. 6 seconds left on the clock for this one. Can anybody find a last-second goal? It's Jack with a clear. Dorito sends this one up into the sky towards the backboard. Chronic's gonna try and kill it. CRR keeps keeps it in play, and here comes first killer. Razebull, shot to the sidewall. There goes Dorito. This one from Abject gets cleared back, and CRR to collect.
And it will drop to overtime. Who would have seen that coming on a day like today? All the Rocket League in the world. It seems that this one's going to go all the way to the wire too. Apparently Jack on the ceiling. He gets it onto the backboard. Dorito had the read. Apparently Jack's gone for that a couple of times now. This one's stuck in the corner. Dorito up against Chronic, and he has the ball to himself.
Huge clear right here as well. First killer, the one you gotta watch out for the most. A little bit fumbly on the collection of that ball there. Abject up next. 2 people to 50 through might seem like a bit of a challenge. Complexity just trying to push through the Gen.G defense, but they're just not strong enough for now. It's a huge clear from Dorito into the corner. Looks for another touch, doubles it. CRR to finish from the backboard. Follow up from Razebull. Tries to take a shot, and it's wide.
CRR will be coming in again. Razebull waits though. Apparently Jack is charged down by Dorito. His first killer, Chronic instead. It's a player that comes away with the ball. Gen.G on the cusp of being reverse swept in the Swiss. Every team's nightmare. What they won't want to do as well as lose game 1 in this one, just to ramp up that pressure even further. These clearances like gold dust to them. CRR, that was not ideal. It's too high to the ceiling. He can only get a touch towards Chronic. Dorito tries to get the read and does. Composed defending from the Spaniard.
This one out mid, Chronic just gonna take his time with it. CRR tried to make the challenge. He was able to get it over 1, but Razebull off the backboard. First killer sends this one back over to Abject. Into the air, Dorito places this one mid. Complexity just taking their time to drive this ball towards any vicinity of that Gen.G net, but Gen.G desperately just want the clears.
That's what you love to see from apparently Jack, though, sweeping in from the side, but there's a mistake there from first killer. Is being punished by CRR. Razebull wants to follow it home and can't do it. Now down the other end, Chronic prods it forward. Apparently Jack, now the one going for the attacks, and Chronic's the recipient, and Gen.G take game 1.
It was huge bumps from Complexity, but demos do more. Chronic, the one to send it through after given the opportunity. It's all smiles from first killer. That first game, that first win has got to feel so good after everything that has happened to Gen.G.
It was an even game 1 though, truly one that could have gone either way. Complexity, they started off well, but Gen.G, they ramped up. And they are used to dealing with the situations. They will not be wilting under this pressure at all. You know, they've had all sorts of Game 7 overtimes. They've done it all in the world of Rocket League. This you'd expect is just one more task for them, but maybe it's a hard one.
Oh man, there it is, Dorito. It was the opening goal that kind of set Complexity up for the confidence boost against this Gen.G squad, because I think Complexity is fair enough to sit there and go, you know what, we've got to give respect to Gen.G, right? They came in twice second. They came in twice once, third second, and then the last qualifier, they took it all. So they came into this fairly confidently.
Yeah, well, you have to come up and be everything that's been working for you so far in the online matches. You have to continue to do that here, and it's not easy. It's never easy. I mean, I want to talk about first killer. You mentioned that you were waiting for him, and he's a player that's been waiting to take one of these majors.
Oh, I could not wait to see first killer with this squad. I think that it was, at first when I heard about FK taking out Nole, I was like, this is a little bit questionable. That was my hot take, but I think FK is slotted in perfectly. I think the synergy on this squad even might have been amped up at times. He's such a mechanical player and a mechanical god even at times. I feel like it's a valid thing to say. It's just a question of when does FK wake up, because that's when it gets 10 times harder for Complexity to catch up to Gen.G.
Well, Complexity are staring down the barrel of a tough series. An early lead in game 2 would be incredibly helpful. It could be happening here. CRR Razebull helps it along its way. 1-0 COL.
I love the demo to open things up here. It was a challenge from Razebull on a Chronic, and CRR, he wanted to finish it. Razebull knew it wasn't going to go through. It was going to get saved. He said, you know what, I'll just get you out of the way, and Complexity go up 1.
Swatted him out of the way before the ball could go in. First killer has almost got a touch on that kickoff. It's a strange one. It didn't really land for anyone. It might work out, though, for Gen.G. They improvise better.
There you have it. Abject, the one to finish it up after a questionable kickoff. Razebull's touch and the pass from first killer over to Jack. They just beat out the Complexity defense to respond.
Yeah, not one that's going to go into any best goal highlight reels, but Gen.G will not care one bit. They get that instant response. And the momentum is building once again for them. Apparently Jack leaves it for first killer. Is Chronic lingering? He is. Actually, it's apparently Jack that takes the shot. Gen.G have all sort of opportunities right now. Complexity grateful just to send that ball away.
And here they are, trying to be faster than the Gen.G defense. This one's sent off into the corner. Bounce off the ceiling, touch from Razebull, but it's first killer to slow things down. Trying to beat out the mid game right now. It's an air dribble down.
Oh, what?
Chronic is through!
How on earth has that one gone in? Was it a fake or was it a piece of genius? Chronic, he does actually get the second touch. Razebull didn't read it, and then he gets the bump on CRR. That is gorgeous.
That is Chronic.
In one word, all that needs to be said, that's what the man can do. A cruel goal against Complexity. And once again, they're gonna have to dust themselves down. First, do some defending. Chronic is incredible right now.
Gen.G are here to play. It has been a rough week for them, but they are them. They have the capability to do so, and they go up by 2.
Gen.G have had such a difficult run. First losing to Furia when they were 2-0, after beating G2, by the way, and then coming up against Carmine Corp. So the fact that they're here in stage 5 or round 5 of the Swiss is because they've been coming up against excellent, excellent teams. And they are showing that they are still an excellent, excellent squad in their own right.
There it is, Complexity. They've just been honestly trying to play catch up, which feels weird for them right now because it has been fairly close. This one falling out. CRR is going to leave this one for Dorito. Dorito, 1v1 on Appjack, and he wins those every time.
Good job, Complexity, just taking your opportunities when they come again. It's not a wonder goal, but it's a nice fake from CRR. Confused Chronic, and then Dorito did enough just to prod the ball over the top of him, and Complexity refusing to be shaken off.
Now you're only trailing by 1. You've got plenty of time to catch off, but off the kickoff, Jack just very trailing behind. Almost able to get one off the rip there. Instead, it's Complexity looking to go for the 3rd goal against Gen.G.
Razebull put that one into the center. It could have been something. CRR could he have attacked that instead? They have to do some defending down the other side. Dorito charges down apparently Jack. Where's this ball gonna fall? I would have said the challenge game. Most balls are falling to Gen.G right now. Here's another example. Dorito's save. CRR's got no boost, but still gets a decent connection on it. Chronic, he's coming in to the ceiling, to the backboard. He's the most alive for Gen.G, but they defend him this time.
Razebull up into the sky. Double off the sidewall. Demos are slowly starting to come through on this one. Jack just setting himself forward, trying to just let first killer do the follow-up. If you can open up a path, it'll be a lot easier, and I think that's the game plan for now. Dorito with a clear upfield. Complexity just throwing themselves at the Gen.G defense, but always almost immediately being sent back.
Yeah, it's the recovery speed of Complexity right now that's keeping them in it, because Gen.G, they're having way too many clear touches on the ball as far as Complexity are concerned. Here's a couple more. Chronic will be able to manipulate this however he wants to, and he's certainly got the capabilities to get it past his Complexity defense. CRR had to be aware what Chronic was cooking. Dorito up against apparently Jack. Leaves it for Razebull, the challenge into the center. Apparently Jack gets the block, and right now Complexity penned back in their own half.
Dorito's gonna send this one over to the other side. Jack already fighting forward, trying to take this ball back, but CRR has other plans. He's playing the air game, flip over 1, trying to get the bump play again onto Chronic, but it's not gonna be successful this time.
So close. Chronic did a very good job to avoid that one because he knew what CRR was attempting on this occasion. There's a big demo to open things up. CRR was aware. Chronic comes in. It's a nervy game right now between these two. You sense that any second something explosive could happen. Bumps and demos all around. Razebull intercepts the pass before it falls to Jack.
Oh my goodness, the sheer amount of demos that have been coming out from Gen.G really just show how badly they are willing to disrupt the Complexity rotations and give themselves a chance at just securing the match point. And some nice big clear here from Razebull. Over to Dorito. Can he get this one over to a teammate though? No, it's Gen.G with the disruption touches.
Apparently Jack is just able to steal a few more seconds. First killer. He's got CRR in front of him. Can he get this one round towards the blue goal? It almost does. Chronic didn't quite read it, but there was certainly chaos there. The ball bouncing unpredictably. No one saw it coming. CRR tease it off towards Razebull. Complexity though, they just need to do more than defend. They have to send this one forwards.
Well, somebody's gonna send it forward. It's gonna be Chronic, even on no boost. Most he will do is challenge. Somehow this one's over CRR. He's gonna take it up to the sky though. Appjack just wanted to leave it. First killer up next. Ball goes haywire. RazeBull just trying to let Complexity have a fighting chance. You're only down by 1, and here it comes. RazeBull to Chronic. This one goes back towards Complexity side. Appjack's gonna take a shot. It's a floater. It's through, and Gen.G are up by 2.
They just showed patience and game management. They could tell Complexity were working something towards them, and as soon as they got the challenge, apparently Jack the quickest to respond, and Gen.G have 19 seconds to avoid conceding twice.
This is such a redemption game and a redemption series for Gen.G. The chance that anybody could say that you got reverse swept in the Swiss on land would be honestly quite horrible to feel. So 5 seconds left. Gen.G, it is safe to say they can claim game number 2 and are headed to match point.
Again, it's not a showcase mechanically. It's not even Gen.G really outperforming their opponents. They're just dealing with the small situations better, turning what could be tricky 50-50s into opportunities for themselves. And when you have a player like apparently Jack, I feel like he's so important for that game management.
He really and truly is. I feel like he's such a great leader to be able to keep everybody level-headed and mindset in the perfect positioning for something like this. Because again, you know, Gen.G is not discrediting Complexity. Complexity has been holding up, but it's like you said, Gen.G are just doing a better job at handling the individual situations that Complexity throw their way.
That was lovely from Chronic, to be fair. I mean, his mechanics, maybe I did them a disservice because in the early phases of that game, he was turning it on quite a little bit, which certainly helped his team. But when Complexity began to crawl themselves back, it was scary until that moment from apparently Jack just settled the nerves for the last 20 seconds of game 2 at least. And now Complexity, they need to win 3 games in a row to avoid crashing out in the Swiss.
Well, I mean, it's not impossible. They looked good. They can at least put up a decent fight to Gen.G. It's more about, can you do it now? Because this is your last chance.
Can you do it when it matters as well? Can you do it now in the key moment at the Copenhagen Major? Well, if they are going to, it's going to have to begin right here, right now. Game 3 begins, and Complexity have improved their kickoffs from the last one, which were a bit of a problem. Might score from it straight away, not quite, but they'll be happy with the early proceedings of this one.
First killer up into the sky. You already see Jack going forward, trying to open up another path for him. Just going to turn around. Small little pinch there towards the net. Double commit from Complexity makes me a little nervous for them, especially if that's what you're seeing in the early stages of game 3.
First killer just gets the challenge into the center. Chronic, who's been instrumental in this series so far. He gets it forwards, but CRR is able to come away with the ball. Underneath apparently Jack, that's dangerous now for Gen.G. The goal in sight. Dorito fancied a bit of that ball but couldn't quite get it. RazeBull gets the catch and the touch. CRR is wanting. So these passes for Complexity almost finding their target, just not quite so far. First killer is almost able to tip that one over, and CRR makes no mistakes in just sending it sideways.
I do got to give props to Complexity. They have been at least very level-headed in this game 3. There's no early conceding goals coming out from them, so that's a true sign to the defense, especially, again, what I talked about before, Gen.G sending each other up, trying to open up paths for themselves. Great shot there from RazeBull. An attempt at another one is going to be made, but it's going to be sent off by first killer.
CRR up against Chronic. Complexity looking like they're so desperate for a goal, trying to force it, but Gen.G's defense holding out strong. CRR, he almost had a demoed player in front of him, but the dodging abilities there from the Gen.G defender, quite incredible. Chronic now, he's got control of the ball. This has been dangerous for Complexity in the past. He goes to the backboard, does he know? He just shoots, hit the post, and there's no one following up in time.
Unfortunate. You saw the idea there, but not even a miscommunication. It just wasn't in your play at that moment. RazeBull trying to send this one up. Other plans are being made here by CRR, though. No boost in the tank for RazeBull means a clear could be a little bit dangerous. Dorito to stop it in its tracks, though. And a 50 and a win off the challenge from CRR means Complexity get to continue the pressure for now. Shot taken off the crossbar and out, and Appjack to 1v1 CRR is lost.
Imagine that, from his own goal along the floor all the way to the other. Would have been a stunner from apparently Jack, but it was well defended in the end by Complexity. What it does do, though, is break up their pressure. They were starting to have a monopoly on the ball right now. Gen.G have won it back. Apparently Jack again, he definitely seems to be coming online. He gets it almost towards first killer. Razebull did enough to send it away, and the ball gets trapped once more in the center.
I gotta give huge props over to Chronic as well. This player usually isn't the star of the team at times, but when Chronic is on it, when Chronic is the one on the offensive front, you know that that is a Gen.G to be feared.
Complexity, though, they'll be happy with this 0-0. They can cause some chaos if they can defend once more. It's a good save. CRR is waiting for first killer's touch. Quality defending once again from Complexity, because now it's Gen.G that are asking all the questions. Here's Chronic once more. Dorito sends it long. Can Complexity get this second ball and launch something for themselves? Maybe that's it. CRR almost past apparently Jack. Chronic should be able to sweep up.
And you see Complexity, everybody just kind of taking a small step back, not wanting to push up too far. You do want to do high risk, high reward when it matters, and it does. CRR for the Complexity lead.
One shot was all it took after all that pressure they avoided. Razebull tees up CRR, and Complexity, they do take it. They had so much defending to do before then. What a turnaround.
Insane amount of pressure eventually. Right past the defense, they made it crack, and maybe an attempt at another one here. Abstract trying to carry this one out. It bounces from the sidewall. Huge clear upfield. Dorito to knock this one down. Can Razebull get there in time? Not quite. And Gen.G can breathe for just a short moment longer.
CRR has to be careful for a second. He was at a slightly awkward angle catching that one. The last thing they want to do is throw away an easy goal. At least if Gen.G equalize, they have to make them earn it. That's what's almost happening here. First going to the backboard. He has a chance to earn it. It's a little bit high. Chronic's following up. CRR can get this one away.
Here comes Razebull. Complexity are in a good position, but you gotta play some great defense in this last minute of game 3 if you want another chance to keep going in the Swiss here.
Dorito to the side. CRR is just watching Chronic. Complexity now. Everything is against them right now. Gen.G chucking everything towards their goal. It's another pass into the center. CRR bravely goes up by himself. Chronic was waiting though, used all his boost. Defensively, maybe Gen.G will be caught a little short if we can get one more Complexity touch. Dorito had to win that race all of a sudden and did, but Gen.G is starting to get some gaps. Dorito puts it back into his own goal, sends it long again. CRR now up against apparently Jack, has to get a touch on the ball, but he doesn't now. It's apparently Jack in the corner. 20 seconds left. Razebull's got to get this ball away and can half do it.
15 seconds left before you gotta find one goal to tie things up, unless you wanna attempt an OT here. 7 seconds left on the clock. Complexity looking to hold Gen.G back. This one's gonna float down. An attempt on the goal line save is made. This one's still in play though. And this one's out. Okay, no, it's not. CRR put it in. He said, just give us one more game.
It was a lovely save. Diving into the goal from the Gen.G player. Who was it? Chronic. How's he kept that one out? And then suddenly there's CRR. I thought that one hit the ground as well, but Complexity won't care how it happened. They'd have taken the 1-0. They'll certainly take the 2-0. And they will take surviving in this series and ramping that pressure back on Gen.G.
You can't count Complexity out. You really cannot, especially after the performance they gave in their last series. I know that Complexity are aware in their hearts they've got a fighting chance against this squad. It's just a matter of taking it game by game. You can't even look at the bigger picture right now. It's just one foot in front of the other.
Well, Complexity's losses have been quality losses, losing to Vitality and losing to Carmine Corp, teams that you would forgive anyone for losing against on the day. And now they're up against Gen.G, North America's most recent open regional winners. Need we remind you, and they're going toe-to-toe with them the entire time, winning the hard games, scoring the difficult goals at the end. I think they rather would have saved that one for the next game, but they'll take it and move on.
Yeah, they'll take it and keep going. This isn't the end for Gen.G. Still are in a lead as far as the series is concerned. It's right now it's Complexity playing catch-up.
And just the prize on the other end of this series, making it into that playoffs, being there for tomorrow in front of the crowd, in that top 8, the quarterfinals, call it whatever you want to call it. Both teams so keen to be there. It's where everyone wants to be. For Gen.G, Complexity are not going to make it easy.
Oh no, they absolutely are not. It's going to be a fight till the very, very last second. Game 4 between Complexity and Gen.G. Can Complexity take Gen.G to Game 5? Let's find out here.
Chronic for Gen.G, to me, has been their most dangerous player. You know, the more controlled games, apparently Jack is the man you look to. But when it's a case of whose mechanics are going to win out, Chronic has been desperately important for Gen.G. And it's him who has a clean touch on the ball now. It's to the backboard. Is anybody arriving for Gen.G? Not on this occasion. It's just CRR sending it outwards. I'm just curious who'll be happier with a more secure game. Probably Gen.G, in my opinion.
I think I would agree with you on that one, although I feel like I can also go on the Copium side of Complexity and hope for the little Vamos moment.
Oh.
But First Killer's gonna kill those dreams as he puts this one through.
It's just raw pace from First Killer. He read the mistouch here. Look at him all the way from within his own half. Sniffed out a mistake from Racebull and Dorito combining. Had to gamble, and he's won.
That's such beautiful placement as well. Gen.G, early game lead. You can choose to hold on to it and just play the safe game, or you just keep going. And I think they want to keep going. Appjack up into the sky, just remaining in control of this ball for as long as he can.
Yeah, their day is nearly done, Gen.G. They've almost made it through. The light at the end of the tunnel is getting brighter. They have to keep stepping forwards, and Complexity are blocking them every step of the way. Chronic, he goes high though. CRR is in his way. Chronic gets it past him. Did an incredible amount of good work there attackingly. Racebull and CRR somewhat getting each other's way there, so a couple of awkward moments from Complexity's defense. They do manage to get it to the other end, but Gen.G can take it away with full control on the ball yet again.
Yes, they can. There's plenty of time to just keep up the game you're playing, right? You just play solid Rocket League at this point. Complexity, though, are going to have to come up with a fairly creative game plan, and I think sending Racebull upfield and going for the bump plays might be the one to work, but it's going to be a little dangerous if you're cheated up that far. Dorito racing back against First Killer, the double denied by CRR, but the follow-up shot just wide. Complexity can't find their way through. Instead, they're going to attempt on the Gen.G net.
So many chances for both teams. Crazy hits there. First Killer got one when he was falling away from the goal. Then down the other end, Complexity have a real chance of scoring. It remains 1-0 somehow. But the chaos has been ramped up. Dorito's going to try and add to it. Chronic's on the ceiling already, but he won't get his touch. It's CRR instead. Can he get this one into the center? Squeezes it towards Racebull, but Chronic should be able to sweep up. He's got boost until Dorito charges him down.
This isn't the end. You've still got less than 3 minutes to go, and you're only down by 1 if you're Complexity. First Killer takes this one away. Dorito up to try and make the challenge on it. It floats down Racebull on the beat. And this one falls into the hands of apparently Jack. Tries to go low. Great 50 there from CRR. Even on no boost, he's still winning his challenges. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Letting Racebull start the transition for Cole.
And thanks to him, Dorito can get that one just to the side. First Killer, finally for Gen.G, is able to get something of an air dribble, but he's charged down so quickly. Complexity going full pace now. Dorito over the top. Here comes Racebull, but he's beaten by apparently Jack. CRR puts it towards Racebull. Can there be a boost steal? Can there be a pass? Can there be something? No, I've got him charging it down, but apparently Jack mistimes the doink.
Complexity almost looks boost-starved at this point, and Gen.G are playing on that, sending one upfield, prepping for the long clears into the Complexity half, but Complexity's got other plans right now. They're in that Gen.G side. Dorito trying to make a challenge onto one, goes past him, goes for the bump. This ball headed back to the blue side as CRR, his touch pops this one up into the sky.
Well, Complexity, they're going full pace now. Will that fall into Gen.G's hands? They like playing teams like this. They like keeping them at bay and then countering. And they like bringing control and structure to the chaos. First Killer, he wants to send this one down. Not quite able to. Racebull's challenge is good, but it's not good enough. And Chronic doubles the lead.
Gen.G are 91 seconds away from the playoffs, away from the crowd. They want this more than anything. You just gotta hold on.
And to talk about how Gen.G love this play style, despite the ball being in their half a lot, they've only had 1 shot against them and 7 for themselves. Statistically, a dominant game 4 for Gen.G. On the pitch to the eye test, not quite that in my opinion, but they are 2-0 up, and that's all that matters.
And you're gonna keep it going. Knowing Gen.G, they wanna make it 3-0 if possible. No boost in the tank. Dorito last-minute attempts are about to start being made as this one goes on target. Crazy goal line save there from Chronic, and Complexity continues to shoot.
Chronic just sends it long after flapping the ball away on the goal line. First Killer, can he be the one to kill it? He gets one more touch. It's apparently Jack! Gen.G surely are gonna survive the Swiss.
And you would need almost a miracle against this squad right now to be able to catch up with 55 seconds to go. Gen.G, you already know them. We've seen them throughout all the qualifiers. This is about to be some of the most clinical Rocket League we have seen from them.
And the kickoff doesn't even go neutral. It falls to Gen.G, making it even more difficult. Complexity have to dig the ball out their own half first. Then they've got to score 3. It's getting harder and harder by the split second. Here's First Killer. But he's challenged by Dorito. Can they let Complexity in? Desperate just for one opportunity, one chance, something to take forward, but they're all way too close to the ball, not able to manipulate it where they need to, and First Killer can clear it away.
There you have it, 24 seconds between Gen.G and the playoffs. Apparently, Jack, maybe he can find one more. 18 seconds to go. Complexity, all you can do is throw yourself at this ball, but it's too little, too late. 10 seconds left in the Swiss stage for Complexity. You just enjoy it while you can, and it's a fight to the end. Gen.G Mobile One Racing are headed to the playoffs.
As for Complexity, they wanted to make top 8 and they came so tantalizingly close. But when you're up against a team like Gen.G, the most recent winners in North America, close isn't good enough, nearly isn't good enough. And any mistake Complexity made, Gen.G punished ruthlessly.
Oh man, it was a fight. I feel like the series scoreline isn't an accurate representation of just how close that actually was. But towards the end, Gen.G, we know them, we love them. Those guys thrive on momentum, and that is all that they had throughout the entire series.
Yeah, special mention to Chronic as well. As we were saying throughout, I think mechanically, he was the real difference maker.
He really and truly was. I do want to put a spotlight onto Chronic as well. I think he was such a great initiator. I think anytime Chronic is an initiator in a series, that is one to be afraid of.
Yeah, a terrifying player on his day. You know, bursting onto the scene at the start of last season, winning that first major, and now potentially history repeating itself. They did have to go through all 5 series in the Swiss, but everything pretty much resets now. You know, when you're in the playoffs, single a limb, and they're more than capable of beating anyone in a best of 7.
Exactly. Everything just to start over tomorrow. You go home, you celebrate just a little bit at the hotel, you get a good night's rest, and you remember that tomorrow is a new day.
Yeah, all they had to do was survive the Swiss, and they have done that. It would have been lovely to have gone 3-0. Would have been lovely to have avoided 3 series of Rocket League, but instead they had to just keep on fighting, keep on scrapping. And I mean, yeah, we mentioned earlier on, First Killer. Could this be his tournament?
You know what? I'm not jinxing. I'm not doing it. I don't want anybody from NA coming at me for this one, but I do think First Killer has been such a great addition to this squad. And First Killer hasn't even showed us his true potential yet. We all know that there is so much more left in that bag, and that boy is a land boy.
As for Complexity, I mean, arriving here second in South America behind Furia, and they performed.
Oh yeah, Complexity looked incredible. I think that the performance that they gave us throughout the entire Swiss is something that you should definitely be proud of. And yeah, there's nothing short of congratulations to Gen.G.
Well, Gen.G, they managed to survive a gauntlet. All 5 series in the Swiss, the hardest way you can possibly do it, and they have managed. And now with, I'm not sure who is one of them, and he's with Leaf.
I'm down here with App Jack himself after a victory. App, you walked up to me here and you're kind of you're shaking something off there. And you're like, what a day. Can you walk me through that real quick?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, 2-0 to start, you know, the tournament then obviously, you know, we have to finish off 3-2. Start off the day with figuring out that I've lost my thumb grip of 8 years, basically. So I had to get used to a new, like, a new thumb grip on my controller. And that, like, yeah, I don't know. So it was just a crazy day. One of my worst days that I've ever had, but we'll take it, we'll take it.
You know, I mean, not to downplay it, you're always like, okay, that's a lot. Like when you have a routine, something that you're with, to lose. Yeah, no, I think we can all feel that vibe out there. How are you going to find a new one? Can you get a new one in time?
Maybe, we'll see. But I'm just going to grind tonight and try and get used to it for tomorrow. But I slowly got better throughout the day and more used to it. But yeah, we'll see. I'll be better for tomorrow, that's for sure. But at least we got through.
You did, and you know what? Hey, even if you're still feeling shaky, you got great teammates beside you, locking in. Talk to me about Chronic, because I mean, the casters were just saying Chronic was locking in, clutch, helping the team really perform.
Yeah, Chronic played absolutely incredible that series. I think First Killer played really, really well in the K-Corp loss. Even though we lost, he did play really well, and Chronic absolutely popped off that series. So yeah, shout out to my teammates. They're absolutely fantastic and lifted me up when I'm down for sure.
Right. And First Killer specifically too, obviously bringing him onto the squad, phenomenal player. And sometimes you always worry, okay, do we adjust to them? Do they adjust to us? What was the integration process? Do you feel it's locked in now? Because earlier season felt like there was some just adjustments to be made.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a little bit of both. Obviously, the new player has to get kind of used to the new team, and the team has to get used to the new player, right? There's also like environment things, different personalities and stuff like that. But First slots into the team really, really nicely. When we're playing really well, you guys can see on the pitch we're really kind of cohesive with him, and off the pitch we get on really, really well, and the vibe is incredible no matter what. So yeah, it's good.
Good. And you mentioned, again, a bit rough getting here. You had a couple losses. Good teams, though. K-Corp, Furia. You can't be too mad. And I feel like if there's any team that can... Okay, I guess maybe you aren't. You can't be all super mad, though, because I think as a team, you're one of those teams that really can take those losses as a real good learning experience.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, K-Corp and Furia, fantastic teams. They're playing really, really well, especially Furia, they're doing really well. Those series, again, we didn't play great. I definitely didn't play well at all, but it could have still gone either way. I think there were some times that we'll look back on and realize that we should have held on to a lead when we didn't, and making some uncharacteristic mistakes. But, you learn from the losses. As long as you get through, right?
Right. And you got through. So that's what matters now. Just one more before I let you go here and try to get used to your new thumbstick. LG Vitality up next. I just need your prediction. Who's carrying on through?
LG Vitality. I'm going to back my NA boys.
All right.
Luminosity got it.
Hey, I like it. Sticking to it. You got through. Good luck with the thumbstick, by the way. As I said, one more to go. We're almost through our Swiss round. Heading into the last, one more to go. All of the lives have been used up, and a loss means no playoffs. A win means things just get harder as you step towards Championship Sunday.
NA finally has some representatives in the playoffs. G2 and Gen.G making it through in various fashions.
It ain't over, teammates.
Is
North
that over?
America, they're here to play. 2 in the top 8. My voice is going. It's a long day. Gen.G coming out on top. G2 as well.
You gotta watch your punches,
We're still
man.
fighting, man.
You're really close, man. You got some
I'm
really,
not fighting
you
at
got
all.
some really
Over
long
here.
arms wingspan over there, bro.
Not only Gen.G, but G2, a perfect sweep over Power. So both OC teams go out on perfect sweeps. Not what you want.
And G2 and by perfect sweeping, they have another date with BDS. A rematch of today will happen tomorrow. BDS versus G2. That's one of our locked-in matches alongside Carmine versus Falcons.
Can they win more than one game? It's going to be a question, folks. But Complexity putting up a great fight in this match. They tried their best, but Gen.G feeling too strong at the end of the Swiss.
Yeah, they definitely did. I think this was a crazy matchup. I knew it was going to be decently close between them just because Complexity aren't to be counted out by no means. But at the end of the day, Gen.G, they thrive with their backs against the wall. They're one of the most consistent teams I've ever seen. And this isn't even Gen.G at full form.
It's not, but we might not ever see full form because apparently Jack's controller is now dead. So
apparently.
Okay.
So now he has to play with a new controller. He's not happy about it. He was very distraught about that. But Complexity did put up a fight to battle at least here to game 4. But Gen.G, just a little bit too much, base.
Honestly, I think they played their best game, as in Gen.G played their best game of the whole entire tournament here. I know Jack said he played bad, but FK in particular has just been improving and improving and improving. Chronic, I think he played his best series so far. Even if Jack, he's a little distraught a little bit because for some reason he's been using the same thumbstick for the last 8 years. Maybe we should have fixed that for the first place, Jack. But even if he is a little distraught, Gen.G, they're looking really great right now. And then now they're waiting to see what happens in this next matchup to see whether they play Furia or General Mates.
I just want to know where he got that thumbstick.
Yeah, that lasted 8 years.
Honda? Like what?
No, that's what I'm saying, because the thumbstick definitely has stick drift or some form of that, because there's no way it's still that perfect with him slapping it around that much. That's crazy.
I don't understand.
It's like the person in your friend group who learned how to just play with the lag, and then finally the first time you give him on 0 ping, they don't know what to do. He's like so good with the stick drift.
Just play on CRTs. You're like, oh, wait.
That's why he's distraught. He's like, I know I can't replicate this stick drift. I'm going to be bad for the next few months here. We'll see what happens, folks. But we got a crazy match that went down there. Only one more match to go on the day before we are done. And again, you can see the teams putting through here. Now, we should have 2 teams into our qualified matches at this point, G2 and Gen.G through to qualifications, while Power and Complexity are out, which does leave us just this one match left here. One match left on the day, and we'll get into it in just a moment.
And not only that, if Luminosity pulls off the unbelievable, North America will have 3 teams in the top 8. Europe will only have 3 teams in the top 8. It's possible.
It would be
the storyline.
It'd be something.
But Luminosity, this feels like a David versus Goliath if we've ever seen one here. Luminosity Gaming coming up from the 0-2. They've won 2 rounds in a row to get to this point, but Vitality, the reigning Rocket League champions of the world, Bates.
I mean, they are the reigning Rocket League world champions, but I will say this, they haven't looked like the same team that won all the way back in August in Rotterdam. And when you're going up against Culture, and the reason I bring up Culture all the time is because my man Greg, aka Raw Greg, the coach, he said we're building something special over there in Illuminati. And listen, it's a new day. They're 2-0 on this day, and that's all that matters. They've been looking really solid against the OG squad that looked really good in spades here. So I really want to see what they can do right now.
But T-Bates, you kept talking about culture. Who'd you pick in that last match, OG or Luminosity?
Don't worry about that.
Okay. And who did I pick? It was the first time I picked Luminosity, and they got the win.
Well, maybe you should
all right,
pick them again, because maybe you're helping them out.
Cheese, they found their form. 0-2. They're 2-0 today. It's a brand new day. Herc, what are they going to do to win this? Can they win this?
Yeah, they definitely can. Okay. Listen, I've been an OG stan since day 1 of the split. I was doing all the unofficial, unpaid streams for that squad because I believed in them. All right, and I'm sticking with them through to the end. But no, it is not impossible. I think we've all noticed Vitality, like T-Base said, it's not the same exact team that we saw back in Rotterdam, which makes this a little bit more doable, especially for a team like this coming off the win on OG. That's huge.
They do have a lot of momentum here. And then Magic Bear. I think if you look at Magic Bear, you look at Cheese, and the way that like every match, especially for Cheese, they're gonna get more and more comfortable as they get more and more LAN experience under their belt. This team should, in theory, be getting better.
It's possible, but they're going up against the reigning world champions, the reigning two-time RLCS LAN champions, and there's always a period after you win a world championship that, you know, you kind of falter at times. But like BDS last time around didn't even make it to their major. Vitality did, though, the European 3 seed, and there is still time to be back-to-back LAN champions.
Possible.
If they win here, they're on the same footing as everyone else with 1 life, and honestly, in a best of 7, they could be favorites.
Listen, in their 2 losses, they lost to Furia in a game 5 where they ended up double committing. Furia did outplay them in that game 5, but it was an uncharacteristic mistake from a Vitality team. Their other loss here, they ended up losing, I believe, to Falcons earlier in round 4, and that's another team who's made it, who's been playing really solid. So to say Vitality, they kind of had a tougher road at LG so far, and I think they've been playing pretty solid. Zen's been great, but it really comes down to this young man all the way on the end. Rattle, we haven't seen the Rattle bounce all LAN, Herc. Is it gonna happen here?
You know what? Honestly, I kind of hope so. Give him a challenge. This guy has been fairly quiet, and I know the second that he wakes up, he's staring at me. He's like, I'm on my way, Herc. I'll do it. I got you. I'm back.
I love that you described if he's playing well enough to get the bounce going, that finally LG will get a challenge out of this. Finally see LG test.
Somebody's got to be the NA copium.
Well, hey, listen, I'm loving the energy here. Hashtag LG, hashtag VIT to tell us who you think is going to win in chat there. So we take a look at Fairy Peak, another world champion. Raw Greg on the other side here.
And I will say that Vitality, they have been not as synergized as normal, and Luminosity in that last game against OG. Now, I know it's NA versus NA, but Reynolds was chasing more than he has the whole entire LAN, and he was disrupting every single thing that OG was trying to create. And Vitality, if they're going to keep double committing like that, if they're going to keep leaving Rattle back, or maybe even Zen in some awkward situations, all it takes is Rattle coming around the corner, hitting you once, hitting you twice, and then it's in your net.
It's possible. They did lose against OG in game 1. And not only that, in game 3, they were up 4-1. They let OG come back, but they still won that game. Perseverance, you know? Like, there are going to be times when you're up and down, but Luminosity in Open Qualifier 1, they went 3-2 in Swiss. In Open Qualifier 2, they went 3-2 in Swiss. In Open Qualifier 3, guess what? Went 3-2 in Swiss. Luminosity loves Swiss. They did this on purpose.
And listen, let me give you some more hope if you're a Luminosity fan. You got LG Corelli on Twitter, and he's tweeting out the good graphics here. Last time, one of the times that Reynolds played Vitality, guess where? DreamHack Montreal, that man became a champ. 4-2 against Renault Vitality back in the day. He knows how to be a Vitality team that was world champions, reigning world champions, even back then in 2019.
He stood on his desk. I don't think he's allowed to anymore, but he'll try. He'll try.
Imagine.
Could you imagine we get that back?
I can't imagine.
He might stand on the desk at the end of the
it. He just might here.
Also, listen, I know we don't. I got to shout out one more person on Twitter. Also, chat, I'm helping you out as well. What you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want to go to @ArsenalRL. That's all I'm gonna say. I go @ArsenalRL and just hit that retweet button, hit that like button, because it might end up being very good.
Very lucrative.
Very lucrative for you.
Very lucrative for you there. So Arsenal putting his money up there, but no one believes, honestly. Like, 1% believes, and that might just be Herc. I'm not really sure that Luminosity is going to win this series versus Vitality.
I would say, Luminosity's been building, they are building a culture. They've been building fans all season. This fan vote that is running right now, it's going to be closer than it has any business
Europe
being.
might be asleep at this point now, and NA's awake. So.
All I'm saying is that chat better be smart, because chat, you and me are tied now. The last thing you want to do is go down 1 going into Elimination Saturday, because once it's bracket time, I'm going 7 for 7.
Oh, yeah, sure,
Okay,
it's okay.
So the fewer NA teams there are in the bracket, the better chance.
The better chance you have of predicting.
Yeah, Bates has their predicting. I don't know.
Herc, stay over there on the end.
I like Herc on the desk. We should bring her in more often. I don't know.
Off the presses. But listen, Herc, I want you to break down the gameplay for me, because I know you're about to go with Luminosity. I know you are.
Okay.
So tell me, how does Luminosity beat Vitality?
Simple. You feed the bear.
Okay, feed the bear.
Feed the bear. Well, I think this is really important here, Gibbs, that we have to address the fact that this has been a very long day.
Yes.
And whether you are playing, whether you are casting, or whether you are sitting around waiting for a match, all of that eats at your energy as a competitor here. So who is going to be able to like just play the cleanest game? You're not going to see the best Rocket League gameplay out of either of these teams. Who's ever to do able to just play the cleanest of the two?
But the last time we saw someone play a really long day was probably Spring Major Vitality, that lower bracket run, where Farrah came out at that time when he was that coach, and he was like, "We need your energy." So Vitality's been here before, and they have become champions based on that. So again, another card Vitality's favorite.
Well, we're gonna start on this end over here. I've got Vitality. The coin has got Vitality on orange. So let's see if they stay with orange. Nope, they're gonna be going Luminosity. The coin's got Luminosity. Can the coin get one here? Bates, who you got?
Listen, when you're building a brand, when you're building a team, you gotta build the culture, and that's what Luminosity's doing. I think they're on the up and up, but they're not gonna be able to beat the world champs right here. Not right now. It's too early. 2-2 is a good spot. Give me Vitality. The reigning world champs make it to Saturday.
There's only one thing that I would love more than Corelli and Spaceman being happy is me being right. So I am gonna go Vitality here because I just can't. I just cannot pick against them here. Everything says Vitality should win this. So yes, Vitality.
I thrive when you all pick against me. I love it. I'm going LG. I can't not. I've been going this entire time. I got the OG win over them too. It's too good. I can't not do it. I'm going LG. The staring freaks me out, Bates. I know I'm really good at this. I'm sorry. It's just natural.
I love the symmetry we've got in the predictions down here too.
Nice.
It's the swarm hovering above.
And their logo is a coin, so it
is kind of a coin there, folks. And they are going to be good. The chat's favorites here. I told you it's going to be closer than it should be there. My goodness.
I told you they got a culture, man.
Split completely. We'll see what happens, folks. The final game of the day is ready to go, and we could not be more excited for the Swiss to be closing out here, folks. To close out the Swiss, to complete the playoffs, to possibly send another North American team through, or to send the world champs into the bracket, folks. It's Vitality versus Luminosity.
It has been a long week so far. It has been a long day, but for both these teams, excuses do not matter. It is all about going ahead and getting the victory, or you are out.
Earlier on, Gen.G avoided being reverse swept in the Swiss with their victory over Complexity. Now, Luminosity attempt to achieve reverse sweeping the Swiss. One of the more difficult things to achieve in Rocket League, but they've gone to 5 every single time. They'll be used to this. Vitality, not so much.
Vitality got very used with this roster to obliterating these tournaments. And a little bit of a struggle over in Boston where they got to Worlds. Well, walked their way through to a World Championship. Now they are down the wrong side of this Swiss bracket. Jeez. Oh, and Rettles both went. So Magic Bear has to play cleanup duty, at least for now.
A little bit shaky early doors from Luminosity. The last thing that Hercules and the coin will possibly have wanted. And the 58% of chat that predicted they'd win this one. But the defending will do more to ease their nerves. Magic Bear, a massive block on the goal line. Rettles can come away with the ball. He has Cheese in the center. Can he get it to him? A few touches over, Zed. Where's this one going to land? Only as far as Alpha.
Luminosity didn't really have anybody in position to attack that if that went through. They will need that belief at times because they are not going to get many clean-cut opportunities. A lot of them will just be outplays and you've got to barrel it over the line. Here goes Alpha, backboard, Rettles isn't going to get there. That shot not going to trouble Luminosity.
You expect a little bit more there from Radosin after all the good work to tee him up, but it's the first real glint of an opportunity for Vitality. This could be the second. A massive demo comes in, and listen to that roar.
Luminosity paused, and Vitality would not let them get away with it. You cannot stay still against this offense.
Now just keep on coming. They missed the first chance. That's the only one Luminosity are going to get, you expect. Huge favorites in this one, the French world champions, and for good reason, but Luminosity have weapons of their own, none more so than Cheese. The mechanics behind their surge into this Copenhagen major.
Up goes Radosin. What support does he have at the moment? He doesn't really need it. He's going to take on everybody. Get some bumps as well on Cheese, so it is up to Magic Bear to buy his team some time. That demo helped out an awful lot. It's Vitality. We'll just have to, well, I was going to say reconsider the rotation, but when Alpha's cutting rotation like that, it'll be Luminosity that needs to stay on their toes.
Pinch almost did something for them. It might in the end still. Radosin, can he get the dunk? Not quite on this occasion. Rettles is able to get a couple of touches and send this one away. Luminosity pinned back in their own half. Cheese has made a mistake. Alpha makes it 2.
Was it a mistake or was it being hassled? Let's take a look. Zen's on the hunt and she's had to dive out of the way. Vitality 2, Luminosity 0, and almost 100% territory has been in this blue side of the field.
Job one then for Luminosity is get the ball away. That kickoff is the last thing they would have wanted. Suddenly it's 3.
This is getting out of hand. Magic Bear hoped for the pinch to the side, didn't happen. Option B was not around. Team Vitality well in control.
And this is what you need if you're Team Vitality. I mean, Gibbs mentioned it on the desk. It has been a grinding day for every single player here, and that can be a leveler. Team Vitality flying out the blocks like this, maybe will be able to just reassert their dominance.
Well, 2 losses for Vitality so far against Furia. I guess fair enough when it comes to the way that team's playing. Against Falcons as well. Struggled to deal with Sam and Mina. Have not so far struggled with North America. Now from Rettles. Can he get his team at least on the board, get something working, get something going for them as G's fires wide.
Yeah, you got to be taking these opportunities for Luminosity. Going to have that final touch. Reynolds might take it. Radosin just tracked him as his car hovered. Zen towards Alpha. One more goal from Vitality would really kill this first game, but Luminosity, to their credit, starting to work their way into things, starting to ask 1 or 2 questions from Team Vitality. I think they're relying on the solo plays. That seems to be their best way of breaking through the orange defense.
Bit of a slow play there from Magic Bear. Not really much for a choice. Luminosity have been very low on boost for quite some time now. 2 minutes remaining. Zed realizes he's got some time, and he goes up to work his magic. And the Bear will try and meet him. Does very well just to shield his team away from any danger.
Yeah, he was just waiting there, praying and hoping that Zen wouldn't do anything unable to be dealt with. And that one just almost goes in from Rettles. A bit of a snapshot towards the Vitality goal line. Magic Bear being shocked here by Radosin. So I've definitely been impressed with Luminosity since they conceded that 3rd goal. It's been something of a step up, but do they have the next gear, or are Vitality just waiting to pounce?
Oh, here comes Alpha, backboard. Well covered there by Rettles, but that is not where they want the ball at the moment. Zen drops it down, ceiling just to recover. Just over a minute left here. Luminosity are running out of time to really get anything going. This is the chance! 2 players commit on the stop. Up goes Cheese, and he's put it high! That had to go in!
He's been sinking those all season, but now here, when it matters most, unable to do the same again, but will that give Luminosity confidence? The chances, the sighters have been had. Cheese misses on the wall there. Rettles is able to get it over Alpha. They are managing to bypass the Vitality defense, at least at the front of the pitch. Can they get it back towards the Vitality goal? Radosin up against Cheese. Rettles into the center. Magic Bear. Luminosity really building up ahead of steam right now. Magic Bear gets the flip reset. Alpha was already up and Zen completes the job. More half chances though for Luminosity.
Vitality have been happy just to fully commit to these challenges as Radosin will walk that one in. 4-0. Vitality bookends this match with goals either side.
Luminosity, they were stepping up their game, but you did sort of get the sense that after those chances had been missed, Team Vitality were just waiting to counter, waiting to strike. And to be fair, Shogun, 4-0 is not an unfair result for this first game.
Definitely not. Luminosity will have an awful lot of things to figure out, and not very much time to do it. They have gone the long way around this tournament. Both these teams really have. But Luminosity are looking for the reverse sweep of the bracket as Radosin. No, we're not getting fooled by this, mate. You're trying to lure everyone back into a false sense of security.
Yeah, it's like, oh, it is Radosin having one of his days.
Oh no, I missed, guys. Yeah. Look at that.
Classic me, classic silly Radosin. We know
only me, mate. Only me.
We know what you're capable of, Radosin. We know what you're probably going to do over the next few games if your opponent's Luminosity allow you to do it. He has a calming bottle of water. Always an entertaining player as Radosin, one of the more chaotic players in the sort of French top 4 that we have in Europe. With Luminosity, it's another puff of the cheeks. But looking at the scores, the shots, there are actually more there for Luminosity, 9 compared to Vitality's 6. So, ruthless from Vitality.
Yeah, I do feel it's well, obviously it's a bit misleading because I'm trying to remember many great chances. The only one that's really popping to mind is the Cheese shot that it needed to go in. And that is, it's one of those situations where you've got a great opportunity, you kind of wish you didn't ever get it now because
well, now you're kind of deflated.
Yeah, I mean, they did have looks at the Vitality goal, and maybe going into game 2, they can tell themselves, we'll start again at 0-0. Maybe things will work out, but they have to start the game a lot better. Going, what, 3-0 down to Vitality in the first sort of minute and a half, 2 minutes? The last thing they would have wanted.
I just point out that previous shot, I was very tempted to stealing the box to look taller than Cole, but I've admitted to my fate, he's taller than me.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah, it's a bit harsh. What also would be very harsh is winning 2 series today and still not making it through. That is the potential fate here for Luminosity. They've put themselves on the rough end of the stick. Limitless taken down, OG taken down, but is Vitality a step too far?
I mean, that's the way it goes. The more series you win, the more difficult the opponents will be, and there are very few here that are trickier to face than Team Vitality, despite the fact that they are here in round 5 of the Swiss. Zen, the world champion, once upon a time deemed immortal in Rocket League. Redosa puts that to the backboard. All 3 are involved. It could be another early goal for Vitality. It is. It's an Alpha goal.
It's Alpha styling, knew what he wanted the moment he got here. Reset gained, double tap used, 1-0 Vitality, and 5-0 on the series.
The last thing Luminosity would have wanted. Back to the drawing board yet again, 13 seconds in, and all the talk of a brand new game, a chance to recoup. It's just gone straight away. Zen charges in there. Redosin is waiting for that ball. Alpha should be able to take the ball for himself. Luminosity trying to charge Vitality down, but they're just prodding it past them now.
Yeah, the problem is they're playing at a pace that Vitality often aren't engaging in. I feel like Luminosity are outplaying somebody in the midfield that isn't there most of the time. This is the best chance. G's looking for Alpha. Alpha wasn't the one he needed, but Zen's had a bit of an argument with the crossbar. Up goes Rettles, down goes Rettles, but no ball with him.
G's gets half a sight on goal here. Redosima's on the backboard. There's all sorts of Luminosity players there, and they get their equalizer.
They just did not give it up. Running out of boost did not matter. Let's go for it anyway. And they managed to put it behind Redosin.
It's a decent finish that. They knew Redosin were coming into the center, so just put it behind him, as you say, Shogun. An impressive shot choice there to get Luminosity on the scoreboard. A fake kickoff as well. Luminosity reaching into their box of tricks. Will it pay off? Not quite on this occasion. Zen into the center, but for once, there's no one on the other end of the pass, and now we have a counter. Magic Bear hooks it towards Rettles. Luminosity take the lead.
Well, hello. What have we got here? Rattles on the end, and you can see how quickly Magic Bear made that decision. He's gonna fake out. I'm gonna go top corner. Last second, changed it up. Infield to Rattles, 2-1.
We have to remember, this is Swiss round 5. This is Luminosity's domain. Going to this point in all 3 open qualifiers in North America. There's nothing new here. The long days are simple to them at this point. Here's Rettle to the ceiling. Alpha has to charge him down. Cheese takes a touch. If he can come online mechanically, Luminosity might just have something here, but it's Rettles that it falls to the ceiling. Is anyone following it up? They were, but it's sent to the side.
That was so unbelievably awkward as well, so there's no good clear available for Vitality. Magic Bear gonna play it for himself. Alpha not too happy to let him do so. Vitality now playing a lot more of this game in their own side of the field. Zen back to himself, good control, and unfortunately nothing afterwards. He's demoed. What passing option is there? Well, unfortunately, Redosin just behind the pass. Can't really do much with it.
Team Vitality just have to keep their patience and not be dragged into Luminosity's game, the midfield scrap they were trying to initiate earlier. Vitality will have chances, they will have ball control. Right now, this is Luminosity's purple patch, and Luminosity, to be fair, have made the most of it. They might get a third. It's cut across, but Zen was there.
I do love Luminosity are prioritizing Vitality's back 100s. Just keep stealing them. Do not let Vitality really power their way out of bad situations, and you can see Vitality are scrambling to try and keep up.
On the other side, Luminosity starting to bounce in their chairs, starting to believe it was Jesus Dunk. Rettles, the man they needed down the other end, didn't have too much goal to aim for, but squeezed it into that bottom corner. Luminosity have daylight.
NA could have the perfect round 5. This keeps up. Off the backboard, Rattles again!
But
this might be done for the distance.
They just keep on coming, Luminosity, from the kickoff this time. Magic Bear, he beat Redosin, all ends up. Rettles did the same to Zen. Luminosity are alive.
Alive and thriving. Vitality, shell-shocked at the moment. What on earth has happened for the last 2 minutes? Good block, but now Rettles, who has been such a menace on the opposite side of the field, doesn't need to do that anymore. It's all about keeping this 3-goal lead.
Team Vitality, still your world champions, need we remind you. Still the current RLCS LAN champions. They're the RLCS major champions. The perfect end to last season. But if Luminosity keep playing like this, it could go up in smoke. Jeez, oh, it's another demo. It's a beauty.
You said it might all go up in smoke. And Rettles thought that was a great idea!
He thought it was a challenge. He's like, yeah, go on then. Why not? 5-1. Do not adjust your sets, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. That is a response. That is not the kickoff. Rettles back down. First one to it will be Alpha 54. He'll be wondering, he'll just be blinking at the moment. Is that scoreline correct? What on earth has happened? Zen, oh, what a beautiful fake. Oh my goodness, he's just made them look silly.
Well, suddenly, Team Vitality give themselves a sniff here in Game 2 from that fake from Zen. Cheese was up. Zen, he still has that creativity in his back pocket. Vitality will not be pleased of how this second one has gone so far, but maybe that just snaps them out of their funk.
They do have the time. I don't really know if they've got the kickoffs at the moment. Somehow, I think Luminosity have had the better of them, which is not what many would have expected coming into this tournament. Off the backboard, Radosin wanted the double tap. Rettles has it covered. Zen keeps control, but only momentarily.
Magic Bear leaves that one for Radosin. There was a key touch earlier on from Rettles when Vitality looked like they were in straight from that kickoff, despite losing it initially. Alpha takes a touch to the side, and he has boost as well. Acres of space to gallop into. He goes to the ceiling. This could be key. Alpha 54 slows it down.
Where is everyone?
There with him? Shogun, where were they?
Well, it was a one-man army, and unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Radosin into the center now. Zen puts that one back. Radosin's just waiting. There's a miss from Luminosity. It's still shaky defensively from them. That's been their problem this entire tournament, but they do get the ball away. Magic Bear and Rettles tripping over each other. Vitality's so close to being let in. Luminosity just about keeping that door shut.
Boost tolls at the moment starting to get a little bit iffy for Luminosity. Rettles will be the one mainly tasked at the moment. They have got everything back. Towards the backboard, Cheese. Looking for the outplay. Zen's already up there. So is Magic Bear. 35 seconds. And if Luminosity can keep this out, they should be fine.
Oh, Alpha almost got Rettles. Not quite, though. Rettles held his nerve. And maybe Luminosity have done enough to take this game, especially as Rettles sends it wide, though. Magic Bear, huge win. And you can chalk it now. Luminosity are going to take the second.
And it wasn't with one type of goal. They beat them so many different ways. Luminosity won. Vitality won. Have we got an upset in the making? Or is chat actually just geniuses?
I mean, chat may well be geniuses. I don't know who the coin went for, I can't even remember, but I mean, Hercules as well. She believed, but most importantly, these three players and their coach believed.
Well, that is the sort of result that will make a lot of believers. If it was maybe a one-goal game, you'd still think Vitality are well in control, but those stats do not lie to you. That is blue favored all the way.
Rettles, 719 points. A huge performance from their experienced player here at these RLCS LANs and other LANs as well. Bursting onto the scene all those years ago, and here he is, still leading his team, one of the great captains in Rocket League history. And you just know his calm, stoic presence was paramount for Luminosity having this turnaround.
I'm really just hoping we get to see what might be one of the most violent goals I've ever seen.
Including Rettles as well. I think he got 2, maybe 3 demos.
He did wipe out an entire team.
Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Very peak. Over to you.
Yeah, very peak. That's a bit of a problem to fix there, my friend. Vitality, they have been in these positions before. They have bounced back from these positions. And it'll be up to them to do so.
You feel like when there's a best of 7 and the tactical timeout were available, that would be an instant tactical timeout,
yes,
even at this early stage in the series, because something went categorically wrong there for Team Vitality, just as much as it went right for Luminosity. But here in a best of 5, even at this stage of the Swiss, you don't have that opportunity. You have to roll straight with it into Game 3.
Something that Luminosity have done an awful lot. There's another demo. The answer for Luminosity has been Hellfire and Brimstone. Rettles out to Cheese. Follow up, however, that's across the face of goal. Zen's not quite there. Oh, does feel like that has happened a few times now for Vitality. Just need to be able to get themselves positioned when they do make a breakthrough. Alpha, is he going to drop? Oh, that's on the goal line. And again, there's no one quite ready.
There's no one quite ready except for Magic Bear, who was there. The savior once more for Luminosity. Zen sends it forward up against Magic Bear. Zen manages to get it past him. Vitality have started this game back to their old self, but still have yet to show anything for it. Redosin to the ceiling. If Luminosity can hold for the next minute or so, then Vitality may well begin to get frustrated.
Alpha, oh, he's already aiming for Retzels, but do not play that game against Retzels. He's the one that invented it. Jeez, wants the block, doesn't end up needing it. Vitality looked somewhat out of sorts. Like, this is not the pace they are used to playing. Zen with a bit of time. They put off a little bit by the attempt at a demo. Luminosity finally getting to see some of the orange side of the field. Let's see what they can do with it.
Well, nothing so far because Vitality just coming back over and over again. But finally, as you mentioned, Shogi, Luminosity having some control here of their own. They shoot, it's weak, but it's something to cling on to keep building upon. Cheese, he stays forward. They're doing that bravely and gamely right now, Luminosity. Retzels takes a touch, keeps his boost as well. 70 to play with. But his first touch, or his second touch, sorry, was weaker than it should have been, and he was tackled. Now it falls to Cheese. He's just past Zen, who's flopping towards it. Not quite happening for Vitality. Luminosity having all the ball.
They just don't have the read on Luminosity at the moment. Every single time they expect one thing to happen, something else entirely is. Oh. Zen up towards the backboard. First touch, pretty weak. He will still recover it for a pass. Maybe get attempt number 2, but with no boost spawning and only 18 to his name, didn't really feel comfortable going for a second try.
Somewhat staggered right now, Team Vitality, and Luminosity will be overjoyed about that. Zen, though, can he change that? We know he can in a heartbeat. He fakes out that one, actually gets the bump on Retzels. Magic Bear, another massive save.
Just didn't have the zest on the shot to get it across the line. Powering the ball long. Zen, out to Alpha. Decides to pop up. Redosin is going looking for demos. He's got one, which leaves Alpha 1v1 against the Bear, who is just too big.
Gets his third save of the game, and they've all been quality as well from Magic Bear. A huge defensive performance from him. And now he charges forward, trying to attack this bull. Has to just watch and hope his team can keep this one out. There's a demo there. Alpha, wow, the amount of power on that bull. Where did that all come from? Doesn't matter because Luminosity survive it.
Yeah, I think Alpha would have preferred anything else, to be honest. He might have been able to actually aim the shot after it came off the backboard. Oh, and actually a couple of fakes. Retzels moves in, not the best touch. Cheese will turn, claim the 100, not claim the ball. He's gonna back down and wait for Redosin to come to him, hand it off with a silver platter, and Magic Bear turned up a tad too early.
Retzels can't beat Redosin to that one, but Redosin's got no boost, it's not spawned either. Will that lead to issues in defense? Cheese up against Zen, who says, nah, send it forward, get it back down blue territory. We need reinforcements, they'll have them until Cheese takes them out. Down in the corner, another big demo coming in from LG.
This has not been the cleanest series you will see. And for Luminosity, that will suit them at the moment. Vitality, not the finesse that we've got used to from them. Zen, bump for his troubles, but Alpha is there in support.
Again!
And Magic Bear, with one of the defensive performances of all time. He cannot get that ball past him.
Retzels tries to help his teammate out. Magic Bear is following. If he can top this off with a goal, it will be one of the better land performances in a single game that you'll see. Cheese bumps it past a couple of them. Retzels tries to get the touch but can't do it. Zen might have broken through. Can he get Cheese? Oh, look at that. Nerves of steel from the land debutants.
Cool, calm, composed, still 0-0. Vitality have been the better of the two. They don't have anything for it. Alpha with Redosin looking to bump against Cheese. That's not going to work. In comes Zen. Looks to take another challenge. Rattles this time. It's good enough. 0-0, 20 seconds.
Overtime is approaching, but maybe Luminosity have something to say about that. Redosin, he just tracks the ball. Cheese is coming in. Cheese gets the dunk. It's Magic Bear. He passes to Cheese, but the finish and the angle weren't quite there.
That might have been the time to be a bit more selfish. Now across the side. Redosin going to leave. Alpha looking for the backboard. Not looking for Magic Bear, but that's all he's found. Retzels keeps it alive.
We're going to get the overtime. This one going all the way. No goals in the first 5 5 minutes. Plenty of goal-mouth action. Will the kickoff change things? Zen versus Cheese. Cheese into the center. Radosin goes long. Vitality start off better from the kickoff. Here's Radosin, saved by Rettles.
How much longer can Luminosity keep this up? They have been under so much pressure, and it's still kept out.
Unbelievable! How is this one not getting in the back of either net? Alpha pushes it forward, but Zen, he can't do much with it. It falls for Cheese. Here's Magic Bear onto the backboard. It's a great touch from Radosin.
Radosin, who dares challenge? Actually gets it almost over the top. Rettles had to stay on his toes. Alpha wanted the passing option, instead has to shoot.
But Radosin has got full boost. He can get that one high. He wants one more touch to the backboard. Cheese swipes it away, saying no.
Alpha will be far side. Radosin tried to bump Magic Bear, so he's got him to go early. And still, we stay in overtime.
Earlier on, it was Magic Bear. Now Rettles has taken the reins as defender extraordinaire. Cheese is the player they want down the other end, but it's Zen for Vitality. Magic Bear sends it long. Maybe Cheese will be brought in. It's Radosin, though. Tries to get it Zenwards. Not going to happen. Rettles closing it down. Cheese onto the center of the goal, but Alpha can take a touch.
It is 20 shots to 3 at the moment, and we are still going on. Guess what? You just saw the 3rd shot from Luminosity. Maybe the 4th will finish this one off.
That is quite the statistic, but the one I care about is at the top there. 0-0, a minute and a half into overtime. Can Zen be the one to unlock it? Does he have the key? Of course he does!
The magician pulls it out of the hat! And when they needed it most, Vitality finally cracked the code.
12 saves for Luminosity. An unbelievable performance at the back from them. Vitality, they were just lobbing grenade after grenade. And who better than Zen to be the one to finally set off the explosion?
So Luminosity now face double elimination point. And Cole, this is where kind of sweep aside a little bit how much fun that was. Luminosity do not need the next potential 2 matches to look anything like that. You can't play that much defense.
Yeah, no, they have to get something on the ball. They have to try and get these bump and demo attempts to land because they were so effective in the last one. Team Vitality read them at the start of this one, but it was all Luminosity holding out. They did have a patch in the center of the regular game where they were getting into Team Vitality's half, but as you say, Shogi, for the most part, so much dominance against them. And then Zen, you let that man flip reset. He puts the ball wherever he fancies.
There's only so often Magic Bear can stop him. So, are we going to Champions Field or are we going home? About to find out. Luminosity will look to extend this day at least 5 minutes longer. But it really comes down to how they start this next one. They cannot afford to lose control of those 2 mid boosts and eventually get dropped into their own side of the field.
Their kickoffs haven't been the most effective part of their game either throughout this entire tournament, so the way this one starts could be paramount. Let's see. It's actually faked by Team Vitality. Zen will have boost and ball.
Yeah, Vitality brought a couple of different strategies with them. Luminosity charging forward to start this one off. They have made it very scrappy at times. Zen had to stop it. She's trying to go up, and now Luminosity might be overcommitted.
Yeah, they may well be, but that demo will change that. Magic Bear showing his game management, but Zen, he still has a chance. Magic Bear took out one. Sadly, the other was Zen.
Well, Luminosity, with their first real look at offense in some time, end up getting punished for it. Vitality 1, Luminosity 0.
And it's Zen again. A couple of goals in a row for him, and he's really warming up here. The man who didn't carry Team Vitality to all the achievements they had last season, but he was certainly key in their 3-pronged attack. The chosen one, performing again at the highest level. Here's his teammate Alpha. He's been around the block. Cheese, though, steams in. Magic Bear gets a demo. This is dangerous for Vitality, but Rettles can't quite pull the trigger.
And this is where Luminosity needs to keep the momentum up, I feel. The moment they get stuck here and start having to, especially the handbrake turns, will remove all their momentum, have to use more boost. This is much better. Rettles is out on the hunt. Now gives Magic Bear some space to give it to Rettles!
Oh, it's all from the bravery of playing in front of the ball, taking away just one defender. The amount it opens things up, and then look at that. Rettles steals the boost, turns straight in, and the pass from Magic Bear, inch perfect.
Some plays like that, I just want the camera to be fixed on Retals' car. He's dived forward, look for a demo. If I don't get it, that's fine. I'm gonna go steal your 100 boost. I'll turn around, and if things are all good, I'm gonna get a goal. And now, Luminosity have turned this around.
I love that. The camera was fixed on Retals' car, and do you know what Retals did? He turned around, and he watched Magic Bear sink a glorious double tap.
From one of the best views on the goal to the best view of your teammates scoring. Luminosity unfazed. I was very worried after the way the last game went. Yes, they were competitive, but not in a way that will beat a team like Vitality. Especially not numerous times off the backboard. Oh, that's so crucial from Cheese. And he might have to do it again. And he has done it again. Redosin has to half flip.
Such a commendable turnaround here from Luminosity. You know they would have had their coach, Raw Greg, in their ears as well. After they lost that game, it was a tough one. And they've just bounced straight back up, as they've been doing all season. One of the more impressive mentalities in the world, really, right now.
Redosin off the backboard. Had to get the challenge, does do so. So Retals has to now figure out who is actually playing this and who is coming for the demo on me. That is how high-level Rocket League is nowadays. Eyes everywhere. Who was on the ball might not actually be your biggest threat. Oh, dearie, dearie me.
Now, who was that at the back for Team Vitality? It was Redosin. He missed the ball. Magic Bear doesn't say no to that one. And Team Vitality, they're starting to look at an uphill battle.
This has gone very, very wrong, very, very quickly. Magic Bear now. Gonna back down, realize he was not gonna be able to get much going. Can Zen kickstart Vitality's game 4? Out to Redosin. Ends up not getting any contact. Alpha holding that midfield. That's a phenomenal hit. And Retals just goes. I love that Retals is just there because he's always a pest that you've got to keep an eye on.
Yeah, but Redosin is also the same. He gets it all the way back forward. Alpha coming in. Redosin, can he get round? Can he sink this one? Cheese tries to block him. Cheese achieves it. Redosin, one more pass into the center, but there's no one left.
Alpha keeps the ball up. There's no more orange cards around. Zen pre-jumped, but not for the play that actually ended up happening. Here comes Redosin looking for the bump. Narrowly misses.
See Vitality, the desperation starting to show right now. It's all a little bit stretched for them. The passers not finding their intended targets, and the shot's inaccurate. Redosin is battling gamely, to be fair to him, but his team not quite on his wavelength. Here's another example. Is anyone following this one? Retals is rolling back the years of the mechanics.
This is actually happening.
Oh,
my goodness, Luminosity. How we underestimated you.
A little shake of the head there from Retals as well, trying to keep himself composed, not get carried away. We saw earlier on in game 2 when Vitality conceded a few, they got one and things got scary again for LG. They want to avoid that. They need to continue to respect their opponents. My goodness, they're respecting themselves right now. They are playing like the online version of themselves.
And unless Vitality can get something going soon, then the crowd of Champions Field might need to warm up. Alpha, only as far as what? He might get that ball back, decides not to turn for it, prioritizing the 100 boost. Up goes Zen, instantly challenged. Luminosity not giving anything up for free.
Retals, intelligent touch into the corner. Redosin had a chance there, but at least it allowed his teammates to build up some resources again, get some boost, and begin what will no doubt be an exhausting defense. Zen tries to tee up both teammates. Neither can get it. Magic Bear rushes that one somewhat, and Zen does have the ball. Redosin gets a bump. Cheese is trying to avoid it. Surely this will be a goal. Yes, it will. Only 2.
Yeah, Cheese would have felt very happy that he avoided that first bump. Sorry enough, you've got a second one coming after you. Might have gone away from Redosin, but Alpha's still on the chase.
1 minute and 6 seconds is more than long enough for Vitality to score any number of goals, let alone 2. Now, we had an important kickoff at the start of this game. Here's another one. That one may well fall to Luminosity. It's Retals who gets the next touch. But it's a little bit weak. Alpha prods it towards Zen. Magic Bear and Cheese are up. 2, pre-jump. Here comes Redosin. He passes to Alpha. And it was read by Retals.
Luminosity have had a few times now where they could choose to challenge midfield and they are not taking it. That is worrying at the moment because you are allowing Vitality time on the ball to do what they want.
Oh, what they want.
Yeah, this is not exactly what they want whatsoever. They want to get rid of this. And Luminosity will stay here for as long as possible.
We've seen results and we've seen games like this from Vitality online so far in Europe. most namely against Carmine Corp, where they completely collapsed on this very map. If that own goal had have happened and it was threatening, it could have been the same, but now they have a chance down the other end. Redosin has to charge it down. Luminosity, they managed to wriggle it away. It's Magic Bear. He'll sink it and kill it, and we will be going to Champions Field.
The Golden Hornets look on in horror. Luminosity 5, Vitality 2, Champions Field, here we come.
There may well be a lot of very disappointed French fans when we have crowds from tomorrow here in Copenhagen. We've seen them earlier for Team Vitality, supporting them in numbers. Zen gets a touch on the ball, but it doesn't matter if he scores a worldie. They're not going to have enough time to get back into this game. Earlier on the Crown of Champions Field, they were warming up. All of them are ready now to take us there. And in a few minutes, so too will the Fat Lady be singing.
BDS made it, KC made it, Gentlemates definitely made it.
Yeah.
But if you said one team isn't, Vitality would have been very far away from many people's first pick, but Luminosity might make that a reality.
And what I adore about this Luminosity performance is that the hot player has been shifting. 1 minute, it's Magic Bear making 7 crazy saves. Then suddenly in the same game, Rettles improves. Cheese has been getting mechanical plays, you know, as well. All 3 of these players are finding their peak. They're finding the top of their game at the perfect time.
Now the question becomes, Cole, what Luminosity are we going to get in game number 5? When they have had the chances to launch forward, they have done very well. For me, the player to watch will be Rettles. Is he going to feel comfortable enough when everything is on the line to just go?
What I would say about Luminosity as well, to bring a slight negative into it, is we have seen series so far in this tournament where they concede 1 goal and it turns to 2 or 3. The key for me is if they concede first, even if they do something silly and give away a goal, not to let that affect their overall game plan and just to stick right at it.
For those of you that have joined us and watched the entire broadcast,
thank you.
This is your reward. Game 5, Luminosity versus Vitality. Who is moving on?
Rettel straight to the backboard, and we find that these long Rocket League days always have a way of doing this, making the final series the long one, the difficult one, the exhausting one. Thankfully, we can just watch on. These 6 players and their coaches, they have to battle here.
This is a sort of match, and this is a sort of series where what you do in Rocket League counts an awful lot. But the preparation outside of it, how well did you look after yourself coming into the event? How well did you manage your energy? If you haven't, oh boy, are you in trouble. Rettles looks to try and create as much trouble as possible. This one's not happening.
Rettles is desperate to get on the ball right now. He fancies this one. So did Magic Bear, but he misreads it. Somehow gets the ball again. No one from Vitality is challenging. Oddly passive there from the team in orange. In the end, it falls to Redosin, who's able to just send it long, and I think they're happy to reset.
Only as far as Alpha. That was on target, but on target is about as far as the compliments go for that shot. No real trouble for Luminosity. As Redosin is currently being hassled. Rettles, well, I was wondering what we were going to get from him. Same as usual, it seems. Now Cheese will have to get back. His teammates need to cover.
Rettles is going to get that one just as far as Zen. Let's see what he can conjure up. He's got a couple of worldies so far in this series. Would love to right now. There's a big bump coming in. Redosin with the ball fall for him. It almost is landed on by Alpha, but Rettles sends it away. Then he goes for a bump on his way out and then a swipe, because of course he does for good measure. Redosin up against Cheese. Rettles will be able to take a clean touch. Instead it's a snapshot, but Zen saw it coming.
Zen off the ceiling. Can he go any further? Not with that amount boost, he can't. Cheese's turn. Over to Magic Bear. Doesn't get the demo, but not far off.
Zen will have 100 boost yet again. He winds up another one. What's this time? So the backboard wants to send it down. Redosin gets a demo. Magic Bear gets a clearance, and Redosin can go again.
And she's wiped out Alpha, which is so important. Again, Vitality had the setup, did not have the follow-up because that player was off the field.
Luminosity will be pleased with how this game has gone. It's tight, it's close, exactly what they wanted. Vitality unable to pull away, but Zen's fake might just change that. Will the ball fall to a Team Vitality player in this blue half?
Zen has had the ball in great positions with none of the boost to do anything with it. Might only take one of those to finally break Luminosity hearts. Redosin now on the charge. That's going to bounce out to anybody that really wants to claim it. Was by Alpha. Very difficult to play in this corner, though.
There's a miss from Rettles, but he manages to get himself around the wall and send it straight back. Safety first right now for Luminosity. Make sure you make no mistakes. Back to the Vitality half. Alpha, he takes a touch, it's on his hood. Who's he teed up? It's himself. Can he get past Rettles? Not quite on this occasion.
Alpha gets the challenge. Oh, that is a fantastic place for everyone to respawn. And it made such chaos. Now Vitality could not find their way through. Rettles just going to calm things down a little bit. Takes control. Pass 2. It's up to Alpha now to control the midfield.
Alpha goes to the ceiling. This could be a real opportunity. We can't even see because of the demo. I guess the players can't either. What's going to happen? Where's the chaos going to fall? Nowhere just yet.
Rettles with Magic Bear midfield. And he might just get it over to him. Cheese is waiting in the background. Stepped a tad far forward, won't get punished for it. Alpha only to Zen, stopped, next one up is Magic Bear.
Great follow-up from Magic Bear. Luminosity need to send this one forward. Magic Bear can't do it. Redosin charges down. Here's Alpha, can he get the pass? He's missed it. Not even a tactical fake. Vitality still yet to have that real first shot.
Keep an eye now on Luminosity boost. They can finally get that back to where they want it. We're starting to run a little bit low. Zen chases down the line, gets a player, gets the boost, so Vitality will have a chance to put something together, and they'll be disappointed by the initial result.
One a goal.
Oh, yeah, there it is! There it is!
Could be it! It's Alpha in the end, but Redosin's the player returned.
Initial result not great, follow-up result is perfect! Vitality have got the lead!
And now we see all-out Luminosity attack. Team Vitality are about to experience a barrage of one of North America's finest.
Do not blink. Cheese has got the boost. He had the ball, but he didn't have the time.
Magic Bear only tees up Alpha. Alpha's coming in, he forced the flip reset. Not quite enough, but it's going to be Vitality, but they take each other out. No one on Luminosity expected it until Alpha shoots, but it's saved.
This might be the big chance to put it away!
Look at the reactions from Team Vitality. They will believe that that is the moment. It was a mistake of their own. Luminosity almost capitalized. Team Vitality did capitalize.
34 seconds. Luminosity needs something big off the kickoff. Decide to go for the double, and it will be done! Redosin with the brace, 3-0.
You have to respect the effort from Luminosity. They were trying something, but it was read by Team Vitality. Cheese couldn't get the all-important touch. Team Vitality, they've not guaranteed it just yet, but my goodness are they close.
And my goodness, if they had to work for it. Zen does get the challenge, and any amount of possession for Vitality should finish this one off. 20 seconds on the clock before EU gets all 4 teams qualified for the playoffs.
Your reigning world champions, Team Vitality. They're still alive and kicking. One of the only teams here who didn't make a roster change in the off-season, and they're still surviving into the playoffs. Remaining here is all they can do. Through in 5, Team Vitality, formerly immortal. They live on.
EU gets 4. NA gets 2, and MENA and South America will get 1. You know what? I'm looking forward to it.
It's going to be absolutely explosive, as is that celebration from Team Vitality. Raw emotion there from their players before they come over with the commiseratory fist bumps. Luminosity, almost a perfect turnaround in the Swiss.
They gave it a real good go. And they bounced back not just from series to series, but from game to game. I cannot express how worried I was after that overtime. That was Vitality have figured you out, it's only a matter of time kind of performance. And suddenly after that, Luminosity just flattened them.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 as well, it was what, 4-0? I think Vitality scored the first 5 goals in the series. And Luminosity, their bounce-back ability has been inspiring throughout the entire season, and they will bounce back from this as well. Been surprising all of us since it started. They'll continue to do so. Rettles, Captain Fantastic, still talking to his team.
And Rettles, I feel, was a real standout performer because he did what he needed for his team, was looking for those demos.
Oh, yeah.
And this one, it just didn't quite work out because when you play Vitality, you need plans A through to F because they will eventually get it right. they have done themselves proud.
And look at this, you love to see that as well, especially after a tough loss. It's got to be incredibly difficult to stand straight back up and be a hero for your teammates all over again, but that's what's been the backbone of his career up to this point, and that will mean a lot to them going forwards. It really will.
I mean, this, for many people, will be an overperformance from Luminosity. Many of us had them rated 12th coming into this event. Many of us were very, very wrong about where Luminosity were in this event.
Yeah, especially after things started, it was slightly disastrous, but what a turnaround from them. Team Vitality, though, they make it through.
Vitality move on to the playoffs, and to talk
You saw it right there. The energy was electric, and I'm now hanging out with the reigning world champions, and one of them is Radosin. You gotta tell me, what just happened? What did we witness?
I think we win this because every time in game 5 we are close friends, we are friends to each other, so I think it helped a lot today. It wasn't a good day for us, and we won like that.
Well, talk to me about the ups and downs emotionally on a day where you get wins, you get losses. How do you manage with the roller coaster, the ups and downs?
I mean, when we don't have a good day, we speak to each other and we tell what was wrong, what was good, and if we lose, we tell them, and if we win, we are happy.
So communication is very important, I can tell.
Yeah, it's very important in your team.
Now, I want to speak to your opponents there, LG, because I think they surprised all of us. I mean, most of us predicted you guys winning that pretty handily. Were you guys as surprised?
We screamed them one time and they beat us. I wasn't surprised. They are here. They are a good team. Right. They are good at demos, so it's meta now. So.
And looking back over the journey, because obviously it's been a while since the World Championship leading up to this, 8 months or so. How did you guys manage that off time? Because that's a long time to not be playing up to another live event.
We motivate each other first, and after we saw the first tournament was at October or something, at January, and after that we did everything with your staff to be the best at this moment.
Right. And you guys were the best in this moment. Now looking forward to your next match that you made playoffs. You must have a lot of adrenaline going through you right now. Are you excited for the audience now? Because I think I've seen a couple of the Vitality fans already showing up.
I mean, I love playing in front of fans, so I'm excited for tomorrow. It's a new day, and in playoff we are pretty good, so we're gonna see what happens.
Hey, you're the last interview for the day, so I want to give you a chance now before playoffs to be the last person to speak out to the audience. You can do it in French if you'd like as well. Just what Vitality fans can expect from you guys tomorrow.
Les gars, aujourd'hui, on a eu un gros soutien. Il y avait les Golden Hornets qui sont venus devant notre hôtel et nous supporter. Merci énormément, ça fait tellement du bien, vous vous rendez pas compte. Et on espère vous rendre fiers dans le futur.
And there it is. Your reigning world champs are still in it. It was close. You got to give a shout out to LG, but we are done. Swiss is over. That means I can get out of here. It's bedtime for me, but not the desk. Let's go back there.
Boy, leave it to Magic Bear, Reddles, and Cheese to make a match that seemed to many of us to be just a perfunctory protocol. All right, let's let the world champs get their way into the bracket. No, they took it to game 5. It was exciting. It was spectacular. We had a 5-2 followed by a 0-0 overtime. What more could you have wanted?
To have that energy too after a long day for these teams, it also re-energized all of us watching in the green room. We were cheering for both teams. It was just great Rocket League all around. Luminosity definitely put up a fight, but Vitality, they're world champs for a reason. That's because when it comes down to it, they just win.
Yeah, Vitality is absolutely incredible, but you gotta give a shout to Cheese. The debut performance, you can't be upset with that. Your very first time on LAN, he had a questionable first day, but for this to be what it made up for it on day 2, that is just huge props to him.
Man, and listen, if you're a Luminosity fan, you gotta be happy, bro, because they took the reigning world champions all the way to Game 5. They made them scrap and claw. They made Zen stand up and scream after he scored in game number 3. And it meant so much to Vitality to win that, and that's how far LG pushed them to make them win it. You had to earn it, Vitality. You did. But that's NA's third seed coming out and showing that NA's still good, baby.
It was an incredible performance. You could see the huddle, the team huddle they had there at the end. Reynolds talking to his team. You had to imagine he was saying similar things there. Just like we took the reigning world champs to Game 5 at the end of one of the longest days of competition. Definitely the Cheese has ever played. Possibly that any of them have ever played. An incredible performance. Well done to them. But their tournament does end here. As we take a look at the Swiss, how things panned out. Yesterday morning, we hadn't played any of these matches, and now we have 8 teams into our playoffs there. We got 8 teams that we've sent home, Gibbs.
33 games of high-quality Rocket League action. We said it's the most talented group we have seen at a major, and they put on a show for us over these last 2 days, but we're not done. But congrats to the last 3 to make it in. G2, Vitality, and Gen.G. They join all the other teams, and now we start again on the ground floor. Everyone is equal. They all have 1 life. It does not matter if you were 3-0, 3-2. We've seen it plenty of times before. 3-2 teams come out and win versus those 3-0s. So it's anybody's game, but there's only 8 left.
We started with 16 teams. As you said, there are only 8 left here. And before we focus on that bracket, just to take a moment to talk about the grayed out logos, the faded logos here, Herc. Like, I mean, there was stories for each one of them. Obviously, Luminosity, we could celebrate them, and I know that was a team special to you. But like thinking about the rest of the teams whose tournaments have ended today, is there one story that like jumps to the front for you that just took your heart?
The story of OCE. I mean, both of these teams, I think this is probably the most high level and competitive we've seen them throughout the years past. I think they looked so good. Huge shout out to Power. They looked incredible, and especially to Banana Head. That guy had the day of his life.
One of these days, Bates. One of these days, Banana Head's going to get in front of a crowd where you
oh my
use
gosh.
all the great chants that have come up with his name.
Banana, hey, Banana. I'm just getting the chants ready for y'all. Make sure you write that up on there.
And Complexity, like I would give them a shout out because I think going into this weekend, we power ranked our top 8. They did make it through. Might have been a lopsided order, but Complexity was that 9 team that was right behind them, and they put up a great chance in that 2-2 round and across the entire tournament. They are a real threat when it comes to possibly Major 2, possibly a World Championship run.
This is one of the most dense competitions that's ever happened. 07's in chat for all the teams that have made their exit at this point. But the top 8 are set. Our bracket is set, and we will begin the quarterfinals tomorrow. Gentlemates will play against Gen.G Mobile 1. Carmine Corp will play against Team Falcons, a rematch from the Swiss. Furia will play against Vitality. I believe that is also a rematch. And then BDS versus G2. Can they finally make it happen here, Bates?
Another rematch.
Listen, 3 rematches out of the 4. And listen, there's no need for any Mickey bracket conversations now because you got EU and all 4 matches here. If they got, I can't get the words out. I want to make sure I'm right. It could potentially be an all EU top 4, or there could potentially be no EU teams in the top 4.
And also, the beauty of the crowd, every single match is an international match. It'll be the home crowd of Europe versus another region. So you know the crowd is going to get behind all these European teams. We'll see if the other regions can play spoiler and try and reduce the EU power that we've seen for so long, but it's a tall order.
I mean, I'm looking at this bracket and like the idea of a full and a no EU top 4 feels so much more believable right now than it did at the start 2 days ago. When you think about the fact that Falcons has already beat Carmine Corp, that Furia has already beat Vitality. BDS is the one I'm worried about the most, but let's see. I don't know.
Listen,
I believe.
Listen, all I'm saying is G2 Stride. Listen, don't go to bed tonight. They'll review with some replays.
Okay.
BDS does have the number right now, so it'll be tough to see. It's gonna be a great day. I think really going into it, if you ask people, you poll people, they would have said these are the top 8 teams. I don't know what our power rankings looked like.
No,
but
it was top 8.
That these were all the top 8 teams in there, which makes sense. Swiss gets you the top 8 usually more times than not, and now it comes down to the bracket play.
Well, let's take a look at the order those matches will be played. And again, we're only playing the quarterfinals tomorrow. 4 matches. They are now best of 7, so timeouts will be back in play. Coach is a bigger factor as we get there.
Wait, once again, who's scheduling this? Why are we trying to get NA out of here before?
We're trying to keep it interesting, Bates, okay? We're giving the fans exactly what they want.
Set your alarms, North American fans. Set your alarms early. We are starting later. We are starting later, so they'll be awake.
I got feedback.
It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. We don't need TBH feedback. That's another segment that we'll build next time. All right, but
we'll battle it out tomorrow.
Vitality, super long day. They get a little bit of rest. They will be match 3 versus Furia, but yeah, honestly, I see a path for any of these 8 teams to win, maybe outside G2. But besides that, I see a path. There is a path for G2 even, because if, you know, Beast Mode's playing Beast Mode and, you know, it's very possible.
I feel like they've gotten so many chances, so many times to learn BDS. Eventually, there's got to be something there for G2. But I mean, Herc, look at the rematches here. Which one are you most excited for?
Oh my God, Vitality Furia.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Oh man, and the Falcons match.
Yeah.
I've been going Falcons this whole time. I'm doubling down tomorrow too. Bates, don't steal it. Don't swap.
You do have Falcons as champions. No one else does.
I'm just letting y'all know that I called it out first.
You did. It's on a graphic. We can actually actually show you the graphic that shows that Herc has been predicting the Falcons. Unfortunately, Herc did go underdogs on all 3 of the rounds here, so she drops from first all on her own to
I was
third.
trying to be okay. Listen, I tweeted it out. I was trying to be nice. I felt like it would be really mean if I predicted everything right on my first land.
That's fair.
That's pretty ego.
You did win the CRL pick'em.
Yeah,
so,
my CRL ones, I went like near perfect. I didn't want Bates to get the same, you know, distress that I caused him last time. So.
Listen, the only thing I'm distressed about is the fact that Chad is still 1 behind me. Like I said, Chad, being 1 behind me when it comes to the bracket play, I'm really about to go 7-7 from here on out. I'm guaranteed to finish on 28.
And I'm just gonna say, watch out, Dazzler, because T-Bait's catching you. I don't know, Dazzler's picks have been on fraud alert for a little bit here.
He's
so
going down.
Watch out. But we got a 4-way tie at the top.
4-way tie.
CJ, I've caught up to you, so watch out.
CJ,
Lemon's
Lemon,
up there, Leaf as
hey,
well.
I made it to the top row.
There you go.
I'm on TV. Let's go. Oh, I'm so excited.
Stop playing with me.
We're going, folks. We only got 7 more matches though, so it's gonna be crazy stuff. Now, folks, if you didn't get your ticket to be here, there might still be some on sale, but you're probably gonna not be able to get here on time. London, on the other hand, though, has tickets available right now. Ticketmaster.co.uk if you want to get those tickets to the Copper Box. One of the most electric experiences I've had every time we've been there for RLCS. This one will absolutely be the same. I mean, history was made there the first time. History's been made there every time, but like a core memory of my life was made in the Copper Box the first time we were there, Gibbs.
Oh, absolutely. It was one of the best moments of my life. It was like a thing you don't forget. That shot, obviously, from Justin, but special moments happen at every single major, including this one. We got a juicy bracket. So London, London's going to be great. We already know that, but this top 8, they were the top 8 teams. They were. We all said these were the top 8 teams. We just kind of moved them around, let them play some practice games. Tomorrow's the real deal.
Tomorrow is the real deal, folks. The pre-show kicks off at 4:30 p.m. Central European. Doors open an hour before that at 3:30 if you were in the area and wondering when you can get in. Thank you all so much for watching. The playoffs begin tomorrow. See you there.
you see the drip and its lux. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name in, choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. Don't wait, choose now. Don't wait, choose now. So don't